Guo Xingqing laughed so loud that it could be heard from every corner in the office. Mao Jianni laughed along, for it was an accepted fact was that Guo Taining would undoubtedly sign the contract with Renhe Medicines. What Mao Jianni had just done was merely to give Xiao Luo some encouragement, for Shen Qingyan's sake. And, in truth, he had no faith in Xiao Luo securing this contract at all. "I believe in him," Shen Qingyan said. There were firm convictions and determination in Shen Qingyan's eyes, and her words immediately stunned Xiao Luo's disparagers and silenced the office in an instant. Shen Qingqing smiled condescendingly and said, "Niece, don't be fooled by the likes of him. Uncle will take care of this hooligan, and I'll make sure he goes behind the bar. I'm not being fooled by him, and if he cannot secure the contract with the maternity and child health care center, then nobody else in this company can." Shen Qingyan had a strong faith in Xiao Luo ever since the Wild Wolf Mountain race, where he won the race driving only a Trumpchi. That particular scene of Xiao Luo taking the Trumpchi over the cliff and across the ravine was etched deeply in her memory, and it was something that she could never forget. This man was enigmatic and had some superb skills. He always looked calm and composed, and he was definitely someone who had been through a lot of things. Ling Fei was slightly stunned and stared enviously at Xiao Luo. She could not understand why President Shen had such high trust and confidence in that man. Was it just because he had secured the business with the Princess of Dubai? The office atmosphere was thick with intrigue and became somewhat tense before it was suddenly broken by Shen Qingqing's mocking laughter. "Niece, I really cannot understand you. Why are you so fond of this little jerk? Could it be that you and he had, he implied." His last line was very suggestive, and it was actually very obvious to everyone in the room. They looked at Shen Qingyan, for Shen Qingqing's words did indeed made sense. In their minds, Shen Qingyan was always overprotective of Xiao Luo, and it was evident that something was going on between them for her to act this way. It clearly did not take too much for one to arrive at such a conclusion. Shen Qingyan was enraged and slammed her table hard. "Shen Qingqing, save your dirty-minded tactics and stop insulting my personal relationships with the others. You're in no position to do that. Isn't it pretty obvious that you are having affairs with this little jerk? We don't even need to make a second guess. If you guys don't have an unusual relationship, then why are you citing him?" Shen Qingqing said in slander. "You." Shen Qingyan clenched her teeth and glared at Shen Qingqing, infuriated beyond words. She was trembling with rage all over, but quickly regained her composure and rebutted, "I am citing him because he can secure this contract. Shen Qingqing, since you think that I have something unusual going on with him, I dare you to make a bet with me." "A bet on what?" As things stood, they were already openly hostile to each other, and Shen Qingqing could not care less about playing nice. They had been office enemies for years now, and it was already an open secret in the company. "The bet will be based on this, whether or not Xiao Luo can secure the contract with the maternity and child health care center." Shen Qingyan planned to risk everything on this bet as she had reached her tolerance limit with Shen Qingqing. This battle for power should have been made a long time ago, but she had been postponing it for the sake of their relationship as niece and uncle. The words uttered by Shen Qingqing today had honestly disappointed her. Shen Qingqing smirked and asked, "So, what are we betting for?" "If Xiao Luo fails to secure the contract, I'll resign and let you take over my position. But, if Xiao Luo succeeds, I'm sorry, then, you better jolly well get the hell out of this company and go back to your hometown." Shen Qingyan hissed. "Then shouldn't you be packing your stuff already?" Shen Qingqing replied with such confidence as if he had already won the bet. He strolled to Shen Qingyan's table and slowly eased himself into her chair, a reminder that this seat belonged to him initially. Shen Qingyan was incensed and said, "Cut the crap, are you playing this game or not?" "Ha, and why not?" Shen Qingqing banged the table and stood up assuredly. They both stared at each other with anger smoldering in their eyes. Just like that, the battle had begun. the entire office had now turned into the battlefield. Xiao Luo appeared calm as if this had nothing to do with him. "Bosses, you guys are making a bet based on my performance, and none of you seem to have asked for my opinion. How can this be right?" he said. "Little jerk, you're in no position to speak, shut the hell up if you don't wish me to send you to the police station," Xianxia yelled, pointing a shaking finger at him. Xiao Luo smiled. "You have misunderstood, what I meant was that I will gladly chip in for the bet." "You want to chip in? Do you think you are qualified?" Xianxia riposted. "I am a mere sales officer in Huayao Corporation, and I am indeed not qualified to bet with you in terms of the influence we have in Huayao Corporation. However, since we are both humans, doesn't that allow us to bet with our bodies? Since President Shen has placed her position on the line, I will place one of my hands on this bet. If I do secure the contract, I'll take one of your hands, and if not, I'll pay you with one. How about that?" Xiao Luo said. Gasp. Everyone took a deep breath, for even though Xiao Luo had said it calmly and casually, but the message in his words came with an ominous portent and sent a chill right down their spines. Shen Qingyan was clearly shocked by Xiao Luo's proposal, and she muttered to himself, "Giving up a hand for the bet? Is that guy so savage, actually?" Shen Qingqing was a little shaken, but he kept staring at Xiao Luo. Sulu spoke up in defense of his boss. "Xiao Luo, who do you think you are? You are nothing but a nobody who's struggling at the bottom ranks of our society. How can your hand have the same value as our vice president? The vice president could make thousands of millions by just snapping his finger. Can you do that?" he rebuked. "What a barbaric man, I was so wrong about your promotion, you should have never been promoted to becoming a group leader." Mao Jiani looked very remorseful for promoting Xiao Luo to be the group leader of Group 3, but in actual fact, he had only done so because Xiao Luo was highly regarded by Shen Qingyan. The truth was, he did not know that Xiao Luo had pissed Shen Qingqing off. "What, do you guys want to participate in the bet too? Are you guys putting your hands on the bet?" While Xiao Luo did not feel too good about this wager, still, it was an excellent opportunity to get rid of all these snakes all at one go. Mao Jiani could not be bothered. "I don't argue with barbarians. You're just a timid rat, so just shut up if you are afraid," Xiao Luo sneered. "You." Mao Jiani looked like a fox that had its tail stepped on, his eyes widened, and he looked visibly angry. Xiao Luo then turned to look at Su Lu. "What about you? Mr. Su? Are you man enough?" he asked. "You, little jerk, stop trying to intimidate me with your dirty tricks. It won't work on me. Yes, I'm in with my one hand," Shen Qingqing responded. Sulu was backing up Shen Qingqing, and seeing that he had already made a bet, there was no reason for Shen Qingqing to back off. In any case, he was confident that the contract could not be obtained by Xiao Luo. "I am in too. There's no way you can secure the contract with the Maternity and Child Health Care Center," he said. "Well, the bet is official now. I have to remind you all that I will not accept any amendments or excuses for this bet," Xiao Luo warned. "Agreed, whoever turns back on his word shall be damned," Shen Qingqing pledged. Sulu was a little more insecure, however, he still stood with Shen Qingqing and said, "That's right, whoever turns back on his words shall be damned." "Sure," Xiao Luo responded. And he then gave them both a confident smile. Shen Qingyan was intimidated by this man. He resembled the devil who lured people to sign evil contracts in exchange for their desires, enjoying the sight of people selling their souls and bodies with his sinister smile. "Did you hear?" The newly appointed Team 3 leader of the sales department was bragging in President Shen's office, saying that he wants to secure the contract from the city's maternity and child health care hospital from Renha Medicines. "Huh, really? A new guy like him has such confidence?" The director of the city's maternity and child health care hospital, Guo Taining, is an old acquaintance of the sales director of Renha Medicines. To make Guotaining give up the deal with Renhe Medicines and buy the medical appliances from Huayao Corporation is harder than going to heaven. Of course it's true, the Team 3 leader sealed a deal with a princess from Dubai, like a blind cat catching a dead rat, and he got it on the same day that he came for his job interview. Perhaps that is why he is so confident that he can get the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital contract. Besides, I also heard that President Shen and Vice President Shen are going to take this opportunity and slug it out for the leadership this time. What? What's going on? What I meant was if the Team 3 leader can seal the deal with the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital, Vice President Shen will have to step down from his position and retire. On the other hand, if he doesn't, then President Shen will be the one to step down. No shit, this is too big a gamble. It's not just that, the Team 3 leader was also in on the bet, he is also betting with Vice President Shen and the Team 2 leader of the sales department, for one of their hands. Oh my god, why do I sense that another great bloodshed is on the way? What kind of a person is that Team 3 leader? He has only been working in the Huayao Corporation for less than a month, but is already wreaking havoc. Who knows, but rumor has it, he is President Shen's lover. No sh*t, this is huge. What transpired in Shen Qinyan's office was like a vicious hurricane, ravaging through the whole Huayao Corporation. Within 2 hours, almost everyone knew about the incident. The people who were already curious about the salesman who got the contract of a princess from Dubai tried everything to dig out Xiao Luo's information, wanting to know who this legendary guy was. At this very moment, the atmosphere in the sales department was tense and awkward, to say the least. All the employees were pretending to be busy, but their eyes were fixed on the Team 3 leader. Xiao Luo had been at his desk, playing the Minesweeper game on his computer ever since he returned from Shen Qinyan's office. Didn't this guy just say that he would get the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital contract? How could he still be playing computer games in such a carefree manner? Is he really that easygoing? Everyone was quite confused, especially Guantong. He was so anxious that he wanted to storm towards Xiao Luo and slap him in the face. Su Lur, who had a massive bump on his head and was all wrapped up in a white bandage, looked at Xiao Luo dolefully, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Idiot, still playing games here, I'll wait and see how you die." Mao Jianni glanced at Xiao Luo through the window blinds and called Shen Xingqing to report the situation. "Vice President, he has not taken off, still sitting at his desk and playing computer games." Playing computer games? Is that little bastard crazy? Ha ha ha, Shen Xingqing was amused by Xiao Luo's action. Mao Jianni's eyebrows furrowed, he hesitated for a short while before spilling his worry out, and said, "Vice President, nothing is absolute in this world, what if he..." What if? You think that there'd be a what if? Shen Xingqing sneered. Mao Jianni did not react, his experience told him that there would be no what ifs, but, deep down, he was still anxious. "I have done business with Guotaining before, he is a stubborn and unyielding man. Money, woman, and power, the 3 things that would cause a man to lose his head, do not move him. Guotaining doesn't have any weaknesses. If he had, Yuan Lingfei would not come back empty-handed. Plus, he and the sales director of Renhe Medicines are buddies, and they used to work in the same hospital when they were young. The director was his assistant back then, and because of the history between them, he chose Renhe Medicines without hesitation. Shen Qinyan, that little bitch, didn't even know about this and sent you guys to deal with Guotaining. No wonder you failed." Shen Xingqing sat, unperturbed on the couch, holding his phone with a smile on his face. "That little bastard chose the wrong side and went against me. He'd still think that the sky would always be blue if I don't crush him into ashes," he gloated. After hearing what Shen Xingqing had said, the trace of insecurity in Mao Jianni's mind vanished entirely as if he had taken a benzodiazepine. "Brother Luo, this is the information of Guotaining, the director of the city's maternity and child health care hospital. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao put together a pile of Guotaning's files and lay them in front of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo frowned and said, I wanted his basic information. Why do you guys give me so many files? He scanned through the files. They were about Guotaning's social circle, hobbies, food preferences, the places he frequented, and such. It seemed the only data they missed was about when he went to the toilet. I only need this page. Xiao Luo took a piece of paper with Guotaning's necessary information on it, including Guotaning's age, height, photo, life experiences, and the like. Nervously, Si Yuding asked, Brother Luo, are we really going to get the contract of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital? Xiao Luo carefully read the information sheet in his hand and nodded. The end of the month is around the corner. I understand that Brother Luo wants to increase your sales, but this contract is too huge. Would we really be able to get it? Si Yuding thought that she could hear buzzing in her head. She could never imagine that she would one day bump into a deal worth $1.7 billion, not even in her dreams. A chill shot through Lu Yiya's spine. Yeah, we haven't even got ourselves familiar with all the newbies' tasks, and now we need to go up against the big villain. Even the thought of it scares me. Xiao Luo did not reply. He only went through Guotaning's personal information meticulously, which was almost the same as the information he found in Baidu Encyclopedia, detailing the critical events in Guotaning's life. Sister Ling? Si Yuding called out suddenly. Xiao Luo also sensed that someone close by was staring at him. He looked up and saw a familiar heart-shaped face with a frigid and arrogant expression. She was the best salesperson in the sales department, Ling Fei. Xiao Luo, it is still not too late to give in to Vice President Shen. You don't have to stick your nose into the battle between President Shen and Vice President Shen. Nobody can get the contract of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital. Guotaning will only do business with Renhe Medicines. No one can change that, Ling Fei said. Xiao Luo snorted and replied, You are on Shen Xingqing's side, aren't you? No, I am not representing anyone. I just don't want to see my colleagues end up being sacrificed in the battle between President Shen and Vice President Shen. You think that I'd fail? You absolutely will fail. In a calm, solemn tone, Ling Fei explained, Guotaning is exceptionally firm, and nothing can change his mind, not even kickbacks or discounts. According to what I have found out, he is very close to the sales director of Renhe Medicines. Otherwise, he would not be so impervious to those special discounts that we, Huayao Corporation, had offered, and kick us out without any consideration. Thanks for your sincere information. Xiao Luo did not say anything else after that, and he continued going through Guotaning's information. A deep frown furrowed Ling Fei's eyebrows. She then turned around and walked away in silence. She had said enough, and whether Xiao Luo would listen to her or not was none of her business. Furthermore, she was not that close to Xiao Luo, and she only warned him out of courtesy to her colleagues. Did you hear? The newly appointed Team 3 leader of the sales department was bragging in President Shen's office, saying that he wants to seize the contract from the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital from Renhe Medicines. Really? A new guy like him has such confidence? The director of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital, Guotaning, is an old acquaintance of the sales director of Renhe Medicines. To make Guotaning give up the deal with Renhe Medicines and buy the medical appliances from Huayao Corporation is harder than going to heaven. Of course it's true, the Team 3 leader sealed a deal with the Princess of Dubai, like a blind cat caught a dead rat, on the same day he had his job interview. Perhaps that is why he is so confident that he could get the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital contract. Besides, I also heard that President Shen and Vice President Shen are going to take this opportunity and slug it out this time. What? What's going on? What I meant was if the Team 3 leader could seal a deal with the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital, Vice President Shen would have to step down from his position and retire. On the contrary, President Shen would be the one to step down. No shit, this is too big a gamble. It's not just that, the Team 3 leader was also in on the bet. He is betting Vice President Shen and the Team 2 leader of the sales department one of his hands. Oh my god, why do I sense that great bloodshed is coming? What kind of a person is that Team 3 leader? He has only been working in the Huayao Corporation for less than a month, but is already wreaking havoc. Who knows, but rumor has it, he is President Shen's lover. No shit, this is huge. What happened in Shen Qingyan's office was like a hurricane, ravaging through the whole Huayao Corporation. Within 2 hours, almost everyone knew about the incident. The people who were already curious about the salesman who got the contract of a princess from Dubai tried everything to dig out Xiao Luo's information, wanting to know who this legendary guy was. At this very moment, the atmosphere in the sales department was filled with extreme awkwardness. All the employees were pretending to be busy, but their eyes were fixed on the Team 3 leader. Xiao Luo had been playing the Minesweeper game on his computer at his desk ever since he returned from Shen Qingyan's office. Didn't this guy just say that he would get the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital contract? How could he still be playing computer games in such a carefree manner? Was he really that easygoing? Everyone was quite confused, especially Guan Tong. He was so anxious that he wanted to storm towards Xiao Luo and slap him in the face. Su Lur, who had a massive bump on his head and was all wrapped up in a white bandage, looked at Xiao Luo dolefully, and whispered through gritted teeth, "Idiot, still playing games here, I'll wait and see how you die." Mao Jianyi glanced at Xiao Luo through the window blinds and called Shen Xingqing to report the situation. "Vice President, he has not taken off, still sitting at his desk and playing computer games." Playing computer games? Is that little bastard crazy? Ha ha ha, Shen Xingqing was amused by Xiao Luo's action. Mao Jianyi's eyebrows furrowed, he hesitated for a short while before spilling his worry out. "Vice President, nothing is absolute in this world, what if? You think that there'd be a what if?" Shen Xingqing sneered. Mao Jianyi did not react. His intellect told him that there would be no what ifs, but, deep down, he was still anxious. "I have done business with Guotaining before. He is a stubborn and unyielding man. Money, woman, and power, the three things that would cause a man to lose his head, could not move him. Guotaining doesn't have any weaknesses. If he had, Yuan Lingfei would not come back empty-handed. Plus, he and the sales director of Renhe Medicines are buddies, and they used to work in the same hospital when they were young. The director was his assistant back then, and because of the history between them, he chose Renhe Medicines without hesitation. Shen Qingyan, that little bitch, didn't even know about this and sent you guys to deal with Guotaining. No wonder you failed." Shen Xingqing sat imperturbably on the couch, holding his phone with a smile on his face. "That little bastard chose the wrong side and went against me. He'd still think that the sky would always be blue if I don't crush him into ashes." After hearing what he said, the trace of insecurity in Mao Jianyi's mind vanished entirely as if he had taken a benzodiazepine. ****, Brother Luo, this is the information of Guotaining, the director of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao put together a pile of Guotaining's files and lay them in front of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo frowned and said, "I wanted his basic information. Why do you guys give me so many files?" He scanned through the files. They were about Guotaining's social circle, hobbies, food preferences, the places he frequented, etc. They almost wanted to collect the data about when he went to the toilet. "I only need this page." Xiao Luo took a piece of paper with Guotaining's necessary information on it, including Guotaining's age, height, photo, life experiences, and the like. Yuding asked nervously, "Brother Luo, are we really going to get the contract of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital?" Xiao Luo carefully read the information in his hands and nodded. "The end of the month is around the corner. I understand that Brother Luo wants to increase your sales, but this contract is too huge. Would we really be able to get it?" Si Yuding thought that she could hear buzzing in her head. She could never imagine that she would one day bump into a deal worth $1.7 billion, not even in her dreams. A chill went down Lu Yiyao's spine. Yeah, we haven't even got ourselves familiar with all the newbies' tasks, and now we need to go up against the big villain. Even the thought of it scares me. Xiao Luo did not reply. He only went through Guotaning's personal information meticulously, which was almost the same as the information he found in Baidu Encyclopedia, detailing the critical events in Guotaning's life. Sister Ling? Si Yuding called out suddenly. Xiao Luo also sensed that someone close by was staring at him. He looked up and saw a familiar heart-shaped face with a frigid and arrogant expression. She was the best salesperson in the sales department, Ling Fei. Xiao Luo, it is still not too late to give in to Vice President Shen. You don't have to stick your nose into the battle between President Shen and Vice President Shen. Nobody can get the contract of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital. Guotaning will only do business with Renhe Medicines. No one can change that. Ling Fei said. Xiao Luo snorted. You are on Shen Xingqing's side, aren't you? No, I am not representing anyone. I just don't want to see my colleagues end up being sacrificed in the battle between President Shen and Vice President Shen. You think that I'd fail? You absolutely will fail. Ling Fei said calmly in a solemn tone. Guotaning is exceptionally firm, and nothing can change his mind, not even kickbacks or discounts. According to what I have found out, he is very close to the sales director of Renhe Medicines. Otherwise, he would not be so impervious to those special discounts that we, Huayao Corporation, had offered, and kick us out without any consideration. Thanks for your sincere warning. Xiao Luo did not say anything else after that, and he continued going through Guotaning's information. Ling Fei's eyebrows furrowed into a deep frown as she then turned around and walked away in silence. She had said enough, and whether Xiao Luo would listen to her or not was none of her business. Furthermore, she was not that close to Xiao Luo, and she only warned him out of courtesy to her colleagues. After carefully reading through Guotaning's personal information once, Xiao Luo, along with Si Xueting and Lu Yiyao, headed to the city's maternity and child health care hospital with the company's contract document. The hospital was located near a wet market. Its surroundings were filthy and inconvenient for cars to pass through since the streets were too narrow. Additionally, there were always stalls selling fruits and vegetables on both sides of the roads, making the whole place congested and thronging with people. When there were emergencies, even ambulances found it hard to pass through, and this was why finding a new location for the hospital was an urgent matter to consider. With support from the government, funding would not be a problem. Brother Luo, will we really be able to get this contract? Standing in front of the city's maternity and child healthcare hospital, Si Yuding was not optimistic about their chances, for how on earth could Team 3 land the deal which even Mao Jiani and Ling Fei could not seal it? Lu Yiyao did not say anything, but her expression clearly showed that she was very nervous and anxious. Evidently, she was just like Si Yuding, utterly unprepared for their mission. Where there's a will, there's a way. Xiao Luo quipped as he smiled and walked into the building. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao exchanged glances and smiled nervously as they followed him into the hospital. However, they were trained professionals, and they started wearing smiles as soon as they stepped into the premises. No one could see through their facade and know the anxiety that was buried deep in their hearts. Outwardly, they were brimming with confidence. As in all the other hospitals, the city's maternity and child health care hospital was filled with the fumes of disinfectants as sterilization was a daily routine, but when they reached the inpatient care area, the scent eased off, and, from time to time, they could hear the cries of babies in the wards ahead. On their way to the administration building, they saw many parents with their children in their arms, and they looked worried and anxious. Out of the blue, Lu Yiyao suddenly asked, Brother Luo, are you married? Xiao Luo thought for a bit and said, Yeah, I am. And do you have kids? Lu Yiyao asked again. Yeah. Instantly, Su Xiaobei's innocent, charming smile that turned her eyes into little crescent moons flashed in Xiao Luo's mind. I heard that giving birth to a baby is like going into a torture chamber. Brother Luo, how did you feel when your wife was in the labor room? Lu Yao asked yet again. I can't answer that yet, Xiao Luo laughed. Well, he couldn't tell her what he hadn't been through. So. Yao Yao, why do you have so many questions? Have you forgotten what we're here for? Si Yuding interjected. Well, this place stirs up some feelings, and I was just curious about giving birth. Plus, it relieves my anxiety a little when we're talking about things like that, Lu Yao explained. Si Yuding thought that what Lu Yao said made some sense. She sighed, shaking her head, and said, my sister told me that when she gave birth to her baby, the pain was so intense that she wanted to kill herself. It felt like her soul was torn into two halves, and she could hardly bear the pain. She also said that the labor room was filled with piercing screams of other mothers, and she thought she was in hell. So, having a child is not an option for me. I will never give birth to a child in this life. That is only because you haven't met a guy whom you really love. Once you meet him, you would be willing to have a baby with him, Lu Yao responded, sounding like she was speaking from experience. Forget it, I wouldn't want to suffer that pain, I'll just adopt one from an orphanage someday, Si Yuding said, waving her hand to make her point. Xiao Luo could only arch his eyebrows at how the two of them were soothing their nerves and didn't comment on anything. In the midst of chit-chatting, the trio arrived at the administration building, and Si Yuding and Lu Yao promptly ended their conversation. A well-dressed woman came up to them with a smile on her face. Hi, this is the administration department. If you are here to see a doctor or to visit a patient, you should go to the building up front, she said. Xiao Luo wasted no time and was upfront with their purpose there. We're not here to see a doctor or visit a patient, we're here to see Director Gua, he said. You're here for our director? Startled, she then asked, and you are? We're from the sales department of Huayao Corporation. We came here to see Director Gua for a business deal. Xiao Luo answered truthfully, for he knew from what he read that Gua Taining was an honest man, and he certainly would not appreciate half-truths or gimmicks. If Xiao Luo didn't tell the truth about who he was, Gua Taining would undoubtedly dismiss Xiao Luo as soon as they met, and the long-term impact on Huayao Corporation would be dire. Didn't your company send someone this morning? The woman asked. They were in a hurry, and there are still some things that need to be clarified, Xiao Luo replied. Please wait here, I will notify the director. Thank you. Xiao Luo nodded, expressing his appreciation. Would Director Gua agree to hear us out? Why do I get the feeling that we won't even be able to see his face this time? Si Yuding muttered to herself when the woman left. He will see us. Gua Taining is a gentleman, he may refuse to meet with salespeople who play petty tricks, but he certainly won't turn down any visitors who show sincerity, Xiao Luo said. This was the conclusion he arrived at from reading Gua Taining's information sheet, and he was quite confident he read Gua Taining's personality accurately. Just as Xiao Luo inferred, the woman came back a short while later and told them that Director Gua had invited them to his office. Xiao Luo thanked the woman and led the startled Si Yuding and Lu Yao to Gua Taining's office. The office was at the end of the hallway on the third floor. As soon as they set foot in the office, they saw a middle-aged gray-haired man engrossed in reading a medical book. He looked kind and friendly. The office was not very big, it was about 30 square meters. The office was equipped with a desk, book rack, and a bonsai at each office corner. There was no computer on the desk, but a globe and a stack of files. Director, they're here, the woman said as she knocked on the door. The middle-aged man nodded, and with his eyes still gazing into the medical book, he asked Xiao Luo without looking up at him, I have made myself perfectly clear with your sales director, why did he still send you? Xiao Luo spoke in a tone that was neither aggressive nor conciliatory. Director Gua, we, representing Huayao Corporation, would like to discuss a business deal with you. Alright, but don't accuse me of not giving opportunities to the young. If you can persuade me with less than 100 words, I'll give Huayao Corporation the contract. Guotaining still did not lift his head to look at them. With less than 100 words? Si Yuding and Lu Yao frowned, showing the worry lines on their foreheads. Sales Director Mao and the team leader, Ling Fei, had spent the whole morning trying to persuade him and failed. Now, the three of them were supposed to convince Guotaining in less than 100 words. How would that be possible? Director Gua, we sincerely want to do business with you, no matter how good are the discounts Renhe Medicines offered you. We, Huayao Corporation, can offer you twice that, Si Yuding said. Yes, Director Gua, please consider Huayao Corporation. The two companies produce medical appliances and drugs with the best quality, and if you can get the same products at a lower price, isn't it a good thing for you? You can use the money saved on the construction of the new hospital, which will be beneficial, Lu Yao pitched in. Time is precious, so stop wasting my time. And don't waste yours as well. Guotaining gave them the cold shoulder, and he didn't seem like he would give them a chance at all. His eyes were fixed on the medical book in his hand the whole time they were there. With Guotaining's curt response, the enthusiasm in Si Yuding and Lu Yao immediately vanished into thin air. There didn't seem to be even a glimmer of hope, for Director Guo was set in his ways and circumspect by nature. The girls believed that it was impossible to change his mind. They glanced at Xiao Luo dejectedly, with looks of defeat on their faces. A regular person speaks 300 words in a minute, so 100 words would take approximately 20 seconds. Director Gua is only allowing me to speak for 20 seconds. Are you sure that this is an opportunity? Xiao Luo said. Guotaining, who was still focused on his medical book, looked up and shot a glance at Xiao Luo. You're a rather interesting young man. I can change the rule since you think that it is too unfair, he said. Recently, one of my friends purchased a batch of men's socks, where each pair costs $1,000. Most people flinched at its price, and the socks were left unsold in the shopping mall. Since you are a salesperson, you must be good at promoting things. Do you think you can solve this problem for him? $1,000 for a pair of socks? God, how is it possible to sell them? No matter how wealthy a man was, he would not spend $1,000 on a pair of socks. Si Yuding and Lu Yao were vexed. This was even more challenging than the 100-word challenge. It appeared that Guotaining was deliberately making things difficult for them. Of course, they didn't say that out loud. The two of them were not able to come up with an answer even after racking their brains because, according to their knowledge, regular guys could buy 3 pairs of socks for just $10. Whoever willing to spend $1,000 on a pair of socks must be crazy. Guotaining shifted his gaze back to his book indifferently and said, a few of my former classmates who are now professors helped analyze the situation and concluded that the only solution was to write this batch of socks off. Si Yuding and Lu Yao both thought to themselves, who would be stupid enough to spend $1,000 on a pair of socks? Director Gua, I have an idea, and your friend could give it a try, Xiao Luo said. Oh? What is that idea? Guotaining asked, looking up again. Xiao Luo smiled and said, since no man would buy those socks, why not sell them to women? Si Yuding and Lu Yao's hearts sank when they heard what Xiao Luo said. Si Yuding reminded him in a hushed tone, Brother Luo, those are men's socks, not women's. Why would any woman want to buy them? Guotaining kept silent for a moment, then smiled at Xiao Luo and said, just like this young lady said, those socks are for men, women buying men's socks. Don't you find it weird? Weird? Actually, not at all. Calmly, Xiao Luo explained, display this batch of expensive socks, besides some high-end cosmetic products. After a woman spends thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars on cosmetics, feel a little guilty for splurging on herself. And if she has even a teensy bit of affection for her husband, she would, deep down in her heart, feel anxious for not thinking or caring about her husband enough. And, at this very moment, when she turns around and sees the socks that cost $1,000, her anxiety and guilt will immediately drive her to get a pair of those for her husband. And, undoubtedly, she will now go home with pride and be more open with her husband about having gone shopping. This is how you can sell the socks. Oh, my God. Xi Yuding and Lu Yiyao were astonished after hearing what Xiao Luo had said, and they looked at him as if he was an alien. His way of thinking was awe-inspiring, selling men's socks to women. Just how did he come up with that idea? How was he able to think of that? The lady who led them into the office was so astounded that she had her mouth wide open. Xiao Luo's idea was so amazing, and although they had yet to try it out, she already agreed with him. A twinkle appeared in Guotaning's eyes, and he finally put the medical book down and nodded as he said, Interesting, young man, your director couldn't answer the same question. He turned to the woman who was standing beside him, Xiaoyun, bring us some tea, please. Yes, the woman, Xiaoyun, immediately took the tea kit out and started preparing some tea. Guotaning stepped out from behind his desk and gestured them over. Come this way, he said. Xiao Luo nodded and followed Guotaning to the couch where the tea kit had been set. He knew that he had already earned himself the right to have a deep conversation with Guotaning. Xi Yuding and Lu Yiyao exchanged looks, and they were over the moon. They saw a glimmer of hope now, and inwardly applauded Xiao Luo. Young man, I did consider Huayao Corporation, but everyone is bound to some moral obligations. I worked with the sales director in Renhe Medicines, Cui Yongxing, for many years, and we are very close, so nothing can change my decision to give the contract to Renhe Medicines. However, I admire young men like you, and today will be the beginning of our friendship. If we need any medical equipment in the future, I will contact you. Guotaning was a simple man who had returned to the natural path. He calmly poured some tea for Xiao Luo with a smile on his face. What he had just said made Xi Yuding and Lu Yiyao feel like they had fallen from heaven down to hell, and the glimmer of hope they saw just now was suddenly gone. Xiao Luo did not rush to the main topic, but instead, he sipped some tea and shot a glance at the medical book on the desk. That book is about how to reduce the pain that a parturiente suffers during the labor, I presume? Yes, the book is written by Lin Xiaoji, the founding mother of our country's obstetrics and gynecology. It seems that you have some knowledge about the medical field. Why don't you share what you know about women in labor? Guotaning replied. Yes, sure, I'll share a thing or two, but forgive me for showing off in front of Director Gua, who is the expert in this field. The process of labor is divided into 3 stages, as you know. The first stage includes contractions of the uterus that result in labor pains, which are similar to menstrual cramps, like boiling the frog in warm water. Therefore, the pains would generally not be such a big deal for women who have experienced menstrual cramps. In the second stage, the contractions intensify, and when the cervix dilates until it is big enough to fit 3 fingers, the labor pains will become more and more intense. This is where many parturients shiver at the thought of having to experience the pain once every few minutes, as it is a pain that increases in its intensity each time. This is when the labor room is filled with their endless piercing screams. Xiao Luo discussed the process of labor with Guotaning in a logical order. Pretty good, Guotaning said, beginning to admire the young man in front of him. Xi Yuding and Lu Yiyao were again shocked, as they couldn't believe that their team leader, Xiao Luo, knew so much about the subject. He was awesome. Xiao Luo smiled and went on to explain, the baby comes out of the obstetric canal in the 3rd stage. There's actually nothing much to talk about in this stage. After the baby is born, all the pains will slowly fade away, the mother will feel relieved as nature takes its course. I would like to emphasize on the 2nd stage, as this stage, which brings the most suffering to the would-be mother, both physically and mentally. Some women remain in this stage for more than 10 hours, and some for 3 days and nights, and it can be unbearable, as they'd feel as if they were in hell. Every minute and every second would feel like a century to them. Some women even committed suicide by jumping off buildings, because they could not take the pain. Although there are techniques that achieve so-called painless labors nowadays, the effect of anesthesia is still limited, the pains are only reduced, but not eliminated. Director Gua, am I correct? Gua Training had a rather awkward look on his face as he nodded sullenly. What you said is correct, he said. Director Gua, 10 years ago, there was a woman who jumped off the building from the inpatient department on the 5th floor of your hospital because she could not stand the pain from the second stage of the labor process. She passed away together with her child in her uterus, and that woman was your ex-wife, am I right? Crack. Gua Taining's hand suddenly twitched, and the teacup in his hand slipped to the floor, shattering into pieces. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao both shivered simultaneously when they heard what Xiao Luo said. Only 2 words appeared in their minds, it's over. As a salesperson, they had a more comprehensive understanding of the customer, Gua Taining's information. For example, it was not a secret to them that Gua Taining's ex-wife chose to jump off the 5th floor of the inpatient ward to end her life because she could not bear the pain from childbirth. Of course, they would definitely not mention this incident. Any normal person would know that this topic was like a minefield. It was Gua Taining's trigger, and when it was brought up, the person would die a horrible death. What was Brother Luo doing? The both of them were anxious. They could not understand the intention of Xiao Luo's words. How was this talking considered a negotiation? It was clearly just to make Gua Taining upset. Just as expected, Gua Taining's face darkened in an instant. The eyes of a person who always looked kind suddenly became dark and sharp, and his expression became extremely unpleasant. Xiao Luo did not rush and continued saying, Director Gua, for the past 10 years you have always been studying how to let women give birth painlessly. In addition to wanting to do something meaningful in your lifetime, it is also about the memory and guilt of your ex-wife, right? What the hell do you mean? Gua Taining stared at Xiao Luo. Not a shred of goodwill was left on his face, and it was all deep hostility. Xiao Luo raised his teacup and took a sip of tea. With a smile, he said, I know a way that mothers can give birth truly painlessly. As long as you and Huayao Group sign a contract, I will tell you this method. What? Not only Gua Taining, Si Yuding, Lu Yiyao, and even the women called Xiao Yun were all in shock. A normal person would know that the coming of life must be accompanied by pain. Some people say that this pain was equivalent to breaking 12 rib bones. Unless it was a C-section, but even then the recovery process was also painful. After all, you were opening a hole in the stomach and that would take time to heal. How could there be a way to deliver painlessly in this world? It was impossible. The degree of pain just varied between person to person. Absurd. Gua Taining's facial expression changed in an instant. Coldly, he said, originally, I thought you were someone open-minded, but I didn't think you were some sly villain out for petty gain. You are not even a doctor, you're merely a salesman. Yet, you are unashamedly telling me that you know a way to let mothers deliver painlessly. What a joke, you are totally ridiculous. Xiao Yun, see this guest out. He stood up and turned his back. He was very angry. He wasn't just angry that Xiao Luo had brought up his ex-wife, but even more angry that Xiao Luo lied. He had studied hard for more than 10 years, and there was no progress. He had even begun to wonder if there was such a thing called painless delivery in this world. In the end, this person who wasn't even qualified was confidently telling him that he knew a method. It was utter nonsense. Such a person made him disgusted and angry. In the end it really failed. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao lowered their heads like a deflated ball. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled by Xiao Luo's behavior. He was obviously just a salesperson, so why did he say that he knew how to help women during childbirth give birth painlessly? Even if they wanted to secure this sale, they couldn't just speak without thinking. Besides, the way Xiao Luo had said it was a little too far-fetched. 3 of you, please leave. The woman named Xiaoyun gestured for them to leave, her tone turning cold as well. Xiao Luo placed the teacup down and chuckled gently. Director Gua, this is the maternity center. Most families would send women here expecting to give birth. I believe your delivery room won't be empty at this time. If Director Gua doesn't believe me, I can prove it to you right this instant in the delivery room. Si Yuding and Lu Yiao's faces turned pale in an instant upon hearing this. The two of them hurriedly dragged Xiao Luo to the side. Brother Luo, you. The two women were not even able to finish their whole sentence in that instance. They only felt that Xiao Luo was playing with fire. They would understand if he knew a little knowledge about childbirth, but to say you understood the painless delivery was merely a fantasy. There were so many experts and professors who had yet to discover this, so how could Xiao Luo? This was totally cheating Guotaining. This con had gone way too far. Guotaining turned around this time, pointed at the office door coldly, and shouted, I have seen a lot of people like you. You're just a salesperson with no bottom line or principles. Get out right now. I don't want to see you for another moment. Get out. Director Gua, if you don't believe me, then I'll make you a believer. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. His right index finger and middle finger pinched a thin needle and at the speed of light, pierced into a spot above the eyebrows on Guotaining's head. Guotaining could only feel his head numbing, then a stiff sensation spread from his head to his bottom torsos and limbs. Within 2 seconds, he could feel that his body was too rigid to even move. His limbs were attached and he could feel their presence, but he couldn't move them. It was like he had lost control of his body. This. He couldn't help but be shocked, and exclaimed, What did you do? Director Gua, don't worry. I just caused your brain to lose control of your body temporarily, Xiao Luo said, smiling. Guotaining tried several times, but still couldn't move his body. The thin needle that was pierced in the acupuncture point above his brows was like a curse that pinned him down. Si Yuding, Lu Yao, and the woman called Xiaoyun couldn't help but stare blankly. This was too magical. With just a thin needle, he had stopped a person from moving? Of course they knew that Guotaining was not acting. He was really unable to move. What sorcery did you do to me? Quick, release me. Guotaining said, panicking. Xiao Luo smiled slightly and removed the needle. Guotaining fell back down on the sofa with a plomping sound. Xiao Luo showed the slender needle in his hand to Guotaining. This is 9 needles. It has been used since ancient times to treat various diseases, and its anesthetic abilities are much better than that of painless delivery drugs. With just 2 needles, you would let the patient feel no pain at all, and as long as the patient doesn't feel pain, their body and muscles will relax. It will not affect the delivery process either, it will just promote the smoother opening of the vagina and ensure the 3rd stage advances earlier, thus ushering in new life sooner. At that point, Guotaining did not dare to underestimate Xiao Luo and with a bit of apprehension, said, For real? I've said this before, Director Gua. If you don't believe it, then we can go to the delivery room for confirmation now. Xiao Luo calmly continued, I will pass this method on to you on the condition that you sign a contract with Huayao Group. This was the real killer move for Guotaining. The impact of the death of his ex-wife was huge on Guotaining, and he vowed that he would develop a truly painless delivery method during his lifetime. Xiao Luo was now prescribing the correct medicine to the wound with the 9 needles, and Guotaining could use it as a channel to benefit society. If you are telling the truth, then I will sign a contract with Huayao Group, Guotaining said seriously. He held on to his glasses. All right. Xiao Luo smiled. He had managed to take Guotaining down. Everyone had their weaknesses, and Guotaining's was too obvious. It was recorded down in his basic information, yet no one else had been able to make use of it. Tien. Para 2, Guataning's trigger, the actual word used was which is a metaphor for the inverted scales underneath a dragon's neck that when touched would make the dragon angry. The old hospital compound of the City Women's Hospital was relatively old. The delivery room was on the 5th floor, and compared to the other hospitals, it was considered somewhat run down. The sound insulation was not particularly good, and standing outside the delivery rooms, one was able to hear the bursts of cries from expectant mothers inside. In present times, the national policy encouraged natural birth, and a C-section would usually be avoided, barring exceptional circumstances. Besides, people also knew that natural delivery would be better than that of C-section. It didn't matter if it was the economic view, policy view, or viewed from the child's health perspective, natural delivery was the mainstream method, and the result would be a nightmarish pain during childbirth. Guataning and Xiao Luo put on their sterile gowns, donned gloves and caps, and then changed into surgical gowns and slippers before entering the delivery room. This drew a lot of attention. When the delivery room's doctors and nurses saw the director himself coming in, they came up to welcome him. Guataning greeted them and allowed the doctor on duty to lead them into the delivery room. Upon arrival into the delivery room, there was an overbearing din of howls from the expectant mothers. Even Xiao Luo had trouble coping, and his facial expression became slightly discomfort because of the incessant cries. He could feel the first-hand soul-tearing pain. What? How can this work? Isn't that nonsense? After hearing what Xiao Luo was there for, the doctor on duty in the delivery room objected immediately. Giving birth to a child is not playing house. How can he be allowed to do as he pleases? What if something happens to the mother? Who will be responsible for that? Director, don't make such a mistake. Guataning showed signs of reluctance and asked, Xiao Luo, do you have? Director Gua, if anything were to happen to the expectant mother, then I will take full responsibility for it. We've already signed it in black and white on paper just now, Xiao Luo said, interrupting immediately. Words were easy to say, but Guataning still felt uneasy. After all, the expectant mother was equivalent to 2 lives. It was not like a mouse in the laboratory. If anything were to happen, the responsibility was not something that Xiao Luo could just bear. The hospital would still have to take the primary responsibility. Dr. Liu. Guataning raised his hands and signaled for the doctor on duty to remain calm. Go and call the nurse over. Get ready for any emergency situations. Once the mother shows any signs of abnormalities, she should be sent to the delivery room immediately, he instructed. Director. Just do as I say. Guataning was determined. As long as he remembered his ex-wife committing suicide from the 5th floor, because of the pain that she could not bear, it was as though he were tranquilized. He didn't want this tragedy to repeat itself, so he had an unimaginable desire for this painless delivery method. Dr. Liu had no choice but to agree and proceeded to execute Guataning's orders. Soon, many nurses came over to the waiting room carrying various equipment for emergency treatment. Once there were any indicators from the expectant mother, they would immediately take the corresponding measures. You can start now, Guataning said to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded in response. He stopped in front of an expectant mother lying on the nearest hospital bed and slowly removed the fetal monitor on her body. He asked a nurse to take off the pants and expose her lower back. What is this person doing? He said he could help the expectant mothers achieve a truly painless delivery. Could he be just some conman who picked it up from the internet? There is no such method in this world. How dare he say he can eliminate the pain of expectant mothers completely? The young nurses started talking in hushed voices. Everyone was skeptical and did not believe that Xiao Luo had such an ability. Stop talking and stand by for any emergency treatment. Dr. Liu coughed dryly as a reminder. She had authority in the delivery room, and her cold voice caused all the nurses to shut their mouths and stop talking. Xiao Luo pretended not to hear her as he pulled out a 10 centimeters needle as thin as a strand of hair. He slowly pierced it into the position of the Chongchong acupuncture point with a gentle, soft force. Then, he twirled the needle with his thumb and index finger. The expectant mother, who had initially been howling in pain, immediately stopped. To apply this needle, you need to measure the depth of the coccyx of the pregnant woman. This needle has to be pierced accurately into the last section of the coccyx without any error, and during the application, it has to be light but not too light. If it is too light, then the effect will not be felt, and conversely, it will cause more pain to the expectant mother if it is too heavy. Just a little strength would be great, he said. The first needle will test the skills of your fingers. If Director Guo wishes to master this method, then more practice will be required. Xiao Luo explained the process to Guo while performing the acupuncture. He was not a selfish person, nor was he the living embodiment of Buddha. If permitted, then he would not hold back from giving something back to society. After the first needle, the second needle has to be pierced at the Yangguan acupuncture point on the back. This needle is about speed. It has to be inserted quickly and will sustain the pain relief, Xiao Luo explained. As soon as Xiao Luo stopped talking, the thin needle was already pierced into the Yangguan point at the parturient mother's back. Everyone who was watching was dumbfounded. It was too fast that their eyes could hardly follow the procedure. The needle was as though he had plucked it from thin air, before inserting it into the back of the pregnant woman. From that point on, no one dared to look at Xiao Luo with indifference. Even Dr. Lu was stunned. The speed of his hands was shocking, and the technique was very professional. After the 2 needles were placed, the expectant mother was no longer screaming, and in the end, she could even open her eyes to look around the environment. Guo was feeling a strange excitement in his heart. He quickly called out, "Dr. Lu, quickly ask her how she's feeling." Dr. Lu took over immediately, then walked up and said, "Liang Qiaoli, do you still feel any pain now?" "Not painful. It doesn't hurt at all, doctor." "What is wrong with me? Is this normal?" the expectant mother asked, a little panicked, now that the pain had dissipated. "Quickly give her a fetal monitoring test and check the degree of opening of her cervix." "Okay." A few nurses promptly placed the fetal monitor back on the expectant mother, and in a short time, the results were obtained. "Dr. Lu, the fetal monitor shows that the mother's condition is normal, and the contractions of the uterus are also very regular. The opening of the cervix is normal, and it has dilated to 5 inches. The 2 nurses reported the situation of the expectant mother. Dr. Lu hurriedly asked the expectant mother, "Liang Qiaoli, do you feel like you want to take a SH*T? "Yes, the feeling is getting stronger," the expectant mother replied. "She's going to give birth, quickly send her to the delivery room." Faced with such a scenario, the experienced Dr. Lu quickly made a decision. What? Almost giving birth? Not feeling any pain from giving birth? Everyone in the delivery room was shocked. Guo widened his eyes, and his jaws dropped. He looked at Xiao Luo incredulously. The problems that mainstream medicines could not solve had actually been solved by the young man in front of him with just 2 needles. Once this news got out, the whole medical profession would definitely be shaken by it. Since I'm here now, let's just help all the expectant mothers ease their pain. Director Guo could also use this chance to practice the technique, Xiao Luo said. Great, great. Guo nodded excitedly. Suddenly his eyes were filled with tears. If he had met this young man 10 years ago, then his late wife would not have died. Si Yuding and Lu Yiyao waited anxiously outside. They couldn't stand still and were pacing back and forth, like ants upon a hot pot. Their faces revealed a look of nervousness and apprehension, more than the family members gathered there to wait for the arrival of their babies. It seemed they were still in shock because Xiao Luo had only used 1 needle to convince Guo, but was still in disbelief that it would translate to a painless delivery method. Ting-ting, listen, listen, the women inside have all seemed to stop wailing, Lu Yao gasped, nudging her colleague in surprise. Si Yuding listened attentively and couldn't help but feel flabbergasted as there were indeed no more heart-wrenching screams. Could it be that Brother Luo's method really works? She exclaimed. The two looked at each other, and right at that moment, the cry of a baby came from inside. The delivery room door opened slightly, and a nurse stuck her head out. She asked, "Who is Liang Chali's family member?" "Yes. Here I am." A man who had been waiting outside hurriedly walked over. He had an anxious look on his face. "Liang Chali has given birth to a son, congratulations." "It was a smooth delivery," she said. The nurse congratulated the man and explained, "Both mother and child are safe, but we still need to observe them in the delivery room for another 2 hours, so please continue to wait here a while more." "Oh, thank you, nurse, thank you so much," the man cried, bowing and thanking her profusely. Given birth? The sound of a baby crying could be heard loud and clear, but why had there not been a single cry from the mother during delivery? Wasn't the pain supposed to be unimaginable? Si Yuding and Lu Yao were in a daze as their brains tried to process what was actually going on, because it seemed as if their leader, Xiao Luo, had actually done it. At that point, the doors of the delivery room opened once again. Guotaining and Xiao Luo walked out, the former enthusiastically holding on to the latter's hands with a sincere smile on his face. "Xiao Luo, you've really given me a big surprise. A problem that has plagued the medical field for hundreds of years has been solved by just your 2 needles. It's just amazing, and when we report this method, this year's Nobel Prize will surely go to you. You brought glory to our country, and we can proudly showcase the efficacy of this traditional method and promote it to our friends in the West to benefit all peoples in the world." With just 2 needles, all the pain the parturient mothers were feeling had dissipated, and it had not affected the delivery process at all. Even the delivery process was painless, making it a straightforward process as if going to the toilet. If he had not seen this with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he had been beaten to death. Yes, this was a miracle. There was a fire in Guotaining's eyes, for the young man in front of him had really given him a big surprise. The oath he swore in front of his late wife's grave had finally been realized, and even though it was not something he had personally developed, at least he knew a method existed that could help mothers deliver painlessly. "Director Gua, this is the result of your own research. It has nothing to do with me." Xiao Luo did not want to get the attention and become the focus of the world. Before revealing this technique, he had already figured out the next step, which was to impart the knowledge and practice to Guotaining, a person who had spent a decade trying to make up for his late wife. Xiao Luo intended for Guotaining to be the person who discovered the technique to change the world. Guotaining was taken aback and could not believe that Xiao Luo said he intended to proffer this technique over to him. He quickly waved his hand to decline and said, "No, no, no, this won't do. This method is yours, and I cannot claim the credit." "Director Gua, have you forgotten the contract you made with me?" Xiao Luo responded. "I haven't forgotten. I will sign the contract with you, but I cannot be involved in this technique. Just knowing that such a method exists in my life already means that I will be at ease even if I were to die now," Guotaining said. "This is not the right place to have such a conversation. Let's go to your office to talk," Xiao Luo said, changing the topic. "Right, let's go to my office, after you." Enthusiastically, Guotaining graciously invited Xiao Luo to the office, and all was now well. Hiran, forget just signing a contract with Huayao Group, even if he had to give up his position as director, he would do it. Si Yuding and Lu Yao were in a stupor. They looked at each other in disbelief, and both asked at once, "It's done?" An hour later, Xiao Luo and the two walked out of the administration building together with the contract that had just been signed by Guotaining, who had personally escorted them out himself. A mutual agreement had been reached on the use of the method for painless childbirth. It would be promoted and used by Guotaining for his center and was not to be used to compete for some Nobel Prize in medicine. Guotaining also promised to apply for a patent for Xiao Luo, but these were of no importance to him. Oh my God, am I dreaming? We actually managed to get the sales for the City Women's Hospital. Even Chief Mao and Sister Ling could not manage to secure this, yet we did it. It feels so surreal. Xi Yuding and Lu Yiyao both felt like they were in a dream. It was a sale worth 170 million yen, and it had been secured by their team of just 3 members. They looked towards Xiao Luo with adoring eyes. Brother Luo, you are so amazing. Do you feel alone and cold at night? I can help you warm your bed, Xi Yuding said, winking flirtatiously. If you are missing a bed warmer, then one is definitely not enough, add me in too, hee. Lu Yiyao pitched in, fawningly tucking her hair behind her ears. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and responded, I'm married. It's okay, we can be your mistresses. As long as the first wife doesn't find out about us. Brother Luo, you have captured our hearts with your ability, what is there to be afraid of? The 2 women flirted boldly with their words. Xiao Luo knew they were joking, so he played along and said, sure, wait for me tonight in an open room. Alright, Brother Luo. We will wait for you in bed after washing up our bodies for a threesome. Xiao Luo quivered, these were 2 alluring spirits who had been raised in the hell pits of the sales department. Alright, let's stop joking around. Now that the sales have been closed, I will buy you guys a meal to celebrate, Xiao Luo said. As the leader, he couldn't be stingy. He knew the rules of life. Alright, I want to eat a bear's paw. Mwah. Brother Luo, I want to eat shark's fin. The 2 women chirped, excitedly throwing looks at Xiao Luo. Bear's paw? Shark's fin? Xiao Luo was speechless. At that point, a group of people in suits were walking towards him. They were led by a man who was almost the same age as Chief Mao and brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. It's Cui Yongxing, the head of sales from Renhe Pharmaceuticals, Xi Yuding said, recognizing the man immediately. They are definitely here to sign a contract with Director Gua. Luckily, we came much earlier, Lu Yiyao said. Don't worry about them, let's go, Xiao Luo said. Just as the 2 teams passed each other, Cui Yongxing yelled, stop there. Xiao Luo and the 2 girls stopped and looked back. You guys are here from Huayao Group, aren't you? Why, was it not enough in the morning that they had to send someone here again? You guys at Huayao are really shameless. Cui Yongxing walked over with a contemptuous expression on his face and said, however, you can't take the sales of the City Women's Hospital. Director Gua and I have a deep friendship. He will never let sales to Huayao Group, so go tell that Shen Qingyan to forget about this. Speaking of which, she hasn't even shown up in person and just sent a bunch of rubbish over thinking that she can secure the sales? Are you belittling Renhe Pharmaceuticals or underestimating the friendship between Director Gua and me? This is just hilarious. Cui Yongxing's face was full of contempt and mockery, and one of his subordinates even ridiculed them a few times. They did not see Xiao Luo and his colleagues as a threat at all. In the face of Cui Yongxing's cynicism, Xi Yuding raised the bag in her hand and said, sorry, you're too late because Director Gua has already signed a contract with us. Just who are you trying to bluff? You can continue to be delusional all you want, do you think I will believe it? The cheeky smirk on Cui Yongxing's face made it evident that he did not take them seriously at all. If you can't eat cake, draw a big pie, and it will fill your hunger. This phrase is referring to you. Little girl, you need to practice a few more years, you're just too childish, trying to play such a trick, he sneered. Yes, she is too childish, pitifully childish, Minister Cui, you're so correct. Lu Yiyao said, agreeing with a smile. She had deliberately raised her voice. Haha. Si Yuding gave an effortless smile. Cui Yongxing suddenly lost interest in mocking them and snorted, "It seems that not getting this sale has made you all crazy. You're just two crazy women. Let's go, boys, we've got a contract to sign with Director Gua." With that, he turned and walked off with his subordinates toward the administrative building. "Let's go too," Xiao Luo said. "Brother Luo, why don't we wait here? I am very curious to see what kind of expression Cui Yongxing will have later," Si Yuding said, giggling to herself. "Don't you feel it's pointless?" Xiao Luo responded. "Exactly, it's boring. Brother Luo said that he will buy us a big meal, so why should we waste any more of our time here?" Lu Yao said. "Alright, then." Si Yuding shrugged her shoulders and let it go. In fact, she was really looking forward to seeing Cui Yongxing's twisted face. The three of them walked to the city women's hospital gate, but a shout came from behind as soon as they got there. "Stop." Looking back, Si Yuding couldn't help but break into a bright smile. "Brother Luo, it's Cui Yongxing and his lost boys," she chirped. It seemed as if Cui Yongxing and his subordinates were trying to catch up. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't pay them any attention. Let's go quickly." However, Cui Yongxing and the others still managed to catch up and promptly blocked their way. Because he was running, Cui Yongxing was so out of breath that he was panting like a dog in heat. He bent over and gasped desperately for air. "Chief Cui, what's the matter?" Si Yuding asked sardonically. "Shut up, you be *tch. Cui Yongxing straightened up and yelled at her without any care for his image. He had just lost 170 million in sales, and it was impossible to compare that with any other deal he had. He glared at Xiao Luo with daggers in his eyes and said, "You *shoal, what dirty scheme did you use to make Director Gua sign the contract with you? Out with it." The last part of his diatribe was said forcefully, and he actually looked like he was about to vomit blood. His fat lips were quivering, and his heart was racing as he appeared to be working himself up into a frenzy. Xiao Luo frowned. "Chief Cui, please be careful with your words. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind teaching you how to speak politely." "Speak politely, your mother, you be *starred. You little C*NT, human trash, F*ck your mother and ancestors, F*ck. Cui Yongxing lost all reason and used all the swear words he could think of to insult Xiao Luo. He was dressed in a suit but was shamelessly spewing out vulgarities from his mouth. But his voice stopped abruptly because, without any warning, Xiao Luo kicked him hard in the chest. Pow! Cui Yongxing flew back like a cannonball and slammed into the trash bin on the far side of the road. It caused a racket, as the lid flew off and Cui Yongxing landed with his butt inside of it. He found himself stuck fast in the smelly and dirty trash bin and unable to get out. Xiao Luo had delivered the kick with his right foot, and he held his pose with his leg extended fully, even after Cui Yongxing had been sent flying toward the bin. See. Frightened and staring in shock, Cui Yongyuan's subordinates sucked in their breaths and hurriedly ran across to where their leader had been so unceremoniously dumped. After being initially startled, Si Yuding and Lu Yao gazed longingly at Xiao Luo in worship. "You are so handsome, so cool." The two women were once again starry-eyed. No matter how they looked at him, they felt their leader was super handsome. "Let's go," Xiao Luo said to the girls, finally retracted his leg. "Okay, hee." Si Yuding and Lu Yao giggled and followed Xiao Luo. "Did you hear that the new head of the sales department secured the sales at City Women's Hospital?" "What? How is that possible?" Xiao Luo actually snatched that big order of the City Women's Hospital from Renhe Pharmaceuticals? "It's true. The contract has been signed in black and white, and they're now handing it over in President Shin's office." "Scary, that's just too scary. Just where does this Xiao Luo come from?" Yes, first it was Dubai, and now he's even got the sale to the city women's hospital, and all it took was a few hours. Even if I stretch my imagination, I can't believe how that guy did it. President Shen has won, Vice President Shen has to step down. Xiao Luo also had a bet with Vice President Shen, right? There's a lot of excitement in store. It's just a gamble, they won't take it seriously. How can the Shen family let Vice President Shen step down? And it's even more unlikely that Xiao Luo will really demand Vice President Shen's hand. Doesn't this violate the law? That's true, but it looks like a lot of interesting things will be happening in the company in the days to come. When the news that Xiao Luo and Guotaining had signed a contract spread throughout the Huayao group, the company was in a frenzy. A most unlikely sales order had suddenly come to the Huayao group, and many of the senior management felt like it was surreal or a dream. At 170 million, this was definitely the largest sales order ever achieved by the Huayao group, and the sales had been snatched right from the jaws of its number one competitor, Renhe Pharmaceutical. This was such a rarity, it was simply incredible. Sales department. Su Li's face was ashen and as gray as death. He sat on his seat with his eyes wide open in bewilderment, and kept muttering, "How could this be? How could this be?" Mao Jianni stared blankly at an imaginary point on the office wall, still in a daze, then shook his head and sighed. He picked up a pen and a paper and started to write a letter. In its heading field, he entered the words. Resignation letter. The group leader of the first group, Ling Fei, also had difficulty maintaining her composure. Even though she was busy with her work, she couldn't help but look up to see if Xiao Luo had returned from Shen Qingyan's office. She put away her previous arrogance. From now on, she was no longer the champion of the sales department. The sales of the city women's hospital was enough to make Xiao Luo the new star of sales. After being shocked, she had only one question on her mind, and that was, how did that guy do it? It's crazy, Xiao Luo really broke Vice President Shen's right hand. The chubby girl in the sales department, who was the office gossip queen, a specialist role, suddenly tumbled in like a human ball and shouted out the news in her high-pitched voice. Everyone shrank away as they unconsciously glanced at Su Lu. Su Lu was horrified, and his hands trembled involuntarily. He tried to calm himself down and shouted at everyone, "What are you looking at? Don't you have work to do?" As he yelled, he was quickly packing his valuables from his desk, like a defeated soldier who had lost his armor and preparing to flee. He was in a panic and did not know where to go. His legs were wobbly, and he bumped into several desks before he finally found the right direction. Just as he was about to walk to the gate, he happened to run into Xiao Luo, Si Yuding, and Lu Yao, who were on their way back to the office. Thud. Su Lu dropped to the floor, hurting his knees as he knelt in front of his nemesis. Cold sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall, and trembling, he pleaded, Xiao Luo." Everyone in the sales department was distraught, and they all stood up and looked over at the door. Xiao Luo had truly kept to his word and had already broken the vice president's hand. If that was the case, does that mean that the group leader, Mr. Su, will be facing the same fate? Guan Tong couldn't remember feeling this way about Xiao Luo before, as he was never a cruel person in school. The truth was, back then, he actually did not have a deep impression of Xiao Luo, and all he knew was that this person existed in his class, and they were merely acquaintances. Nobody would have expected Xiao Luo to become such an aggressive and high-handed person after graduation, which was really frightening. "Mr. Su, where are you rushing off to? Are you going to the hospital to get treated?" With an evil smirk on his face, Xiao Luo glared ominously at Su Lu, who was kneeling on the floor and shaking. I. Su Lu slowly lifted his head, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked upon Xiao Luo, and at that moment, Xiao Luo seemed like the devil's incarnation to him. "Oh, by the way, we had a bet, and the wager was your hand, do you remember that?" I guess you are already aware that I have won the bet, so you have to pay the corresponding price. Come, which hand would you like to offer? Xiao Luo mocked. When Sulu heard that, he dropped and lay on the floor, waving his hands pleading for mercy. Then in the next second, he sprang up and got to his knees, and started kowtowing to Xiao Luo. I concede defeat, I truly concede defeat, Xiao Luo. Please don't break my hand, I will never stand against you anymore, please, he cried. In absolute fear, he broke into tears and stammered in a trembling voice. Suddenly an intense smell filled the space, and it made Xiao Luo, Si Yuding, and Lu Yao back away, frowning and holding their noses. Sulu was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Get the F***ck out right now. Xiao Luo felt disgusted, decided not to touch him, and just told him to leave. Thank you, thank you. As if he was saved by God, Sulu scrambled off on all fours from the sales office. He did not even bother to retain any dignity, as he had probably lost his courage and decided to never revisit Huayao Corporation. Xiao Luo returned to his seat, and the entire office went utterly silent. Everyone pretended to be busy with something, but their attention was always on Xiao Luo, just like when a superior was present for work inspection. Brother Luo, here's some water. Si Yuding poured Xiao Luo a warm water cup and handed it to him with a big smile. Thank you. Xiao Luo nodded. Brother Luo, let me massage your back. Lu Yao, too, wanted to bootlick. Xiao Luo replied quickly, there's no need to just deal with your own tasks. Alright, Brother Luo, we're always with you. Please inform us if you have any orders, for instance, warming up your bed, he. The girls continued to tease their young, handsome, and powerful group leader. Xiao Luo could only sigh. Guantong then approached Xiao Luo and sat beside him. You be ****, are you still the same Xiao Luo that I knew from school? Guantong gave Xiao Luo a severe once-over from head to toe and still could not believe that he had suddenly become so capable. Not only did he secure the deal from the maternity and child health care hospital, but he also broke the vice president's hand, which was really terrifying. Why, do I look like someone else? Xiao Luo joked. No, you are still you. Never mind that, let's move on from this. Have you heard about Guo Qinghe? He was arrested for his involvement in MLM activities, and he will be charged in the court soon, Guantong said, shifting the topic to Guo Qinghe out of the blue. Oh, when will that be? Xiao Luo pretended that he was totally unaware of the case and took a sip of water, feeling a little guilty. After all, he knew better than anyone about Guo Qinghe's arrest. Guantong replied, it's pretty recent, probably a few days ago. I also heard that he had lured your, Zhao Mingqi, into the MLM organization. That *** truly deserves the hammer of justice. He was infuriated by Guo Qinghe's evil deed. Yup, he totally deserves it. Xiao Luo agreed and nodded. That's right, I am so relieved that the police is finally going to deal with the MLM organizations in Shanghai City head-on. Guantong was smart about not bringing up Zhao Mingqi anymore. Alright, that's about it, I'm off to work, he said, after seeing Ling Fei walking toward them. He promptly got up and left for his place. Ling Fei approached Xiao Luo, and she stared right at him with her pretty eyes, with a somewhat quizzical look. She did not speak, and neither did Xiao Luo. He wasn't inclined to and was not intimidated by Ling Fei's stare, so he looked right back into her eyes. They both kept silent and stared at each other for some time. Everyone in the office looked at each other and were stunned, then they discreetly started their discussions unseen. Sis Ling was initially our star employee in the sales department, now that Xiao Luo has snatched the title so soon after joining us, so I guess Sis Ling must be very pissed now. They won't actually start a fight, will they? Well, that's always a possibility, but they would definitely get into it if they continue their stare-off. Everyone became very nervous once again. Ling Fei finally spoke. Congratulations, Xiao Luo. I have underestimated you. Thank you. Xiao Luo nodded and replied graciously. I will reclaim my title next month. Ling Fei said, showing grit and determination. Ha ha ha, well said, I'll be expecting that. Xiao Luo was never interested in this title in the first place. He would not have bothered to get involved in the deal with the maternity and child health care hospital if Mao Jiani and Shen Xingqing had not messed with him, regardless of how well-paying the reward was. Ling Fei did not continue the conversation and left just like that. Xiao Luo planned to continue playing his Minesweeper game. It was not the time to knock off yet, since he was already present at the company. He might as well clock in some office time, and a few games would serve as the perfect way to kill time. Si Yuding had seen Mao Jiani packing his stuff in his office earlier, and she came over to Xiao Luo and murmured, Brother Luo, Mr. Mao seems to be resigning, then his position will be yours for sure. Wow, Brother Luo, we have indeed chosen the right leader to follow. You are so impressive and attractive, I would follow you everywhere, for anything, including to your bed, hee, Lu Yao purred. She was becoming more flirtatious, perhaps even promiscuous, and it did help that she was well endowed with a beautiful face and sexy body. Xiao Luo did not react to her flirting as he replied, the president had indeed said that she would like me to replace Mao Jiani, but I have rejected. Why? Both girls were confused as they felt Xiao Luo had wasted the chance for an easy promotion, and one never knew when such an opportunity would come around again. It doesn't matter, I just want to have an easy life here. Xiao Luo did not mind that his subordinates would laugh at his reply. After all, working in Huayao Corporation was Su Li's idea, and he was simply here for her sake. What? Both Si Yuding and Lu Yao gave him an incredulous look, and they were totally dumbfounded. I'm knocking off, I shall excuse myself now, if I may, Xiao Luo said, glancing at the clock. He switched off his computer and gathered his things to leave the office. Brother Luo, when will you come to the office again? Si Yuding called out after him. That depends on my mood. Xiao Luo waved back and left. Depends on mood? What on earth? The entire office was shocked. For who didn't want to come to work, depending on their mood? Undoubtedly, Xiao Luo's privilege had indeed ruffled some feathers. It was 7 o'clock, and the sky has turned dark. Xiao Luo kept his promise of going out with Su Li and Su Xiaobei, and Su Li's personal assistant, Luo Pingxiang, also went along. As they wanted to avoid any potential paparazzi's attention, they traveled in Xiao Luo's trumpchi. Su Li wore a white puff-sleeved top, which made her look young and charming. She sat quietly in the back seat, observing the passing scenes through the window. Luo Pingxiang was also in the back with Su Xiaobei squeezed in between them. Her tiny rosy cheeks were soft and delicate. She had a braid on one side of her head, and the air bangs across her forehead, making her look really cute. With her white skirt and laced socks, she resembled a Disney princess from the world of fairy tales. She was brimming with excitement and feeling elated about this family outing. Where shall we head to for dinner? Xiao Luo asked Su Li for her suggestion. Up to you. Su Li answered with her usual cold voice. Xiao Luo raised his brows as he knew that he would end up having to make the call. Then he asked Su Xiaobei, Xiaobei, what would you like to eat? Xiaobei would eat whatever daddy eats, Xiaobei replied joyfully. Xiao Luo shrugged as he was still not getting any answers. When he turned to Luo Pingxiang, she was smiling and seemed like she had anticipated it, and spoke to him first. Mr. Xiao Luo can make the call, sis, and I will follow your plans today. You'll be paying for the expenses tonight. Qing Yan told me that you just earned a commission of 17 million, Su Li said. When she mentioned it, she was clearly beaming with pride as her man had finally achieved something significant, and he was worthy after all. With his first bucket of gold, there would be more to come, and that gave her a great sense of gratification. 17 million? Oh my gosh, Mr. Xiao Luo, you're making a fortune now. Luo Pingxiang was quite shocked, and her face was awash with envy. Xiao Luo was speechless as he thought that Shen Qingyan was pretty gossipy. But when he thought about Su Li and Shen Qingyan's relationship, he could understand why. Su Xiaobei frowned and used her fingers in an attempt to count 17 million, which failed unsurprisingly. She scratched her head and asked, Su Li, Mommy, how many packets of seaweed can Daddy buy with his salary? Su Li considered for a moment and replied, probably as many as a mountain. How tall is a mountain? As tall as the apartment we stay in. Wow, we can buy so many. Daddy's awesome. Su Xiaobei could finally visualize the concept of 17 million, and she praised Xiao Luo with a big smile. Xiao Luo was very amused by Su Xiaobei's joyful outburst as he looked at her from the rearview mirror, and he did feel good hearing her praises of him. About half an hour later, they have arrived at one of the busiest towers in Shanghai City, Huijin Tower. Huijin Tower is located at the center of the central business district, and it offered a mix of dining, recreational, and shopping facilities all in one building. It provides everything one could ask for, and the average expense here was naturally relatively high. The patrons here include the rich, students, white collars, gold collars, or ordinary salaryman. People also come here to window shop, but not everything in this building was expensive, so the average spending here was still pretty acceptable for ordinary folk. Xiao Luo had reserved a table at 3-sauce simmer pot, which was uniquely fresh and delicious. On top of that, it was also a nutritionally balanced meal with both meat and vegetable ingredients. After they parked at the underground car park, Su Li wore a baseball cap and a face mask to avoid being recognized in public. Her long, lush hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her ears were hidden under her locks, which made her look rather seductive. Xiao Luo couldn't help commenting on Su Li's dressing. You look quite odd, he said. It's none of your business. Su Li was offended as this was the attire that she had specifically selected for the occasion to remain discreet. How could it be odd? Shouldn't it be fashionable? You know nothing about looks, she retorted. Xiao Luo smiled awkwardly and said, I just thought that you might attract more unwanted attention, and that's counterproductive. Su Li thought about it and said, never mind that, remember to pick a quiet corner at the restaurant later. Xiao Luo nodded in acknowledgement. However, he was intrigued by Su Li's look as he recalled her wearing sunglasses that night at the Wild Wolf Mountain. He really wanted to ask if she could see at all. At 3-sauce simmer pot, Su Li had purposely lowered her cap and covered her eyes, so nobody would pay her any attention. The waiters in the restaurant only thought that her look was rather unique. After getting seats near the window, Su Li looked at Xiao Luo triumphantly, as if saying, look, I didn't attract any attention, right? Xiao Luo chose to ignore her taunt and prompted the girls to have a look at the menu. He asked them to order first, and Su Li did not go easy on his wallet at all. She had ordered every single most expensive side dish available. While waiting for the food to be served, Xiao Luo surprisingly started chatting with Su Li for once. He asked, Miss Su, you said that you'll be busy soon. Will you be filming or going for a publicity tour? Luo Pingxiang was very smart, and she chatted and played with Su Xiaobei to not interrupt Xiao Luo and Su Li's conversation. Su Li was pleasantly surprised as Xiao Luo was finally asking about her work. A new film, we will start the filming at the end of the month, she replied. How long would it take? Xiao Luo took a sip of the malt tea and asked. He was actually concerned as he would have to be Su Xiaobei's primary caretaker during the period that Su Li would be busy. About 2 months, I would be back on Mondays if I'm free. I'll leave Su Xiaobei to you, and please take good care of her. Su Li took a sip of the lemon-infused water and said, if I ever discover that she has lost weight or become sick, you'll get a pay cut depending on the situation. She realized that this did not sound appropriate the moment she said it, as her man was probably rich enough to forego her tiny pay. Sure enough, Xiao Luo coughed dryly and said, I think we've discussed before, you don't have to pay me every month actually. That's what you think, I don't want to owe you any favor. Suli said, on top of that, you're a man, and you need your own career. You cannot dwell on your 17 million and stay there forever, I would look down on you if you ever do that. Xiao Luo smiled and did not reply. At this moment, a group of boys and girls sat down at the table near them. They were young and bursting with energy. Xiao Luo frowned as these people were none other than his juniors. He had talked to them when he went back to his alma mater, under Yu Jiangu, his ex-form teacher's relentless persuasion. The girl sitting right opposite him was Guan Yilan, who had a debate with him about whether Sima Yu or Zhu Kiliang from the Three Kingdoms was the wiser. Why were they here too? Xiao Luo was a little troubled. If these people were to recognize him, they would definitely come over to greet him. There were a few of them, and they would definitely make a commotion, then Suli would be exposed, and chaos would ensue. What's wrong? Suli asked, noticing the change in Xiao Luo's expression. It's nothing, I'm feeling a little sick. I'm borrowing your mask. Xiao Luo replied awkwardly as Guan Yilan looked over to his side. He took Suli's black mask on the table quickly and put it on. Seeing that Xiao Luo had conveniently put on her mask so quickly, with the reason of feeling a little sick, Suli blushed after a short pause. Then she was a little flustered as it was a mask that she had just used, so it was a rather personal item as it had come into close contact with her lips and nose. However, it was being worn by Xiao Luo now and sticking onto his lips and nose directly. If another person had done this to her, she would immediately snap it off and give that person a big tight slap. It seemed he was clearly taking advantage of her. Although it was Xiao Luo who had done this, she still found it very difficult to accept. Even though they were supposed to be a married couple, Xiao Luo was still an unfamiliar man to her after all. Luo Pingxiang was also stunned, but she only chuckled, covering her mouth, and said, Mr. Xiao Luo, you look great with that mask. What on earth are you talking about? Are you lying through your teeth? Suli reproached Luo Pingxiang, then she turned to Xiao Luo and said, give it back. Her entire face was blushing, and even her ears were red. She obviously did not want to admit that there could be droplets of her saliva left on the mask. Xiao Luo coughed and said, Miss Su, don't be so petty. I'm just borrowing it, not destroying it. Borrowing it? Could a person you borrow a face mask? Suli was a little annoyed as she assumed that Xiao Luo did this on purpose. He definitely was not feeling sick and just wanted to use her mask. But why did he want her mask? Did he have some fetish for face masks? Similar to how pedophilias would have some fetish for children? As she thought of that, the words came right out of her mouth, unfiltered. Do you have some sort of fetish for face masks? She hissed. Xiao Luo was shocked and wondered what the heck she was thinking about in that head of hers. He gave up trying to deceive Suli and explained, the students over at that table are known to me, and I am wearing a mask to prevent them from recognizing me and coming over to greet me, get it? I don't mind that, in fact, but what about you? They will definitely recognize you, the famous superstar. So, if they start to make a commotion, do you think that we can still enjoy tonight's dinner free of fuss? Suli looked over to Xiao Luo's shoulder and saw a bunch of young faces. There were college boys and girls who probably eat out once in a while. Knowing that he was speaking the truth, she returned her gaze at him and said, don't you dare leave your saliva on that mask. Although it was against her will, she had no better solution than letting Xiao Luo wear her mask. Rest assured, I'll get a brand new one for you later, Xiao Luo replied. Suli thought that it was reasonable as buying a new one makes more sense indeed. She could not be possibly wearing the one Xiao Luo had used, which was quite unhygienic. On top of that, how was that different from kissing indirectly? Pingxiang, get a new mask from the nearby shops now, she said. All right, sis. As her personal assistant, Luo Pingxiang was very familiar with this sort of errand. When they were out, on top of meeting Su Li's daily needs, a part of her job included preventing Su Li's identity from being exposed to the general public and attracting unnecessary attention. Once Luo Pingxiang left on the errand, Xiao Luo thought that it would be wiser to face away from Guanyin and her friends. With that thought, he stood up and took Luo Pingxiang's seat. Now he was sitting next to Su Li. Both Su Li and Su Xiaobei were stunned, and Su Xiaobei whined, "Daddy, Beibei is sitting alone now." She sat on her seat and stared at Xiao Luo with her big baby doll eyes. She meant to say that Xiao Luo had ditched her and sat with her mummy. "Sweetie, don't be afraid, Daddy and Mummy are right here. When Sister Pingxiang comes back, she'll sit with you," Xiao Luo said, trying to coax her. The little girl started to throw a tantrum and was even about to cry. "Does Daddy no longer love Beibei?" she whimpered. Xiao Luo felt very stressed, and he tried to comfort her and said, "No, Daddy will love Xiaobei always. Daddy is just playing a game with Mummy, don't cry." "Oh." Su Xiaobei nodded and stopped crying, but her big eyes still looked rather red. Now that he had settled the little one, there was still a big one. Xiao Luo tried to be composed and took off his mask without responding to Su Li's stare. "Our food has been served," he announced. However, the waiter holding the tray of food walked past their table, and he was evidently not serving their table yet. Ugh! Xiao Luo felt so foolish, and he promptly decided to play with Su Xiaobei. He rubbed her tiny nose and cheeks, then patted her head, and she appeared to be enjoying that. Humph. Su Li looked away from Xiao Luo as she wasn't very comfortable with him sitting so close to her. Although it was not very natural, she could smell the scent that belonged to a man from such close proximity. She was not too resistant to it at all. When Luo Pingxiang returned from buying a face mask, all the side dishes and ingredients had arrived and simmered to perfection. Upon opening the lid, a fragrant aroma exploded from the pot and stirred their appetites. Xiao Luo picked some prawns, beef slices, and a chicken thigh for Su Xiaobei and said to her, "Xiaobei is growing up, so you have to eat more meat." "Okay, Daddy." Su Xiaobei nodded obediently. She had a larger napkin tied around her neck, which made her look really adorable. "It's delicious and nutritious, a perfect combination of meat and vegetables that is so refreshing. It's truly a tasty dish. Mr. Xiao Luo, your recommendation is great." Luo Pingxiang praised Xiao Luo's decision after tasting the food. Xiao Luo smiled and did not speak. "Why are you praising him? He didn't cook this, it's this shop that deserves the credit," Su Li carped, raining on Xiao Luo's parade. After they were done with dinner, they walked around in Huijin Tower to help with digestion and booked 4 movie tickets. It was a foreign movie with an educational theme, and it was suitable for families. They did not see Guanyin and the rest of her friends again. Once they were at the cinema, Su Xiaobei became very excited, and she stared at the gigantic screen with her eyes wide open. She had virtually no resistance to any form of animated films. "Su Xiaobei, do not yell and cheer later regardless of how excited you are, alright?" Su Li reminded Su Xiaobei to be well-behaved in the cinema. "Why, Mummy?" Su Xiaobei asked, feeling a little confused. "You should always consider others' feelings when you are in public and not only care about yourself. If you are the source of nuisance to other people who are watching the movie, then you are at fault, and you ought to apologize to others," Su Li said. Okay, I got it, I will not yell," Su Xiaobei replied. She took Su Li's advice to heart, although she seemed to be still confused. Xiao Luo patted her head and praised her. When the movie just started playing, there was a commotion in the front row. A man was speaking on the phone loudly, then he started munching on his popcorn and laughing loudly. He also called again and took a snapshot of the silver screen, probably uploading it to his social media. His selfish act was very inconsiderate to the people around him, and some started to complain. "Daddy, didn't Mummy say that we should not be noisy in the cinema?" Su Xiaobei whispered at Xiao Luo's ears. Su Li coughed, and had the lighting in the cinema been brighter, anyone could tell that her cheeks were blushing red. She was feeling awkward and angry at that man in the front row. Maybe he had forgotten about it, Daddy shall remind him. Xiao Luo smiled and touched the back of the seat that man was sitting on lightly. His inner force penetrated through the seat and flowed to a specific spot on the back of that man. The noisy man who was yelling and laughing earlier was suddenly in a state of silence and stasis. He was leaning forward slightly and seated upright, a posture typical of moviegoers. Nobody noticed if anything was odd. Su Li witnessed the entire scene, but she could not tell if something was wrong. One moment the man at the front row was boisterous and distracting, and the next, the man had suddenly quietened down and become as quiet as a corpse. How did that happen? Xiao Luo seemed to have just casually touched the back of his seat, and she could not figure out what was so special about his action, but it worked. Su Xiaobei snickered and chuckled a lot during the movie's funny segments, but she remained pretty quiet most of the time. So, in essence, she had kept her promise and behaved very considerately. When the movie ended, it was already 10:30 p.m. The little girl was still very excited and full of energy, so Su Li decided to check out the sitemap for places of interest in Huijin Tower. "Oh, let's go skating, we'll book the entire rink," she said. She spoke directly to Xiao Luo and meant for him to book the entire rink. Xiao Luo had no objection, since money was not a concern at all. On top of that, Xiaobei seemed to be excited about skating too. He wouldn't break a sweat booking the entire mall for her, let alone just a skating rink if that was her wish. The skating rink was located on the 5th level, and it was an indoor rink. It was very spacious with a wave-like runway in the middle, where many skilled skaters showed off various eye-catching stunts. There were many skaters in the rink. Some of them were skating backward, some skated in a line holding hands, while some were just trying to learn to skate. The entire rink was bustling and lively with upbeat music in the background, and it was quite a sight to behold. The rink owner had received a substantial sum of money from Xiao Luo and was instantly servile in his manner toward Xiao Luo. After receiving the money, he hurried to turn the music off and shouted urgently into the mic, "There's a fire in the mall. Everyone, clear the premise, hurry, run before it's too late. The emergency exit has been opened, run for your lives." His urgent announcement was full of emotion and anxiety, which made it sound like a genuine emergency. Xiao Luo raised his brows and exclaimed, "Impressive." He gave the owner a thumbs up as he would not have thought of such a ploy himself and dubiously rated him somewhat a genius. As a result of the rink owner's announcement, the crowd dispersed like uncaged animals, and every single of them had disappeared within a minute. Thankfully a stampede did not occur, but there were many pairs of roller skates left on the rink, and it was a rather sad scene. "Please excuse me for a moment, sir. I'll grab some new roller skates for you," the rink owner said to Xiao Luo complacently. "Okay, do not allow anyone to come in within this hour, including you and your staff," Xiao Luo responded. The rink owner nodded nonstop and said, "Sure thing, sure thing." Whoever paid the most money got the final say as far as he was concerned, so he would just comply with whatever was asked of him. Clank. After handing over 4 pairs of new roller skates, the rink owner rolled down the rink shutters and stood guard at the entrance with a few staff members. They turned down anybody who wanted to skate for various reasons and told them to come again later. The empty skating rink was now exclusively reserved for Xiao Luo and his 3 companions. With the shutters down, the outside noise was insulated from the rink area, and it became so quiet there that one could hear echoes of his own voice. "You're not skating?" Su Li frowned as Xiao Luo did not attempt to put on the roller skates. "You guys can start first, I need to use the washroom," Xiao Luo replied. He got up, looked around the rink, and walked towards the washroom. When he had returned to the rink again, Su Li, Su Xiaobei, and Luo Pingxiang were already skating happily on the rink. It was understandable that both Su Li and Luo Pingxiang could skate well, but Su Xiaobei was surprisingly skating very well too. She had put on the protective gear and was dashing about on the rink like a little fairy. She was even skating with Su Li hand in hand and was occasionally spinning around her. That was a breathtaking moment. Su Li resembled a graceful dancer from the celestial realm, and she was incredibly stunning. She would surge forward and skate backward randomly, sometimes putting her hands behind like a goddess taking a stroll in the garden. Her interaction with Su Xiaobei was even more mesmerizing. Xiao Luo could not help smiling as he watched them, as he was suddenly impressed by this woman's beauty for the first time. "Daddy, come, let's play together." Su Xiaobei saw him and started to dash at him as she called out to him. However, she was still young and suddenly lost her balance as she impatiently raced toward him and fell down with a loud bump. "Xiaobei." Xiao Luo rushed to her and helped her up. The little girl did not cry but smiled at him when she got up. "Was it painful?" Xiao Luo asked. "Don't worry, Daddy, it was not painful," the little girl said. "Be careful, don't skate too fast," Xiao Luo reminded her. "Okay." Su Xiaobei nodded obediently, pulled Xiao Luo's hand, and said, "Come, Daddy, let's race with Mummy and Sister Pingxiang." Xiao Luo rubbed her tiny nose and said, "Okay." He put on a pair of skates and started skating. He thought it was simple, but he fell unexpectedly after walking for a few steps, landing hard on his bum. "Daddy, are you okay?" Su Xiaobei ran over and looked at him. "I am fine." Xiao Luo replied with an awkward smile. It was really embarrassing and made worse as he had screwed up in front of the ladies. He felt terrible about himself. "Mr. Xiao Luo, have you skated before?" Luo Pingxiang came over and asked in concern. Xiao Luo stood up with her help and shook his head. "It's my first time." "Oh, then falling can't be avoided. If you fall again, don't land with your hands sticking out, you will hurt your wrists easily," Luo Pingxiang said, sharing her experience. "Okay." Xiao Luo smiled and nodded. Swoosh. Su Li approached gracefully to take a short break, stopping right before him. Her curves were divine, like a goddess, and she laughed. "Your landing was a cool move." That was obviously sarcasm. Xiao Luo was left speechless and did not respond to her. "Keep practicing, even Su Xiaobei is better than you. How can you lose to her as her father? That's so embarrassing. By the way, this is only Xiaobei's second time skating." Su Li smiled as the opportunity to smack down on this arrogant guy had given her unparalleled joy. As she finished speaking, she pulled Su Xiaobei away and started gliding out on the gigantic rink, leaving beautiful trails on the rink. "Good luck." Luo Pingxiang also cheered for Xiao Luo and then followed Su Li. "Phew, to think that she was looking down on me." Xiao Luo let out a long sigh and felt awkward. However, he would not waste points on exchanging the skating skills with the system as it was completely unnecessary. He planned to learn it gradually. He observed Su Li's moves closely and processed it mentally, dissecting them into minute parts. When her left leg moved forward, her right leg was propelled her forward and vice versa. When she stopped with one leg, her calf acted as support, and she would then use it to push herself forward. To prevent herself from losing balance, she would bend forward slightly to lower her center of gravity to obtain a more stable posture. As he mimicked her moves closely, he suddenly worked out the method to skate well rather quickly. He could catch up to Su Li after skating around the rink 3 times, and it only got easier as he progressed. And, just like that, he was suddenly in his element and could skate however he liked. Su Li and Luo Pingxiang noticed Xiao Luo's rapid progress, and both of them were surprised when they saw his natural movements that appeared to be as smooth as the flowing water. I must say, Mr. Xiao Luo's ability to quickly learn something is just impressive. In just a few rounds, he's already mastered the essential skills needed to roller skate. The progress he has made is simply incredible. Luo Pingxiang watched Xiao Luo skating in disbelief, and his sudden improvement was actually quite shocking. If she hadn't known that Xiao Luo was just a beginner who fell flat on the floor earlier on, she'd have assumed that he was a professional skater. Su Li's eyes were filled with a different kind of emotion. When she recalled the snide remarks that she had directed at Xiao Luo earlier when he had taken a fall, her cheeks instantly turned red. But still, she was filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat. She could accept that Xiao Luo was better than her in many other areas, but not in roller skating, for it was one of her strengths, as she had been skating since high school. If she couldn't even beat this man, then it would all turn out to be rather embarrassing for her. Help me take care of Su Xiaobei, Su Li said to Luo Pingxiang before she pushed out toward Xiao Luo. As Xiao Luo was still trying to figure out the essential skills needed to properly skate, Su Li suddenly flashed past and overtook him. On top of that, she turned around and shot him a provocative glare. It was just like when you were driving on the road, and another driver overtook you, provoking you to overtake her. The chauvinistic streak in Xiao Luo did not allow him to let this slide. She had looked down on him earlier on, and now in the face of this provocation, Xiao Luo decided that enough was enough. He thought to himself, so you want to challenge me, well, I'm not scared of you. He instantly dashed after Su Li, putting all his strength into his legs and pushing off, bringing his center of gravity slightly forward. In that instant, just like an arrow, his speed increased tremendously. Su Li, noticing that Xiao Luo had taken up her challenge and decided to put up a confident and superior look on her face. She didn't want to lose. Her legs moved in a swift crisscross action, and her gliding speed increased drastically. She was just like a white fox in the wild, and her movements were stunning. The two of them moved at speeds as fast as the wind, with one in front of the other. In the end, both of them were moving in line, with Xiao Luo taking the outer lane. They were like a skating duo, and their movements were elegant and totally in sync. It wasn't just their left and right legs, even the swinging of their arms was in sync as well. It was beauty in motion, no matter how you looked at it. Su Xiaobei was right beside Luo Pingxiang, watching the pair in the rink. Sister Pingxiang, are Daddy and Mummy racing? Su Xiaobei asked, blinking her large eyes in excitement. Yes, it seems like that is the case. Look at their chemistry, even their movements are so in sync, Luo Pingxiang exclaimed. The little girl was eager to join them and said, I want to go as well. Bei, don't go, we'll just watch them from here and see if your daddy or mummy is better, alright? Luo Pingxiang, who was afraid that Su Xiaobei might injure herself if she went, tried to stop her. The little girl was an obedient child and was easily convinced to stay back. In any case, she was more interested in finding out who would win the race instead of joining the race. So, she nodded her head and said, all right. She then clenched her little fists and shouted with all the breath she could muster, Daddy, do your best, Mummy, do your best, but Daddy, try to do a little better. Luo Pingxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was so apparent that she was more biased toward Xiao Luo. Both of their speeds were evenly matched in the rink. Su Li suddenly made a 180-degree turn and started to skate backward while maintaining the original direction, and she did this while maintaining the same speed. Can you do this too? She said, pouting her lips and rushing towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo slowly recalled the actions she did earlier on, chuckled, and said, I can give it a try. After saying that, he made a wrong 180-degree turn, and he stumbled for a few steps, coming off like he was performing Michael Jackson's moonwalk. But after a short while, he managed to reverse skate like Su Li and skated at the same speed as well. Though he did make some mistakes while making the turn, it could still be considered to be relatively smooth. Su Li opened her mouth wide, visibly shocked. Xiao Luo was, only moments ago, still learning the basics of skating, but in just minutes, he was already performing like a professional skater. How was it that this guy could learn something that quickly? All she knew was that Xiao Luo wasn't putting on an act, for there was no reason for him to pretend to be a beginner. She pursed her lips, swiveled around, and continued to skate in a forward-facing position. Then, she made a 90-degree turn and banked into the wavy track in the center part of the rink, without warning. The wavy track had 3 ridges and 2 troughs. A beginner who tried to complete this track was bound to lose balance and fall over. That being said, even a skater who was at a higher level might not have 100% chance of completing this course either. But Suli clearly didn't belong to such categories, for she didn't feel any pressure at all and was able to maintain her balance perfectly well, clearing the wavy track in one try. She then made a dead stop at the other end of the wavy track, turned around, and looked at Xiao Luo, implying that it was his turn to do it. When she looked at a Xiao Luo attempting to rush forward without much thought, she warned him, "Don't rush if you're not confident enough, otherwise, the fall is going to be very painful. Don't worry about it." Xiao Luo laughed a little. The skates he was wearing now felt like any regular shoes to him. Although he was not thoroughly used to it yet, he was at least 80 to 90% comfortable with it. He moved both of his legs really quickly, sped up, and rushed towards the wavy track. Leaning towards one side, he completed the wavy track in one try as well, and just like Suli, he stopped dead at the end of the track and maintained his posture really well. "Daddy is really impressive," Su Xiaobei screamed, clapping happily and cheering. Luo Pingxiang muttered to herself, "Mr. Xiao Luo is way too scary." Xiao Luo was already much better than her, because even she couldn't safely complete the wavy track. Suli furrowed her eyebrows, and her delicate face wore an expression of bewilderment. This guy was good at basketball, could speak multiple foreign languages, could drift race, and was now mastering roller skating. Could it be that he was a genius? "Miss Su, are there any other techniques you'd like to show me?" Xiao Luo said. His intentions were genuine, as since he was already learning it, he might try to master all the techniques while he was at it. As soon as Suli heard that, her face turned dark as she misread his candor and felt like he was trying to show off. "Later, I'll show you the techniques that I've been practicing for 5 years, she replied. Then, she called out to Luo Pingxiang and said, "Pingxiang, go see the boss and ask him to bring me 20 identical cups." "Yes, sis." After receiving the request, Luo Pingxiang rushed toward the front door. Not long after, the skating rink boss and a few of his staff members brought 20 cups and placed them in a straight line, each of them equally apart from one another. "Is she trying to perform figure skating?" The boss didn't leave immediately but stood nearby to watch. Figure skating was a level above regular roller skating. The shoes that their rink provided were inline skates, similar to ice skating shoes, and therefore they allowed one to perform figure skating with them. On an international scene, there were even competitions for this. Some of them competed in terms of speed, while others contended based on form and technique, to see who performed better. With the use of 20 cups as markers, this competition was obviously a technique-based challenge to see who demonstrated a higher level of performance. "Mummy is going to dance soon." Su Xiaobei laughed happily and then obediently sat at a small stone stool at the skating rink side. Just like how she excitedly waited for the movie to start earlier on, she now stared ahead without blinking her eyes and gently swung both of her legs. This was obviously not the first time she watched Suli perform figure skating, and she undoubtedly had high expectations of Suli's prowess in figure skating, otherwise, she wouldn't be this excited. Suli took out her handphone, chose a song, and then placed her phone on the rink floor. A soothing melody started to play, and it evoked beautiful images of the mountains and flowing streams, and with the acoustics of an empty skating rink, it was melodious, immersive, and stirring. As Suli glanced at Xiao Luo, she glided gracefully on her skates, almost as if she was floating, and started to sway elegantly like a white butterfly performing a dance. She placed her hands behind her back first, as she slid through the gates, between the 20 cups like a dragon, following the path of a winding river. Suli moved with the elegance of a classical nymph who had stepped out from a painting. This is interesting indeed, so she's really doing figure skating. The skating rink owner was very keen to observe her figure skating and hid in an inconspicuous corner to watch quietly. He was quite familiar with figure skating, and the movement he had just seen was a level 1 technique, the forward snake, where you moved forward in a snake-like pattern while passing through the markers. Next should be a forward cut, followed by the backward snake, and then the backward cut, and double S. These are movements that are of a level 1 difficulty, the rink owner muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. And the situation was as to how he had predicted it to be. After completing the forward snake movement, Suli turned around immediately, and after weaving through the gates with her legs still facing forward the first time, she now switched to the backward snake movement and slid through the course with her legs facing backward. Midway, she kept her feet together to form an S shape and weaved through the gates to complete the second lap. She performed 2 different actions in one round trip, and they were executed in a smooth, natural, and aesthetically appealing style. "It's your turn," Suli said, as she skated back toward Xiao Luo. She refused to believe that he could do this as well. "I've seen this kind of videos on the internet before. What are these kinds of movements called?" Xiao Luo asked. "Figure skating, there are international competitions like this," Suli said. "Oh, right, I got it." Xiao Luo nodded his head, and then pushed off, gradually increasing his speed, as he tried to recall all the movements that Suli had just done. Xiao Luo weaved through in a serpentine pattern, hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll in a garden. Was this not enough to stop him as well? Suli refused to believe what she was seeing. She initially thought Xiao Luo would back out, knowing that this was way too tough for him, but she was quite taken aback when Xiao Luo actually started moving forward. On top of that, he weaved through the gates in what seemed like a well-practiced forward snake movement. It was hard to believe that this was possible unless he was naturally born with this kind of skating ability. "Wow, Daddy can perform this kind of dance as well," Su Xiaobei said, blinking her eyes and looking really surprised. Luo Pingxiong, likewise, was utterly shocked. It felt like she was looking at a legendary genius that only appeared once in 100 years. It had only been 10 minutes at most, and Xiao Luo had turned from a bungling novice to a professional who could even perform figure skating. His ability to learn was simply out of this world. It was as if he could just imitate another person's movements. After finishing the forward snake, Xiao Luo did all the other movements that Suli had done earlier. Not surprisingly, the 20 cups remained in exactly the same position. This could only mean that Xiao Luo passed through the gates without touching a single one at all. Although they were all just level 1 movements, it was enough to surprise everyone. "Miss Su, my movements were all correct, right?" Xiao Luo asked, and it was merely because he had developed a strong interest in figure skating that he did. And since Suli was a veteran when it came to figure skating, she naturally became the someone he would ask questions and seek advice. His conscience was clear, and he was not doing this to provoke her on purpose. But Suli felt otherwise and believed that he was trying to show off. She turned around and was rather curt. "All the movements were executed perfectly, but all of them are just level 1 movements. Next I'll increase the level of difficulty," she said. She wanted to see to what extent this man could follow her movements. After looking at the 20 cups arranged in one straight line, Suli took a deep breath and then skated towards them. After passing the first one, she kept her heels closed together and weaved through the gates in an S-shaped pattern as she leaned on one side. Passing the gates using the crab steps, the movements have reached level 2. The rink owner raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered the technique that Suli had just performed. Next, there were 5 more movements, passing through the gates in crisscross crab steps, in a crisscross horizontal feet, with one foot forward, with the X horizontal and X shape, and with the one foot backward techniques. As the level of difficulty increased, the viewing experience increased proportionally as well. Su Li's figure skating was undoubtedly top-notched. In her white shirt, she looked like a surreal dancer, and the performance that she had put on virtually defied the laws of physics. Mummy's dancing is way too beautiful, Bebe really likes it. Elated, Su Xiaobei's eyes were mere slits as she grinned broadly, clapping while cheering with gusto. She narrowed her eyes so much that they looked like a pair of cute crescent moons. Next to Su Xiaobei, Luo Pingxiang clapped her hands excitedly and cheered for Su Li. "Sister, you're way too impressive." Deep down, Luo Pingxiang knew that she could never perform something like this. While figure skating had its own unique charm, the most she could do was skate around on the rink. Of course, she had always wished to skate freely in the rink and perform various movements like a dancing butterfly, but knew that she could never do something like that. She was neither talented nor did she have the time to practice and learn. Huh. Su Li straightened up, turned her head, and stared at Xiao Luo. She had a blank expression on her face, but it was rather obvious why she reacted in this manner. Xiao Luo didn't say anything as well. He tried his best to recall Su Li's movements and skated towards the 20 cups without much hesitation. The first movement, passing through the gates using the crab steps. The second movement, passing through the gates using the crisscross horizontal feet pattern. The third movement, passing through the gates, with the 1 foot forward pattern. Like Su Li's shadow, he performed all the different sets of movements that Su Li had done to perfection. Su Li's technical execution highlighted her flexibility and showcased a soft beauty, while Xiao Luo brought forth a firmer and more masculine appeal, at the same time, evoking a similar beauty to the movements. Wow, that's really so impressive, Luo Pingxiang was stunned by the performance and muttered softly to herself. Su Xiaobei had no idea what that meant but only knew that her father was very impressive, so she cheered for Xiao Luo. Su Li could no longer maintain her composure as she had lost to Xiao Luo this time round. She refused to admit defeat and increased the difficulty level of the movements once again. With her white shirt fluttering in the wind, she fully expressed the beauty of figure skating through another inspired performance. Like a soulful dancer, she exuded an unparalleled charm that reached out and touched the soul. Passing the gates using the horizontal bracket pattern and the forward windmill pattern. This is a level 3 movement. The horizontal X-shaped jump and the backward feet crisscross pattern is a level 4 movement. Wait, the difficulty level increased again, passing through the gates while squatting on one leg, and jumping with one leg while making a turn, that is a level 5 move. The rink owner was stunned. He was convinced that this was a professional figure skater in his rink right now, and there was not just one, but 2 of them. To put on such a stunning performance, skaters had to control their balance and movements really well. This was very much like those figure skating videos one saw online. No, it was even more stunning, inspiring, and beautiful as compared to those online. Luo Pingxiang was the one who was the most shocked. She clearly knew that Xiao Luo was a beginner, but from what she saw, Xiao Luo was performing figure skating just like her sister, Su Li. And all Su Li had to do was perform once, and he was able to repeat those moves to perfection. It was unbelievable, in fact, it was ridiculous. Su Li was just as shocked as her. She was sure that Xiao Luo's learning ability could match that of a devil. Who could believe that this guy was just a beginner who fell flat on the ground 10 minutes ago? Just what did you eat while growing up? Su Li couldn't help but ask. It was almost as if she wanted to see through his entire body. Xiao Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry and replied, "Rice, of course, what else could I have eaten?" Su Li was utterly shocked. She looked at Xiao Luo with her eyes wide opened and she didn't blink at all. She thought this guy's learning ability was through the roof. Just 20 minutes ago, he was merely a bumbling novice at skating, but now he's suddenly even performing figure skating. What else could she say? He was basically a demon. Are you always able to learn everything so quickly? She asked. Xiao Luo shook his head. No, not really, he replied. But all it took for you was 10 minutes, and you're already a very accomplished figure skater. Suli couldn't hide her shock. Just thinking of the fact that she had taken a good 5 years to master all of her techniques got her exasperated, so much so that her face started to turn red and hot. All this guy took was 10 minutes, and he could already match all the hard work that she had put in over the 5 years. I suppose, maybe, I have some kind of talent in this area. Xiao Luo offered an explanation and laughed bashfully. It was all thanks to the physique of the king of mercenaries' ability and the constant conditioning of his mind and body. These undoubtedly provided him with half the skills required to skate well, as it was an activity that required balance and coordination of the different parts of his body. Suli was dumbfounded, and she had to admit that there was no other explanation for it. Suddenly, a staff member of the roller skating rink could be seen running toward the rink owner, who had been hiding at a corner, admiring the figure skating. Boss, things are not looking good. Some of the customers that we tricked have returned. Now they're outside, and they're shouting and threatening to destroy our skating rink. They have a whole bunch of people out there, and we're no match for all of them, the staffer cried. What did you say? They're threatening to destroy our skating rink? Did they all eat bear's heart and leopard's gall for them to have the courage to do that? The rink owner became really angry when he heard this, pulled out the cigarette from his mouth, threw it onto the floor, and stepped on it. Let's go, we'll go, and meet them. Let's see who these people are to have the guts to destroy your big brother's rink. I'll scr*w them up alive. He unbuttoned his collar, revealing a blue dragon tattoo that could be partly seen emblazoned on his chest. As he was a gang member in the past, he had a bit of a quick temper. Suli could sense that something was not right and told Xiao Luo about it. Xiao Luo then rushed toward the boss and shouted, Boss, we're done with the rink, we're leaving now. Brother, don't worry about it, you just enjoy yourselves. It has barely been half an hour. People like us who do businesses take our promises seriously. I can't let you waste your money like that. I'll just go shout at those noisy brats outside, and they'll leave immediately. I promise they won't annoy you and ruin the fun you're having, the rink owner responded, patting his chest as he stormed toward the front door. This boss had morals, indeed. Xiao Luo thought to himself, cocking an eyebrow as he glanced at the man walking off. Change your shoes, let's leave this place, Suli said. Xiao Luo nodded his head. Since he was here today, to accompany Su Xiaobei and Suli, he left all the decisions for Suli. Just as they were changing their shoes, one of the emergency exits of the roller skating rink was barged open. 6 or 7 boys and girls started rushing in. There, you see. They were lying to us, what renovation are they doing here? There's barely a few people in here. Is the boss of this place a dimwit or what? We are trying to give him business and money, but he doesn't even want it. No, I think these people here must have booked the entire rink. These boys and girls barged in without any fear, and they were brazenly making comments loudly without much respect. The moment he had a closer look at the group of boys and girls, the look on Xiao Luo's face changed. He thought to himself how small the world indeed was, for these kids were no strangers to him. They were the schoolmates of Guan Yilan that he had seen earlier at the 3-sauce simmer pot restaurant. It was already this late, and yet these kids were still hanging out in the mall. He sighed, thinking just how much they were really just like him back in the days. Hey, isn't that Senior Xiao Luo? One of the girls noticed Xiao Luo and shouted with surprise. Her shout drew everyone's attention to Xiao Luo. Guan Yilan, who was right in front of the group, shouted, Yes, it is Senior Xiao Luo. Guan Yilan was a self-professed follower of Xiao Luo, and if she said it was Xiao Luo, then it had to be him. She would never mistake Xiao Luo for someone else. Instantly, everyone rushed toward Xiao Luo without any hesitation. Senior Xiao Luo, it is you indeed, I'm so happy, I'd never imagined that I would be able to meet you here. Guan Yilan was really excited. After Xiao Luo's lecture, her attitude and temperament had changed quite a bit. She was no longer that arrogant and had learned that, no matter how strong one was, there would always be another out there stronger. She was having dinner with her classmates because she'd be graduating after this semester and was taking the chance to improve her relationship with classmates that she could get along well with. One of the boys suddenly screamed, "Senior Xiao Luo, this must be our sister-in-law, she's so pretty." That goes without saying, Senior Xiao Luo is such a talented man, of course, our sister-in-law will be pretty. I hope you're doing well, sister-in-law, we're Senior Xiao Luo's juniors. My name is Gu, OSH*T, Nat. National Goddess Suli, you are the Goddess Suli, right? The other guy was going to introduce himself, but after taking a closer look at Suli's face, he became so shocked and excited that he started to stutter. What? Guan Yilan and the rest turned their heads and looked towards Suli. After taking a look at her, all of them were stunned. One of the guys could not even hold on to his drink, and it slipped from his hand. Suli looked every bit a goddess in her white outfit and with her luscious black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her fair skin was unblemished and as pure as snow, and her exquisite and beautiful face exuded a beauty that made one's heart pound. A superstar that could only be seen on TV and on the covers of magazines now stood there right in front of them. She was just within touching distance, and these students were thrilled. They felt like they were in a dream and could hardly breathe. Xiao Luo felt overwhelmed, coughed a bit, and said, "She's not Suli, she's just someone who looks just like Suli." Senior Xiao Luo, look at you lying without batting an eyelid. We're all baking sodas, and are avid fans of Goddess Su. Standing right in front of her, there's no way we can't recognize our idol. Oh my God, to think that our Goddess Su is already someone's wife, and they even have such an obedient daughter. My heart hurts. Senior Xiao Luo, you're way too ferocious. You're a role model that I have to look up to. I'll watch and learn from you, and hopefully have the chance to marry a superstar in the future. A few of the boys looked at Xiao Luo and worshipped him. They were this close to kneeling down in front of him. Ahem. Xiao Luo coughed a little in an attempt to hide his embarrassment. Goddess Su, my idol, I finally get to meet you in real life. I'm so excited. I must have gotten the right date on the almanac, to think that I can meet Goddess Su today. I'm so lucky. Needless to say, Guan Yilan and her friends turned all of their attention to Suli. This was a superstar, after all. This was probably the only chance they would have in their entire lives to interact with a celebrity up close. Suli really wanted to leave, but she couldn't. She had to make sure to take care of her own public image, so she laughed and waved at them, "Nice to meet you all." Bang! Suddenly, the main door of the ice skating rink was crashed open. The roller skating rink owner flew in and fell onto the ground. Like a soldier in pain that had yet to fulfill his mission, he shouted towards Xiao Luo, "Brother, I really respect you, but the people outside are way too fierce, I can't stop them at all." Soon after, a swarm of people rushed in like bees. Oh my God, what am I seeing? National Goddess Suli. It is indeed Goddess Su, so it was she who booked the entire rink. Oh my God, I've finally met my dream girl, I want to get her signature, I want to get her signature. Like boiling water, a whole bunch of people started bubbling in. Footnote 1. Baking soda, the name of Su Li's fan club. The look on Su Li and Luo Pingxiang's face changed. They had experienced this sort of situation many times before, and instinctively ran toward the emergency exit. If this horde of frenzied fans surrounded them here, then the consequences would be dire, and they couldn't even imagine what would then happen. While making their escape, Su Li quickly carried Su Xiaobei in her arms. "You guys go first, I'll be right behind you." Xiao Luo ran together with Su Li, and as soon as Su Li and Luo Pingxiang passed through the emergency exit, he immediately closed the door. As there was no lock on the door, he had to use both of his hands to bar the exit. "You must be mad. There are so many people in there, there's no way you can hold all of them back by yourself. Let's go together." Su Li, with Su Xiaobei in her arms, turned around and shouted. Right then, everyone in the skating rink scrambled after them and crowded around the emergency exit. Driven mad by the sight of their idol, the fans banged on the door without a care in the world. They were trying their very best to knock down the barrier that prevented them from meeting their idol. But Xiao Luo held the door firmly, and acting like a colossal lock, he managed to stop them from getting through. All the banging and knocking was for naught. Su Li and Luo Pingxiang were shocked when they saw what happened. The strength of one man was enough to block the surging force of hundreds of people. What kind of national joke was this? "Stop looking, hurry up and go," Xiao Luo urged. "Okay then, you be careful, we'll wait for you in the underground car park," Su Li replied. "Daddy, you should hurry up and come find us too, Bebe will be waiting for you." Su Xiaobei, safely in Su Li's arms, cried out as well, nervously staring at Xiao Luo without blinking. "Alright, go now," Xiao Luo said, giving her an encouraging smile. Her eyes looked like black gemstones as she stared at him, and every single action and smile was enough to touch his heart. This little girl was like a tiny elf that resided inside his heart. Su Li carried Su Xiaobei, and together with Luo Pingxiang, they immediately headed toward the staircase, which led them to the underground car park. As they made their way, they pulled down the peaks of their caps and kept their masks on to hide their identities. They didn't want to risk anyone stopping them along the way. "Seems like it isn't easy being a celebrity at all." Xiao Luo shook his head, and his brows furrowed into a frown. Su Li had earned the privilege of being a glamorous superstar, but had lost the fundamental rights of leading in everyday life. She had to always keep her guard up and be wary of crowds, even for simple activities like having a meal or skating. "Senior Xiao Luo, please open the door. We won't do anything that will harm sister-in-law. All we want is just an autograph from her," a junior screamed, looking at Xiao Luo through a small viewing port on the door. When Xiao Luo heard that, he felt like just punching the guy to death. This junior clearly had a screw loose in his head, or why would he say something like that at such a chaotic time? He was clearly trying to create a scandal for Su Li. Indeed, that statement was like throwing a rock into the lake and sending waves across its calm surface, and as expected, with just that one sentence, a storm had stirred. "What, sister-in-law? You mean Goddess Su has married already? How is that possible? There's no way Goddess Su is married. Oh my god, this is huge news. Quickly contact the media, this will definitely dominate the headlines of major media websites tomorrow." There was a huge commotion among the crowd, and some even took out their phones to contact the media outlets. Others were even more absurd and tried to take Xiao Luo's picture through the viewing port's glass pane. Xiao Luo hurriedly moved to one side and kept his body flushed to the door to avoid the cameras, but both of his arms were still firmly on the door to prevent them from barging in. He had underestimated how crazy these fans could get, as soon, a guy somehow managed to find a fireman's axe. He roared, "Make way for me," and pushed his way toward the emergency exit. He took aim and smashed the axe into the small viewing port on the door, shattering the glass pane. "My!" At #%. Xiao Luo cursed from behind the door. He was not afraid of the fans, but was fearful that they did not even fear death when they went crazy. Xiao Luo figured that Su Li and Luo Pingxiang would have already made it to the underground car park by now. There was no reason to hold the door any longer, so he immediately decided to make his getaway. In just a short while, he arrived at the underground car park and quickly located his car. When he got there, he could only see two forlorn figures, one big and one small. Luo Pingxiang and Su Xiaobei were both crying, and Suli was nowhere to be seen. "Daddy, some bad guys took Mummy away, Daddy, quickly go and save her." As soon as Su Xiaobei saw Xiao Luo, she quickly ran to him and hugged his thigh. She looked up, and tears were rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Luo knelt down to hug her, then turned to Luo Pingxiang and asked, "What happened here?" We just came down, and two guys in black shirts suddenly appeared from nowhere. They popped up right in front of us, knocked Sis out, and carried her away. They were really fast, in just the blink of an eye, they were gone. They were quiet and stealthy, like they were like a ghost. Luo Pingxiang was trembling uncontrollably from the trauma as the two black-shirt men terrified her. The way they abducted Suli was unbelievable, and she was still in a state of shock and was completely disoriented, at a loss of what to do. "What kind of black-shirt guys?" Xiao Luo asked. Luo Pingxiang shook her head, still trembling, and said, I don't know, they covered their faces. Their outfits resembled those ancient assassins you see on TV. Assassins? Xiao Luo grimaced. Memories of the two black-clad assassins he confronted after the racing competition at the Wild Wolf Mountain instantly flashed in his mind. Based on Luo Pingxiang's description, especially the quiet and stealthy part, Xiao Luo was 90% sure that they were one and the same. Were they coming after him? There was a look of contemplation in Xiao Luo's eyes. "Daddy, please go and save Mummy, Bebe is really scared," sob. Su Xiaobei cuddled in his arms, crying. "Don't worry. You go and have a good rest, and when you wake up, Mummy will be back," Xiao Luo reassured her. "Really?" Su Xiaobei said in between sobs and wiping her tears with her sleeves. "Yes, I promise." Xiao Luo put his finger to her forehead and lightly touched her eyebrows. The little girl fell asleep immediately in his arms. He took out the car keys, opened the doors, and lightly placed Su Xiaobei in the back seat. Then, he passed the car keys to Luo Pingxiang and said, "Bring her back first. Leave Suli to me." "Mr. Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo raised his hand and cut her off. "You don't have to say anything else, just do as I say and wait for me at home. Take good care of Xiaobei," he said. Luo Pingxiang nodded her head, took the car keys from him, and opened the door to the driver's seat. Xiao Luo took out his handphone and dialed Ji Xiying's phone number. "Xiying, are there any updates regarding the two assassins that I wanted you to investigate for me?" I can confirm that it has nothing to do with the MLM organization. The two assassins seem to be linked to Yang Yuanzhong from Huangpu Entertainment, Ji Xiying said. Yang Yuanzhong? Xiao Luo tried to recall where he'd heard that name before. "He is the father of Yang Hongji, the guy who went crazy because he was scared by you, Mr. Xiao Luo," Ji Xiying pointed out. Xiao Luo finally understood what was going on here. He would never have imagined that Yang Hongji's father would have an identity like this. With two such subordinates, he must have a high level of power and authority as well. It just seemed like this world was very much like a martial arts society, where many powerful fighters and leaders remained incognito. Suburb of Shanghai City, Bode Villa. In the silent night, the mansion evoked a sense of grandeur and tranquility under the enchanting light of a bright full moon. The craggy rocks that formed the garden landscape, the ripples of the artificial lake, and the calm surface of the swimming pool, they all just seemed so much more serene under the illumination of the bright night sky. It was Yang Yuanzhong's Bode Villa. Besides the watchdogs located inside the villa compound, at least a dozen bodyguards patrolled the perimeter. They were separated into two shifts, and regardless of day or night, they were constantly patrolling the premises and were responsible for the villa's security. At the far end of the expansive garden, the largest villa was well lit among a cluster of buildings, sending streams of light across the quiet compound. The word happiness was conspicuously posted everywhere, and it gave off a festive feel to the surroundings. A strange buzzing noise emanated from within the villa, echoing across the open space in the dead of night. Sully was stirred by the piercing sound, and she awoke from her state of unconsciousness. She had a painful expression on her face when she awakened, coming from the throbbing pain and soreness she could still feel around her neck. She took a closer look at where she was and realized that she was in the middle of a cavernous hall. The hall was extensively adorned with red decorations, and it appeared like the place was bathed in a blazing fire to her. The setting itself was reminiscent of an ancient marriage ritual hall. When she looked down, she realized that her outfit had been changed to a red bridal gown, and she was wearing a weighty headdress. To her horror, she also realized that she was also tied to a chair. She wondered just where on earth she was at that moment. Unlike many other girls, she did not scream immediately. She could clearly recall in her head that someone had knocked her out and taken her away. In her stupor, she felt like all the things she was experiencing right now felt more like a dream and surreal. Poop. He, I want to eat poop. The sound of a giggling man could be heard, and Sully felt a shudder. She turned her head to take a look. Her pupils started to dilate in abject shock, and she unintentionally called out the man's name. Yang Hongji? Yang Hongji was dressed in a traditional groom's outfit that was in black. He wore a groom's wedding hat, and a corsage of fiery red-colored flowers adorned his vest. Yang Hongji was sitting in a chair next to her and holding a lollipop and happily licking it. His eyes were unfocused, and he had a foolish smile on his face. With just one look, one could tell that this man was in a mentally unstable state. This jerk had really gone completely mad. Sully opened her mouth slightly, and she found it quite hard to believe what she was seeing. She had heard something regarding Yang Hongji but just brushed them off as mere rumors. Besides, it was not like she really cared about Yang Hongji, so she didn't take the trouble to go and find out more about it. But now that she was looking at Yang Hongji right in front of her, she was convinced that Yang Hongji had really turned insane. She instantly thought to herself that it must mean this was the Yang family's Bode villa. Then, she suddenly realized that there were two men dressed in black shirts standing in the hall. They stood there imposingly still without even moving an inch, like statues. And it even seemed as if they weren't breathing at all, for they made no sound and were like two inanimate objects. If it wasn't because they happened to be right in front of her, there was no way she would have noticed them at all. So these were the men who captured and brought me here. Are they even human, or are they ghosts? Sully's face was filled with much horror. In all her years, she had never once met people who were like them. They were creepy and exuded a bizarre and mystical aura, just like ghosts out of hell. Just who in the world are you guys? Why did you kidnap me and bring me here? She tried her best to maintain her composure and asked with a stern look on her face, "Did Yang Yuanzhong make you guys do this?" The two black-dressed men just stood there motionlessly and did not reply to her question at all. It was as if they were trapped in two stone statues and unable to smell or speak or respond to any questions from the outside world. "Yes, you're correct. I was the one who made them do this." A hoarse, gritty voice could be heard. Then Yang Yuanzhong, donning a suit, walked down from the spiral staircase in deliberate steps. His hair was neatly combed backward, with 3 deep wrinkle lines visible across his forehead. His eyes looked really sharp, and even without any trace of anger, an aura of foreboding rage could be sensed emitting from his entire body. The moment they saw him coming down the staircase, the two black-dressed men reacted in an alert and synchronized way, placing their left hands on their chest to show their respect toward him. "CEO Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Sully forcefully calmed herself down and attempted to talk to Yang Yuanzhong, like how she would normally speak. Since she was an artist signed under Huangpu, Yang Yuanzhong could be considered her boss. Yang Yuanzhong did not reply to her question directly, but instead walked toward the memorial tablet and burned 3 joss sticks before sticking them in the altar urn. A framed black and white photograph of a woman was placed before the memorial tablet. Yang Yuanzhong turned to Suli, and in a soft voice, he spoke, "Let me introduce you. This is Jier's mother. 13 years ago, she cheated on me with another man. I killed both her lover and her, and I built a wall to place their dead bodies in there." Then, he pointed toward the wall that was right behind Suli. "That's correct. It's that wall right behind you," he declared. Yang Yuanzhong spoke casually, in a matter-of-fact way, but what he had mentioned cast a frightening light on the kind of man that stood in front of Suli. Suli gasped, and a chill ran down her spine instantly. Her entire body turned cold, and a cold sweat started to break out on her forehead as she breathed heavily all of a sudden. Yang Yuanzhong appeared as if he was living in his own world. She was Jier's mother after all, so it's not like I left no room for compassion. I have made sure her memorial tablet has been well taken care of for the past 13 years, and since today is Jier's happy day, I invited her to this hall so that she can also witness the most important event of Jier's life," he said. Suli's body began to tremble uncontrollably as she finally understood why Yang Yuanzhong had her kidnapped and brought here. "CEO Yang, it is impossible between Yang Hongji and I. I can't," she cried. "Hush." Yang Yuanzhong gestured, signaling for her to keep quiet. Under Yang Yuanzhong's menacing gaze, with stern-looking eyes warning her to abide, Suli compliantly kept her mouth shut. He was a terrifying person, and those eyes of his were too frightening. Yang Yuanzhong nodded his head in satisfaction, patted her shoulders, and walked back and forth in the hall. "Miss Su, all the success that you have now, apart from your own personal hard work and effort, was due to the company. I think you have to admit that the company has been treating you exceptionally well. You have a pretty-looking face and a really sexy body, and when you pick up a microphone and sing, there are barely any guys out there who won't fall for you. The spark that you ignite is not merely accidental. It is inevitable," he said. "You must be very familiar with the rules of the entertainment industry. Women, especially women who are good-looking and aiming to climb higher, have to give up something equivalent of value if they wish to succeed. These include giving up your body, since there is no shortage of sleazy men in this world, which is even more prevalent in the entertainment industry. But in your case, since your debut till now, nobody has even hinted at these unspoken rules. Have you never wondered why this was so?" Suli's heart thumped a little more as she unconsciously turned her eyes toward Yang Hongji. Yang Yuanzhong laughed and said, "Seems like you are clear that it was all because of Jier. Jier has been desperately in love with you all this while. He has been protecting you from the rules of the entertainment industry. Take a look at the entire country. How many out there will not do things for the Yang family's sake? I guess you could say that, on your path towards success, Jier was the one who was escorting you along that road." His eyes turned cold, and his facial expression became ferocious. "If that were not the case, do you think you could still have a pure and innocent body? A good-looking leather bag like you would have already been worn and torn by thousands of people out there. Jier has done so much for you. Forget marrying him. It won't be too much to ask for you even to be his slave for the rest of your life," he roared. Suli was surprised and filled with fear from within. The version of Yang Yuanzhong right in front of her now was unfamiliar and frightening. Like an evil spirit ripping through human skin, he was rude and vulgar, and his tone was really aggressive. It was as if he could devour someone and leave no bones behind. But Suli's innate self-esteem and arrogance did not allow her just to take things lying down. She lifted her head and sneered in response. "If Yang Hongji was really that in love with me, then he wouldn't change girlfriends that quickly, just like he was changing clothes. I can't deny that the fact that I have never faced any trouble thanks to the Yang family, but the one who really protected me all this while wasn't the Yang family, but my best friend Xianxia. These words were largely true, for when some male directors or investors showed interest in her, Xianxia came out and helped her reject all of them. Xianxia even personally invested in her and paved the road to her success. The amount of help that Xianxia had given her was incomparable. Slap. Yang Yuanzhong slapped Su Li hard across her exquisite-looking face. A trace of blood started trickling out from the corner of Su Li's mouth, and his slap left vivid red marks on her face. She could feel a slow-burning pain issuing from her cheeks, but she gritted her teeth and stared at Yang Yuanzhong with anger in her eyes. "I'm so sorry. I must have underestimated my strength. Ah, look, I have injured your face. If Jie were in a proper mental state now, he'd be in pain to see you like that." Yang Yuanzhong furrowed his eyebrows, and there was a look of guilt in his expression. But in the next second, he started to laugh, and suddenly bellowed, "Miss Su, you better understand what kind of circumstances you are in right now. So, you better keep your arrogance. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to injure the other half of your face as well." "Yang Yuanzhong, what is it that you want from me?" Su Li was furious, but she was also fearful of this Yang Yuanzhong, who looked just like a madman capable of doing anything right now. "What you're doing is kidnapping. Are you not afraid of the police at all?" she cried. "Afraid of the police?" Yang Yuanzhong had a mocking look on his face. He shook his head and laughed eccentrically. "It seems like you still have yet to properly grasp the current situation that you're in right now. From today onwards, the national goddess Su Li is going to vanish from this world. You will only be my son's wife, and there will only be one thing you need to do for the rest of your life. That is, to take good care of Jie and continue the Yang family line for us," he said. Su Li looked at Yang Hongji, smirking and laughing abnormally, and she suddenly felt a sense of helplessness and trepidation. It was going to be really scary if her life was going to end in the manner that Yang Yuanzhong just described. Yang Yuanzhong walked and stood in front of Yang Hongji, lovingly touching his head. "Do you know why Jie ended up like this?" he asked. "I don't want to know, because that has nothing to do with me at all," Su Li said, defiantly changing her gaze to somewhere else and trying to remain calm. "No, you have to know." Yang Yuanzhong shook his head, the smile on his face turned cold, and he said, "Someone violently pushed him down at a public toilet and forced him to eat the dirtiest excrement of a human body. He became crazy because this person drove him into this current state." "What?" Su Li was stunned. "How could that be? Who would have the nerve to do this to Yang Hongji? Besides, such a method of punishment was so cruel." Yang Yuanzhong suddenly shouted, "The one who made Jie turn mad is the guy with the last name Xiao." "Last name, Xiao? What, don't tell me it's Xiao Luo?" Su Li's eyes widened as she looked at Yang Yuanzhong in shock. Qing Yan hinted to her back then that the reason why Yang Hongji went crazy could have been because of Xiao Luo. But she ignored it, thinking that it was just a joke. Looking at it now, it seemed like it was indeed related to her man. "Seems like you have already guessed who that guy is." "That's right, and it's that B***starred Xiao Luo who is in a complicated relationship with you right now." Yang Yuanzhong was practically roaring at this point. At the mere mention of the name Xiao Luo, the kind of hatred that he had for him could be likened to an invisible laser beam that shot out of his eyes. He was crazy, angry, and murderous, and one couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw this. How could it be him? Su Li began to tremble uncontrollably as she realized now that she barely knew anything about Xiao Luo. Instinctively, Su Li spoke out in defense of her husband and refuted Yang Yuanzhong's accusation. Xiao Luo would never harm someone for no good reason. It must be your son, Yang Hongji, who provoked him first. In that case, then he deserved it, she cried. Shut up. Yang Yuanzhong's face turned cold. He lifted his hand, intending to give her another slap, but brought his hand down after barely lifting it. With the laughter of a madman, he said, "Today is a happy day for you, and my son Ji-er. If I injure your face so badly, by slapping you, then your face won't be pretty anymore. Besides, I have to tell you something. Today is the day of Xiao Luo's death as well. I'm going to use his blood as the drink for the wine-sharing ceremony between the both of you." Woof. 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 The incessant sound of hounds barking could be heard on the outside. Yang Yuanzhong turned his head and looked down the hall. His eyes were cold as he said, "It must be him, he's here." Suli stared at the darkness of the night beyond the massive doors of the hall, and her heart sank. At the massive door in front of Bode Villa, two hefty-looking guards were staring down at a young man standing at the stairs. He appeared to be looking up at the sign, Bode Villa. The young man was wearing a black-colored denim jacket and a pair of casual trousers. His fair and bright-looking face looked a little grim, and he had slightly slanted eyebrows and sharp, black eyes. He had a demeanor of aloofness like someone whose mind was 1,000 miles away. It was indeed Xiao Luo. "Are you deaf? Hurry up and tell us what the hell you are doing here in the middle of the night? Otherwise, we'll catch you and hand you over to the police," a guard shouted, flicking out his telescopic baton. Xiao Luo completely ignored them, and without changing the expression on his face, he asked, "Is Yang Yuanzhong living here?" The two guards looked at one another. They thought that this guy must be here to create trouble at the back of their minds. To think that he had the nerve to mention their boss's name directly. "Brat, did you drink too much, or have you gone crazy? Who do you think you are for you to call our boss's name like that? I'll give you 10 seconds for you to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'm going to whack you so hard that your teeth will be strewn all over the floor." The guard spoke fiercely, issuing him a stern warning. It seems like I came to the right place." Xiao Luo mumbled to himself and continued to walk toward Bode Villa. "Stay there. Do you hear me? I said, stay there." The other guard realized that something was not right and drew out the telescopic baton from his waist, getting ready to attack. Xiao Luo didn't slow down his pace at all and nonchalantly continued walking ahead. The two guards gave each other a nervous glance, raised their telescopic stick, and made ready to strike at Xiao Luo. "I told you to stay there, did you not hear?" one of the guards shouted. His voice stopped abruptly as Xiao Luo instantly took action, thrusting his steely fingers towards both their chest at an incredible speed. They were petrified, unable to say a word, they couldn't move their limbs, and were stuck on the spot like two stone statues. The alarming scene left many of the villa's security guards, stationed not too far away, stunned. They were within visual distance, and they could clearly see what had happened at the front door. Along with a pack of ferocious, barking guard hounds, dozens of security guards in black stood in a fan-shaped barrier to block Xiao Luo's path. 3 brown-colored guard dogs flashed their fangs and couldn't stop barking as they strained against their leashes, attempting to charge at Xiao Luo. It seemed like they were about to break the chains that held them back. The prominent muscle definitions on their limbs were a clear indication of how strong they were. One of the security guards had a playful smile on his face. "Boss said that there would be a VIP tonight. It's a guy called Xiao Luo." "I assume it's you," he asked. "Where is Yang Yuanzhong?" Xiao Luo asked coldly. The security guard sneered, "Our boss is not someone you can see whenever you like. Forcing your way into Bode Villa, I bet you don't know how many eyes Ma Wangya, one, has." He waved his hand forward and called out, "Let the dogs loose, tear him into pieces." 3 of the subordinates who heard the command released the snarling dogs, baying for flesh and blood. The 3 dogs growled fiercely and rushed towards Xiao Luo like hungry wolves in a night hunt. Their fangs gleamed in the moonlight, sharp as knives, and while they were running, their mouths frothed and reeked a rancid smell. If it was a normal human being facing these ferocious dogs, it was highly likely they would have their souls eaten. Footnote: Frowny Face 1, Ma Wangya, the Chinese god of horses. Xiao Luo didn't move at all, and there was a confident look in his eyes as he silently gazed at the three ferocious guard dogs. The fearsome dogs rushed towards him, baring their sharp fangs, but suddenly slowed down when they were roughly 2 meters away. It was like they were running on ice and couldn't control their balance after coming to an emergency halt. They eventually stopped at a distance of barely half a meter away from him. Dogs are intelligent animals, and it was evident that they could detect dangers that a normal human being couldn't. They sat on the ground and looked fearfully at Xiao Luo. Being under the gaze of those human eyes was similar to being in the sight of some ferocious prowling beast, and they could readily detect his dangerous aura. "Get lost." Xiao Luo growled in a voice like thunder. Yelp. As if being boiled in water, the three dogs let out panicked and fearful howls and fled back toward their respective handlers. There was a clear distinction between how the dogs behaved now and before, growling ferociously and baring sharp fangs earlier. Now, they were whining and scuttling away like scared puppies. What was going on here? The head of the security guards was stunned. All the other security guards wide-eyed and equally shocked after witnessing what just happened. These were the ultimate breed of all fighting dogs, they were pit bulls. When enraged and hungry, even their handlers could turn out to be a target. Strong and ferocious, these three dogs had even been specially fed dead human bodies before this, to heighten their killer instincts. But, just what was happening now? They retreated with their tails between their legs in a single shout from the brat standing right there. This was turning out to be some kind of international joke. The handlers who took care of these three dogs went to them and tried to calm them down. They then ordered the dogs to attack Xiao Luo once again. However, the three dogs didn't budge an inch and could only stare fearfully at Xiao Luo. They let out a small bark, but did not find the courage to charge at him anymore. A good dog doesn't block the path, and it seems like these three dogs are good dogs indeed, but what about you guys? Are you going to learn from them and move out of the way, or are you going to continue blocking my path? Xiao Luo asked, flashing an evil smirk from the corner of his mouth. The head of the security guards faltered momentarily, then after making up his mind, he ordered his subordinates to attack. I have no idea why these three garbage mutts did not have the guts to attack, but you will surely die here. Go, give this guy a good beating, he cried out. More than a dozen black-shirted security guards charged toward Xiao Luo barehanded, believing that this would be more than enough. They thought they could easily drown him with just one spit from each of them with their numbers. They were already overestimating him by sending a dozen security guards to attack at once. Besides, each of them had excellent close combat skills, and they were confident enough that they could beat the hell out of this arrogant jerk in the shortest amount of time possible. However, even dogs are smarter than you. Xiao Luo snorted as he moved his body forward and simultaneously extended his right hand out. He thrust violently toward the chest of the frontmost security guard, and the strong impact spread out towards their surroundings. Crunch! His fist smashed into the chest ribs of the guard, but he was careful not to thrust it into his chest. Oomph! Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was winded by the tremendous blow. His muscular and robust body sailed in the air as if it had been slammed by a train. The body was thrown toward the 5 or 6 companions that had initially been behind him, crashing into them heavily like a cannonball. There was a ghastly report of cracking sounds, like bowling pins being knocked over by a bowling ball. Blood started oozing out of their mouths and noses, and the lot of them let out painful screams as they lay on the ground. Huh! The head of the security guard and his cohort were stunned and gasped in horror. No one could imagine that a young man with a seemingly weak-looking body had that much power and strength. He was very much like a humanoid monster. As they stared at Xiao Luo, they saw a dark and fearsome expression form on his face. He rushed forward, and like a tiger, charging toward the black-shirt security guards who were still in a stupor. Screams could be heard wherever he went, and under the ferocity of his attacks, the security guards seemed at a loss. One kick and one punch were enough to knock them to the ground. Xiao Luo chose not to land any fatal blows, but they all screamed in unbearable pain as they fell one at a time. Eventually, only the head security guard was left, and he looked at Xiao Luo nervously and stood very still. His face had turned pale, and he began sweating like a waterfall. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably from the fear of facing such a monster, for Xiao Luo had taken out all of his subordinates in less than 2 minutes. As Xiao Luo switched his attention over and looked at him, the head security guard bit the bullet. He gritted his teeth and roared, taking out his black baton and rushed madly at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked at him with mockery in his eyes, and just as the head guard rushed toward him, his right hand, like a knife, slammed into his neck at the speed of light. Arg! The head security guard dropped as if he had been struck by lightning, and the black baton slipped from his hand, falling next to him. This must be an electric baton. Why don't I try and see how powerful it is? Xiao Luo bent over, lifted the electric baton, and switched it on. The top of the rod let out a crackling sound with a strong surge of electric current. Then, without any hesitation, he placed it on the head security guard's chest and kept it there for a couple of seconds. The head guard let out a painful scream until he eventually started to foam at the mouth and lost consciousness in no time. As this was going on, the 3 dogs were watching from the side. Xiao Luo stood up, looked down at them, and with a sinister smile, said, "You 3 livestock want to give this a try as well?" Crackle! 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 The bursts of electric current at the tip of the electric baton crackled insanely. The 3 dogs shrank back and ran away in fear. Of course, the electric baton wasn't the thing that scared them off, but rather it was the hostility coming from Xiao Luo's body that caused it. It seems like I might have forgotten to ask which house here belongs to Yang Yuanzhong. Xiao Luo mused and looked at the head of the guards, who was unconscious, and frowned a little. He raised his hands out as if to grab something, and suddenly, a security guard who was bent over in pain some 2 meters away ended up being drawn into his hand. Was this man some kind of monster with supernatural abilities like those you saw in the movies? All the other security guards were so shocked that they quickly pretended to be dead. What they saw terrified them. The guard who was pulled in midair by some strange force was now being grabbed by his collar. Needless to say, he was so scared of Xiao Luo that he was about to wet his pants. "Where is Yang Yuanzhong?" Xiao Luo asked. "There, he's there, the biggest and lighted-up house, that is where he is at." The shaking security guard could no longer think properly and pointed toward the luxurious villa situated by the lake. "Why is it so brightly lit up, and what's with the word happiness posted all over the place?" Xiao Luo asked again. The security guard did not dare to lie, and said, "Boss brought Goddess Su here. It's for her to become our young master's wife. Today is the wedding day for our young master and Goddess Su." What? A fire started burning in Xiao Luo's heart after he heard this. A rage started spreading across his entire body, and a murderous intent glowered from both of his eyes. The ease and composure he bore earlier on disappeared and was replaced with a sense of coldness that was so intense it seeped into his soul. He thought Yang Yuanzhong caught Su Li so that he would come after him, force his way into the villa, and with that, Yang Yuanzhong would have sufficient reason to kill him. But it seemed like that was not the case anymore. Yang Yuanzhong was not only baiting him to find him, but was also trying to force Su Li to be the wife of his son, Yang Hongji. He's courting death. Xiao Luo's glowering eyes became even more intense. He dumped the security guard on the ground, and like black lightning, dashed toward where he knew Yang Yuanzhong was waiting for him. His speed was incredibly fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The black-shirt security guards that lay on the ground trembled once again, and a chill ran down their spines. In their heads, they could only ask themselves, is this guy even a human? The hall was fully illuminated, and Suli was tied to a chair. She was wearing a bright red wedding gown, and her lips were painted red, like the color of blood. Despite the finger marks on her cheeks, it didn't change the fact that she was still gorgeous, and in his mind, she was undoubtedly the prettiest girl in the entire country. Next to her was Yang Hongji, who was screaming and giggling as he licked a lollipop. From time to time, he kept on repeating, "I want to eat poop," over and over again. He looked like a fool and was evidently mentally unstable. There were only 5 persons in the hall: Yang Yuanzhong, the 2 sturdy men in black shirts, Suli, and Yang Hongji. On the floor, there lay 3 dead bodies, the men who played the Xuanhuan earlier on. After they performed the ceremonial music, Yang Yuanzhong slapped them from the top of their skulls and instantly killed them, leaving blood and brain fluids all over the floor. Don't worry, that B** starred is really quite strong. That rabble of trash out there won't be able to stop him. I'm sure he will be able to get here. Yang Yuanzhong started praying in front of his wife's memorial tablet, and on the surface, it looked like he was comforting Suli. Still, there seemed to be another sinister meaning behind his voice, which was enough to make her tremble, for it was as if he also meant to say, "I'll rip his head off right in front of you. You are a madman." Suli stared right back at him. Her voice was somewhat shaky as she was feeling a deep sense of panic. No matter how arrogant and strong she was on other days, this was enough to scare her, for Yang Yuanzhong was a devil who could quickly kill someone without blinking an eye. "After tonight, you ought to change and call me father, just like Xier," Yang Yuanzhong said. He was not annoyed at all, but had a weird smile on his face. Suli could no longer reply to anything he said. There was an awful stench of blood in the air, next to her was a crazy fool, and the wall behind her was a tomb that had dead bodies in it. Yang Yuanzhong was a terrifying madman, and the 2 men in black shirts that were standing not too far away exuded a cold, threatening aura. It really sent chills down her spine. Being in a place like this, if it weren't because she was mentally strong, she would have most probably already collapsed right from the start. Deep down, she really wished that all of these were nothing more than a nightmare. "Boss, he's here." The 2 guys who had initially been standing as still as 2 inanimate objects started to move their eyes. It was one of them that had spoken, and there were no emotions in his voice at all. It was just a low-pitched drone, which sounded sinister and cold. Suli immediately turned her head and looked towards the door. A figure started to emerge from the darkness, walking in deliberate steps slowly. The bright lights fell onto his handsome face, and as his image became more apparent, her heart stirred. She felt a rush of emotions. She was happy, a little excited, but at the same time, a little worried. Sitting on the chair, Yang Hongji was licking his lollipop with a silly smile on his face when he suddenly got a shock and fell to the ground. He fearfully looked at the man who had just stepped into the hall, and in a shrill voice, he screamed, "I don't want to eat poop anymore, I don't want to eat poop anymore." Although he had already gone crazy and turned into a fool, he could never forget the horrifying things that Xiao Luo did to him that day. He even dropped the lollipop that he was holding on to. "Xier." Yang Yuanzhong rushed over like a gust of wind and tried to calm him down, gently holding on to the back of his head. But Yang Hongji could no longer remain calm and fell into a panicky state. Yang Yuanzhong had no choice but to quickly give him 2 taps on his chest to put him to sleep. "Have a good sleep, for tonight, your father here will definitely kill this guy, rip his heart out and soak it in wine for you to drink. Then you will be able to recover your mind and body. Yang Yuanzhong, this feud is between the Yang family and me and has nothing to do with Miss Su at all. You better let her go." Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with hatred. A raging fury started to rise from within when he saw Su Li's hands tied to a chair and that she was dressed up in bright red bridal makeup and attire. Xiao Luo had never considered himself to be Su Li's man, but he couldn't help it and felt really angry. He was not going to allow anyone to hurt this woman. Let her go? Yang Yuanzhong walked towards her and stood beside Su Li, and as if admiring some exquisite-looking item, he lightly touched Su Li's smooth chin with his fingers. Suddenly, he grasped onto Su Li's neck. He made sure to hold it really tight, using a lot of power. Su Li's face turned red instantly because she could no longer breathe properly. Yang Yuanzhong smirked and said, "Sure, I'll let her go if you immobilize both of your arms. Everything seems to be really well calculated, but what a shame you have to continue dreaming." Xiao Luo said and smiled. As soon as he finished his sentence, he moved and went into action without any warning. He rushed towards Yang Yuanzhong with his palm attack. Accompanied by a loud crackling sound, the inner power that surged from the striking palm flowed throughout the entire hall, dancing wildly. Regardless of where Xiao Luo moved, the tiles on the floor started to crack and lifted off the floor. 18 dragons subduing palms? Yang Yuanzhong opened his eyes wide in surprise. His opponent's palm strength was exceptional. If he did not dodge this quickly enough, he would suffer severe injuries. At the same time, he also felt that he had to hold on to Su Li so that Xiao Luo wouldn't kill him. Xiao Luo's right palm was getting closer now, and that terrifying palm caused all the pores in his body to open up. He no longer hesitated and abandoned Su Li immediately, taking evasive action by moving to one side. As he dodged the blow, he looked over and was sure that Su Li would be smashed to smithereens with the palm attack. But instead, something that he could have never have imagined happened. As if having a conscience of its own, the surging energy from the palm strike made a turn as it came close to Su Li. Like a raging torrent smashing into a huge boulder, it dispersed to either side of Su Li, and instead, crashed into the memorial tablet that belonged to Yang Yuanzhong's wife, destroying it. After executing his move, Xiao Luo grabbed onto Su Li, tied to the chair, and returned to his previous position like a gust of wind while maintaining a distance between him and Yang Yuanzhong. Xiao Luo undid the rope that bound Su Li and positioned her safely behind him. With a caring smile, he said, "Stand right behind me." From behind, Su Li looked at Xiao Luo, and her eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. How did Xiao Luo do what he just did? Is this considered martial arts? It was the 18 dragons subduing palms. Does this kind of martial arts technique actually exist in this world? At that moment, the impression that she had of Xiao Luo climbed several notches all of a sudden. She could have never imagined that Xiao Luo was this strong and had this godlike martial arts ability, like those one watched in movies. After realizing the error of her ways, she felt a warmth in her heart all of a sudden. It felt like someone actually cared for her. At that moment, Yang Yuanzhong regained his senses and scowled, "You little B*****, no wonder you had the guts to be this arrogant. It is because you know martial arts. And, likewise, you are this arrogant as well because you possess the fire palm technique, am I wrong?" Xiao Luo responded with a smirk. "You did a check on me?" Yang Yuanzhong asked, giving away his shock with an awkward look on his face. Xiao Luo didn't reply to his question, but looked into Yang Hongji's eyes and mocked, "Your son hired people to beat me up, and said that he'd go eat shit if they didn't cripple me, so I just fulfilled his wish for him, but I never expected him to be this weak and turn into the fool that he is now." After listening to him say this so casually, Yang Yuanzhong twitched his mouth angrily and yelled, "You B*****, I'm going to kill you." There's no way he could hold it in anymore. He roared and charged towards Xiao Luo immediately. Yang Yuanzhong's technique was known as fire palm, but that didn't mean flames would surge from his palms. It was rather more of building up the energy in his palm before he unleashed it. Each fire palm strike could destroy the internal force in his opponent's body, and the impact would leaving a burning effect, and that's why it was called the fire palm. "I won't let you take my life." Xiao Luo twisted his body like a cat and dodged the attack. His eyes began to turn cold as he positioned both of his hands in preparation to receive the attack. Yang Yuanzhong's violent and aggressive attack pattern began to increase in tempo. The fire palm that he executed created a burning scent in the air, like the aftermath of a firestorm. His attack was simply too fast, like the force of a gale. It was as if there was a hurricane within the hall, twirling and roaring like a raging beast. Su Li gradually widened her eyes and opened her mouth in astonishment. The two figures looked as if they were entangled together, despite being 4 to 5 meters away. Even then, she could still feel the intense exchange of power between both of them. Just who in the world was this guy called Xiao Luo? And just who the hell was Yang Yuanzhong? No one could probably experience this sort of scene even with all the computer-generated graphics used to produce a martial arts film. She was utterly shocked. Everything that she witnessed today wiped away her understanding and knowledge of what was logical. It was hard to believe that martial arts masters actually existed in this world. The two black-shirted men suddenly realized that something did not seem right. They exchanged glances with one another and then tried to go for Su Li. They couldn't take any risks, and only by holding this woman hostage would they be guaranteed a chance of victory. Their pale hands were like the claws of a ghost, and in the ongoing confusion, they went straight for Su Li's neck. Trying to harm her, you guys better not even think about it. Xiao Luo scowled coldly as he pulled away from Yang Yuanzhong, turned around, and went to confront the two men. He then charged toward the men like a runaway train and displayed his terrifying power. One of the men received a direct kick that smashed his ribcage. An immense amount of force was delivered, crushing all the bones in his body and causing him to double over in excruciating pain. It was as if he had been shot by a shotgun. The black-shirted man lost a lot of blood, and his life was about to end here. Xiao Luo then slammed into the other man and sent them both flying through the air, before crashing hard onto the floor. It was over in a matter of seconds, and the entire sequence of actions appeared like a single move, as Xiao Luo charged forward and tore into the two men like a ferocious tiger. One of the men could sense the danger that was approaching him, and without thinking at all, he steadied himself by slamming his palm onto the floor. Like a spider, he made use of his arms and legs, spun around, and backed off immediately, slamming his feet into the ground after shuffling 4 to 5 steps away. He managed to maintain his balance before pulling out the moon-shaped scimitar from the front of his waist. Shing! The black-shirted man drew his scimitar as quick as lightning, and as the well-honed blade sliced through the air, it emitted a cold aura accompanied by a sharp metallic ring. Xiao Luo could still clearly remember the Wild Wolf Mountain Racing Team member, who died in the hands of these two assassins that night. He was cut in half with just one stroke, which was more than enough to prove that this sword was a deadly weapon. Xiao Luo's body has been altered by the system's skills, and although most blades that his regular foes used could barely injure him, this particular adversary did not fit into the same category as a regular foe. Quickly shifting his body to one side, he managed to evade the deadly stroke of the moon-shaped scimitar. Instantly, he slid his palm along the back of the sword like a snake and moved closer and closer towards the black-shirted man's chest. The black-shirted man's eyes widened as he alarmingly saw the terrifying palm closing in on his chest. In a panic, his scalp felt a numbing sensation even as he stumbled back to avoid being hit. "You little bastard, I'll take your life." Suddenly, Yang Yuanzhong roared. He shaped his palms in a circular motion, drawing forth his power and rushed toward Xiao Luo in a fierce attack. Yang Yuanzhong's action caused a slight lag in Xiao Luo's movements, and the black-shirted man managed to retreat from his fatal attack, avoiding serious injury. Instantly, Xiao Luo turned around. Without avoiding the oncoming blow, he counterattacked instead with his dragon palm that crackled audibly with energy. The clash between the fire palm and the 18 dragon subduing palm. Boom! It was no less terrifying than a clash between a power that could break a mountain and a raging tsunami. The sheer amount of energy expended caused the floor beneath their feet to crack. The tremendous flow of inner force surged through the entire hall, causing it to shake like an earthquake was occurring that very second. This. In fright and absolutely shocked by what she was seeing, Suli took a step back, and then another step until she finally withdrew all the way back into a corner. This tremendous display of raw power that was happening right in front of her eyes had completely overwhelmed her, numbing her scalp, and made her tremble in fear. Her heart started to thump rapidly, and had she not witnessed this in person, she would not have believed that martial artists such as these two still existed in this world. And to think her nominal husband was actually one of them made it even more unbelievable. Boom! Yet another exchange between Xiao Luo and Yang Yuanzhong, which saw them both stagger back. Xiao Luo stopped after 2 or 3 steps, while Yang Yuanzhong flew backward like a cannonball towards his wife's memorial tablet that was already smashed into pieces. The memorial tablet was broken entirely, sawdust and ashes were strewn all over the ground, and it was a mess. A burning sensation rushed up to his head, and as Xiao Luo looked down, he saw that his right hand that he had used to meet Yang Yuanzhong's fire palm earlier been turned black. The skin on his palm was singed and reeked of the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Xiao Luo could feel his organs churning as the energy from his opponent's strike penetrated deep, and there were signs that he was starting to lose control of his body. Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and knew that this was all due to Yang Yuanzhong's fire palm. Ugh! A growl could be heard as Yang Yuanzhong emerged from the debris and ash-covered floor. His entire body was coated in ashes, and blood could be seen dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked somewhat mentally unstable as he continued to grind his bloody front teeth. Like a ferocious wild beast, he glared angrily as he approached Xiao Luo. His fire palm, like angry waves about to hit the shore, aimed for Xiao Luo's chest. An overpowering intent to kill surged from deep within Xiao Luo's body. His eyes turned blood red, and his wrath was about to be released. Old man! Xiao Luo roared ominously as he thrust his iron fist like a thunder strike, smashing right into Yang Yuanzhong's fire palm. Bam! The immense force generated from the impact engulfed both fighters in a fiery sphere of heat and energy. Oomph! Blood started spurting out from Yang Yuanzhong's mouth as his body quivered. Instantly, he was thrown back forcefully, knocking a large hole in the wall behind him. When the dust settled, Xiao Luo realized there was another room hidden behind that wall. Within it, bricks were scattered all over the place and covered in fine dust. As Xiao Luo took a deep, heavy breath as the anger gradually subsided, and his blood-red eyes returned a familiar hue. He had lost his mind momentarily and could not control himself. It was as if another spirit was living inside his body, and it was bloodthirsty, cruel, and took hold of his mind. Was that his true nature? Xiao Luo lost some focus. Suddenly, the black-shirted man saw the opportunity to take advantage of the moment and dashed forward. But the aura emitting from Xiao Luo's body affected him, and he could only attempt to strike with his sword even though he wasn't within the proper range. Whoosh! The stroke cut open a deep wound on Xiao Luo's back, and blood splattered copiously, soaking his shirt. The rage that he managed to gradually suppress began to erupt again like that of a volcano. Xiao Luo's eyes turned blood-red again, and he immediately reacted by striking out with his palm. Hiya! Xiao Luo roared as his palm struck like a thunderstorm directly on his assailant. Boom! The black-shirted assassin sailed in the air like a broken kite in a storm and spat out a mouthful of blood, just like Yang Yuanzhong did. With a cold expression on his face, Xiao Luo rushed forward like a beast and caught up to the assailant while he was still mid-air. Pivoting on his left foot as an axis, he swiveled his body even as his right foot smashed into the assailant's chest like a massive iron rod. The black-shirted assassin died instantly before his dead body flew from the hall like a cannonball before he even landed. A great splash could be heard when it fell into the man-made lake in front of the mansion. Fire palm. Yang Yuanzhong broke the wall and burst out to the hall with tenacity, sending bricks and stones flying in all directions and stirring up a cloud of sand and dust. Badly wounded and drenched in blood, he looked even more terrifying as his face was twisted in wrath, and his bloodshot eyes bulged in rage. He glared at Xiao Luo with murderous intent, as if hurling a hail of cold blades to strike at Xiao Luo along with his fire palm. Humph! Xiao Luo sneered as he teleported away in a blink, pausing for a fleeting moment, and before Yang Yuanzhong could react, he was already behind him, ready to strike again. Watching from the corner of the hall, Suli was terrified as she could not keep up with Xiao Luo's spectral speed, as he seemed to move like a spirit that could teleport through space and time. Although his movements appeared slow, yet he could move from point to point within a split second. He was not bound by the law of physics. Who is this guy? Didn't he come from a small village in the West District town of Gan? How could he have such incredible power? It seemed that Xiao Luo was shrouded in mystery, and in her eyes, everything this man had revealed to her never failed to impress her. Yang Yuanzhong had broken out into a cold sweat, but he was no ordinary man and quickly regained his composure. Instinctively, he roared as he turned to face Xiao Luo, keeping in a low counter-attacking stance and striking out with a powerful fire palm. Bang! Yang Yuanzhong out everything he had into the fire palm, and it exploded in a resounding blow. It was more potent than any of the palms he had ever executed before. Crack! But his palm came against an almighty force that smashed right back into him, and Yang Yuanzhong's right arm bone was shattered into several pieces. An excruciating pain overwhelmed him and made him scream in agony as he staggered back. Your biggest weapon, the fire palm, is gone. A cold voice appeared behind Yang Yuanzhong out of a sudden, and he realized that Xiao Luo had now appeared at his back from where he was in front of him only a moment ago. A chill ran down Yang Yuanzhong's spine as he could not fathom the depth of Xiao Luo's real strength. How could he move at such a tremendously high speed? He pulled away from Xiao Luo, forced his backing stance to halt, and gave himself a little time to think further. After the briefest of moments, he suddenly advanced swiftly to strike with his left hand. However, just as his left palm was about to connect with Xiao Luo, Yang Yuanzhong was suddenly swiping at thin air and made no contact whatsoever. It was unnerving, and Yang Yuanzhong quickly attempted to recover. Rip! But Xiao Luo was quicker, moving like a spirit, for he ducked low to avoid the fire palm strike, and his hands were now formed like a claw aiming at Yang Yuanzhong's left arm. His fingers slashed into Yang Yuanzhong's arm like an iron sword, ripping 4 deep lacerations from his wrist up to his upper left arm. A thick stream of blood gushed out, and the tremendous pain had made Yang Yuanzhong howl in agony. Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly as his hand then snaked up to Yang Yuanzhong's neck, grasping it with all of his fingers and yanking his head down to the floor. Bang! Yang Yuanzhong's head smashed against the hard floor, and the impact has left a gigantic hole in the ground, sending a plume of dust and sand into the air. Xiao Luo let go of Yang Yuanzhong and left him sprawled on the floor. As Xiao Luo straightened up, he glared down at Yang Yuanzhong coldly. You, little, bastard. Yang Yuanzhong was severely injured, and blood was streaming out from his nose and mouth. At that moment, the figure of Xiao Luo, with his dreadful blood-red eyes, had carved an indelible fear into his soul. However, as he thought of his poor son, driven to madness by this very man, Yang Yuanzhong was overcome with rage again. He clenched his teeth as he glared hard at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly at him and grabbed a sofa out of nowhere. It weighed over 200 caddies and was made from dense hardwood. Without any hesitation, he slammed the sofa on Yang Yuanzhong's head like a hammer. He was cruel and ruthless, and undoubtedly decisive. Crack! The Chinese sofa shattered into numerous pieces, sending debris and splinters flying everywhere. Yang Yuanzhong was beaten to a pulp, and the injuries on his head were severe. He was on the brink of passing out after sustaining from such a heavy hit. Xiao Luo tapped several points on his head and activated the art of neutralization. Yang Yuanzhong's inner power began to leak out from his ears, mouth, nose, and countless pores on his body like air escaping from a ruptured balloon. Without the support of inner power, Yang Yuanzhong passed out immediately even though his face was still showing his will to resist. What? Suli was utterly stunned, and she could not help but stare in a stupor. She had witnessed many gory scenes before, but those were shows put up for the sake of television programs, and was merely acting. This was the first time that she had to face this in real life. As she looked around, the entire hall was in a state of ruin, and all the furniture was destroyed. The whole place resembled the aftermath of an earthquake. She could not believe that this was a result of two men fighting barehanded. "Let's go." Xiao Luo came to her, and his eyes had returned to their normal state, dark and alluring like a night sky. He held Su Li's hand and led her away from the carnage. Perhaps she had seen too many shocking things today and was traumatized by them, for she fell shortly after trying to get up, but Xiao Luo managed to catch her, fortunately. Without asking her, Xiao Luo lifted Su Li in the way a prince would carry the princess in his arms in fairy tales. Xiao Luo. Su Li was blushing like a ripened tomato as she looked at Xiao Luo demurely. "Sometimes, it's okay to put your guard down," he said. Xiao Luo looked at her calmly and then proceeded to walk out of the hall. Su Li appeared shy and self-conscious, and even her ears turned red. However, Xiao Luo's words had touched the deepest and most sensitive part of her heart. He was right that she was not that strong as most people would perceive, very much to the contrary, she was still very frail most of the time. She had to put up a strong front to prevent herself from being taken advantage of. Being carried by Xiao Luo made her feel like a lost ship that had returned to the safety of a bay after a rough journey, giving her an unexplainable sense of security. The moon was riding high in the sky, and the road leading out of Bode Villa was charming. At night, the serenity of the villa contrasted with random sounds of nocturnal creatures living within the garden's ecosystem. The road lamps illuminated their path and cast imposing shadows of the old trees. "How is the wound on your back?" After a rather long silence, Su Li finally thought to ask Xiao Luo. "It's okay." Xiao Luo continued walking and shook his head. He then looked at her and said, "For you, remember to apply a cold compress to your face. It'll be really bad if there's any scar on you, especially for the sake of your career." Su Li covered that side of her face unconsciously and blushed even more. She changed the topic quickly and asked, "Your martial arts?" "I learned it from an old psycho in my village when I was a kid," Xiao Luo said, employing the same excuse he had used to fool Gu Qianlin. "Is there really real martial art in today's world?" Su Li asked. "Yes," Xiao Luo affirmed. Su Li then kept silent, perhaps trying to digest what he had said and everything she had witnessed today. When they finally reached the villa gate, Su Li was surprised to see a large number of security guards in back uniforms lying unconscious on the ground. "You did this?" she asked. "Yup." Su Li was astonished and once again felt a chill, recalling how Xiao Luo had taken on Yang Yuanzhong and the others earlier. Even without any weapon, he still proved very deadly. Su Li nodded in acknowledgement as she could find no words to respond. "Miss Su, I am giving your honest advice. Let's end this confusing relationship and part ways from here on," Xiao Luo said, with a wry smile on his face. Su Li was shocked and saddened when she heard him, and all her excellent feelings toward Xiao Luo suddenly vanished. She was disappointed with Xiao Luo's attitude, and she could feel a gnawing rage growing within her. "Put me down," she cried. Xiao Luo frowned as he could not understand why she would say that all of a sudden. "Are you sure that you can walk by yourself?" he asked. "Put me down." Su Li bit her lips and raised her voice. She seethed, thinking about how she could never get used to this man's indifferent eyes. She had initially believed she was closing the distance between them, but it was all turning out to be in vain after all. And now, he was even suggesting to end their relationships. Had she not fought the overwhelming urge to give a big, nasty bite on his neck, Xiao Luo would definitely be bleeding now. Xiao Luo did not say another word and put her down, wondering what was going on in her mind. Suli stormed off in a huff, but suddenly came to a halt after a few steps when a thought occurred to her. She doubled back and walked past Xiao Luo, stopping right behind him. She took a look at his back and was aghast. Her body instantly shivered when she saw the horrendous wound on Xiao Luo's back. Shaken, she stared at Xiao Luo helplessly and asked, "Why, you said you were fine. Is this what you mean by fine?" The deep gash was a grievous one, longer than 30 centimeters, and looked like it was ripped open by a beast's claw, leaving the flesh heavily exposed. How could this even be fine? Why are you so stubborn? Suli screamed at Xiao Luo, still trembling, and her eyes were now red, a far cry from her coldness just a moment ago. Tears welled up suddenly as she imagined what Xiao Luo had to endure, and the man was going through all this pain only because he had saved her from the dire situation she was in. It's really not a big deal. Xiao Luo tried to contain her anxiety by playing it down, and besides, he had even survived gun injuries before, so such a minor wound wasn't such a bother to him. Xiao Luo did not even deem it necessary to spend points to heal himself and planned to dress it when he got home, knowing that it would be completely healed in a few days. However, when he saw Suli crying, he got a little confused and could not understand why she would shed tears for him. Somehow, it did not seem possible to him that she was. Suli did not argue with him any further, and hurriedly went over to one of the unconscious security guards lying on the floor, retrieved a phone from his pocket, and called for an ambulance. She described the situation and Xiao Luo's wounds and provided the address of the villa. "You called the ambulance?" Xiao Luo asked. Suli tried to compose herself and held her tears back. "You're so badly injured, how can I ignore it?" she said. "Aren't you worried about your identity being exposed? If those doctors see you coming to the hospital with a man, then it probably would take less than a day for some scandalous news to crop up and go viral," Xiao Luo said, shaking his head and offering Suli a wry smile. Suli staggered a moment, as she had not considered such a matter. This could indeed become a huge problem, but when she looked at Xiao Luo's wound again, she clenched her teeth and was determined to do the right thing. "Then let the world know," she cried. "Huh?" When Xiao Luo looked upon Suli's grave countenance, she seemed to glow in the moonlight as if she wore a veil of hallowed light, and it stirred him. She was very fair, her skin soft and unblemished, her eyes were clear and bewitching, and her forehead was smooth and ample, like white jade. She was alluring, everything a man would want, and, simply put, a delicate work of art by God. He was surprised by Suli's reaction, and he pondered how he had suddenly become this important to her, or was it because he had risked his life to save her today? Never mind that, this is really not a big deal. Xiao Luo chuckled all of a sudden and then tapped Suli between the eyebrows lightly. Suli instantly fell asleep like Su Xiaobei had, and fell into his arms. He did not wish to see this woman losing her celebrity status because of him and suffer in the vortex of public chatter as a result. He carried Suli and walked out of Bode Villa slowly. Ji Xiying happened to reach the site with the police, and seeing that Xiao Luo was coming out with Suli in his arms, she felt heartbroken for a moment and unconsciously looked at the bracelet on her right arm. She soon quelled her emotions and approached Xiao Luo respectfully. "Mr. Xiao Luo," she said. Ji Xiying detected the scent of blood and promptly checked on Xiao Luo before noticing a nasty wound on his back. She was taken aback and said, You're injured?" "It's okay, just a minor wound," Xiao Luo replied. "I'll leave this mess to you, and there aren't many corpses this time, most of them are still alive," he said, smiling at her meaningfully. If not for Ji Xiying reminding him not to blatantly kill, and Su Li's presence in the villa, they would probably have another massacre on their hands. The policemen who arrived were shocked when they heard Xiao Luo speak so casually about the carnage in the villa. What the heck, does NSA allow one of their own to act above the law? Of course, these were only thoughts in their mind, and they were smart enough to keep it to themselves. The NSA was indeed above the law, and it could easily charge one for treason if anyone decided to get in their way. Okay, leave it to me. Yang Yuanzhong had committed the crime of kidnapping, so he will face the appropriate punishment, Ji Xiying responded. Alright, then I shall excuse myself, Xiao Luo said, not wanting to linger as he still needed to tend to the wound on his back. Please, wait for a moment, Mr. Xiao Luo. Ji Xiying took out a small snuff bottle from her pocket, which looked like a bottle one would use to store medicine in ancient times. This is a Jingchuan potion concocted by the department and it's extremely effective for external wounds. Xiao Luo was carrying Su Li and could not take it from her, so she just stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks, Xiao Luo said, giving her an appreciative nod. You're welcome, Mr. Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not speak again and walked away into the night with Su Li. Sigh, it seems like I'm having a conflict. Ji Xiying's face was full of despair as she stared at the bracelet in her hand. This is a gift from Xiao Luo's mother and he must have thought that it was too troublesome to ask for its return. Oh, Ji Xiying, you're in such a mess, she murmured. She kept her sadness in check and put herself in the right frame of mind before entering Bode Villa with the police. It was already after 2 a.m. when Xiao Luo finally returned to the Crescent Bay. Su Xiaobei was fast asleep, and Luo Pingxiong was still in panicked anxiety. She even called Su Li's lawyer, Chai Jiying, over. Hey, what did you do to Su Li? Chai Jiying had been unreservedly hostile towards Xiao Luo since they first met, so upon seeing Su Li asleep in his arm, she shouted angrily at him. Xiao Luo glared at her coldly. If nobody ever taught you to speak politely to others, I really don't mind being your teacher. Miss Su has always been polite, but her lawyer is unfortunately an old hag in early menopause. What a disaster, he said. You. Chai Jiying choked on hearing his words, and one could almost detect steam rising from her head, like her soul leaving her body in anger. Xiao Luo's use of the term menopause was the final thrust, and it made her bleed non-stop. Xiao Luo was bothered to entertain her any further and promptly carried Su Li upstairs, where he put her down on the large, soft bed. When Luo Pingxiong and Chai Jiying saw the wound on his back, they both gasped in fright. He actually did not even wince even after sustaining such a severe wound. He even carried back, "Sis, Lili," as if he wasn't wounded. Is he made of steel? They were both shocked beyond words. And when Xiao Luo returned, Chai Jiying remained totally silent, not daring to utter a word. Ms. Luo, I'll leave Miss Su and Xiaobei in your hands. Xiao Luo said to Luo Pingxiong before leaving the apartment. Mysterious, powerful, steel-like body. In Luo Pingxiong's mind, such labels to describe Xiao Luo immediately came to her. After returning to his own apartment, Xiao Luo cleaned his wound immediately and applied the potion that Ji Xiying had given him. This potion's effect was pretty good as he felt as if there was a large, gentle hand caressing his wound after applying the potion. It was a soothing and cooling balm and made him feel comfortable and relaxed. He sat down and went into deep concentration, running the I Ching Jing. Qi started to course through Xiao Luo's body in a circular motion. On top of fortifying one's body, the strength of I Ching Jing laid in its ability to increase the recovery speed of internal and external injuries. Xiao Luo did not sleep for the whole night, but he was still in good spirits the next day. The wound on his back had already dried up, and it would not tear as long as he refrained from doing strenuous exercise. He expected that it would recover fully within 3 days. Suddenly, the door was pushed open without any warning. It was Su Li who barged in. As she knew the passcode to the door, she could come in whenever she wanted. She must have been asleep for the entire day. She did not change her clothes and was still in yesterday's attire, so it was apparent that she had rushed over immediately after she woke up. Her fair arms were exposed, and she had a thin platinum necklace around her neck, which made her look demure yet gorgeous. However, her calm look could not hide her anxiety. "Miss Su, your habit of barging in without knocking on the door is really bad. What if I was undressed when you came in? Wouldn't that be very awkward?" Xiao Luo chided, as he had just finished putting on the white shirt and was buttoning it up slowly. Su Li ran over, and with a serious expression, she said, "Take off your clothes." Xiao Luo was stunned momentarily and said, "There's no need, my wound has healed up considerably." "Take off your clothes now." Su Li came even closer, and her face was within inches of Xiao Luo, as she showed her dominant side at that moment. Xiao Luo could not convince her otherwise, but since he knew that this woman was only concerned about him, he just took off his shirt again. Su Li walked behind him, and when she saw that wound had already dried up, she could not hide the surprise on her face at all. How could this happen? It was such a deep wound only yesterday. I am a martial artist, so naturally I recover faster than an ordinary man. In addition, I have applied a special potion, of course I would heal up faster, Xiao Luo explained. Su Li took a brief moment to recover, then she became her usual cold self again and said, "Since your wound is okay now, then let's go to the police station together." "To the police station?" Xiao Luo asked, frowning and wondering if Su Li intended to report him to the police. "Of course, we have to go. We have to explain to the police clearly about what happened in Bode Villa. If Yang Yuanzhong made up stories, then we might have a hard time," Su Li said. So, that was her purpose. Xiao Luo was relieved as he was worried that Su Li would backstab him even though he had saved her. Honestly, he would be speechless if Su Li was still pissed off about what he said last night. "You don't have to. While you were sleeping, I have gone to the police station for recording and told them about the entire incident. Yang Yuanzhong has been brought away by the police and he will be facing charges for kidnapping." Su Li was a little surprised. "You have gone there already?" she asked. "Yup, I have," Xiao Luo replied with a nod. "Oh, then I have no more business here, I'll go back and rest." Su Li turned around to leave. "Wait a minute." "Why? You have something for me?" "Yup, about the topic we had discussed yesterday on ending our confusing relationship. What is your take? Our marriage is wrong fundamentally, and now you also know what kind of a man I am, so we better end this. You and I would both get our freedom back once again, and as you have said before, you would end this relationship when you found a suitable man," Xiao Luo said. "Since it will be terminated anyway, we might as well end it now. What do you think, huh?" What's going on?" He realized that Su Li's eyes had reddened, and Xiao Luo felt confused even as he was speaking. "Haven't you heard of the line, 'The organizer reserves the right of final decision and interpretation,' before?" Su Li riposted, containing her tears and smiling mirthlessly. Xiao Luo was shocked and a question popped into his mind immediately. What did she mean? "I will terminate it when I deem it suitable, so before that moment arrives, please do not speak about the termination ever again." Su Li answered with much anger and then left right after. As she turned around, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she could not understand how this man could be so cold to her. Did he not even consider spending the rest of his life with her at all? In fact, the thought never occurred to Xiao Luo. Since Su Li had told him that she would terminate the relationship after finding an appropriate man, he naturally did not attach any emotions to her. Although he had feelings for her from time to time, he had intentionally suppressed those emotions. He sighed, "All right, let's see how long can you last in this game." It was another day, and the internet broke out with news on Su Li, with sensational headlines in various media. Shocking. National diva Su Li married a long time ago. Su Li has cheated everyone. The mysterious man behind the national goddess, Su Li. The collapsing of her character, the national diva Su Li's scam. These eye-catching headings had taken the internet by storm, and more netizens began getting involved in the discussion. Every media platform had over 100,000 comments, and there were different voices. Don't bother, it's showbiz. Many celebrities declare that they are single even when they're married. This is not uncommon. Who's that man, sh*t, how can he be so lucky? On top of that, f***cku, why didn't you get a clear picture of that man? Is your handphone camera resolution that low? So my goddess had already married someone and become a wife? Oh, my God, she had lied to all of us. When I think of my goddess moaning under some random dude, all I want to do is to blow up a bomb in a crowded place for revenge. It's all gone, I'm done watching her movies and films, no more of her songs for me. I have officially turned from being a fan to a stranger. This public discussion had a very negative impact on Su Li, and her Weibo fan following had dropped from 70 million to 50 million within a day. The numbers were still falling, and her social media was inundated by many fans, all claiming that they were disappointed in Su Li. Chai Jing was as anxious as the ants on a boiling pot. She kept walking back and forth in the apartment, and so did Luo Pingxiang. Su Li's mother, Wang Wanjing, and Su Li's brother, Su Caney, were also present. To become a superstar was never easy, and the climb was an arduous one, slowly accumulating the number of fans bit by bit, but it wasn't difficult to plummet from that position. Staying on top was always harder. This public discussion had threatened Su Li's standing with her fans, and it could very well be the catalyst that would end her career. What? President Zhang, how could you do that? Lili is the backbone of our company. Hello. Hello. Chai Jing threw the phone aside in disappointment and looked at Su Li. Lili, the company just notified us that they intend to terminate our contractual relationship. Every filmmaking and song recording would be aborted, and this is the board's final decision, she said, looking entirely at her wits' end. Terminate the contractual relationship? Doesn't that mean that you will be fired? How could this happen? How could this happen? Wang Wanjing was terrified, as she was well aware that Huangpu Entertainment Group was the key reason for Su Li's successful career today. Without the company, Su Li would be as good as a phoenix with its wings clipped, and she would never be able to soar in the showbiz world again. Sising, can you please talk to the company one more time and get them to make an exception? My sister cannot afford to be fired, or I cannot live the carefree life that I am so accustomed to, Su Caney said. He was worried, but for a very selfish and abhorrent reason. Just like Shen Qingyan, Chai Jiang also looked down on Su Caney from the bottom of her heart. Needless to say, they both felt that he was nothing but a burden to Su Li. When she heard his words, it added fuel to her already smoldering temper, and she screamed, "Shut the hell up, do you think I have time to deal with your bullshit?" If not for Su Li, she would have treated Su Caney as a useless piece of scrap. Su Caney was intimidated, and he quickly realized that Chai Jiang was a fiery old hag, so he wisely distanced himself from her. However, he felt the need to do something for Su Li, so he logged into his Weibo account and did his part in dismissing the social media's overwhelmingly negative and angry comments of Su Li. Su Caney wasn't alone, for there were many more who were vigorously defending Su Li. They were Su Li's hardcore fans. There are two sides to a coin, and those who defended Su Li were as many as those attacking her. These two groups of people had started a nasty argument on the internet, and the public discussion spiraled toward a destructive direction and soon got out of hand. Despite being the subject of the discussion, Su Li appeared to be very calm, as if nothing was happening. She still looked her usual cold and otherworldly self as she casually fed Su Xiaobei porridge. The little girl still had no idea about what was happening, so she stared at Su Li with her puppy doll eyes and asked, "Mommy, what happened? Why did Aunt Jing scream at Uncle?" "It's a small matter, you don't have to know about it," Su Li replied. "Oh. Su Xiaobei pouted, then opened her mouth as Su Li moved the spoon to her, slurping up the porridge and chewing on it for a bit before swallowing it quickly. However, she, too, felt that the issue might be too much, so she said, "Mommy, tell Daddy about this. Daddy is very powerful, he surely can protect Mommy well." Su Li was quite taken aback by Su Xiaobei's remarks. It suddenly reminded her of how Xiao Luo had saved her from Bode Villa 2 days ago, and it inexplicably made her felt warm and safe. But when she suddenly thought of Xiao Luo wanting to terminate their relationship, it made her felt cold and disappointed. She used to harbor thoughts of a meaningful relationship with him, but not anymore. "Didn't I just tell you? You don't have to worry so much about adults' affairs. When you are a grown-up, Mommy will naturally tell you more things." Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and continued eating her porridge. "Lily, this whole matter is getting out of hand, and to make things worse, the company is trying to cut all ties with us. We're facing a tough situation now, how can you remain so calm?" Chai Jiying cried. She was so anxious that she could not bear to stay idle and do nothing. She was in charge of Su Li's legal affairs and had witnessed her rise as a superstar. Now that such an unfortunate situation had arisen, it might very well be the fall of Su Li, and that worried her more than anything else in the world. "So, what do you think I should do?" Su Li asked, as she had expected that Huangpu Entertainment Group would pull such a stunt with Yang Yuanzhong being behind bars now. The rest of the shareholders were very close to him, and they would still side with him even if they knew that he was at fault. On top of that, the negative publicity was a convenient reason to take her down, so naturally, they would not let such a perfect opportunity slip. "Maybe you can go to the company and bow down to President Zhang and the rest of them, and this crisis would be." "I am not going to bow down." Before Chai Jiying could finish her lines, Su Li cut her off abruptly with a fierce determination. She could foresee the outcome of backing down to them, as those jerks were the ones who created and normalized the casting couch in showbiz. Many new celebrities in Huangpu had entered into private deals with them, and if she went to seek help from them now, she could not think of any other outcome besides being asked to offer her body in exchange. But Chai Jiying was adamant and still tried to convince Su Li, "We're in a tough situation now. Without their support, you will be annihilated in this ongoing public discussion," she argued. "Forget it. There's no room for discussion in this matter." Su Li replied as she put down the bowl and spoon and stood up defiantly. Chai Jiying wanted to say something but decided not to speak in the end. Instead, she let out a long sigh as she did not know what else to do now. She knew Su Li's personality better than anyone. She was incredibly stubborn, which was her bane. As far as Chai Jiying was concerned, without the company's support, it was akin to ending her career with her own hands. "Daughter, let's listen to Jiying. After all, she's your..." Wang Wanjing tried to persuade Su Li, but her voice trailed off when she met with Su Li's cold eyes, and she did not finish her sentence. Su Li had already made efforts to forgive her gradually, and allowing her to stay was proof of that. For a mother who drugged her daughter, what right did she have in trying to educate her? Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "It must be Daddy," Su Xiaobei cried. Ampli went to answer the door, and as Su Xiaobei had guessed, it was none other than Xiao Luo. Su Xiaobei was thrilled and shouted out, "Daddy." As Xiao Luo smiled and approached her, 2 individuals were glaring at him, and their hatred of the man was evident. Chai Jiying was one of them, and Wang Wanjing was the other. Xiao Luo chose to ignore them and sat down beside Su Xiaobei, playfully touching her tiny nose. He looked at Su Li and said, "You guys are talking about what's going on online, right?" Had Zhang Dashan not told him during their phone call, he would not have known that such chaos was stirring on the internet. Su Li whispered as she nodded her head. Su Caney, accustomed to the good life, felt the need to pitch in. "Brother-in-law, what a coincidence that you're here. It looks like my sister probably cannot overcome this challenge on her own." I think you'll have to start taking care of her money matters in the future, he said. If she can no longer make any more money, it would be unimaginable. My mom and I will starve to death. Bang! Suli could not tolerate it anymore and slammed the table. She pointed at the door and yelled, Tsukane, you have 10 seconds to get the hell out of here with your mother. Sis, I am joking, really, you have no sense of humor at all. Look, I just scolded an idiot online who was defaming you. I even scolded every single ancestor of his, and he couldn't take it. I had scolded him off the internet. This is really relieving, just like how last year there was an online flaming between Xiao Luo and Jiazhini. Tsukane said as he put the phone before her eyes to flaunt his victory. Cough. With the mention of the handle name, Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo choked, for he was the account owner after all. When he recalled flaming Jiazhini on Weibo last year, Xiao Luo blushed. Although he did not use any expletives, online flaming was still not something he'd brag about to anyone. Thinking of that now only embarrassed him, and Xiao Luo decided never to do that again. Of course, he only did that to earn as many points as possible from the system then. Have you thought of how you'd counter these people? Xiao Luo asked, shifting the topic back to the public discussion. Time will resolve many things, Suli said, as she brushed back her tousled hair. Xiao Luo raised his brows and said, so you're really not going to do anything? Duh, Suli responded, mocking him with a snicker. You can hold a press conference to explain our relationship, and as long as you insist that you are still single, I think most of your fans will believe you and continue to support you, Xiao Luo said. Suli was stunned for a moment. Cai Jiying, on the other hand, was thrilled, and her eyes brightened up instantly. That's right, how could I have missed out that angle? Seems like I was so worried that I had totally lost my ability to think, she cried. I'll arrange a press conference right now. Lili, wait for my news. Now that the company had abandoned you, I'll make sure that they beg you to go back on all four this time. As she finished speaking, she got up to leave, and she was in high spirits. She took a glance at Xiao Luo as she walked away with one thought on her mind, this jerk was finally becoming useful. She suddenly found him less annoying. Your agent is pretty dense, and frankly, I don't think she's doing her job. You should consider changing her for a new one, Xiao Luo said, pointing at his head when he remarked on Cai Jiying. He despised her arrogant and demanding attitude and thought that she resembled a woman with premature menopause syndrome. That's very right, I totally agree with brother-in-law. Sis, Cai Jiying is useless as an agent, why don't you just fire her? Tsukane pitched in. Suli had not noticed Tsukane's presence, but for his sudden remarks, and she immediately glared at him coldly. What are you people still doing here? Do I need to get the security to escort you out? She hissed. Suli's tone and coldness made Wang Wanjing lose hope of getting back to the good old times with Suli, and she realized that Suli would never forgive her. She tried to speak, but could not even manage to utter a word, as hard as she tried. Wang Wanjing put on a smile and said, Daughter, take care of yourself, Mom is leaving. But Suli had already shut her out of her world completely, and her response was icy. Go, and never come here again, no matter what happens. I can take care of myself. Everything about me has nothing to do with you anymore, you are nothing but a burden, she snapped. Wang Wanjing felt hurt, but she only took a deep breath to calm herself down, then she proceeded to leave the apartment. Tears of agony rolled down her cheeks the moment she faced away from everyone, and she left the room a forlorn figure. Sis, that's too much. Tsukane chided her. He spoke with his usual playful attitude, but his words were dead serious. He then left and caught up with Wang Wanjing. Was I too much? Suli stared at the open door and looked a little confused. She did try to forgive her mother, but whenever she recalled how her mother had tried to drug her that night, she would always get into a rage and lose her composure. Pingxiang, you should go back too, Suli said. She looked sympathetically at Luo Pinjixiang, who was caught in between and appeared not to know what to do. Sis, let me stay and accompany you, Luo Pingxiang replied. After all these arguments, she knew that Suli would be in a terrible mood, so she wanted to stay and care for her. It's fine, I want some time alone, Suli said. Alright, let me know if you need anything, I'll come over, Luo Pingxiang said. And, don't be sad, we can overcome this. Suli did not respond to her. Then, Luo Pinjixiang also left, and only Xiao Luo remained in the apartment with Suli. Jiying is a great agent. I would not be here today without her care and effort in managing my public relations. Besides, she's been running summer on my behalf, so the stress from 2 jobs does make her a little hot-tempered, so go easy on her, Suli said, in a delayed response to Xiao Luo's earlier statement. It was beyond Xiao Luo's expectation, as he did not think that Cai Jiying was behind the operation of summer. He was quite surprised that, just like him, Suli did not run the business herself. Regarding this matter, how can I help you? Xiao Luo said, getting back to the topic. Suli was slightly stunned and then smiled wryly. Like how Tsukane flames others online, she quipped. Forget it, then. Xiao Luo frowned. His intentions were genuine, but they were being taken for granted and even ridiculed. Suli did not appreciate his efforts, so he did not see the point in helping and thought it best to forget the matter. Suli suddenly realized that her words were too harsh, so she quickly added, I can handle it. Even if I can't, the worst scenario is to just retire from showbiz. Okay then, I shall excuse myself. Xiao Luo patted Su Xiaobei's head affectionately and got up to leave. Wait. What's wrong? Give me a minute. Suli stood up and walked into her bedroom. Daddy, come. Su Xiaobei gestured to Xiao Luo to put his ears close to her mouth. Xiao Luo was quite amused, so he bent over and drew close to her. Mommy bought a gift for you yesterday, the little girl whispered. A gift? Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised. What did she buy for me? He asked. Su Xiaobei shook her head, I don't know, Mommy left it on a very high place and Bebe could not reach it even on tiptoes. It did not take too long for Suli to come down, and she had a small bag in her hands. She stood before Xiao Luo looking rather uncomfortable and spoke curtly. For you, she said. What is it? Xiao Luo asked. You'll know when you open it at home, Suli muttered. I like to open it before the person who gave me the gift. Xiao Luo promptly took out the box and placed it on the table. He opened it and discovered that it was a black men's watch. It was a black strapped watch with a white casing, and the dials were embedded with diamonds. It was from the Swiss-made Omega Constellation series collection. Xiao Luo was shocked as this watch cost at least 200,000. Although Suli was wealthy, and this was nothing much to her, her thought of buying such a luxurious gift meant a lot to him. No mature man could resist a good watch, and that went for Xiao Luo as well. He was quite touched when he saw the watch. Didn't I tell you to open it after you go back? Suli was a little flustered, for when she had checked before, giving watches to a man carried a hidden meaning of expressing one's love. Xiao Luo smiled. Does it matter? He said. It does. Suli retorted and turned away as she came up with a silly justification for the gift. Don't get the wrong idea, you saved me, and this is my token of appreciation. Xiao Luo did not speak and continued to examine the watch in great detail. The more he looked at it, the more he was in love with this watch, as it was man's nature to covet classy things. Daddy, wear it now, it'll look fantastic on you, Su Xiaobei said. Okay. Xiao Luo was not a sentimental person, so he put on the watch immediately. Suli took a fleeting glance at him and felt relieved. She was glad it was the correct size. It looked great on him and undoubtedly made him look classier. Of course, she did not buy this watch for Xiao Luo to thank him for saving her. She only wanted this man to have a decent watch he could wear with pride. Su Li presented Xiao Luo with a men's watch. It was a branded Swiss watch. Xiao Luo didn't lose his mind entirely from excitement, but he was very moved. It was the most expensive gift he had ever received in all his life, and also the gift he loved most. When he was in a romantic relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Mingqi, he was the one who was always giving. He never missed a birthday, an anniversary, or a Valentine's Day, but Zhao Mingqi had never given him anything proper. I don't quite get this woman. When he got back to his apartment, he sat on his bed and looked at the watch on his wrist. He couldn't help murmuring to himself. Truth be told, if Su Li had not said to him that things would be over between them sooner or later, he would undoubtedly have thought that this woman had fallen in love with him. Well, since I've accepted an expensive gift like that, I should do the right thing. As the saying goes, gifts blind the eyes, and he had precisely that feeling right now. He got out of bed and walked to the living room. He made himself a cup of tea and sat in front of his laptop. Soon, his pale fingers were clattering swiftly across the keyboard like those of a pianist playing a soulful piece of music, inputting commands after commands into the notebook. Suddenly, the alarm went off in the back end of a news and media platform that was currently very popular, the Penguin Net. Hackers intrusion detected, activate the defense system now. The manager responsible for internet security immediately set off the alarm to alert the staff members to operate in defense mode. Clack, 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 clack. There was some furious typing going on in the company's internet security department, and it sounded like a scatter of shots were being fired. Everyone was gawking at the computer screen in front of them, building a firewall after a firewall, and trying to stop the hackers' intrusion. How dare you piece of sh*t hack into our system? You must be looking for trouble. Trace his IP address right away, zero in on the suspect. I'll not rest until I throw him into prison. The security manager thumped the office desk with his fist. He abhorred any hacker that dared breach into the company's system, and it showed visibly on his face, as an expression of disdain and scorn glowered in his eyes. In his opinion, the hacker was like nothing more than a mayfly trying to shake a tree, charting a course to its own ruin. Oh no, the first firewall is down. An urgent voice cried out. What the hell? Panic was painted on the security manager's face, for the staff members responsible for their company's internet security were all top-notch. They had fought off countless hackers who had tried to hack their company's system many times before this, and they were very experienced and proficient with excellent computer skills. Therefore, the hacker would have to be exceptional to breach the first firewall in such a short period. Hold out. He must be stopped, do not let him get through. The security manager yelled. Yes, sir. The messenger turned around and passed on the manager's command to the staff members. The staff members became more nervous as they were busy hitting the keys on the keyboards, and some of them were already soaked in sweat, appearing like they were about to collapse from the strain. The second firewall has also been compromised. When the security manager heard the report, a shudder ran through him. Who was that? Was he some foreign master hacker hired by their business competitor? 2 of the company's firewalls were torn down within 5 minutes. The speed of the intrusion was simply terrifying and beyond human. The 3rd firewall is down, the enemy has gotten in. Another situation report came in, and the security manager's face went as white as a sheet. The security team had no means to fight back at all, and they were utterly crushed. They had never seen nor heard of this kind of hacker before, an all-powerful nemesis to internet security teams everywhere. The company's system had already become the enemy's backyard, and they could do nothing but helplessly watch the enemy wiping their background data. Boss, what he deleted was the news about the national goddess, Su Li. All of the 10,000 comments are also gone. One of the staff members looking at the background data said. I'm not blind. The security manager yelled furiously at him. The hacker was probably not sent by their competitors, but by the national goddess, Su Li, to remove the negative news. After a block of Su Li's data was removed, a window suddenly popped up on the system's interface, and a string of block letters began to be typed in. Do not publish any more of Su Li's bad news, or face the consequences. The bold red letters radiated an eerie and cold message, no matter how one looked at it. The security department staff members of Penguin Net felt a chill run down their spine as they looked at each other in horror. A dead silence fell upon the whole department, and even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor could be heard. An unstoppable breach and a calm exit, this kind of enemy was precisely their worst nightmare. I totally did not expect that Su Li would be able to hire such a master hacker, the manager of the security department exclaimed. Boss, we just heard from iPhone.com, China.com, CNET, and 10 other news platforms. They were also attacked by the hacker. They experienced the same thing, and the hacker only removed the negative news about the national goddess, Su Li, and left the same warning before he left. He invaded more than 10 companies' systems by himself at the same time. The security manager was shocked to the core, his whole body was suddenly covered in a cold sweat, and he collapsed into his office chair. This was not some master hacker, this was flat out a monster of a hacker. Done. Satisfied, Xiao Luo closed his notebook. He took the cup of tea from the table, walked to the balcony, and languidly enjoyed the tea. 2 hours later, the Weibo platform, unaffected and operating as usual, was astir with breaking news of the hacking. Did you hear? More than 10 news platforms including the Penguin Net, iPhone.com, China.com, CNET News, etc. were hacked. All the negative news about Goddess Su were wiped clean? Every company also received a warning. Shit, is it real? I'll go and have a look if all Goddess Su's negative news is really removed. No shit, Goddess Su is really so powerful, huh? She has the power to make a super hacker attack those influential new platforms back end. This is not just extreme, this is 1 in a million. He'd need to have real B*LLS to hack into those internet giants' systems. He got in successfully, this is too awesome. The expression on old Ma's face must have been fascinating when he got the news about his platform being hacked, ha ha ha. All kinds of comments about the new platforms being hacked filled all the pages in Weibo. In seconds, tens of thousands of them appeared on Su Li's Weibo profile page, and everyone was discussing the hacking incident. Su Li's phone rang. It was Xuanhuan calling her. Li, tell me who the super hacker is, I want him to be my teacher. As soon as she picked up the phone, Xuanhuan couldn't wait to cut to the chase. Puzzled, Su Li frowned and asked, what super hacker? What are you talking about? God, you still don't know anything, do you? Xuanhuan cried. Su Li only got more and more confused. What should I know? She asked. She was with Su Xiaobei the whole time. She knew that the entire internet community was talking about her, so she decided to go offline to find peace of mind. A super hacker hacked into all the popular news platforms and wiped all the bad news about you, Xuanhuan said. Su Li bolted up from her sofa abruptly, and astonishment was written all over her cold face. When did it happen? She asked. It was 2 hours ago. Xuanhuan continued, the CEOs of the new platforms blew their top, they threw the internet security managers in their companies out. They have also called in the police and claimed that they want to catch the super hacker. Li, you really have no idea who the super hacker who helped you is? When the call ended, Su Li couldn't calm herself down. She logged into a few popular news websites and found out that those negative news about her had indeed been removed, along with the 10,000 comments, without leaving any trace, proving that what Xuanhuan said was true. Who did this? Hacker? Do I know a hacker like this? Su Li searched her memory for the information on just such a man like this, but she couldn't come up with anything after a long time. Other than a few friends like Shen Qingyan, her circle of friends was actually very small. She only had a nodding acquaintance with most people in her life, and her knowledge about them was very superficial. She didn't know any super hacker who could hack into the back end of the giant internet companies. Suddenly, her heart jumped. She looked in the direction of Xiao Luo's apartment. It wasn't him, was it? When that thought popped into her mind, she was somewhat dumbstruck, but she quickly dropped the idea after brief consideration. She thought that it couldn't possibly be Xiao Luo, for he didn't look like a hacker at all. Besides, those abilities he had shown were already unbelievable enough. If he had also mastered computer networking, then he would be way too terrifying. There was simply no such all-round genius in the world. At the same time, many of her celebrity friends in the entertainment industry tagged her on Weibo, saying that Jia Xingyi had posted something to denounce her, and he even included a link. Suli quickly clicked on the link and came to Jia Xingyi's Weibo main page right away. And, there it was, he was already insulting and mocking her from his first post. No matter how powerful or how rich you are, you have always been merely an actress, a singer, and you always will be. However far you go, you shouldn't forget that the public is your bread and butter. You are nothing without your fans. The same knife that slices bread will cut fingers. You deceived the public and tricked your fans. You have completely forgotten what you really are. There's only one word that can describe you, low. Even though there was no mention of Su Li's name, but the post was clearly directed at her, anyone could see that at first glance, and that had tempted countless people to comment on it. Jia Xingyi, your act of cloud chasing blew me away, but no matter how hard you try, the management still won't stop blackballing you. So, just shut up, wash up and go to bed, just stop tormenting people. I don't care if he was cloud chasing, what he said was right. Su Li is a B***tch, she lied to us, the fans, she's scum. Yeah, old Jia took the words right out of our mouths. Your comeback is supported. Please dig out all the scandals in the entertainment industry, lay them bare. I'm all for it. Old Jia did something wrong previously, but he has already served his sentence. Now, it's the B***tch, Su, who breaks our hearts. We should support old Jia, he should come down hard on that B***tch. Although somebody criticized Jia Xingyi for being a cloud chaser, almost everyone else supported Jia Xingyi, and no one ever mentioned the slanging match between him and San Qianluo Shui last year again. The deeper the love for Su Li once was, the deeper the hatred for her now. Su Li was furious. It was obvious that Jia Xingyi was just trying to get back at her for merely liking San Qianluo Shui's post last year. Looking at the netizens' disgusting comments, she couldn't help but feel the need to return Jia Xingyi's fire. Jia Xingyi, please remove your post immediately, or my lawyer would prosecute you for libel. She typed the sentence in the reply section as she gritted her teeth. Jia Xingyi soon replied to her comment, Whoa, what is happening to our national goddess, why is there so much rage? I did not include a name on my post, why are you making it about you? Coldly, Su Li typed her reply, remove it now, and apologize. Apologize? For what? Just because you are a celebrity? Let's not forget about the current situation. There are tens of millions of people in this country who would be more than happy to tear you to pieces, and you want to sue me? Are you sure you want to be seen in public? Su Li was about to explode. She called her lawyer, Chai Jiying, right away, and then replied to Jia Xingyi, I have already called my lawyer, Jia Xingyi, you can be expecting a subpoena soon. Ah, I am so scared, B***tch, you are going down very soon. When you lose your national goddess halo, I'll buy you and F***CKU until you're dead, ha ha ha. Jia Xingyi's reply was vindictive, and he didn't spare the vulgar words. Su Li's face reddened. Jia Xingyi was like a rabid dog, she really didn't want to waste her time on him, but she was already caught up in it the moment she replied to his post. She lost it when she couldn't help herself, and now she regretted it. She wrote a stern reply, "I'll give you 2 hours to write a post to apologize to me, or you will pay. F***ck off. A whore is a whore, you should be kept under the table. You must have slept with countless men to get to this position." Huh, national goddess? I think the title, national whore, suits you better. Anyone can F***ck you as long as they pay some money. Jia Jingyi's frenzied responses were getting more and more unbearable, as if they were just a way for him to let off steam. There was no way Su Li could tolerate that. She blocked his account straight away, but she couldn't tame the fury that raged within her even after a long time. She had never been this mad in years. Hundreds of thousands of netizens saw the slanging match. Although Jia Jingyi used vulgar language throughout the whole squabble, all the so-called heartbroken crowd threw their support right behind Jia Jingyi. Ha ha ha. Good job. That be *tch, Su Li was asking for it. Old Jia is Master Jia again in my heart. If your old Jia's talk show is back on TV again, I will be a supporter. Old Jia is a real man, he is genuine, you should curse like that when you're mad, all the manners and self-control *t can F***king go to hell. Voices of support filled Jia Jingyi's Weibo main page, and the number of his Weibo followers also surged. Some of the people hated Su Li, but many people were still absolutely loyal to Su Li. Although they thought that Su Li had lied to them, they were still very much behind her. When they heard that Jia Jingyi was insulting Su Li, and there was a record of those unbearable insults, they became furious. They logged on to Jia Jingyi's Weibo main page and started to argue with those who were abusing Su Li. All of a sudden, a 1 in a million slanging match was set in motion on Weibo again. Zhang Dashan was indignant at Su Li's treatment at the hands of Jia Jingyi and felt compelled to call Xiao Luo on the phone. Old Xiao, that Jia Jingyi, who had a war of words with you last year, is out making trouble again. He is giving Goddess Su both barrels this time around. I have screenshot his insults of Goddess Su and sent them to you. Motherf ***, he's way out of line, that scumbag must have a zodiac sign of a rabid dog. Even I, an outsider, am so mad that I want to rush to Shanghai City to chop him into pieces, he cried. When the call ended, Xiao Luo received a few screenshots on his phone, and the details of Jia Jingyi's insulting posts were on those images. After reading them, Xiao Luo went into a fit and was seething in rage. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Xiao Luo heard the little girl, Su Xiaobei, calling out urgently from the other side of the door, "Daddy, open the door. Open the door, Daddy, quick." Xiao Luo put down the phone and hurried to open the door. The little girl was looking up at him, tears welling up in her large eyes, the color of black obsidian. "Bei, what is going on? Come, quick." Mummy passed out. Bei tried to wake her, but she won't wake up. "Boo-hoo-hoo," Su Xiaobei cried. She was scared and sobbing desperately with her mouth puckered up. "What? Su Li has passed out?" Xiao Luo's heart jumped. He quickly picked Su Xiaobei up and carried her in his arms as he ran into Su Li's apartment. As soon as he stepped in, he saw that Su Li lying unconscious on the carpet. There was a glass beside her, knocked over with its contents spilled all over the floor. He rushed over to Su Li and turned her over. Her lustrous black hair fell across her face before it slipped, spreading out on the floor. Xiao Luo couldn't help noticing how lovely Su Li looked as the light shone on her rosy cheeks. "Miss Su, wake up. What happened to you?" Xiao Luo tried waking Su Li up, but when she did not respond, he promptly lifted her up from the living room floor and gently put her down on the couch. Mrs. Li had already left by that time, and had he not been in the opposite apartment, he couldn't imagine what would have happened to this woman and Su Xiaobei. He quickly examined Su Li's condition and soon determined that her blood pressure had spiked because she was experiencing emotional stress, causing the pressure in her cranial cavity to increase suddenly, hence why she passed out. He took out a long silver needle from his jacket. He gently inserted it into the Shuigu acupuncture point on Su Li's head. Su Li's eyes started to quiver slightly, then she gradually came to. Mummy. Su Xiaobei flew into Su Li's arms. Her long eyelashes were still drenched in tears, and it was a sight that would touch anybody's heart. Su Li reached out, stroked her sad face, and said, Mummy's okay, don't worry. Although her complexion appeared rosy, for the most part, her face was rather sallow. In fact, she looked sickly pale. Boo-hoo-hoo. Su Xiaobei's mouth puckered up, and she was still sobbing, and tears were streaming out of her eyes. Xiao Luo retrieved the silver needle, and making an informed guess, he said, You passed out because you were too mad about Jia Jingyi's filthy words, huh? Su Li gave him a dirty look as if to say, Why ask if you already know? Don't go onto the internet for a while. As you know, people are talking about you in all the media now. It's not worth the trouble, you're better off turning a deaf ear to all that's going on up there, just pretend that the problem doesn't exist. Xiao Luo thought that this would be an excellent opportunity to educate Su Li on stress management. If you look at it another way, you now have a lot of free time on your hands and you can go shopping with Shen Qingyan, or go on a vacation in other countries. It should be very relaxing, he said. Well, I'll consider your suggestion. Su Li's response was rather curt, and her nature was impervious to other suggestions. Without lingering further on the subject, she said, Can you get me a cup of water? 1 second. Xiao Luo turned around, headed toward the water dispenser to get some, and walked back. Su Li slowly sat up on the couch and took a sip. Su Li remained silent for a while, then she looked up and asked, Xiao Luo, if it were you, wouldn't you be mad? Xiao Luo chuckled. He did not answer her question directly but said, Remember this, a heart as cool as ice, would not tremble even if the sky falls. Repeat this phrase over and over again, it helps a lot when you need to calm down. It sounds like something from the spell of Frozen Heart, Su Li replied. Yes, you're right. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was indeed from the spell of Frozen Heart, and one could simply find the full-length poem on the internet. When he was working at Huahai Corporation, he would recite the phrase whenever he felt down, and it served him pretty well. Su Li started to recite the phrase silently as she sipped on the water. I still need to run some errands. You should call Miss Luo to come here and take care of you, Xiao Luo said. He ruffled Su Xiaobei's hair and walked out of the apartment. Xiao Luo, the person who hacked into those popular news platforms and wiped the negative news about me, was that you? Su Li asked him as he was walking out the door. Xiao Luo stopped, turned around, and smiled. Nah, I don't have that kind of skill, he said. He denied it outright. Those companies had already called the cops, and undoubtedly, they would soon come to Su Li with questions. So, keeping Su Li out of the loop was for the best. Su Li sighed faintly. Seems like I am overthinking, how on earth could he be the super hacker, she mumbled to herself. Xiao Luo saw Su Li lowering her head, so he didn't say anything else and left without looking back. The moment he closed the door on Su Li's apartment, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared and his body gave out a cold, icy aura. When he saw Su Li sprawled on the floor unconscious, he hit the roof. This conflict on the internet is really juicy, let's see how that bitch, Su Li, pulls through this time. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of a coffee table in a private residence, scrolling through Weibo while drinking tea. He wore a pair of golden frame glasses and had a center-parting hairstyle. He was wearing a loose Mandarin jacket, looking like a translator working for a foreign devil. The man sitting across the coffee table was quite skinny. He was rat-faced, had sunken, shifty eyes, and a cunning look. The word, sly, immediately came to mind when one saw him. After listening to what the middle-aged man said, he laughed and said, Oh, dear old Jia, what did Su Li do to piss you off? Why did you corner her like that? The middle-aged man was Jia Jingyi. Do you know about the war of words between me and someone with the handle, Xiao Luo Shui, on Weibo? Xiao Jingyi appeared agitated as he raised his voice in response. Of course, everyone in the entertainment industry knows about that. Rumor has it that Xiao Luo Shui is the CEO of the Luo's workshop in Jiangqing. He monopolizes the baking industry of the Jiangqing, the skinny man said. We're now talking about Su Li, that bitch. Why are you changing the subject to Jiangqing? You have no idea what happened, Jia Jingyi said. I was doing fine at first, gonna use the momentum of public opinion to gain in popularity, but then, that bitch suddenly popped up and liked Xiao Luo Shui's post. And because of that, those retarded fans of hers started to attack me, causing the slanging match to escalate. I was subsequently benched by the platform. If I didn't have some savings, I might already be out on the streets, begging for food. Enlightened, the skinny man nodded. Ah, I see, then it all makes sense now, he said. Jia Jingyi gulped down his tea in a somewhat exaggerated way and sneered, that B*TCH is my nemesis. Now that the tables are turned, she's the one who's in big trouble, and I am so thrilled, or else I wouldn't be inviting you over for tea today. Old Jia, you are not asking me to come all the way here only for tea, are you? Don't you have something else to say? The skinny man laughed as his sly eyes glanced around fleetingly. Jia Jingyi's eyes were red with vengeful fury as he clenched his wrist and said, since we're already on that topic, I'll quit beating around the bush. I'd like to ask your team to write some negative articles about that bitch. I'm gonna make her life a living hell, and I want this whole affair to blow up. The skinny man was startled briefly, but he then chuckled and said, this is what my team and I do best. Within a day, the mobile social media service, social networking sites, and other platforms on the internet will be flooded with Su Li's scandalous articles. But this is business, you gotta show some good faith when you're doing business, right? There was an evident look of greed in his eyes. Bam! Jia Jingyi took out a heavy envelope from his jacket pocket and threw it on the coffee table. He raised his hand, stretching out his 5 fingers, and said, this amount is in that envelope, it is the down payment, and when you get the job done, you'll get another payment of the same amount, what do you think? The skinny man took the envelope, opened it, and scanned through the content. He laughed and said, old Jia is generous, as usual. Great, consider it done. The thin man raised his cup of tea, a faint smile on his face. Come, let me toast to you, old Jia, with tea in place of wine. Here's to a pleasant partnership, he said. To a pleasant partnership. Jia Jingyi raised his teacup as well, breaking out into boisterous laughter. Their teacups clinked in the air, and then they both tilted their heads back, downing the tea in one go, as if they were drinking wine. But when they put their teacups down, they got the shock of their lives. They both shrieked in fright and fell off their seats for, out of nowhere, someone had suddenly appeared sitting in the chair beside them. It could only have occurred when they tilted their heads back to drink their tea, yet there wasn't a sound or sign that pointed towards how this person could have appeared so suddenly. You, who are you? Jia Jingyi asked, choking on his spit as he tried to repress the fear rising within him. The person was dressed in white, and the collar of his shirt was slightly open. His sleeves were rolled up to the elbow, to reveal tanned skin. There were depth and divinity in his eyes, and his nose bridge was high, his eyebrows were long and willowy. He was blessed with a handsome face, and his charming, yet aloof countenance had an evil yet cold air to it. And who was this, if not Xiao Luo? He moved about with no concern for the others, turning over an inverted teacup and filling it with tea. He looked to Jia Jingyi with a blank face, then slowly savored his tea. As he looked at Jia Jingyi, he said, this is poor tea. You're quite good at enjoying the finer things in life, huh, Jia Jingyi? Pu'er has the effect of lowering fat levels in your blood, weight loss, inhibiting bad bacteria, aiding in digestion, as well as to warm your stomach. This tea seems to have been tailor-made for you. The thin man felt an invisible bout of oppressive force hit him from Xiao Luo's calm and collected demeanor. He chose to remain on the ground where he fell, not daring to move in the least. Jiao Jingyi was both frightened and enraged. This was his home, and a stranger had suddenly barged in, drinking his tea as if he owned the place. Fury overcame fear as he picked himself up from the floor, whipped out his phone, and screamed, "Who the hell are you? This is my home, how did you get in here? Tell me, or I'll call the police. Don't get all riled up. Sit down, and let's have a chat," Xiao Luo said, gesturing with his hand. Jiao Jingyi was infuriated and shouted, "What the F***ck are you doing treating me like I'm your dog? Listen." Whoosh. The teacup Xiao Luo was holding suddenly flew from his hand and smashed into Jiao Jingyi's kneecap, with a bone-shattering crack. Jiao Jingyi instantly dropped to the floor, crashing knee first onto the floor. He let out a scream from the excruciating pain, and his phone clattered to the ground. At the sight of this, the thin man gasped in fright. In a panic, he picked himself up and dashed toward the front, scrambling off without a care for anything else. Xiao Luo extended his hand as if grabbing at thin air. Suddenly, the thin man felt a powerful force pulling him back. Before he could even react, he felt a strong hand grasping him on firmly to the scruff of his neck, and was instantly dragged back to where he had been earlier. He was unceremoniously dumped, butt first, and the overwhelming pain caused him to squeal like a pig at slaughter. Grabbing something through the air? Jiao Jingyi's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Luo in abject fear. Did this man know sorcery? Jiao Jingyi could not think clearly as a chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on ends. Xiao Luo squinted at the thin man with an evil glint in his eyes. "Did I say you could leave?" he asked, as he casually poured himself another cup of pu'er tea. The thin man kneeled on the ground for a few beats before his face scrunched up, and he wept unashamedly. "Hey man, oh, no, I mean, big brother. Your issue is with Jiao Jingyi, it's nothing to do with me. Just treat me as if I'm nothing and let me be," he cried. Upon hearing these words, Jiao Jingyi was so incensed that he spat at the thin man. "Scaredy cat, bloody coward," he hissed. "What do you know? This is what it's like to keep up with current affairs. This big brother here obviously isn't a regular person, and killing us will probably be like squashing a couple of ants to him. You offending him is your own problem to deal with, and I have no wish to be buried beside you," the thin man retorted, immediately distancing himself from Jiao Jingyi. He was the kind of person that people referred to when they say all smiles one second and treacherous the next. "Quiet," Xiao Luo bellowed. "Good man, big brother," the thin man responded. The corner of Xiao Luo's lips curled up into an evil smirk, and his assessment of the thin man was that it was always better to deal with an honest villain than a hypocrite. "Thank you for the kind words, big brother," the thin man gushed. "I told you to keep quiet just now. Why are you disregarding my words?" Xiao Luo's expression changed, and his face cracked a cold, heartless smile. The thin man froze, and before he even knew it, Xiao Luo mercilessly shoved the teacup he was holding into the thin man's mouth. The ceramic cup smashed into the thin man's front teeth and shattered into numerous razor-sharp fragments. The pieces tore through his mouth, with several reaching his throat, and as the thin man swallowed involuntarily, the shards lodged in his throat. Her. The thin man squirmed on the ground in pain, grunting with a mouth full of blood. He could not say anything for quite a while, as he had a finger in his throat attempting to dislodge the fragments. This scene filled Jiao Jingyi with fear, and he was sweating bullets. This was just too cruel and terrifying. He hurriedly turned to look at Xiao Luo, but what he saw frightened him, for Xiao Luo now looked no different from a demon. Just who are you? Have I offended you somehow?" he whimpered. His voice was trembling as he humbly lowered his body as far as he could go. Xiao Luo glared at Jiaxing and said nothing else. He extended his hand again and grabbed at the air, and Jiaxing's mobile flew through the air into his hand. Ominously, Xiao Luo placed it in front of the man. "Open up Weibo, and write up an apology to Suli," he barked. "Suli?" Jiaxing was so shocked that all the blood drained from his face. "Why, you were sent by her?" Xiao Luo was running out of patience at this point and was becoming agitated. He yanked Jiaxing up by his hair and dragged him down towards the tea table, before slamming his head on the tabletop and holding him there. Bang! Jiaxing reeled from the impact as forehead smashed violently on the tea table, as the sturdy wood it was made of was much denser than a human skull. Jiaxing's head was bleeding profusely, and his glasses shattered instantly. "Do as I say. You have no right to question me, do you understand?" Xiao Luo growled as he maintained a firm grip over the man's hair, dragging Jiaxing's face across the tabletop and closer to him. Jiaxing's face was covered in blood, and his head felt light. He was so frightened that all he could do was nod. "Understand, I understand," he cried. At this moment, he did not even have the energy to cry. The court subpoena had not even been served yet, but such a ruthless executioner had already been dispatched. Undoubtedly, he would very much rather have dealt with a warrant than a scary person like this. At this time, Jiaxing was terrified and began to wonder if Suli came from such an exceptional and complex background. Not only could she hire a super hacker, but she could also summon a monster like this. "You used to run a talk show, so you're probably good with words, no? Put that talent of yours to good use and write this apology well. Make sure that it's moving and touching." "It has to move me, at least," Xiao Luo said. He spoke matter-of-factly, making the demand with a blank face, and then went back to leisurely sipping his tea. Jiaxing took his phone. Obviously, he did not dare to call the police. This man, right in front of his eyes, was a vicious person. If he even tried to call the police, he would be walking a path to death. He opened up his Weibo page and started clicking on his screen, sincerely penning his apology letter. Not long after, Jiaxing prepared a draft for his post that expressed his apology to Suli. Xiao Luo read through it grumpily, and he could not help but sneer. This is the language standard of a professional talk show host? A middle schooler could write this. Then, in the next second, a palm landed squarely on Jiaxing's face. Smack. The palm was not as big as a palm leaf fan, but it still packed quite a punch. A sharp, crisp sound accompanied the slap as it landed hard on the soft, sensitive skin of Jiaxing's face, sending him crashing to the floor as he screamed in pain. One could tell with just one glance that the left side of his face was swelling up quickly. Xiao Luo tossed the phone back to him. "Rewrite it. Make it more vivid this time," he barked. "Yes, yes." Jiaxing was on the verge of tears, but he did not dare decline. He promptly held the phone and continued to write once again. The thin man by the side looked on in fear. There were still teacup fragments aplenty lodged in his mouth, and the blood was flowing freely, but they did not dare make another sound or move. After 10 minutes, Jiaxing finally and painstakingly managed to draft another apology letter. Smack. Xiao Luo looked over it again and then landed another slap on Jiaxing's face. Not meaningful enough. "Write it again," he roared. After that, Jiaxing wrote a whole chain of apology letters, but not a single one of them made it past Xiao Luo's inspection. His face had taken quite the number of slaps by then. Every slap was delivered with immense force, and the strength behind each blow only got stronger and stronger. The thin man's face was drained of blood, and he started quaking violently. Cold sweat was pouring out from the millions of pores on his body, out of his control, when he saw that both sides of Jiaxing's face had swollen to an extreme state, even his eyelids were swollen. He looked every bit like a decapitated pig head. Strewn on the floor were several blood-stained teeth that had flown out from Jia Jingyi's mouth. Too vicious. Too cruel. The thin man's soul was trembling. How he wished that he had never stepped foot into Jia Jingyi's house on this day, that this experience was nothing more than a hyperrealistic nightmare. When he looked at the enigmatic young man who sat by the side elegantly sipping tea, all he saw was a demon who came straight from hell. Jia Jingyi drafted yet another apology letter with trembling fingers, and then he shakily handed the phone to Xiao Luo. When Xiao Luo took the phone for inspection, Jia Jingyi kneeled on the ground in front of him, kowtowing pleadingly. "Big brother, please, I beg you. Please don't hit me anymore. I've learned my lesson. I really have," he begged. He could not bear it any longer. He was being tortured, both physically and mentally, and it was utterly destroying his psychological state. He howled and cried pitifully, snot and tears alike pouring down his face, and from his mouth flowed a nasty-looking mixture of saliva and fresh blood. This pain was just too much to bear, any more, and he would not be able to feel his face. Xiao Luo paid him no mind as he sipped his tea leisurely with one hand, picking up the phone to read the post with the other. To the beautiful Miss Su Li, I express my deepest apologies to you regarding the rude incident on Weibo of the 7th. In the past few days, I have been tormented by my rash behavior. Those vulgar and unbecoming words had sufficiently exposed me as barbaric, uneducated, and uncultured. Those were the words and actions of an animal. As a public figure, I failed to set an example. On the contrary, I had led the mob against you, and the numerous insults had made me realize the extent of my atrocities. I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive me, and I seek the apologies of everyone as well. After reading this apology letter, Xiao Luo's lips slowly curled up in a cold smile. Jia Jingyi and the thin man did not dare make a single peep. They were so nervous they could barely breathe. The two of them looked exactly like ghosts who had fallen into the afterlife, waiting for the king of the netherworld to pass his judgment and decide whether they would be reincarnated into animals or people. They were beside themselves with fear. "Publish this as it is." Xiao Luo threw the phone back to Jia Jingyi. It was not to say that this letter was exceptionally well written, but rather, it was because he thought that he had punished Jia Jingyi sufficiently. Upon hearing these words, Jia Jingyi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He kowtowed twice again, overwhelmed with relief and gratefulness. "Thank you. Thank you." Then he hurriedly sent the post. "Keep your mouth shut about everything that happened here today. If a fourth person learns about whatever happened today, I will come looking for you two again. By that time, I won't let you off with a light punishment like this time. I'll be coming after your head." Xiao Luo scowled. Jia Jingyi and the thin man met eyes with Xiao Luo, and then they felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Luo knocked his glass back, downing the tea in one go, and then he slapped the sturdy wooden tea table with his palm. Crack! The teacup in his hand instantly shattered into a million pieces, flying in every direction, as if it had exploded. Jia Jingyi and the thin man huddled together and shaking, now collapsed into a heap on the floor. By the time they sat up and looked around the hall, Xiao Luo was nowhere to be seen. The chair he had been sitting on was empty. It was as if there had never been another person in the hall with them. After experiencing such a terrifying incident, the two of them were so shocked that they remained sitting on the floor, paralyzed in fear, with their eyes and mouths wide open. They were so traumatized that it was difficult to return to their senses. Neither of them called for the police. There was no point in calling the cops against someone as terrifying as Xiao Luo. On the contrary, they would only endanger themselves. After 10 or so seconds, the two of them started crying. Tears of terror poured down from their faces. After Jia Jingyi published his apology letter, Weibo quickly came alive with chaotic chatter. F***ck. Wasn't he just saying yesterday that he wasn't afraid of a subpoena or something? Why is he already making a public apology today? He's given up. He's thrown in the towel. Why is this cracking me up? Jiajingyi, did you stage all of this as an elaborate joke? This is amazing. As expected, the law is the best weapon. There's a good boy. Make your apology, and our goddess Su will forgive you. Haha. Below his post were thousands of comments, and many people had shared this post via its link. This apology letter had swept through Weibo space like a hurricane and filled Su Li's diehard fans with glee. The people who were insulting and ridiculing Su Li were thoroughly disappointed, and those who were sitting on the fence and were just here for the show had been treated to quite the wild ride. Su Li, who was still in quite a frail condition, had heard from Luo Pingxiang about Jiajingyi's apology. Sister, that Jiajingyi seems to be afraid of a subpoena after all, and now he's apologizing to you publicly on Weibo. He insulted you like that yesterday, but he's apologizing to you today. What a joke. Luo Pingxiang said gleefully as she kneaded Su Li's shoulders. Su Li had a book propped open as she read carefully. When she heard the news, she felt a lot better. At this moment, Cai Jiying pushed open the door and stormed in. Paying no mind to anything else, she poured herself a cup of water and released the fatigue from her body before she said, Lily, the press conference has been arranged. It will be held in the Venice Hotel tomorrow afternoon, and all the reporters from the big media outlets will be in attendance. We'll start preparing now and do our best to brainstorm and think of what questions the reporters might ask. And then we'll move forward with the least impactful questions. Su Li nodded and then followed up quickly by saying, since Jiajingyi has already apologized, then let's withdraw the lawsuit we filed against him. These days, it's better to avoid trouble. Su Jiajingyi? But I've been so busy with organizing the press conference the past few days that I haven't contacted the lawyers yet, Cai Jiying said. What? You mean you haven't found a lawyer yet? Both Su Li and Luo Pingxiang were stunned. Then what compelled Jiajingyi to make a public apology? Was it because he felt remorseful and succumbed to his own conscience? Have you really not found a lawyer to sue Jiajingyi yet? Su Li asked again, just to confirm the matter. Cai Jiying nodded her head and replied, that's right. Preparing for the press conference has kept me so busy that I barely had time to do anything else. Look, I even have to come over here just to take a sip of water. Then why did Jiajingyi apologize to Cicely? Luo Pingxiang asked. What? Jiajingyi has already apologized to Li? Cai Jiying exclaimed with an incredulous look on her face. That's right, Sis Jiying. He posted it on Weibo. He even wrote an apology letter that was more than 100 words long to publicly apologize to sister. It has gone viral on the internet already, Luo Pingxiang replied. On hearing that, Cai Jiying quickly took out her phone and logged into Weibo. After scrolling through the posts, she looked even more surprised and said, he really did that. So, what in the world happened to Jiajingyi? Why did he suddenly change to become a different person overnight? Cai Jiying was as surprised as everyone else to find out that Jiajingyi had even made a public apology, and she was curious. How was it that only yesterday, he was abusing Su Li with rude and vulgar words like a mad dog, but suddenly he decided to apologize? It all seemed like a ridiculous joke. All the things he posted did have a bad influence on society, so perhaps the relevant department gave him some sort of warning, Luo Pingxiang opined. Forget it, let's put this issue aside for now, and not talk about that B***start anymore. Cai Jiying put the empty teacup down and took a deep breath. Li, the press conference tomorrow is crucial. It's going to determine whether you can get out of this public relations crisis. No matter what kind of tricky questions the reporters ask, you should not admit that you're married at all costs. Grit your teeth and just say that both of you are just good friends, got it, she said. You should know this well. Being married or not does have a significant impact on the popularity of a female celebrity. As long as the public is convinced that you are not married, or don't have a boyfriend, and are still single, then I assure you, this public relations crisis will disappear really quickly. Suli did not reply to her. She looked unfocused, and her mind was 1,000 miles away. Xiao Luo had been wandering around Shanghai City aimlessly after leaving Jiaxingyi's residential area. Whether it was the giant LED advertising screen in a shopping mall, a newspaper kiosk by the roadside, or people walking by in the streets, he would constantly see and hear news related to Suli everywhere he went, and almost all of them were negative. It was as if the entire world felt cheated by Suli, and they were all scolding and reprimanding her. Well, since you've worn the crown, then you ought to know how heavy it is. Although it was all a mistake and they seemed to be an odd couple, he couldn't change the fact that she was his nominal wife. Xiao Luo was deeply affected by this and had an overwhelming impulse to destroy this entire world. As Xiao Luo was wallowing in sorrow, Ji Xiying suddenly called him. Xiao Luo immediately picked up the call. Xiying, he answered. Mr. Xiao Luo, I can tell you seem troubled just listening to your voice. Is it because of all the things happening to Ms. Suli? Ji Xiying asked. Forget it, Xiao Luo said, sighing. Have you eaten already? Not yet. Then let's go have a meal. Alright, I'll be there soon. Ji Xiying put down the phone, drove her orange Beetle car, and arrived at Xiao Luo's location in 20 minutes. Xiao Luo's ring had a GPS function, and she could quickly pinpoint his exact location at any time. Ji Xiying wore an aqua blue skirt. She had fair, white skin, long and slender legs, and a fabulous figure, which wasn't too full, nor too slight. She applied light makeup on her face, making her delicate facial features appear like they were outlined with ink. The edges of her long black hair were slightly curled up, looking both chic and elegant. She wore a pair of silver earrings and gave off an aura like a celebrity as she sauntered down the street toward him. It was evident that she had put in much effort to dress herself up. To be honest, when he was at Luo village, Xiao Luo's heart did skip a beat for this woman, and for a while, he thought he liked her. But he began to slowly withdraw from any illusions he had after that fateful night with Suli. Now that he was tied him down by Suli through a marriage certificate, he finally realized that if Suli and Ji Xiying fell into the sea at the exact same time, he would rush towards Suli without any hesitation. After taking a good look at Ji Xiying, Xiao Luo suddenly realized that the jade bracelet that she always wore on her right wrist was missing. Without thinking, he asked, Xiying, where's the bracelet? Ji Xiying was shocked, and her body trembled a little. Her first thought was that Xiao Luo had only met her to take back the bracelet. In a panic, she hurriedly replied, I took it off. She immediately took out an ornate-looking box from her pocket and opened it in front of Xiao Luo. The box contained the ancestral jade bracelet that belonged to the Xiao family. Ji Xiying did her best to force a smile and said, It is time to return this to its owner. Xiao Luo was stunned, and after shaking his head, he said, Xiying, I only asked you out today to have a meal with you. This is not the reason why I called you. I know that, but it is also about time for me to return this bracelet to its owner, Ji Xiying said, putting up a brave front. As Xiao Luo's liaison officer, she was well aware of all the things that Xiao Luo had done over the past few days, and what that meant. Xiao Luo was protecting Suli, and was also upset to see that she has been pushed to a corner by the public. It was clear that Xiao Luo really liked Suli, and she no longer stood a chance anymore. She placed the box in Xiao Luo's hands, hid the reluctance that showed on her face, and turned it into a smile of blessing for Xiao Luo. With the box in his hands, Xiao Luo felt a heaviness in his heart. It was already heavy, to begin with, but it had just gotten worse now. It was inexplicable, everything just felt complicated at the moment, and he just didn't know what to say. Looking at the man right in front of her, Ji Xiying remembered that the first impression she had of him was when she read about his exploits from the NSA files. After reading all the things he did in Jiangqing, she pictured him as an extremely dangerous man, cruel, bloodthirsty, and ferocious. But during the times they spent at Luo village, the impression she had of him quickly changed. He was filial, responsible, and a guy who took charge of things. Despite being a brutal killer at times, he was always trying to do the right thing. On the night of the Lantern Festival, she could never forget how she rested her head on his strong shoulders. If she could, she wished time would stop so she could live in that night for eternity. But right now, she knew she had to do all she could to give up on this guy. All of a sudden, her heart ached in pain, and her vision became blurry as tears began swirling in her eyes. Looking at her eyes turning red, Xiao Luo couldn't help but call her name out of concern. Ji Xiying turned around, quickly wiped off the tears in her eyes, and said, "I'm fine, the wind blew some dust into my eyes earlier on. Mr. Xiao Luo, I suddenly remember that there's something important that I have to attend to, so I won't be able to have a meal with you this time round. I'll be making a move." After saying that, she dashed back to her car, got into her seat, and drove off without looking back. She couldn't stay there any longer. She couldn't stay beside Xiao Luo any longer because she would not be able to stop herself from crying. She didn't want Xiao Luo to see her fragile side, but after driving for a distance, she took a glance in her rearview mirror. When she saw Xiao Luo still standing there, her tears started falling, and they fell like rain. It was already late at night when Xiao Luo returned to Xingyue Bay after having a simple meal by himself. He placed the box that contained the jade bracelet on his bedside table. He just couldn't tell what was going on in his heart. Both Su Li and Ji Xiying seemed to be in his heart. He was feeling confused as they continued to linger in his heart, and he couldn't erase the thought of them. After entering the bathroom, he took off his clothes and showered in cold water. He tried his best to suppress these disturbing emotions he was feeling. After hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned off the shower, wrapped himself in a bath towel, and walked out. As he exited the bathroom door, he saw Su Li, who happened to be walking into the hall at the exact moment. The woman was dressed in a light blue lapel tunic dress. As soon as she saw that Xiao Luo was only wrapped up in a bath towel, her face turned red with a look of awkwardness. "Why are you coming in again, without ringing the doorbell at all?" Xiao Luo asked, speechless. It seemed like it was useless reminding her, for no matter how many times he said it, she'd still come in unannounced. Su Li came back to her senses, calmed herself down, and asked, "Then why don't you reset the password on the door lock instead?" "I'm way too lazy to do it," Xiao Luo replied. "Well, I'm used to just coming in without ringing the doorbell," Su Li said. Not knowing to laugh or to cry, Xiao Luo waved his hands. "All right, it's up to you." After he said that, he turned around, walked into the kitchen, and poured a glass of water. Su Li had a frown on her face. "Aren't you going to ask me about what is going on?" she asked. "Nah, I'm too lazy to ask." Xiao Luo took a sip of water. Being wrapped in just a bath towel and having a conversation with a woman seemed to be nothing to him at all. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all and took it for granted. This was his residence, after all. Surely, he could wear whatever he felt like wearing. After hearing that, Su Li bit her lips angrily. She had an overwhelming urge to rush forward and bite down hard on Xiao Luo's shoulders. But eventually, she held back and walked over to pour herself a glass of water instead, acting as if this was her house as well. After a moment of silence, she said, "The press conference is going to take place tomorrow. Do you think this entire situation is going to get better or do you think it is going to become worse?" Xiao Luo was a little surprised. To think that this woman was asking him for his opinion. It was as if the sun was going to rise from the west. He thought about it briefly then said, "As long as you can convince and make your fans believe that you're not married, I'm sure this public relations crisis will naturally go away really quickly. Suli looked at him mockingly with her bright-looking eyes. All of you people say the exact same thing, she said. Is that not going to be the case? Xiao Luo said, laughing. Maybe, you could all be right. Suli sighed and put the cup down. Tomorrow, I'll have to leave Su Xiaobei in your care for the whole afternoon, she said. All right, Xiao Luo replied, nodding his head. Suli pursed her pink lips and said, right, I'm sure you know that Jia Xingyi has already made a public apology to me on Weibo? Xiao Luo avoided eye contact, drank a sip of water, and said, yeah, I just went online and saw it. Why do you think he decided to apologize to me? Suli asked. It's not like I am him, there's no way I would know, Xiao Luo said, calming himself down. Suli furrowed her eyebrows. She agreed with him and wondered why she asked him such a foolish question. It's not like this guy had anything to do with the reason why Jia Xingyi decided to make a public apology, right? That's all then, you rest early, good night. Her tone wasn't too cold, and she left the apartment immediately after saying that. Good night? Xiao Luo was amazed. Was this something Suli would say? This woman was certainly acting rather odd today. Somehow, she didn't seem so distant, like she was 1,000 miles away. Her behavior was a lot more civil today. Suddenly, Suli twisted her leg, struggled to maintain her balance, and was about to fall to the floor. Xiao Luo reacted in that instant and dashed over like a gust of wind. He held on to her with his right arm around her slender waist. But as he held on to her, the bath towel he wrapped around his waist started slipping off. It was as if time has slowed down as they both stared at the bath towel as it slowly fell onto the floor. Her pupils dilated, and with a horrified look on her face, she instantly turned red, screaming and trying to cover her eyes. Xiao Luo's face turned red as well, but he handled the matter much better. He coughed a little, trying to appear calm, and said, "What are you screaming for? If it wasn't for the fact that you slipped and were about to fall, the bath towel wouldn't have slipped off." He only said this to lighten the situation, but it had the reverse effect on Suli. "You pervert." She started scolding him without any restraint, ignoring her demeanor as a cultured woman. She then turned around and left in a hurry, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole and jump into it. Oh my God! The more she thought about it, the more she cringed, and it drove her crazy. After closing the door, she leaned her back against it. She was panting and in a stupor like a flower deer after experiencing some kind of shock. Her heart started thumping really quickly, and she was almost hyperventilating. "What the heck are you screaming for? Am I not the one who is naked here?" Xiao Luo muttered to himself as he walked back, grabbed the bath towel, and wrapped it around his body once again. Then, to be safe on the safe side, he decided to put on his pajamas. God knows if that woman was going to come in without knocking on the door again. In the middle of the night, Xiao Luo woke up, startled by a phone call. After taking a look at the incoming call, he noticed it was Suli. "What's the matter?" he asked immediately after picking up the call. "You better not come to my place for the next couple of days. There is someone secretly taking pictures from the opposite building. If you come to my place, they'll surely be able to photograph you," Suli said. Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows. "Is it the paparazzi?" Suli responded. "This is an invasion of privacy." "I should think the police can take care of it," Xiao Luo suggested. "If calling the police is of any use, I would have done it a long time ago. The guy opposite is Zhu Wei, the #1 paparazzi in Shanghai. Their network is really wide, and they have a dark background," Suli replied. "Oh, I see," Xiao Luo said. "Don't come over here for the next few days. If they somehow take a picture of you, the public is going to push you into a corner as well," Suli said. "Okay, I got it. After putting down the phone, Xiao Luo got up, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave his house. He was keen to know just who this #1 paparazzi in Shanghai was. He couldn't see the other building from his own apartment, but since he had lived in this area for quite some time now, he was quite familiar with the general layout of the entire Xingyue Bay. Photographers could only take pictures of Su Li's apartment from the office building that was being rented. It was roughly 200 to 300 meters away from Xingyue Bay. The tall office building was about 60 to 70 stories high, and it was roughly the height of the Xingyue Bay Hotel. As the building was currently being rented out, the floors that had been leased were still undergoing renovation. Therefore, all the floors above the 10th story were pitch black, as not a trace of illumination could be seen. The view from the 52nd floor was at the same level as Su Li's apartment, and it offered a broad field of vision of the surroundings. On its vacant floor, some 20 to 30 figures were scuttling about sneakily. They were cats, as they liked to call themselves, a euphemism for the dastardly paparazzi that celebrities all feared. Seeing how they sneaked about and adhered to snap pictures, it was an apt name for this creed. In teams of 2, regardless of the time of day, they were always taking pictures and making sure they knew what was going on in Su Li's apartment at all times. They were equipped with thermal imaging cameras, so even with all the curtains drawn, they could still determine the number of people in the apartment. To avoid being detected, the cats only used really dim lighting at night and basically relied on their ears to identify one another. Brother Wei, we can confirm that there's another child in the apartment with Goddess Su. A man looking into the thermal imaging camera whispered excitedly to the guy next to him. The man had a square-looking face and was wearing a pair of glasses. Then there's no mistaking it. This child must be the child she had with that guy. Another person was less restrained and offered his views in a more colorful remark. What national goddess, someone else already **ped her, and they even had a child together. If the tens of thousands of fans in the country find out that this woman that they're a fan of is already a mother, they'll most probably give up on **masturbating, he sneered. You can't say that for sure, some people might have different tastes. Besides, she has the best figure and face, and having a child hasn't affected her figure at all. I've **masturbated to her sexy photos before. Don't hold back, just look at her face, another said, evidently in jest as he put the monitor in his hands down. Ha ha ha. The entire floor was filled with the creepy snickers of these perverts. That's enough. Stop talking and pay more attention. If that guy appears now, we might be able to even take a passionate video of him. That video is going to be much better than any sort of photos you can find out there, Shuwei said. His voice was professional and calm, but what he had just said was nothing shy of disgusting. Brother Wei is like a bull, he drives the car without any warning at all. Man, he can definitely match our ancestors. He's talking about a bunch of lewd stuff with a serious look on his face. All of you better listen to Brother Wei. Stay focused. The action scene is about to start, you better be prepared so that you can have a good view. All of them complimented him. They were not Shuwei's subordinates, but were paparazzi, just like Shuwei was. They specialized in covertly taking pictures of celebrities, and they earned their living by exploiting celebrities' private lives. Shuwei was like a mentor of this industry, and they could only earn a share of the profit if they followed a guy like him around. Shuwei felt compelled to say a few words to his junior peers. You guys are still very young and not as patient or experienced as I am. If I did not employ sophisticated techniques, I wouldn't have been able to discreetly take pictures of the complicated relationship between the female celebrity with the surname Yao and a married man. Or the intimate actions between female celebrity Jing and her boyfriend, he said, and also, there's the kiss between a guy and female celebrity Zhang, the kiss between female celebrity Dong and male celebrity Wang, the list goes on. I can't be bothered to mention them all anymore. All of these clips are saved inside my personal hard drive. Brother Wei, please share them with us. Yes, please share the semen. Oh no, I mean the videos. You've taken so many pictures and videos of the private lives of so many celebrities, no wonder everyone calls you the discipline inspector of the entertainment industry. Xuanhuan was like a role model to them. Everyone had an expression of deference on their faces, and in their worship of his dark methods, they revealed in themselves the nature of a wolf. I'm not interested in these celebrities at all, I'm only looking to pick out all their scandals, Xuanhuan said, lifting his chin and stared down his nose. He was evidently enjoying all the respect and admiration that he was receiving. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded Xuanhuan in the most ingratiating manner and gushed, well said, your words are simply way too sophisticated. Suddenly, an intense light shone in from the direction of the staircase. Having been in the dark for a long time, the cats had become accustomed to the low light conditions, hence, they were blinded by the sudden illumination. They hurriedly shielded their eyes with their hands to block the glare, but all they could make out was a blurry figure standing right behind the light. Xuanhuan became really angry, and with a hideous look on his face, he roared, "Who the hell is there? You better switch off the lights now." His first thought was that it was a new paparazzi among them who turned on the lights without knowing the ground rules. "Switch off the light, hurry up, switch off the light." "Hey, did you not hear what Brother Wei just said? I bet you won't be hanging around in this industry for long." "Who is that clown? Oi, are you deaf or mute? Hurry up and respond." Everyone else was giving the newcomer a piece of their mind and pointing in the direction of the light, acting nastily like gangsters. "Brother Wei? Yes, you in the glasses, are you the #1 paparazzi in Shanghai, Xuanhuan?" A calm voice came from the newcomer's direction, and he was now flashing the light at Xuanhuan. What? It was a stranger. Everyone was shocked. How did anyone manage to find them hiding here? Was there a traitor among them? Or, did someone sell information to the celebrity's manager to earn a corresponding reward? "I am Xuanhuan, who are you?" Xuanhuan responded. The newcomer said, "It doesn't matter who I am, what's important here is that you better leave all the tapes behind and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you're going to pay for what you all are doing." Of course, it was none other than Xiao Luo. "Pay for what I do?" Xuanhuan gave him a venomous glare from behind his glasses and snarled, "Since you know that I am Xuanhuan, then you should know what kind of backing I have. Are you sure you're going to continue talking to me like that with that kind of tone and attitude?" "I won't repeat myself again," Xiao Luo said. "Damn it, where did this rascal come from? He must be crazy." "You are all alone. Are you not afraid that you're not going to crawl out of here alive? Threatening Brother Wei, are you tired of living?" The other paparazzi began screaming at Xiao Luo. Xuanhuan's face turned dark with rage. He pulled out a pistol from behind his waist and pointed it at Xiao Luo. "Do you know this, brat? Nothing's going to happen to me even if I kill you here today. I have friends in the political and legal world. As long as they speak up for me, this will be seen as an act of self-defense," he hissed. Xiao Luo laughed and replied, "Holding a gun, and it can still be judged as an act of self-defense, are you sure about that?" "Hee, let's try it then." Xuanhuan laughed cruelly and proceeded to squeeze the trigger. He was like a smiling tiger with a dagger hidden behind the smile. This phrase was the perfect description for people like him. Bang! The piercing report of a gunshot resounded across the 52nd floor. Xiao Luo instantly made his move. He threw the flashlight up in the air, easily dodged the incoming bullet, and like a phantom, dashed toward the gathering of paparazzi in a flash. His hands were like knives as he aimed for their necks. Xuanhuan didn't have the time to react and slumped to the floor with a thud. He had a stunned expression on his face, as everyone else was knocked out cold by Xiao Luo without even having a proper look at him. When the flashlight finally clattered on the floor, all the 20 to 30 paparazzi laid unconscious around Xuanhuan. To think that you have no qualms about shooting someone. It seems like you have some really strong backing indeed, no wonder the other celebrities can't do anything to you. Xiao Luo said. Xiao Luo walked across and stood over Zhuo Wei, now half-conscious, and looked down at him impassively. He then lifted his right foot, stomped on Zhuo Wei's right arm, instantly crushing it with an awful crunching sound. Sharp-edged bones pierced his flesh and muscles, and the Zhuo Wei let out an ear-shattering howl before losing consciousness once again. Xiao Luo took a good look at the surroundings, and found a stack of ropes in a corner. He suddenly came up with a wonderful disposal method and chuckled to himself as he walked over. The sole of his shoe was covered with blood from Zhuo Wei's badly damaged arm, and as he walked, it left bloodied footprints on the floor. As the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Shanghai City stirred like a giant monster waking from its slumber. It was likely due to the excruciating pain emanating from his mangled arm, but Zhuo Wei was the first to wake up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked. The view in his vision entirely disoriented him, and he needed some time to find his bearings. Why was the sky beneath and the ground above his head? 2 to 3 seconds later, he finally regained his senses and realized that someone had tied his legs up, and he now hung him upside down on the outer face of a 52-story-high building. Besides him, everyone else had also been hung upside down on this high-rise building. Even if one didn't suffer from a fear of heights, it was more than enough to cause all the hair on one's body to stand on ends at this kind of elevation. "Help me, help me!" Zhuo Wei started to panic and scream in abject fear. Being hung upside down in such a precarious way was undoubtedly frightening and very dangerous. Zhuo Wei felt like his life would end at any given moment. The other cats started stirring from their state of unconsciousness as well, and the moment they realized the situation they were in, they began screaming in terror just like Zhuo Wei did. Being strung up 52 stories high was the last thing they'd expected, and the fear was too much for them to bear. Several of them who had a fear of heights had already wet their pants. "Sister, hurry up and look at that, it seems like there are a whole bunch of people being hung outside that building." After drawing the curtains to the balcony at the Crescent Bay Hotel, Luo Pingxiang was the first to notice the incredible scene at the opposite office building. She immediately pointed at it and called out to Suli. Suli was in the midst of feeding Su Xiaobei breakfast, and as soon as she heard that, she turned her head towards the balcony to take a look. The scene she saw startled her. There were indeed 20 to 30 people strung upside down outside the 52-story building. "It has got to be Zhuo Wei and his bunch of B***stards. Chai Jiying exclaimed in surprise, but she was puzzled. Who in the world could have hung them upside down outside the building, she asked. Suli immediately thought of Xiao Luo, for she had informed him just last night that people were secretly taking pictures. It couldn't have been just a coincidence that the next morning, Zhuo Wei and his crew were suddenly hung upside down outside that tall building. That would be very unlikely, and she was sure that Xiao Luo was the one who did it. As she was pondering over the matter, the doorbell rang. Luo Pingxiang rushed over to open the door, and Xiao Luo walked in, dressed in a white shirt. He strode toward the dining table and sat right next to Su Xiaobei. "Good morning, Daddy," the little girl said, laughing as she raised her crescent-shaped eyes and flashed 2 rows of perfectly formed teeth at him. "Good morning, Bei." Xiao Luo patted her on the head and then began to tuck into his breakfast. "Are you the one who did it?" Suli asked, as she got up from her seat and pointed at the office building opposite them. "Yes, I'm the one who did it." Xiao Luo decided to be upfront as it would be pointless for him to hide it anyway. Suli very likely already knew it was him by now. Luo Pingxiang and Chai Jiying were stunned and looked at Xiao Luo in shock. They thought that this man was simply too violent. To think that he tied up the legs of Zhuo Wei and his group of photographers and just hung them upside down precariously outside a building. And it was likely that they had been hanging there for an entire night too. Just thinking of it made one shiver. Wasn't he afraid that the rope might just snap or loosen and cause them to fall to their deaths? Who allowed you to do something like this? Su Li screamed. She was furious and reacted rather emotionally. You think you're all that great just because you've learned some martial arts and can do whatever you want? Not everything in this world can be settled using violence, she cried. What are you going to do if someone over there dies, and you become some wanted fugitive by the police? Will you only be satisfied when you've ruined your entire life? You're too full of yourself. Next time, just stay out of my business. Xiao Luo, who was in the middle of his breakfast, raised his head and smiled wryly. Excuse me, are you taking my kindness as ill intentions? He asked. Su Li opened her eyes wide and was speechless. Taking his kindness as ill intentions? She was worried about him, afraid that something horrible would happen to him. Why couldn't he understand this? Luo Pingxiang interposed to mediate on Su Li's behalf, and said, Mr. Xiao Luo, sister didn't mean it that way. Don't take it to heart. That's exactly what I meant. Su Li's unreasonable temper showed again as she sighed and said, he is always full of himself, reckless as usual. He's just arrogant, and does what he likes without considering the law. Xiao Luo laughed and said, so, it looks like I did something that I should not have done. After he finished this sentence, Su Li, Luo Pingxiang, and Cai Jiying immediately realized that something was not right with Xiao Luo. His vibrations were terrifying and scary. Full of myself? Reckless? Lawless? Barbarian? Xiao Luo laughed and sneered, ha ha ha, so, deep down I'm this kind of person to you, and here I thought you actually had feelings too. Never mind, the next time, regardless of how overwhelming the negative perception is of you, or the insults that people are hurling at you, or even worse, letting others openly view your private life, I will not care anymore. Su Li's words had deeply hurt him. Xiao Luo had only done it in her interest, and to receive such a response from her was nothing short of an insult. Su Li stood at the same spot without moving, and she stared right at Xiao Luo, no longer hearing anything else. What did he mean by that? Was hacking into every single major media outlet and forcing Jia Xingyi to apologize to her, all done by this guy here? Had he done so many things for her before, without mentioning them to her even once? She was suddenly really touched, but as soon as she realized what she had just said to him, she felt ashamed of herself. Just what in the world did she say earlier on? Su Li was mad at herself for everything she had said. Just bring Xiaobei over to my apartment in the afternoon, Xiao Luo said. He sounded cold and just turned around and left. Wait a moment, Su Li stammered. Wait for what? For you to continue insulting me? Xiao Luo retorted. Su Li's body shook a little. The look that Xiao Luo gave broke her heart. How did this happen? She was really concerned about him. Why was it that he just couldn't seem to understand that at all? Cai Jiying rushed towards Xiao Luo. Hey, you with the last name Xiao. You stay right there and explain yourself clearly. What in the world is going on here? She barked. Xiao Luo was in a terrible mood, and Cai Jiying's action was no different from taking off his muzzle. He suddenly stopped, and without any warning, swiveled his body around. Whizzing through the air, he swung his right leg toward the side of Cai Jiying's head in a split second. He was filled with rage and looked like he would kill someone. Cai Jiying froze. All she felt was a gust of wind as Xiao Luo's right foot stopped right at the left side of her head. The immense power that was behind that kick caused her scalp to turn numb. Daddy, no. Please, Daddy, don't hurt her. Xiao Luo glanced over at Su Xiaobei, and he suddenly calmed down. He glared at Cai Jiying and said, I've tolerated you long enough, just listening to your voice gets me very agitated and angry. You better thank Bebe this time round. If it wasn't for her, this leg would have taught you that not everyone is going to allow you to scream and shout at them. After saying that, he retracted his leg, opened the door, and left without looking back at all. After he left, Chai Jing slumped to the floor. She sat in a daze, and cold sweat started to pour like a waterfall as she took a deep breath to calm herself down. It was as if she had just walked past the gate of hell. Suli, on the other hand, felt as if she had just lost her soul. She was drowned in her own sorrow and guilt. She wished she could turn back time. If she could, she would never say such words that would hurt him again. In the afternoon, Suli brought Su Xiaobei over to Xiao Luo's apartment before heading for the press conference. I was at fault for what happened this morning. I shouldn't have, Suli tried to apologize. However, Xiao Luo did not even look at her. He picked up Su Xiaobei and cut Suli off in the middle of her explanation. You don't have to apologize, you did nothing wrong, you were just showing your true nature, that's all, he said. What did he mean by showing my true nature? Suli became annoyed all of a sudden. She had already put aside her pride to apologize to him. In truth, this was something she would never do, and it was a first for her, so it wasn't easy. It was bad enough that her apology had no effect whatsoever. She was even given the cold shoulder. It was like sticking a warm face into a cold B*TT. How narrow-minded. She fumed, turned around, and immediately left his apartment. Along with Chai Jing and Luo Pingxiang, they headed for the press conference. Xiao Luo stared at her and then closed the door. He smiled as he turned his attention to Su Xiaobei and asked, "Is Daddy narrow-minded?" "What is the meaning of narrow-minded?" the little girl asked, blinking her huge eyes. "It means being ungenerous, shallow, short-sighted, and always having a suspicious mindset. It also means being a chauvinist when it comes to handling trivial matters and many more," Xiao Luo said, waffling as he tried explaining to her. The little girl shook her head and asked, "Daddy, what does ungenerous and shallow mean?" There were not many words that she could understand, and she was utterly overwhelmed by those. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, "Forget it, let's go watch some cartoon instead." "Alright, I want to watch Logger Vic, Briar, and Bramble from Boonie Bears." As soon as he mentioned watching cartoons, Su Xiaobei became very animated and started to cheer excitedly. At Su Li's press conference, the hall was packed and bustling with a crowd of people. Personalities from Shanghai satellite TV and online programs were ready and eager to broadcast the press conference live. Xiao Luo was sitting on the sofa, as Su Xiaobei sat on his lap watching cartoons. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, was on his phone watching Su Li's press conference. The woman wore a long orange dress. The slit of her dress reached her thigh, and she tied a red strap around her waist. On her feet, she wore a pair of black sneakers. They were a casual match, but she looked stylish and was still elegant enough to suffocate any man who looked at her. Especially those pair of slender legs that were long and fair, so enticing it made one have the urge to give it a tiny pinch. She stood on the stage covered in red carpet, and there were all kinds of lights beaming down toward her. Reporters were continually taking pictures, causing their cameras to flash non-stop. If any of you have any questions, you can start asking them. Please do so one at a time, and I suggest that those of you with questions, please raise your hands for the sake of good order. The girl in the red shirt, "You can ask the first question," Chai Jing said, as she stood on stage with a microphone in hand. She would ensure that the press conference was run in an orderly manner. The girl in the red shirt stood up, looked at Su Li on stage, and asked, "Miss Su, according to reliable sources, Huangpu has already terminated their contract with you and they plan to drop you completely. What are your views regarding this matter?" Su Li thought briefly before she said, "To Huangpu, I'm always grateful for all the things that they've done for me. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am at today." Chai Jing was really satisfied with the reply Su Li gave and quietly gave her a thumbs up. "Huangpu cut you off when you were at your lowest, and anyone with eyes can tell that something fishy is going on here. I heard that Yang Yuanzhong, one of the shareholders of Huangpu, is in jail now. Does Miss Su have anything to do with the reason why he's in jail? Or should I say, is Miss Su the main reason why he's in jail, and that's why Huangpu decided to cut you off and block you in the midst of this public relations crisis? The girl was clearly an experienced reporter. She never asked Su Li if she was married because she knew that some other reporters would eventually ask her this question, which was evidently the most significant topic of this press conference. She was much more interested in digging out other useful and sensational stories. When asked those questions, Su Li's expression turned cold. I'm not someone who's really good at pleasing the leaders, and I've unintentionally offended many people along the way. I'm still going to say the same thing, that I'm always grateful towards Huangpu, she said. I only found out not too long ago that Mr. Yang Yuanzhong went to jail. As for what the reason was, I really have no idea. That's a rather clever reply. Xiao Luo murmured to himself, acknowledging that Su Li's reply was really well thought out. In public, she couldn't express the hatred she had toward Huangpu. Otherwise, no one from this industry would want to work with her in the future. And all the more, Su Li could not reveal the actual reason why Yang Yuanzhong was in jail. She had to take care and maintain her image at all times, and she just had to keep her head down and see her way through all these questions. After the girl in the red shirt finished asking her questions, a tall male reporter was next in line. Miss Su Li, what are you looking forward to, and do you have any plans for the future? The male reporter asked. To continue acting, continue singing, and do my best to give the audiences a better performance, Su Li replied. The other questions were just an assortment of trivial ones, and Su Li answered all of them one by one. Perhaps because the girl in red set the expectations, it seemed everyone took the hint and understood that someone else would ask that most crucial question next. Hence, as they went along, no one touched on that most important topic, but instead, chose to ask about a variety of other issues to dig out more items to report on. Chai Jiying coughed a little and went on the microphone again. There's not much time left. Su Li will be answering one more question from the last reporter here. It's about time for Li Li to attend to other matters. She looked around and spotted a male reporter. Let's have the guy in the black color shirt ask his question, she said. The reporter stood up, took the microphone a media crew member handed to him, and asked, Miss Su, this question is regarding the hot topic that's on everyone's mind and has been ongoing with some insane discussions on the internet. What I want to ask is, are you really married? Or are all those discussions just rumors that were spread because some people out there have an ulterior motive? This was the question everyone was waiting for, and all the reporters in attendance suddenly went silent and stayed focused. Chai Jiying did not seem to be nervous at all. Although this question was going to determine if Su Li could get out of this crisis, she had already reminded her last night to grit her teeth and deny it, no matter what the consequences. As long as she kept denying it, she would be able to get out of this crisis. As soon as the question was asked, Su Li was visibly stunned and could no longer hear anything else inside the venue. To admit or to deny, this was a tough choice for her. For her own future promotions and activities, she should deny this without hesitation and maintain the status that she presently had. But now that she was faced with the moment of truth, she started to waver. Because as soon as she denied it, this would mean that she was telling everyone, especially the person in Crescent Bay Hotel right now, that Su Li had been playing the kind of game that kindergarten children played and that she had no intention to spend the rest of her life with him. In her head, she recalled all the things that Xiao Luo has done for her recently and was really touched. Su Li had assumed a cold and aloof demeanor right through the press conference, but when it came to this question, she suddenly eased up and smiled. The entire crowd gawked at Su Li and looked at one another, wondering what had happened to her. For Su Li's reaction seemed odd. Shouldn't she be nervous and perturbed? Why did she suddenly have such a sweet and happy smile on her face? Miss Su, did you hear my question? The reporter repeated. Su Li snapped out of her momentary trance and replied, I'm married. As soon as she gave this reply, the entire venue went dead silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one expected such an answer from her. On the stage behind Suli, Chai Jing stumbled a little and almost fell. With an incredulous look on her face, she stared at Suli and just couldn't comprehend why Suli would have said that. Xiao Luo shuddered, and the phone fell from his grasp. He was momentarily shocked, but he quickly picked up the phone again. His brows were furrowed as he watched the live stream of the press conference, with waves of confusion swirling within himself. What was this woman up to? Was she actually aware of what she was saying, or not? Like Chai Jing, he could not understand why Suli chose to say what she did. It was clear that all she needed to do was deny everything, and this scandal would have resolved itself. Instead, she insisted on confirming everything, but to what end? Was she planning on retiring from the entertainment industry? The press conference fell into a dead silence, and after about 4 or 5 seconds, there was a rumble of droning murmurs. The reporters were all whispering to one another, for it was difficult for them to keep calm. This was just too big a scoop. They were regular people before they became reporters, so, like their readers, it wasn't unusual that they were deeply invested in the private lives of mega-celebrities like Suli. They had initially thought that it was impossible to extract any sort of firm statement from Suli. But as it turned out, as they actually discussed that most critical issue, the scandal, and Suli's response were quickly seen as scandalous. It was completely unexpected, and it was as if they were in a game of landlord war, where someone had thrown out a king bomb just as the game had begun. Everyone's heads were ringing. The male reporter was still in a daze. In a tone thick with disbelief, he asked, "Miss Su, did you just say that you're already married?" "You heard right," Suli acknowledged. "Miss Su, do you mind telling us more about your husband? Is he from a rich family from Shanghai? He must be really outstanding to have caught your eye, no?" The entire crowd suddenly got out of control. It was pandemonium. The reporters did not care if they had already asked their questions, and everybody stood up at the same time, screaming for answers. They threw a relentless barrage of questions at Suli, question after question. Although she did not know why Suli would confirm the news, Chai Jing quickly returned to her senses and quietened the place. Many of the reporters backed down and cooperated with her, and some order was restored. Suli still held on to the microphone as she stood on the red-carpeted stage, facing the crowd with a relaxed smile on her face. "He's just a regular person, but then, he's not all that regular, either. I apologize, but I can't reveal too much about him. Miss Su, I hear that there was a young girl about 4 or 5 years of age with the both of you while you were ice skating at Huijin Building. Was that your daughter?" The male reporter who had already asked a question earlier posed another, one that got everyone's undivided attention. "I wasn't the one who gave birth to her, but she's my daughter," Suli responded. Everybody present in this space had brilliant minds, so how could they not understand the hidden meaning of her response? There was a great scoop here to be had, and it was putting them all on edge. But Suli's next words had quashed any hope that had begun to grow within them. "I apologize, but I'm unable to reveal anything about her either." That was it. Chai Jing's face was pale as a sheet. She had called for this press conference to quell the public uproar, but not only had Suli confirmed that she was already married, but she had also acknowledged the existence of Su Xiaobei. All the rehearsal they had done yesterday had all been for naught. The press conference finally came to an end, but Xiao Luo could not calm his heart. Suli's words and actions had far exceeded his expectations, and the internet was thrown into chaos yet again. Many netizens expressed their dissatisfaction and no longer had any love for her. The internet was rife with posts and comments by people swearing to leave the fandom. "Daddy, I'm thirsty," Su Xiaobei said. She was lying with her head on his lap and pulled him back from his thoughts with her endearing voice. Xiao Luo stroked her tiny face, helping her sit up gently before he went to get her a glass of water. The little girl was transfixed by the animated cartoon on the television. She glugged the water, emptying the glass in a few gulps. When Xiao Luo sat down on the sofa, she lay down once more using his lap as her pillow. Not long after, Suli returned. Seeing Su Xiaobei watch the television as she lay on her side irritated her. She scooped Su Xiaobei up in her arms and said to Xiao Luo, lying on her side and watching TV isn't good for her eyes, don't you know something as simple as this? Are you going to be responsible if she grows up to become short-sighted? She only does this once in a while, it's not such a big problem, Xiao Luo replied, unperturbed in the face of her criticism. What would you know? Bad habits always start with once in a whiles, and then it'll be difficult to fix them once the habit is formed, Suli huffed. She then turned to Su Xiaobei and chided her, Su Xiaobei, who said you could lie on your side and watch TV? Haven't I told you before that you have to sit with your back straight when you watch TV? You can't sit too closely, and you have to take regular breaks so your eyes won't dry up or become tired. Did you forget everything I've said? I won't do it again. Don't be angry, Mommy, and don't blame Daddy anymore, the little girl responded. She spoke in a soft voice and kept a stiff upper lip. Suli could not bring herself to be angry anymore, not at the sight of such a well-behaved and sensible child. You're not allowed to lie on your side and watch the TV anymore in the future, do you hear me? Su Xiaobei responded and nodded obediently. Suli said no more as she embraced the child tightly in her arms, before making their way back to her own residence. Suddenly, Xiao Luo asked, why did you confirm your marriage? Suli froze, stopping in her steps, then she turned and rebuked, what's it to you? Then, she walked away without turning back, with Su Xiaobei in tow. Xiao Luo sat on the sofa with his brows raised. She had a point, why should he have to know, anyway? Suddenly, his phone rang, it was Zhang Dashan calling him. D*eminent man, I have crazy news, really unbelievable news. Dude, have you seen it? Goddess Su is married. The instant the call connected, Zhang Dashan's loud voice rang out. He sounded excited, agitated, and in disbelief, he was crowing like a rooster. Ah, Xiao Luo said, you called just to tell me this? Zhang Dashan was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly got back to the matter. Hey, did you hear what I just said? This country's goddess, Suli is married, she's married. Big boss, this is the scoop of the year, he cried. Celebrities are human too, getting married is a normal thing. What's there to be surprised about? Xiao Luo responded, sounding a little harsh and stern. F*ck, man, what's going on with you? I leave you for a bit and already we're not on the same page anymore, you see *NT. Zhang Dashan shot back, running his mouth carelessly. That's enough. Stop beating around the bush and get right to it. Xiao Luo changed the topic. He couldn't tell Zhang Dashan that he was the one that Suli was married to, knowing that both of them would part ways in the future. So, informing Zhang Dashan would just be a waste of time. Instead, Xiao Luo changed the subject. Manager Li reported to me about the situation of the factory's construction. It's half-built and the equipment has already been purchased as well. Each store's renovation can be completed within a month, which means to say that Luo's workshop will be able to officially set up shop in Shanghai City, he said. There are no funding issues with Jiangqing, are there? Don't worry, things are stable on my side. I might as well just go whore myself out if I can't even get something like this done, Zhang Dashan replied, patting his chest as if to assure Xiao Luo on the other end of the line. That settles it then. Xiao Luo heaved a sigh of relief, but then frowned again at the thought of Suli being his competitor in Shanghai City. The next day, when Xiao Luo was browsing through the major news websites with his phone, he was surprised to find a public opinion poll published that was swaying in favor of Suli. There were more and more voices supporting her, and they were drowning out the negative comments. Good of Goddess Su, unlike certain celebrities who are already married but will never admit it. Goddess Su is different, she's honest to fans like us. She really treats us like we're her friend, and not like we're a bunch of monkeys she can manipulate like puppets. I support you, my goddess. That's right. Goddess Su is still our goddess even if she's married, because she treats us sincerely. Hey, celebrities are also people, and they have to get married too. Goddess Su is at that age where marriage is a natural next step. She was brave enough to admit it honestly, and this is praiseworthy. No matter what, I wish Goddess Su all the best. Please be happy, dear goddess, we're waiting for your little baby to be born, hee. The main page of Weibo was flooded with positive comments, and her number of fans surged to 80 million overnight, which was 1 million more than the number of fans Su Li had at her peak. Xiao Luo was stunned, this was unbelievable. He had initially thought that this would be Su Li's fall from grace, one that was impossible to recover from, but instead, this issue had turned out to be a blessing and not a curse. She was even more popular now than ever. Xiao Luo decided to head over to Su Li's apartment that very moment. Chai Jiying and Luo Pingxiang were already there, and they were excited beyond measure because of how the opinion poll had swayed. But Su Li was aloof as always, as if she could not care less. There was not a shred of emotion on her face. Xiao Luo could not help himself. When you publicly confirmed your marriage in front of the crowd yesterday, you didn't know that something like this would happen, did you? He asked. Su Li took a bite of the breakfast that Aunt Li had prepared. I wasn't 100% certain, she replied. Huh? Indeed, this woman had thought things through. Xiao Luo was startled. Suddenly, the impression he had of Su Li had morphed into one that was compelling beyond what words could describe. Both he and Chai Jiying had thought that the act of denying these rumors would reap the best outcome, but Su Li had insisted on doing just the opposite. And, now that the truth was out, her method had been proven right. I thought about denying it, but there are too many precedents that have proven that denying has no lasting effect. Sooner or later, someone will manage to discover proof of my marriage, so I might as well just confirm it. Su Li's red lips parted slightly as she explained, it's precisely because too many people have denied their marriages that my candor was like a breath of fresh air that took people by surprise, and subsequently gained their favor. I wasn't 100% sure it would work because of the same reason you guys brought up, marriage was definitely something that would cost female celebrities their popularity. So, you were taking a gamble? Xiao Luo asked. Su Li nodded. Xiao Luo smiled and inquired, weren't you scared of losing this gamble? I'd prepared myself for the worst-case scenario. At worst, I'll just focus on managing Sumer in the future, she replied. Xiao Luo could not help but laugh when he heard this. He mulled over it for a while, and then said, when I was in Jiangqing, I heard that Luo Workshop, based there, would be moving into Shanghai City this year. Luo Workshop and your Sumer are both in the same bakery business, so both houses will definitely be in competition. Have you ever thought about? You're worried about whether Sumer will be defeated by Luo Workshop? Su Li interjected. Xiao Luo coughed drily. More or less, he said. If Luo Workshop dares barge into Shanghai City, I guarantee they'll suffer a crushing defeat. It wasn't Su Li who spoke, it was Chai Jiying. The latter had her hands balled up tightly into fists, brimming with confidence as if victory was already in her grasp. Su Li glanced at Xiao Luo, then added, I'll admit that Luo Workshop is the biggest bakery in Jiangqing, but they won't have a market in Shanghai City. And why is that? Xiao Luo asked, probing out of curiosity. Su Li sipped her glass of warm milk, then set the cup down and picked up the napkin to elegantly dab at her lips. The people of Shanghai are loyal customers. They're used to spending their money on Sumer and have accepted my brand. In the past, there had been a company like Luo Workshop who tried to stick a finger into the pie. However, 2 months after their entry, they packed up on their own accord, closing down all their stores and leaving. I didn't even lift a finger. So what you're saying is that even if Luo Workshop dares to enter, they'll definitely fail? Xiao Luo asked. If the pastry they produce is novel enough and the taste unique enough, then I think they'll last longer than the previous company had. There was a trace of cold indifference to Su Li's expression. Xiao Luo could not decide if he should laugh or cry. He thought this woman was a little too confident. Oh, I see. Let's finish up our breakfast. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and snagged a sunny side up to munch on. Why are you suddenly asking me all these questions? Su Li asked, somewhat puzzled. No reason in particular. I'm just curious. Xiao Luo changed the topic. I'm just wondering why you got me to work at Shen Qingyan's company when you have Summer under your name. Su Li's face morphed into an expression of displeasure when she heard what he said. Do you want people to think of you as a sugar baby? She was livid. So, this man was still hung up over her company. What an unambitious and useless man he was. Why could he not start up a booming business of his own and stand on his own 2 feet as a decent man should? Enough of all that, let's eat. Xiao Luo chuckled awkwardly as he continued eating. Mommy, but Daddy and I both love sugar. Being a sugar baby is nice, and much better than being a bitter baby, Su Xiaobei pitched in, blinking innocently at the two of them. Xiao Luo almost spat out his mouthful of food. He stroked her little head as he corrected, Darling, next time you can say that Daddy is a sweet baby if you want, not a sugar baby. Do you understand? Daddy, isn't a sugar baby the same thing as a sweet baby? The child could not comprehend. No it isn't, Xiao Luo replied, giving her a mock look of anxiety as he waved his hands about in disavowal. Su Xiaobei scratched her head and had confusion written all over her little face. A sugar baby is a sugar baby, and a sweet baby is a sweet baby. The first one has a bad meaning that degrades the person you're talking about, and the other refers to babies like you, Xiao Luo explained. PFT. Su Li could not help but giggle as she watched him seriously explain the difference to Su Xiaobei. When Xiao Luo looked over, she quickly stopped laughing and regained her usual cold edge. Xiao Luo headed out in the evening, but only because Guan Tong invited him for a gathering. The two of them used to be classmates and were now colleagues, in name, at least, so there was no reason for Xiao Luo not to allocate some time for him. Besides, he had wanted to head out for some fresh air anyway. He quickly drove to the pin location that Guan Tong had sent him. Immediately, Xiao Luo caught sight of Guan Tong standing outside the bar. The man was dressed rather fashionably this time. Though he had a thick waist and was quite plump, dressing up a little made him look rather dashing. Xiao Luo, you be ***, you're late. Guan Tong ranted as he immediately headed over to greet Xiao Luo when he spotted him. Xiao Luo knew this was just how he spoke, and the man was not really cursing at him at all. He looked up and saw the bar in front of him. You didn't call me down here to go bar hopping with you, did you? You be ***, why else would I be standing here if not to bar hop? Guan Tong smacked Xiao Luo's chest, then said, You're all chummy with old Zhang and he's quite the experienced man himself, so both of you must have gone round picking up girls at bars regularly. Stop playing dumb with me. Xiao Luo was speechless. In all honesty, he did have a good relationship with Zhang Dashan, but he did not indulge himself with the other man's sordid interests. Number 88. That was the name of the bar. It was quite a unique name, one that wasn't easy to forget. The blue stone walls and dark brown wooden furniture created a grand ambience, not unlike that of old European castles, and it was more than enough to attract a large crowd of patrons willing to spend their money here. The moment Xiao Luo and Guan Tong stepped into the bar, a wave of soothing music filled their ears. It was not deafening rave music, but a soft piano melody. The piece was a Western one, too, and it quickly soothed frazzled hearts. Life, in this day and age, comes with way too much stress. You'll go crazy if you don't find a way to unwind during your free time, said Guantong. Xiao Luo begged to differ. There are a lot of ways to de-stress. You could try jogging, listening to music, and watching a movie, things like that. Must you choose a place like this? He said. Guantong shook his head. The wise Jigong once said that wine and meat could pass through your body as long as you kept Buddha in your heart. What it means is that anything will work out as long as you stay true to yourself. We're here at the bar to reduce our stress, not to pick up girls. Of course, it's great if we do manage to pick up one or two of them, he opined. Not every girl who comes here is a bad girl, but a decent lady would absolutely not come to a place like this. Are you sure you want to meet somebody here? Xiao Luo sat in front of the bar and asked for a cold drink from the bartender. He had to drive later, and besides, he was not particularly fond of alcohol and hated the taste of it, really. So, he settled for a cold drink instead. You be ***, there you go saying things that I can't dismiss just because you've read a little more, Guantong said. Bartender, a whiskey for me. He sat beside Xiao Luo, ordering his usual. Xiao Luo said nothing more. He sipped on his drink and looked around the room. The air around him was saturated with a blend of perfume and alcohol, and the chatter of dirty talk and forced laughter lingered in his ear. Such an environment was making him somewhat uncomfortable. Were it not for Guantong, he would not want to stay here a second longer. At this moment, he received a message on his phone. It was from team leader Xuanhuan, the officer in charge of the anti-MLM task force. There were but a few rows of text which read, "A managing director-level figure will be at number 88 at 9 p.m. My team's already gathered and ready to move out. Mr. Xiao, will you be working with us this time? At the level of managing director?" That meant that they were quite close to finding fog already. Xiao Luo was pleasantly surprised when he realized that number 88 was this very bar, and he could not help but think that arriving at the right moment was better than coming ahead of time. He replied immediately, "I'm already at number 88, send the information on the managing director to my phone." Guantong frowned, showing his displeasure. You addicted or something? We're here at the bar to de-stress, why are you still messing around on your phone, you be ***, he scowled. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. You think our stress levels are gonna go down, just because we listen to a little music and drink a little here? He rebutted. Wrong. We have to pick up girls as well. Watch. Guantong shook his head defiantly, and then turned around and whistled at a lady with a killer body. Hey, beautiful, you here alone? The lady huffed in derision at him, then turned away and walked off without looking back, swaying her hips as she strutted off. Xiao Luo's face looked incredulous. This how you seduce girls? He said. Yeah, picking up girls is not so much about the results as it is the thrill of the chase. I enjoy the process of flirting with them. Look at me, I'm all game for whistling at any random beautiful lady. Are you? Guantong declared. Then he promptly downed a mouthful of whiskey. Xiao Luo was stunned. A single word popped up in his head, and it was undoubtedly apt for his boisterous friend, sucker. Guantong was just like Zhang Dashan with his crude personality, but he was still a far cry from the latter in this respect. At least the other man was bold enough to actually pick up girls at the bar. Guantong was only doing this for self-entertainment and amusement. He even found himself thinking that Guantong's actions made him look like an idiot, much less what other strangers thought. Then, you continue seducing them. Xiao Luo heaved a sigh, then paid him no attention as he continued sipping on his drink. And Guantong really did carry on with his so-called seduction, whistling at passing girls and throwing out the same line, "Hey beautiful, you here alone?" He was met with a lot of eye-rolling. One of the girls he tried to pick up had even told her friends that she had run into an idiot. Xiao Luo put his hand on his forehead. He desperately wanted to stick a label to himself that read, "I don't know this guy." This was embarrassing. Could the guy do something more practical? Like bringing a drink over to a lady, then sitting down and having a friendly chat about life. Wasn't this much better than whistling? Guantong was not the least bit perturbed, and all the rejection was not making bored of his attempts. Every time someone rolled her eyes at him, his heart was filled with immense satisfaction, and he became excited. "Xiao Luo, you bastard, this fairy of a chick is walking towards me. She must have been blown away by my charm and my handsome face, probably taking the initiative to make friends with me. Wow, to think I'm actually going to be seduced for a change. Wait, what should I say? If I sleep with her tonight, then what are the specifics of it gonna be like? Bastard, you and old Zhang are so chummy, so you'd have learned a trick or two, right? Quick, teach me something." Guantong suddenly grew excited. His gaze was fixed on her, but his hands were clutching tightly onto Xiao Luo, looking squirmish and nervous, like a lady stepping onto a litter for the first time. Xiao Luo really wanted to say, "You think a woman's gonna make a move to seduce you when you look like this? Are you really this dense?" Of course, Xiao Luo was afraid of hurting his friend's feelings, and did not speak his mind. He only asked, "So, where is she? D***mn, are you blind or something?" "She's right there." Guantong pointed towards her. Xiao Luo followed his finger and looked in the same direction, and he could not help but freeze. She was a stunner. She had a neat short cut that fell to her ears, slightly obscuring her mesmerizing and delicate countenance. She looked flushed somewhat, likely the effects of alcohol, but it didn't take away anything from her charm and attraction. F***ck. What was she doing here? Even someone as cultured as Xiao Luo would be hard-pressed not to curse in a situation like this. Because the girl he saw was no ordinary person, she was none other than Chu Yu, daughter of Chu Yunxiong, who was currently studying at Huaya University in Jiangqing. Her white off-shoulder dress hugged her in all the right places, accentuating her her arms and ample chest. Lacy patterns traced the curves of her graceful waist and extended down to flare into a puffy skirt. The skirt was covered with a layer of chiffon, which glittered a pale gold, making her look every bit like the daughter of a magnate. She had perfume in her hair and powder on her cheeks, and her chest and hips filled the dress well. She looked elegant and pure, like a lotus drifting on clear water. What kind of situation was this? Why was she here all the way in Shanghai City, much less in a bar? Xiao Luo felt like he was really down on his luck today. He hurriedly turned away, in case Chu Yu recognized him. But it was already too late. The reason Chu Yu had come over was that she had seen him, and she had become even more certain that this was the boy she had been pining over the moment he turned away. She quickened her steps. She's coming over, she's walking over really quickly. My God, what's the hurry? Is she really that smitten with my dashing face and charming personality? Guantong's heart was about to leap out of his chest. It was like a dream come true. He had come to the bar just to try his luck and did not expect that he would really be meeting such a girl here, much less one who was making a move on him. And to top it all, she was a girl of such unparalleled beauty. Hey there, beautiful, my name is. He extended a hand out to Chu Yu to introduce himself. Chu Yu did not even spare him a glance as she strode past him. All he could smell was a passing waft of her fragrance, which dissipated as quickly as it hit his nostrils. Hell, what is happening? Isn't she here to get to know me? Guantong found himself in a very awkward situation and felt rather self-conscious when his face visibly flushed to a brilliant red. The pretty, innocent-looking girl he had been eyeing walked right up to Xiao Luo and stood next to him, gazing at him with goo-goo eyes. Oh, my Fr**king God, this is so embarrassing. He absolutely did not expect that the girl was going for his friend, Xiao Luo. What a scumbag he is. He quickly pretended like he was taking a call, and inwardly, he patted himself on the back for his shrewdness. Qiyu took a hard look at the man in front of her. Yes, she was sure it was him and was pleasantly surprised, never expecting she would meet him here. Pre-10. Xiao Luo, it is really you. It's great. I've finally found you. If Bai Ling saw this, she'd be shocked beyond words. Wasn't this the same Princess Yu who was always sticking pins into a voodoo doll to curse Xiao Luo? How did she suddenly transform into such a little lamb? Did they know each other? Guantong was startled, but he then kept his composure and listened in closely, trying to figure out what was really happening. Since Qiyu had already seen him, Xiao Luo decided there wasn't any point in pretending any further. He turned around and shot a glance at her, feigning surprise. Miss Chu, why aren't you staying put in Jiangqing, and what are you doing here in Shanghai? He asked. Besides, this is a bar, don't you know that this kind of place is a little sleazy and dangerous for you? So, you care about me after all. Qiyu nuzzled against him and placed her hand on Xiao Luo's arm, stroking it lightly, and staring at him with adoring eyes. I am quite close to Mr. Chu, and you are his daughter. Since we happen to bump into each other in this city, it's only normal for me to express my concern, right? Xiao Luo did not want her to get the wrong impression. Oh. Qiyu muttered a response, and disappointment washed over her face. Suddenly, two heavily built men wearing suits and ties marched toward them. When they saw Qiyu standing so close to a man, a look of concern showed on both their faces, but when they realized that the man was Xiao Luo, their expressions changed instantly, and they looked at him in bewilderment. Mr. Xiao? The two men called out simultaneously. Messer Xiang, it's been a while. Xiao Luo greeted them warmly. The two men were the bodyguards whom Chu Yunxiong had hired to protect Qiyu, Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian. Yeah, I did not expect that Mr. Xiao would land up in Shanghai to further your career. Xiang Gaoyang sighed. It was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise to see Xiao Luo again, as they used to protect Qiyu together. They were once colleagues, yet now Xiao Luo was the boss of Luo's workshop, and he was still a bodyguard. He had mixed feelings, for although he was satisfied with his current job, he was amazed by how different two men's fate could be. Just trying to get by. Xiao Luo said humbly, then he asked, what brings you guys and Miss Chu to Shanghai? And, of all place, to a bar like this? It must be because the capricious Miss Chu wanted to have a look at what a bar looks like, isn't it? Hearing what he said, Qiyu pouted her lips and retorted, you pretentious d*ck, I am not capricious. I'm here to meet with a venture capitalist. Being annoyed brought out her true nature, and she immediately addressed Xiao Luo the way she used to. A venture capitalist? So you've taken over Mr. Chu's company? Xiao Luo asked, smirking with an incredulous look on his face. Qiyu lifted her chin defiantly. I don't want that old fool's company. I'm not interested in the catering industry, she said. I know a guy who knows a lot about venture capital. He once emptied a small country's treasury with just 100,000 yuan. After hearing about his story, I've decided to invest the 200,000 yuan I earned from my live broadcasting business in him, and he will run the operation for me. Venture capitalist? Investment? Operation? Xiao Luo frowned. Why was it that he couldn't help feeling that Qiyu had fallen into a marketing scam, from what he heard? Besides, a multi-level marketing executive, supposedly at a manager level, would be here shortly. Was he the venture capitalist mentioned by Qiyu, perhaps? Does Mr. Chu know about it? Xiao Luo asked, turning to Xiang Gaoyang. Xiang Gaoyang bowed his head slightly and replied, yes, Mr. Xiao, our boss knows about this, but... He did not finish the sentence, but smiled wryly, and his subtle expression spoke for itself. Evidently, Chu Yunxiong must have already known that it was a trap. Perhaps, he did not stop Chiyu from attending because he wanted her to learn a lesson and realize how dark the world could be. Xiao Luo smiled as he took a sip of his cold beverage. Miss Chu, this is a dangerous place, you should go back to Jiangqing, he said. Humph, I don't want to. Chiyu moved closer and sat right next to him in front of the bar. The young bartender smiled and asked, Pretty girl, what can I get you? Champagne, please, Chiyu said. Coming right up. The bartender poured the sparkling wine into a fluted glass and served it to Chiyu. After taking a sip, Chiyu turned to look fawningly at Xiao Luo, and her eyes sparkled with passion. Pretentious d*ck, everyone misses you, why wouldn't you come back to visit, she said. Xiao Luo chuckled. I have things that need to be done on my own, and you guys have to finish your studies too. Anyway, what can I do if I go back, he replied. No matter how you define yourself, you would always be a member of our class. Do you know? The day you left without telling us, everyone cried. Even though we won first place in the choir competition, everyone was very sad because you left. The first place didn't give us any joy, not even a little bit. Chiyu said. Once again, she gently placed her fair, soft palm on the back of Xiao Luo's hand in an intimate way. Xiao Luo moved his hand away, took a sip of his cold beverage, and said, Time will heal everything. Chiyu articulated her cherry lips, finding courage from the effects of the drink. No, time will never erase you from my heart, she mumbled. Shut the front door. Was this innocent girl confessing her love to the scumbag, Xiao Luo? Guan Tong, sitting next to Xiao Luo, was burning up with jealousy and envy. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian exchanged glances, giving each other wry smiles. Their young mistress had already rejected more than 30 other guys, and she was evidently devoted to Xiao Luo. They inwardly identified with Chiyu's pick, because Xiao Luo was indeed a very outstanding man. Xiao Luo stared blankly at Chiyu's blushing cheeks and changed the subject. You can't hold your liquor, huh, already drunk after a few sips, he teased. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. Normally, a drunk person wouldn't think so. I said I'm not drunk. Can you not change the subject? Sure. Pretentious d*ck, do you understand what I'm trying to say at all? Chiyu felt that she was about to lose it. She was already very straightforward, why wouldn't Xiao Luo give her any response? At that moment, a heavily built man swaggered up to the bar counter and sat right next to her. Miss, can I buy you a drink? He ogled at Chiyu, and his lecherous eyes pored over every inch of her body, astounded by what he saw. What a big surprise running into such a stunning girl in a bar like this. Without waiting for Chiyu to respond, he immediately told the young bartender, a glass of margarita for this beautiful lady, please. Yes, sir. A moment please. The bartender replied. Miss, let's get to know each other. You can call me Johnny. This licentious man was obviously a skilled pickup artist, a regular in bars like these. He obviously had a lot of practice in presenting himself as a very cultured man. Do you know why I ordered a margarita for you? That's because it suits an innocent, beautiful girl like you the best. It has a rich taste, laced with the unique fragrance from fruit and tequila. It has a sweet and sour taste, and it is very refreshing. I promise you'll definitely like it. Chiyu was immediately turned off by his cheesy pickup line, and her gut instinct told her to brush him off. But an idea popped up in her mischievous mind, she could use the man to test Xiao Luo, she thought. Chiyu could not believe that Xiao Luo didn't feel for her. Oh? Does it really taste that unique? I must try it then. Chiyu moved closer to the man on purpose, lifted the glass of margarita, and took a sip. It is really good, she exclaimed. The man was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He was visibly delighted with Chiyu's reaction. He did not expect that the attractive girl in front of him would take the bait so readily. His brazen eyes pored over Qiyu licentiously and asked, "This is your first time in a bar, isn't it?" "How do you know that?" Qiyu said, surprised. The man in the Hawaiian shirt chuckled. "Because I am good at physiognomy," he replied. He moved his chair closer to Qiyu, and he was literally all over her. Qiyu furrowed her brows as the man's breath reeked of alcohol, and she felt the urge to push him away. However, when she caught sight of Xiao Luo out of the corner of her eye, she was utterly disappointed. There was no expression on Xiao Luo's face. In fact, he looked disinterested and seemed to be unconcerned that she was cozying up to another man. Qiyu seethed and started to hold a grudge against Xiao Luo. Watching closely, Xiang Gaojian became agitated and had rage written all over his face. He was ready to step in to teach the guy a lesson, but Xiang Gaoyang raised his hand and stopped him. Xiang Gaoyang was good at observing people, and he was much more aware of the chemistry between a man and a woman than Xiang Gaojian. It was evident that their young mistress was putting up a show for Xiao Luo. The only person who needed to step forward and stop her was Xiao Luo, and not either of them. It wasn't a wise move on their part to hold Miss Chu back, or she would most definitely make their lives a living hell later on. Qiyu put up with the suggestive signals that the man in the Hawaiian shirt was giving her and pretended to act curious. "Oh, you can perform physiognomy?" Yeah, that's right. I'm not only good at physiognomy, but also palmistry." The man boasted and sniggered excitedly. "How about you let me have a look at your hand? I can tell you about your love life and your future luck, they're accurate," he said. "Great, then tell me about my love life." Qiyu replied, extending her palm to him. Qiyu stole a glance at Xiao Luo, sitting beside her, as she held her fair and delicate hand out. The man in the Hawaiian shirt took her hand, ran his thumb across her palm, and chuckled. "You have a very long heart line, and it has lots of thin branches that are intertwined with the fate line. That means your Mr. Right has arrived, and he is in this bar," he declared. "Who is it? Who is it?" Qiyu asked excitedly and seemed totally taken by the trickster in the Hawaiian shirt. Of course, what she really hoped for was rather for him to mention Xiao Luo's name. Seemingly far away, but close at hand. The man in the Hawaiian shirt threw his head sideways, flicking the bangs covering his forehead. "Miss, your Mr. Right is me. It could only be fate that brought us here together in this sea of faces. The moment I laid eyes on your beautiful face, you captured my heart," he said. "Ha ha ha." Qiyu smiled nervously as soon as she heard that. She immediately lost interest in pursuing her charade and pulled her hand away. Then, she sheepishly continued sipping on the margarita. The man in the Hawaiian shirt suddenly put his hand on Chiyu's shoulder and pulled her into his arms. Qiyu bolted up in shock. She couldn't pretend any longer and screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" The man in the Hawaiian shirt did not let Qiyu go, but pulled her even closer. He laughed and became more obnoxious. "Miss, do you know what it means by putting 7 fish bones on a leaf?" he uttered salaciously. Qiyu was shocked and exasperated. "I don't know, let go of me now," she hissed. "Well, I'll tell you if you don't know." The man in the Hawaiian shirt gave her a lewd smile and explained, "I'm sure you enjoy a good pun. Leaf and night have the same sound, and so does fishbone and times. This phrase means that I can nail a girl 7 times on the same night," he said, "so, let's go get a room, I can make you fly all night, ha ha ha. You're a shameless scumbag. Let go of me, get your hands off me. Xiang Gaoyang, Xiang Gaojian, what are you standing there like idiots for? Come and teach this lecher a lesson." Qiyu cried. She struggled with all her might, but her tormentor refused to release her and was even now groping her. How could she put up with that? Xiang Gaoyang realized that the situation had gone out of hand, and he had to act. He hurriedly stepped up and grabbed the man in the Hawaiian shirt by the shoulder. As his fingers tightened, the man started crying out in pain. Then, Xiang Gaoyang kicked him on his chest, sending him flying some 2 or 3 meters and falling hard on the floor. Qiyu was badly shaken, and she quickly hid behind Xiang Gaoyang. "Miss, don't be scared, we are here." Xiang Gaoyang quickly comforted her and, at the same time, looked quizzically at Xiao Luo, who was still sitting in front of the bar, drinking his beverage. He thought to himself, does Xiao Luo not like Miss Chu at all? Miss Chu is being molested, and yet he doesn't care. Qiyu glared at Xiao Luo furiously and yelled, "Pretentious D***ck, you." "Huh? Why is it about me? Who asked you to provoke him?" Xiao Luo responded, giving her a puzzled look. "I didn't, that was because." Qiyu was miserable. She could not articulate her intentions, and finally, all that she could come up with was, "You bully me." When she said that, her eyes began to turn red as they started to well up. Xiao Luo frowned. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Who's the one bullying you?" "The one who did is lying on the floor behind you." "I don't care, you bully me." Qiyu screamed. In her fury, she became unreasonable and made a scene. She resolved to put all the blame for the trauma she'd been through on Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not know what to say. Guan Tong, who was sitting by his side, was dumbfounded. He wondered what the hell was going on. A cute girl was openly flirting with Xiao Luo, and that *Shoal just shunned her. Oh, my god, does he always need to be so bad *SS? Where does it leave me then? Are people really so different? At that very moment, Xiao Luo was like a god to him. Brother Ping. Suddenly, more than a dozen heavily built men surrounded them, and they helped the man in the Hawaiian shirt up. "You guys are here just in time, I want those 2 holes hands and legs chopped off. And take the girl with us, I'm gonna make her cry tonight." The man in the Hawaiian shirt yelled. He was furious, and since she couldn't be persuaded, then he'd use brute force instead. The pretty young girl in front of him would be his. "I'll give a fair warning, don't look for trouble," Xiang Gaoyang said. "You mother ***. Everyone, go kick their ***C's, the man in the Hawaiian shirt shouted. 7 or 8 men pounced on Chiyu's bodyguards, and some even took knives out of their pockets. They looked cruel and dangerous and meant to do grievous harm. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian were not intimidated at all. Instead, they charged toward their assailants, and soon, fists were flying everywhere. The thugs were no match for the military veterans, and they were all bashed up in no time. Within 30 seconds, those men were all lying on the floor, crying out in pain. The man in the Hawaiian shirt soon realized he had gotten himself into trouble. He broke out in a cold sweat, lowering his posture, and said cringingly, "I am terribly sorry I offended you. Please, be the bigger person. I beg you, forgive us for our rudeness this time." "Okay then, you can ***ck off," Xiang Gaoyang thundered. He'd had enough with this sort of rogues. Thank you. I'm leaving right now." The man in the Hawaiian shirt repeatedly nodded. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped from a tense situation, and ordered his men who were sprawling on the ground to leave the place quickly. After they walked out of the bar, one of his men, indignant at being beaten up, said, "Brother Ping, are we just going to let them off after what they've done to us?" "What, let them off?" the man in the Hawaiian shirt sneered. "Huh. Do you think that even crossed my mind?" he said. "I'm contacting my cousin right away and will ask him to bring over 30 men. I will not stop until I score that chick tonight." "Yeah, that's right. With your cousin giving us a helping hand, we'll surely kill those 2 guys." "Of course. My cousin was formerly the hall master of the Dragon Gang in Jiangqing. Once, when the Dragon Gang was still making a name for itself, he slashed his way from the dock to the customs building all by himself. He killed so many people that even the edge of his machete became blunt. If he comes, those two **RDS are going to die for sure. Whenever he spoke about his cousin, the man in the Hawaiian shirt felt immensely proud. If it weren't for his cousin backing him up, he wouldn't have been able to recruit so many followers, nor behave like an overlord bullying whoever he wished. Pretentious **CK, I hate you. Chiyu was miserable, and she continued to sip on her cocktail to ease her broken heart. She had dearly missed Xiao Luo, and he was ever in her heart. Yet, when Chiyu finally found him again, he did not even care that she was cozying up to someone else, which really cut deep. Chiyu had been pining for him endlessly, and she had dearly looked forward to meeting Xiao Luo again. But when the moment finally came, it was not the outcome she had sought, and she was aggrieved and discouraged. Miss Chu, you've had enough already. No more, please. Or, you'll get drunk. You don't want to be carried home, right? Xiao Luo warned her. Huh. It's none of your business. Chiyu was fuming, and she just carried on drinking. It was evident that she was going to get herself drunk. Xiao Luo looked at Xiang Gaoyang and his colleague. Gentlemen, are you just going to stand by and do nothing? He said. Xiang Gaoyang sheepishly gave him a wry smile. Of course, they wanted to stop her, but they both knew that Miss Chu was throwing a tantrum now. If they dared to say anything, it would be nothing short of suicide. Mr. Xiao, could you please help us to persuade her? Xiang Gaoyang handed the challenging task of convincing their young mistress to Xiao Luo. Smiling and justifying his request, he said, Miss Chu only listens to you. Chiyu curled her lips in defiance. What nonsense. I hardly visit a bar. I will drink my fill. Don't you guys try to prevent me, she slurred. Her cheeks turned red after consuming a fair amount of drinks, and her eyes looked a little unfocused. Xiao Luo looked at her, somewhat agitated. You want an answer, right? He asked. In response, Chiyu did not speak but only pouted her lips and looked at him ruefully. Okay. Let me tell you then, I'm already married. That's my answer, so are you satisfied? Xiao Luo said. He then showed the ring on the third finger of his left hand to Chiyu. He was married? Chiyu, Xiang Gaoyang, Xiang Gaojian react to his revelation in shock. Even Guantong was stunned since no one ever thought Xiao Luo was married. I don't believe it. You're just bluffing me, aren't you? Yes, you must be lying to me. Chiyu cried. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why should I lie to you? Xiao Luo shook his head and said, Sorry, but I'm not so silly as to do that. He decisively cut off Chiyu's affections. She deserved a man who would love and dote on her, and it wasn't going to be him. No way, how could you get married? Don't tell me that. Yup, I just got married this year, Xiao Luo interjected. Chiyu's body was quaking as she fought back the tears. She crinkled her nose as the tears she struggled to hold back flowed from her eyes. She hadn't expected that it would turn out like this. To think that he was now married, how could this pretentious **CK get married, how could he get married? At that moment, all the joy of finally meeting Xiao Luo again was gone. How she imagined it would turn out, and suddenly, all her expectations burst like bubbles. Her heart was hollow with nothing left inside. She was left with an emptiness that felt like she had just lost a very precious thing. Waiter, give me a drink. I need a drink, give me a drink now. Chiyu screamed at the young bartender in frustration. What kind of wine do you want, miss? The bartender asked. Chiyu slurred, give me the strongest one. I'm gonna get drunk. Hurry up. The trip to Shanghai City did not yield any silver linings, but instead, only hurt her deeply. Chiyu's head was spinning in a daze. The bartender didn't dare to go against her wishes. Still, when he saw Xiao Luo and Xiang Gaoyang's glaring eyes, he immediately took a bottle of red wine with low alcoholic content. Qiyu downed glass after glass of the wine in deep sorrow. Actually, she wasn't a good drinker and even hated the bitter taste of alcohol, but right now, she just wanted to get drunk, with a hope that what she heard was only a dream. "Miss, you can't drink anymore." Xiang Gaoyang felt compelled to speak out. "Leave me alone. Let me drink, or I'll tell father to fire you." Qiyu screamed as she pushed Xiang Gaoyang away. Xiang Gaoyang could only turn to Xiao Luo for help. "Mr. Xiao, please do me a favor," he pleaded. His tone was slightly more urgent. After all, it was because of Xiao Luo that Miss Chu had behaved this way, so whether he liked it or not, Xiao Luo had to share some responsibility. Looking at Qiyu, already in a state of drunken stupor, Xiao Luo took her glass away and said, "There's no need to humiliate yourself. That's my prerogative. Let me alone." Qiyu screamed at him with tears flowing down her face, and Xiao Luo could detect the strong smell of alcohol from her breath. Suddenly, Qiyu grabbed the bottle of wine and started taking swigs from it. Well, just let her get it out of her system, and time will heal, he thought. It was the immediate pain that really hurt, and she'd get over it. Xiao Luo sighed in his heart and gave up trying to stop her anymore. Even Guan Tong couldn't stand it anymore. "Xiao Luo, you **RD, how could you hurt a girl who liked you so much? Lightning will strike you," he scowled. Xiang Gaoyang and Xiang Gaojian totally agreed with him and nodded unconsciously. "So what do you mean? I should lie to her and give her hope?" Xiao Luo retorted. He was speechless. Guan Tong frowned. "Of course not, but you can't do this either." "It's so cruel," he said. Xiao Luo grinned. Even if it seemed cruel to her now, there's no other way. What else could he do? Say that he liked her too? He had not even gotten out of the mess with seeing yet, and he wouldn't allow himself another episode with the likes of Qiyu. Although the red wine's alcohol content was low, for someone like Qiyu, who couldn't drink, it was still potent stuff. After she finished the bottle of red wine, Qiyu fell asleep drunk on the bar counter. Her cheeks were red under the light, like a ripe apple, and there were still traces of tears on her face, which was a pitiful sight. "Where's your car?" Xiao Luo asked Xiang Gaoyang. "Carry her away." "Well." Xiang Gaoyang was a little reluctant as they were bodyguards, and he felt it was not proper to do that. It seemed a bit too intimate to him. "Mr. Xiao, please help us carry her to the car," Xiang Gaojian pleaded. Xiao Luo understood their apprehensions and decided to assist them. Xiang Gaoyang's vehicle was parked in a nearby parking lot. Qiyu's body was really light, only weighing about 90 jin. Xiao Luo hardly felt her weight, and carrying her was effortless. Her body still had a faint fragrance that was pleasant to the senses, and Xiao Luo couldn't help but feel excited as he carried her to the parking lot. Wasn't this the response of any normal man? When she wakes up, let her know that she was the salesperson for whatever investment there was. Her backer will be arrested tonight, barring any unexpected developments. If she doesn't believe it, then just tell her that I said so, Xiao Luo said to Xiang Gaoyang after placing her carefully in the back seat. Xiang Gaoyang nodded and replied, "Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao." To be honest, Boss Chu already knew it was a scam, but he didn't want to kill off Ms. Chu's enthusiasm. Well, at least Ms. Chu's visit to Xiaohai wasn't entirely wasted since she got to meet you. Xiao Luo could only reply with a smile as he didn't know what to say. At that moment, Qiyu, who was still asleep, started stirring and mumbled in a drunken slur, pretentious **s. "Xiao Luo, you idiot. I like you." It was as though she were talking in her sleep, except her sleep talking came along with tears. "Have a good sleep." Xiao Luo looked at her and sighed in his heart. Whatever that had to be cut off should be cut off. He couldn't be entangled with her. Be asterisk starred, you be asterisk starred. I realized I didn't give you this nickname wrongly. You're really a big B asterisk starred. After returning to the bar, Guantong was in a frenzy and confronted Xiao Luo. Look at how you've hurt such an innocent and beautiful girl. It's too cruel, he said. Xiao Luo didn't pay him any heed. He finished his cold drink in one gulp. Is it time to go? He asked. Where to? Isn't it only 9 p.m.? It's still so early, Guantong said, rolling his eyes at him. 9 p.m.? This reminded Xiao Luo of something, and he glanced at a document on his phone that Xuanhuan had sent him. It was information that included a name, age, and some photographs. He glanced through the bar and found the target sitting on the ring-shaped sofa in the northeast corner. He was a gentle-looking man in his 30s who wore a pair of glasses and gave off the aura of a very successful person. Next to him was a group of lost lambs who looked like they were invited to invest their money. Sherdeben. This was the name of the MLM leader who was at the general manager level. As Xiao Luo looked around the ring-shaped sofa once more, he spotted Xuanhuan, dressed in plain clothes, lurking discreetly with a dozen of his team members. An arrest operation was about to begin. What are you looking at? Guantong asked. It's nothing. Waiter, give me another cup of iced tea, Xiao Luo said. He was not in a hurry to leave as he wanted to see what was about to happen first. After 10 minutes, Xuanhuan issued the order. A dozen team members came out and quickly approached Sherdeben, who was in the middle of his pitch. They were like tigers who had been released from their cage. Sherdeben seemed to have sensed it and ran away immediately like a scared rabbit. He was thrown to the ground by a neatly dressed plain-clothed cop nearby, and then another came to handcuff his hands to his back. Such an arrest immediately caused an uproar in the bar. The guests who were laughing, chatting, and joking were suddenly frightened by the appearance of Xuanhuan and his team. They were all shocked. Sherdeben had successfully brainwashed his victims, and after his arrest, Xuanhuan and his team were immediately surrounded. What are you doing? Let go of Teacher Shi. Where did you come from? Why are you acting like this toward Teacher Shi? If you don't let go, we will call the police. More than 20 people were already brainwashed and were very supportive of Sherdeben. They were even more protective of him than a parent would their child, as they stared fiercely at Xuanhuan and the others with cold faces. Luo Xuan showed his police card to the people and said, "We are the police. This Sherdeben is engaged in MLM scams. You have all been deceived by his lies." The 20 of them looked at each other, obviously unwilling to believe him. What nonsense. You must be fake policemen and investigators. Everyone, don't be fooled by them. You can't let them take Teacher Shi away, a boy shouted. Yes, Teacher Shi did not violate any laws. How could the police arrest him? You must be fake police. Tell us, why are you all pretending to be police and trying to take our Teacher Shi away? Teacher Shi, don't worry. We will never let these people take you away. The crowd rose up in anger, and more than 20 of them began rolling up their sleeves one by one. It was as if they were trying to fight Xuanhuan and his team. A bunch of fools. Luo Xuan angrily gritted his teeth and said, "You don't even know that you have been deceived. To think you're still helping the MLM leader by speaking up for him. It's ridiculous. Don't say another word, let me try to talk some sense into them," Xuanhuan said, asking Luo Xuan to back off to de-escalate the situation. He flashed a smile, and with a chuckle, he said, "Friends, we..." Pow! A fist came flying right at Xuanhuan, and he was caught off guard. The sucker punch hit him directly on his nose, and he could detect the sour taste of blood. The blow caused him to stumble back 2 or 3 steps. "Brothers and sisters, come save Teacher Shi. You must not let these wicked people take him away," the man who punched Xianxia said, raising his arms. The others rushed up in a frenzy and scuffled with the anti-MLM police. My friends, don't get agitated, listen to me, listen to me. Xianxia said, trying hard to resolve the conflict peacefully. But as he was talking, he took another fist to his nose and suddenly became angry. He drew his pistol, pointing it to the ceiling, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire was like a thunderbolt, and it took a toll on everyone's eardrums in the confined space. The bar instantly went into a hushed lull. The background chatter stopped, the people who were drinking looked over in a panic, and the guys who had been brainwashed were rooted where they stood, in absolute fear. Hands on your heads, and squat down. Hurry up, put your hands on your head, and squat down. Xianxia shouted, and he now had an expression of rage on his face. Luo Shuang and the other team members also drew their guns and instructed the mob to hold their hands up and squat down. Surrounded by armed policemen, the mob had to comply and gave up any thought of resistance. Too late did they finally realize that these were really cops. Oi, what's happening here? Why did someone fire a shot? Are they preventing us from enjoying our drinks? Is there any morality anymore around here? A strange, eccentric voice filtered in from the direction of the gate. Then, a large group of fierce-looking men swarmed in like a school of fish swimming into a net. They had snarling faces and looked hostile. The voice came from the mouth of a fat man lumbering right at the front of the mob. He wore a white shirt, and around his neck was a thick gold chain. The fat man had a cigarette in his hand. He was a heavy smoker, and his teeth had yellowish and black nicotine stains from excessive smoking. It seems like the top boss is here, Guantong said. His voice trembled, and he could feel his throat suddenly becoming dry. Xiao Luo frowned when he looked at the fat man wearing the gold chain. This person was familiar to him, it was as if he had seen him somewhere before. If Xiao Luo had recalled, he would have immediately known that this was the head, Feng Jiqiang, a man he had once met when he was sweeping out the Dragon Gang's red light district back in Jiangqing. It was a pity that such a small person did not register in his mind, and all Xiao Luo felt was a sense of déjà vu. Feng Jiqiang walked in with 40 to 50 scoundrels, all of them muscular men, garbed in black workout tank tops. Most of them sported tattoos on their bodies, and it made them look fierce and intimidating. The vibrations they gave off immediately warned the others that they were not people to be trifled with, which caused the bar's atmosphere to become tense. Almost instantly, the men and women who had come seeking fun looked distressed. No one not dared to make a sound out of fear. Pointing at Feng Jiqiang, Luo Shuang shouted, "The police are investigating this case. I warn you not to cause trouble, or we will take all of you back to the station. Madam, you can eat anything you want, but you cannot talk nonsense. We are just here to have fun, and you're already painting us in such a bad light. I have half a mind to sue you for slander," Feng Jiqiang said, taking a hit from the cigarette in his hand. Then, with a nasty grin on his face, he threw the butt to the floor and stamped it out with his foot. Then, his tone suddenly changed, and he bellowed, "But I have never in my life been given a warning by a woman. Although you are the police, you are also a gal. Are you not afraid that I may kill you for your insolence?" He stared straight at Luo Shuang. He was like a wild beast eyeing his prey. He thought about how mighty his Dragon Gang empire had been back in Jiangqing, and how, when he first came to Shanghai, he had worked hard to make a name for himself. If it wasn't for the police having guns in their hands, he would have ordered his men to rush in and chop their hands off for daring to yell at him. As soon as those words came out, Xianxia and the other team members were immediately piqued. "What did you say? Say it again? I think you want to go to jail. You better quickly apologize to Officer Luo." At the same time, the 40 to 50 men behind Feng Jiqiang stepped forward. They each pulled out a machete hidden behind their backs, and the nasty-looking blades shimmered under the indoor lighting. The crowd was stunned, and their scalps turned numb from fear. The dozen or so anti-MLM police officers stood frozen, unsure how to react. "Officers, you have guns in your hands, while we have machetes. Which side do you think stands a better chance of winning if we fought, huh?" Feng Jiqiang said. He smirked playfully as he glared at Xiao Luo. F***ck, to think that this group of thugs were bold enough to threaten the police. Everyone's nerves were on edge. To think that these underground societies were so bold as to take out their weapons in the face of policemen armed with guns. It was no different from what one watched in Hong Kong movies, except this wasn't a movie, it was real life. It was shocking. Xiao Luo clenched his fists. As a police officer, it was his duty to arrest the unlawful, but at that moment, the criminals certainly had the upper hand. In a clash, the lives of his team members would likely end there. It was not inconceivable that this group of people would have no qualms about killing the police. Their fierce bearing and fearlessness told him that they were not the same as local hooligans. "What the hell do you want?" Xiao Luo asked angrily, lowering his posture. "I don't want anything. I came here to do something, but I just happened to run into you guys handling this case and felt very upset, especially because of that female police officer who dared to shout at me. It really upset me." Feng Jiqiang pointed at Luo Shuang and furrowed his brows. In a loud voice, he yelled, "B***tch, don't think that you are so great just because you are a police officer. So, what if you have a gun in your hand? Do you dare to shoot me right in the forehead? Believe it or not, for making me upset I will F***king kill you and your family and feed you all to a dozen black pigs. I'll completely ruin you. You. Luo Shuang gritted her teeth in anger and pointed her muzzle at Feng Jiqiang. Her hands were shaking. She really didn't dare to shoot. Feng Jiqiang's aggressiveness had allowed him to completely dominate her mentally. "Remember this. My name is Feng Jiqiang. I'm already giving you some face by calling you a police officer. If I didn't, then I'll say that you're nothing more than a B***tch in my eyes. Who the F***ck do you think you are?" Feng Jiqiang roared. The anti-MLM police officers dared not respond. Xiao Luo wanted to shoot the B****, but he knew that he couldn't. He could only shoot under certain circumstances, and even if they all fired, there was the chance that his officers would still be hacked to death by these hooligans. "Don't be too arrogant." A faint voice came from the direction of the bar. When Xiao Luo heard the familiar voice, his eyes shone like he had been touched by a savior. He turned to look, and there was Xiao Luo, sitting in front of the bar. Feng Jiqiang swung around as well, and the moment he caught sight of Xiao Luo, his face suddenly changed. His eyes blinked several times as if confirming if what he saw was real. Then, when it hit him that the man sitting by the bar was Xiao Luo, memories immediately flashed in his mind. The bloody scenes of his brothers from Dragon Gang being killed in Jiangqing came flooding back. Xiao Luo had taken out hundreds with only a party of 4, before packing them off to the police station with cuts and bruises. The demon police officer. The fear of being dominated instantly overwhelmed him. It was as if he had just returned to the scene in Jiangqing. Feng Jiqiang broke out in cold sweat, and his breathing became labored. "Boy, you came at just the right time. Where is that little girl? Where did she go? Aren't you in the same group as them?" A man in a floral shirt swaggered from behind Feng Jiqiang and looked down his nose at Xiao Luo. "You be****. You better explain yourself or I'll hack you to death, you understand me?" Feng Jiqiang shuddered. He knew that the girl his younger cousin was trying to hook might have angered this demon. F***ck. At #%. He suddenly regretted not checking the almanac before coming out today. He stepped forward and slapped the man across his face. Thwack! It was a crisp and heavy smack. The man spun around and fell to the floor, holding his face. He had a surprised look on his face, and the visible marks of 5 fingers showed on his face immediately. The scene absolutely confused everyone, and they wondered just what was going on. The man was even more shocked. Still clutching his throbbing face, he asked, Cousin, why did you hit me? Damn it, of course, I have to hit you. Who said you could talk to Mr. Xiao like that? Believe it or not, I will tear you apart. Feng Jiqiang was so agitated that he stepped toward his cousin and continued to punch and kick him. What the F*** case happening? Guan Tong, sitting next to Xiao Luo, was utterly at a loss. Mr. Xiao? Since when did these people know the little B** starred Xiao Luo? Xuanhuan was also taken aback. The other party obviously had a change of heart when they saw Xiao Luo. Why was he so afraid of Xiao Luo? Do you know me? Xiao Luo asked, squinting at Feng Jiqiang. Feng Jiqiang hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. He turned around and had a smile on his face. Respectfully, he lowered himself and said, Mr. Xiao, I used to belong to the Dragon Gang. As he spoke, he broke out in a sweat. Even if the others did not know Xiao Luo, how could he not? This was the demon police officer who was responsible for the bloody carnage at Longya Villa. Dragon Gang? No wonder you look so familiar. Did you just come to Shanghai? Xiao Luo responded. Yes, Mr. Xiao. I couldn't stay in Jiangqing, so my only choice was to return to my hometown, Feng Jiqiang replied. The customers at the bar were all stunned, while Xuanhuan and his team were equally dumbfounded. Guan Tong felt that the situation was like a dream. Who would have imagined that the arrogant and seemingly invincible gang leader would have humbled himself as if he were Xiao Luo's subordinate? Not only was it incredible, but also it was unimaginable. Was Xiao Luo really that scary? A brash gang leader who did not even show any fear toward the police suddenly acted like a mouse who had just seen a cat. Xiao Luo frowned slightly. I thought all the Dragon Gang members were in jail. I didn't expect that there would still be some fish that slipped through the net, he said. Feng Jiqiang trembled with fear. He smiled nervously and said, Mr. Xiao, I was caught by you and got out afterward through some relationships. Cold sweat was streaming out of the pores in his body. He was terrified that the demon police officer would suddenly attack him and send him on his way to see Master Long. I see. Xiao Luo nodded. He pointed to the man wearing the floral shirt on the floor and said, By the way, how is this person related to you? He seemed to have called you, his cousin? Gulp. Feng Jiqiang was now sweating like a waterfall. He swallowed hard before he replied, He's a distant relative who is not actually a relative. He turned around and glared at the man, kicking him again. Goal, who said you could offend Mr. Xiao? Quickly, apologize to Mr. Xiao, he screamed. Cousin, Who the F***k are you calling your cousin? Don't mess around here and quickly apologize to Mr. Xiao. Feng Jiqiang kicked him again, harder. The kick caused the man to bleed from his nose and mouth. Looking at Feng Jiqiang in such a rage only made the man feel like his cousin had suddenly disowned him. What had happened? Did something go wrong with his cousin's brain? What are you doing there staring around like a fool? Did you not hear me asking you to apologize? Feng Jiqiang was even contemplating killing this kid. If Xiao Luo were really unhappy, then all of them would die anyway. This was a threat to his life. Compared to a devil who could kill without blinking, this was nothing. I'll apologize. Don't hit me again. The man struggled to get up and walked closer to Xiao Luo. Bowing deeply, he said, I'm sorry. His voice was choking up, and he was tearing from the pain. Damn it. Kneel down and say it. Feng Jiqiang shouted angrily, kicking behind his knee. The man immediately dropped, with his knees slamming on the floor. The pain was unbearable, causing ears and snot to flow out copiously from his nose and mouth. He dared not even talk back as he kowtowed to Xiao Luo, saying, "Sorry, sorry, sorry." He repeated his apology with regret and bitterness in his voice. "Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied?" Feng Jiqiang asked, forcing a nervous smile. Xiao Luo put his hand to his forehead. He had initially wanted to teach the man a lesson for daring to take advantage of Chuyu. But he couldn't raise his hand, the man was already pleading for his life and looking so miserable. Xiao Luo waved him away and said, "Forget it. There is nothing for you guys here. Don't hinder the police investigating this case, and quickly take your people away." "Yes, understood. We'll go now." Feng Jiqiang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been saved from a tense situation and asked his men to bring along his cousin before quickly leaving the place. Who the hell was this guy? How could he make the gang leader leave with all of his men in such an undignified manner? Everyone stared at Xiao Luo, and nobody dared to treat him as someone ordinary. "Mr. Xiao." Xuanhuan walked over to greet Xiao Luo. His greeting was more respectful than ever. The other members also paid their respects with admiration, especially Luo Shuang. She remembered the scene when she first saw Xiao Luo and thought he had gotten involved in the case because of family connections. She felt hot in her cheeks as if she had been slapped. What she just witnessed was enough to convince her. An arrogant gang leader who did not fear the police clipped his tail and ran off upon seeing Xiao Luo. "Captain Qiu, since this situation is under control, take them away. Don't forget to ask about the fog during the interrogation," Xiao Luo reminded. "Don't worry. This matter will not be forgotten. I will report to you as soon as possible if there is any progress," Xuanhuan said, nodding his head. Xiao Luo acknowledged and said, "Okay, this task has been ongoing for a long time. I would like to end it as soon as possible." After hitting out at Shanghai's MLM organization, he was now prepared to meet Kuan Sha from Blackwater Company. The fact that Kuan Sha still roamed free hung over him like a sharp sword. No one could guarantee that Kuan Sha would not suddenly send mercenaries to mess with his family again. Although there were people from the NSA back home to help him keep watch, there was always going to be negligence, so it was better to solve this problem earlier to be safe. All it would take would be a single lapse in a cycle of 10,000 times. "B***** Tard, Xiao Luo, are you with the police?" Guantong asked with shock after Xuanhuan and the others left. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him and said, "Is your brain flooded? Don't you know that I'm the boss of Luo's workshop? How can I be a policeman? If you weren't a policeman, then how could you be so familiar with those plainclothes?" "I know their captain." "Oh." Guantong nodded doubtfully and then asked, "No, wait. How could the gang leader also be so afraid of you? Just who are you? Do you only know how to ask 100 or 1,000 whys? Why do you have so many questions? Go and drink." Xiao Luo retorted, deliberately using a drink to stop Guantong from asking too many questions. The bar's music started to play again, and everyone slowly found their way back to their previous mood. The only difference was that there were always beauties who would come up to talk to Xiao Luo. They were very interested in the person who scared away the gang leader, but Xiao Luo chased off all of them away. Then, another woman with thick makeup and wearing only a rose-colored bra and an ultra-short black leather skirt stumbled over with a glass of wine in her hand. "Hey, handsome. Can you buy me a drink?" she asked. She was so coy it was enough to cause the SP**** in a man's T*** to go numb. "Sorry, I'm not interested in drunk and easy women. You can ask my friend here if he would like to buy you a drink," Xiao Luo responded, throwing the lady over to Guantong. Guantong quietly gave him a thumbs up as if to say, "You're a good brother." Drooling, Guantong immediately asked, "Miss, can I buy you a drink?" "Forget it. I'm only interested in this handsome guy." The woman quickly sobered up and suddenly did not appear drunk. She glanced at Guantong in disgust and left, but she blew Xiao Luo a kiss in the most charming manner before leaving. Be *** tard. You be *** tard. Why is the gap between different people so wide? I just want to pick up a girl, but these beautiful women don't want to be picked up. Yet girls take the initiative to hook up with you. God, please quickly kill me with a strike of lightning, now, Guantong lamented, deeply hurt by the rejection. Sorry. I can't help you much there. You can't blame me if you don't get a girl, Xiao Luo said flatly. Xiao Luo offered Guantong a ride after they left the bar, but he declined. He said that his house was a short 10-minute walk away, and he would take this opportunity to take a stroll. The conversation ended there. Although Xiao Luo got home rather late, Suli did not interfere too much into his private life. The next day, Xiao Luo learned from Luo Pingxiong that Suli planned to start her own entertainment company. It had already been registered under the name Liu Media. She had been busy planning for it recently. Why do you suddenly have this thought of starting your own company? Xiao Luo was curious, and he asked Suli, who was drinking coffee elegantly on the sofa. He viewed Suli from her side profile, and with her snow-white skin, she was beautiful. Without looking up from the book in her hand, she replied, I just felt like I wanted to take destiny into my own hands. Xiao Luo flashed a dumb-looking smile at her. This woman was really independent. He figured it was probably the public relations crisis and her trouble with Huanpu that gave her the idea of starting an entertainment company of her own. He nodded in agreement. You do have that capability, so that's good, he said. By the way, where is Xiaobei? Su Caney took her to Yinlong Villa. She will live there for a while. Suli responded as she slipped a bookmark into the book's page before closing it. She put her coffee aside, got up, looked at Xiao Luo, and said, There is a banquet this afternoon. Accompany me there. There's a senior I met when I was studying abroad. He is interested in becoming a shareholder. Xiao Luo looked a little confused. You shouldn't have any problems in terms of funding. Why are you letting a foreigner take up shares in your company? He asked. Suli pursed her lips and replied, His family has a deep influence in the North American entertainment circle. If Liu Media wants to penetrate the American market, then he would definitely be of help. Many complicated things can be made simpler. So, that's why. Xiao Luo suddenly realized that this woman's foresight was excellent. She was actually thinking of penetrating the American market. Qing Yan is also one of the shareholders, Suli added. That's good, but in my opinion, your foreign senior might not be so forthright in his intention to join your company. Suli frowned. What do you mean? She asked. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrow, and with a chuckle, he said, The heart of a wine lover is not in the glass. Suli obviously knew what he meant, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Who's to say that person did not have ulterior motives? Which is why I asked you to accompany me, she said. Me, to be your shield? So, are you going to do it? Suli said. Suli flashed her beautiful eyes at Xiao Luo, looking somewhat agitated. He used to pursue me when we were studying abroad, she declared. Xiao Luo initially wanted to say that he would not attend if he didn't see any benefit in it, but he inwardly felt slightly uncomfortable after hearing what she said. He coughed slightly and said, I have no reason not to since there's a free meal. How about this, I'll head back to take a rest first. Let me know when you're heading over. Xiao Luo then left for his apartment. What arrogance! Was it so hard to admit that I was in his heart? Suli snorted as she watched him leave. Still, she felt his attempt at face-saving was rather cute and couldn't help letting out a chuckle. Suli called Xiao Luo and asked him to be ready by 4 in the afternoon. Xianxia drove a Jaguar to pick them up. As soon as the two got in the car, she said, "Li, you and this guy really give off the married couple look. Huh, even your clothes are in the same style. It's a bit like a couple's outfit." Su Li's cheeks flushed. "What nonsense. Hurry up and drive," she said. "How can I drive the car? This guy here is an employee of my company, and I am his boss. There is no reason for the boss to drive the employee around." Xianxia got out of the car and opened the door of the back seat. With her finger, she gestured towards Xiao Luo and said, "Xiao Luo, what are you doing sitting there like Buddha? Quickly go and drive. Are you not afraid that I will crash your luxurious car?" Xiao Luo quipped. "You're speaking nonsense to me. I know your driving skills. Besides, if you really crash the car, then you can pay for it with the commission you earned previously," Xianxia said. Xiao Luo was speechless and had no choice but to drive to the meeting. Xianxia and Suli sat side by side. The former was in a blue dress, while the latter was in a white dress. At first glance, the two beauties were really eye-catching. They were like a pair of lovely flowers, one, an orchid blooming in the night, and the other, a snow lotus that had been carved by ice crystals. Their beauty was beyond what mere mortals could attain. After sitting in the driver's seat for a while, Xiao Luo looked in the rearview mirror and asked, "At least tell me the destination." "Hengshan North Resort Hotel," Xianxia said. "If you don't know where that is, then turn on the navigation." After saying that, she started chatting with Suli on a woman's favorite topics: bags, jewelry, cosmetics, clothes, and such. Xiao Luo sneered at this and drove off gloomily. They arrived at their destination after half an hour. Hengshan North Resort Hotel was located to the north of Shanghai. It was regarded as a suburb, but the environment and its landscape were stunning. Not only did it have a vast golf course, but it also boasted a beautiful artificial lake. It was similar to the Bode Mountain Villa, which had a mountain on one side and a water feature on the other. This created a very inviting ambience for visitors. Xiao Luo saw a foreigner in a private room. He had green eyes and blonde hair. He wore a white shirt and looked self-assured, exuding a regal bearing. "Sabrina." The foreigner smiled at Suli and walked over to give her a hug. "It's so nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a few years. It seems you are getting more and more beautiful and sexy." He spoke fluent Chinese with an accent. He was tall, bearded, and had a glowing complexion. He was definitely Prince Charming in the hearts of many women. "Thank you," Suli said. She then introduced Xianxia and said, "This is Xianxia, the CEO of Huayao Group. You can call her by her English name, Demi. She is also one of the stockholders in Liu Media." "Hello there, my name is Leon." "I am glad to meet you, beautiful Miss Demi," Leon said, stretching out his hand towards Xianxia like a gentleman. "Hello Mr. Leon, you're better than what I heard through the grapevine. You really look extraordinary," Xianxia said, smiling and taking his hand. "Miss Demi, you sure are good with words." Leon nodded with appreciation. He then looked at Xiao Luo and said, "Sabrina, who is this gentleman?" Suli walked up to Xiao Luo and said, "He is my husband, Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo was shocked and looked at Suli with amazement. For the first time, he heard her speak with such a gentle tone, telling others about their relationship. But since he was here as her shield, he quickly got over it and tried to act natural. "Oh? He is your husband?" Leon looked very surprised. His expression changed, and there was a fleeting moment of hostility before he smiled again and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. Nice to meet you." Xiao Luo replied politely. Leon didn't even bother shaking his hand. He turned his gaze away and said to Suli, Sabrina, I chased you 2 years ago and couldn't capture your heart, yet this Mr. Xiao succeeded. Can you satisfy my curiosity and tell me what he did to impress you? Suli couldn't help but looked at Xiao Luo when Leon asked that question. All the things that he had done for her slowly started to flash in her head. Hadn't he been the one protecting her all this while? She turned around and replied, Leon, there's no single specific instance that I can pinpoint, but rather, it's a kind of an instinctive feeling. I think you will only understand what I mean when you've finally met the person who is meant to share your life with you. Oh? If it's a kind of feeling, then I think I've already met that person. Because the person who is meant to be in my life is you. Leon said. He then grabbed Suli's hand, lowering his head, and kissed the back of her hand. Nobody could have imagined that he would have done something this bold. Suli was stunned, but she quickly regained her senses and pulled her hand away. Her pretty face was flushed. She looked troubled but kept her composure and said, Leon, please be careful of your actions and the things that you say. I don't want my husband to have any sort of misunderstanding. No. There is no misunderstanding. I'm merely speaking the truth. Sabrina, I've always liked you, he said. If I were to use 2 Chinese phrases to explain this, then we're like a perfect match, you and me, we're like a match made in heaven. Leon completely ignored Xiao Luo's existence and brashly confessed his feelings for Suli in his presence. He pointed at Xiao Luo and said, before stepping foot in your country, I've already done an investigation and checked out all the high-status individuals in Shanghai. There are a whole bunch of incredible people in Shanghai, but Mr. Xiao here isn't on that list. So, please do not tell me that this guy is just some ordinary Chinese man, because if that's the case, I will not be able to accept this truth. I simply cannot and will not be able to accept the fact that I've lost you to such a guy. He got increasingly agitated as he spoke, and by the end of his sentence, he was almost yelling his lungs out. Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and instantly developed an intense hostility toward his romantic rival. He did not have a good feeling about this guy from the point they met, and now that Leon had been so condescending as to deride him in his face and completely underestimated his abilities, the matter had now become very personal. Leon, it seems that my husband was right about you. You're not sincere about discussing business or being a shareholder. It seems like I've wasted my time here. Suli's response was cold and bitter. Let's go, she said to Xiao Luo. Leon was utterly shocked by Suli's hostile reaction. He quickly rushed over to stop her and promptly checked his poor behavior. With a smile on his face, he said, Sabrina, I'm really sorry. I should not have said what I said. Allow me to apologize to you. I'm really genuine and sincere about becoming a shareholder of Liu Media. I would not have flown all the way from my country to China just for this meeting if I wasn't. Suli didn't respond, and Xiao Luo didn't say anything either. Xuanhuan intervened to ease the rising tensions, hoping to salvage the situation. Mr. Leon, if we're discussing business, then let's stay focused on it. We can talk about our private lives some other time. I'm pretty sure any good businessman would not be talking about their private life during a discussion about business. Besides, you've already let your own emotions take control and affected the tone of our meeting. How can we have a proper discussion about our partnership after this, she said. Leon nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I agree. Ms. Demi, you are correct. It's all my fault. I wasn't able to properly control my emotions at all. No matter how much he wanted to pull Suli toward him, he knew that right now, he ought to contain his urge for the time being. Lee, come back and have a seat. Mr. Leon is willing to be a shareholder, and this can only be a good thing for Liu Media. We should just sit down and have an open discussion about the partnership, Xuanhuan said. She took on the mediator's role, for she knew the kind of temper her best friend had. And she believed that it wasn't right to succumb to one's temper when discussing business. Suli gave it a thought and eventually decided to return to her seat. Sabrina, your personality is still the same, you've not changed at all, Leon said, breathing a sigh of relief as he tried to reconcile the awkwardness between them. But you've changed, Suli said. Leon laughed and said, how have I changed? Have I become a lot cooler? Suli wasn't in the mood for jest or banter. The skin on your face is a lot thicker now, she said. Ha ha. It was as if the atmosphere around them suddenly became stagnant, and as Leon attempted to laugh it off, it felt awkward. Xianxia pitched in to lighten the situation. Li, you're not going to be able to make any friends if you're always going to be this straightforward with the things you say, she said. No, this is Sabrina. She's real, kind, beautiful, and doesn't have the kind of hypocrisy that most Chinese people have. Leon immediately jumped to Suli's defense with the most outrageous remarks. Then, he switched the topic to Xiao Luo and asked, right, I've still yet to know what kind of job you do, Mr. Xiao? I'm in sales. Ms. Demi here is my boss, Xiao Luo replied. F***ck, how is it possible that he's just a salesman? How is it possible that Sabrina actually married a salesman? Leon was a little shocked when he heard that, but he merely smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, you must be really capable in sales, so what is your annual salary like? I only receive a monthly salary, not an annual salary, Xiao Luo replied. He was not very happy with these questions as Leon was evidently finding ways to make him look bad in front of Suli. So, you receive a monthly salary, and here I thought, it's nothing. So, just continue to work hard and I'm sure things will get better for you in the future. Anyway, you can't be all that bad since you're the guy that Sabrina has chosen, Leon said. Xianxia couldn't bear to watch this anymore and spoke out for Xiao Luo. Mr. Leon, Mr. Xiao is already a really capable and impressive person. He just helped my company secure a huge order not too long ago. His commission alone was 17 million, she said. Is that so? That's really not all that bad. It's about 1/10 of how much I usually invest in a movie. Considering how Mr. Xiao is just an ordinary guy without a large network, it's really impressive to be able to secure such an order. Come, here's a toast to show my respect, Leon said, smiling as he raised his glass of wine. I have to drive, so I can't drink, Xiao Luo said. His response was cold, for he had already formed a poor impression of Leon. This is a 1988 Lafite, the alcohol content isn't that high. You'll be fine, Leon said. It is illegal to drink and drive in our country, Leon. I think we should just cut all this small talk. Let's just stick to our discussion about you becoming a shareholder, Suli said. She did not like the fact that Xiao Luo was being looked down upon by someone else. Fine. Let's eat as we discussed then. Leon put his wine glass down, called for the waitresses waiting outside the room, and had them bring in the food. While the three of them were discussing business, Xiao Luo was focused solely on the food. It went without saying that the quality of food served in a luxurious place like this was nothing short of superb. Besides, the timing was perfect as he was famished then, and he wasn't going to hold back. He gobbled everything down and, in his indulgence, ate noisily. Xiao Luo's poor table manners made Leon, Suli, and Xianxia turn toward him and stare. Don't worry about me, you guys just continue. Xiao Luo shamelessly grabbed a scrumptious piece of braised wild boar meat and chomped on it like a peasant as the three of them stared at him, horrified. Xiao Luo was oblivious to their stares. Sabrina, pray, tell me your husband wasn't just released from prison? Leon exclaimed, deliberately teasing her. Suli's cheeks started to turn red, and she glared at Xiao Luo with a murderous look in her eyes. She hoped that he would stop this kind of boorish behavior, but it was obviously not working at all, and she started feeling a little embarrassed. This was shameful, and there was simply no excuse for this. Regardless, one always had to show a little courtesy when having meals, yet she could feel that something wasn't right that day. Xiao Luo usually didn't eat that way, so why was he eating this way now? Could it be that he was, perhaps, jealous? Xuanhuan was annoyed as well and coughed a little. Xiao Luo, have you gone mad? You're eating as if someone's going to steal your food, she said. Xiao Luo raised his head. Don't worry about me. You guys, just continue discussing your work, he said. He was indeed a little angry, especially after noticing that Leon and Suli were actually quite close. It was as if a claw was lightly scratching his heart, and it made him feel troubled. The purpose of him gobbling down all the food could only be seen as a childish ploy to emotionally force Suli to her distance from Leon. The shareholder discussion lasted for half an hour, and in the end, both parties signed a contract. They were able to establish a long-term working relationship with one another. Sabrina, Ms. Demi, come. Let's toast to our long-term partnership that begins from this moment forth. Leon stood up and raised the wine glass in his hand, and he conspicuously chose to ignore Xiao Luo. Such a scenario undoubtedly put Xiao Luo in an awkward position. It would have been weird for him to stand up and raise his wine glass, and at the same time, it would also have looked strange for him to just sit there without doing anything. This was a celebration for Liu Media as they had just established a partnership, and Suli couldn't decline outright, so she stood up and joined the toast as well. Leon was deliberately trying to put Xiao Luo in a tough spot. Xuanhuan stood up as well, and the three of them had a toast. Cheers. With a satisfied expression on his face, Leon looked at Xiao Luo, sitting there eating the food on the table. He raised his head back and finished the wine in his glass. In his heart, he had already formed an opinion of Xiao Luo. He was nothing more than an uncouth low-class lout. It's about time for us to go. Suli no longer wanted to stay as she could sense that Xiao Luo was not himself today. There's no need to rush back. It's still early. This resort hotel has an underground casino. Sabrina, let's go there and play a little. We can see how lucky our partnership is, Leon suggested. No, thank you. I'm not interested, Suli replied icily. She glared hard at Xiao Luo, who was still eating, and said, Xiao Luo, let's go. Xiao Luo tossed aside the remaining bones, took a tissue, and wiped off the grease on his hands and the corners of his mouth. He stood up, looked at Leon, and said, There's a casino here? Leon was initially taken aback, and then he smiled and replied, Yes, there is. But based on what I know, casinos are not allowed to operate in Shanghai, Xiao Luo said, showing an inordinate amount of interest. That's why it's an underground casino. It doesn't see the light of day. As far as I know, the boss of this resort hotel has some backing, Leon said. The police turn a blind eye to the operation here. It's been opened for around 5 or 6 years now, and nothing has happened to it so far. You want to play? Suli asked Xiao Luo quietly. I want to play a little, Xiao Luo said. Sabrina, since Mr. Xiao wants to play, as a wife, you should be a little bit more open and let loose the ropes in your hands. Leon smiled and said, Let's do this. In order to avoid making too much noise, I will go and open a separate private room just for the 4 of us. A little bit of gambling is good for the spirits. Good idea. Xiao Luo gave Leon a thumbs up and spoke in English. Since Leon had set him off so much, Xiao Luo decided he would return the favor twice. Yeah. Wow, Mr. Zhao's English is pretty good, Leon said. He smiled condescendingly and praised Xiao Luo heartily, but inwardly, his heart was cold. He was planning on making Xiao Luo lose everything he had and make him look bad in front of Suli. Li, a battle just for you is about to begin soon, Xuanhuan whispered softly into Suli's ears. Suli was confused as well and didn't know if she should be happy or angry. This was obviously a trap that Leon had set, so why was Xiao Luo still falling for it? But it was also true that Xiao Luo's actions were really abnormal today. Was it really because he was jealous? Not long after, they all headed over to the hotel's casino. The casino was located on the first floor. It was often said that gambling was human nature, and true enough, many people made their way there to gamble. When Xiao Luo entered the casino, it felt as if he had just returned to the Jiangqing casino that belonged to the Dragon Gang. You need to exchange $20 million worth of gambling chips before you're allowed to open a private room. Sabrina, you guys make yourself comfortable first. I'll go change the chips, Leon said. He then walked toward the counter. 20 million. This number was just a small bet to Suli and Xianxia, but in Leon's eyes, Xiao Luo's total assets were most probably only worth that much. It would be perfect if he won them all today. Are you serious about playing? Suli asked. She was concerned and wanted to confirm again. Yes, Xiao Luo replied. Do you have that much money? The card that I have with me right now has exactly that much money, Xiao Luo said. Then, like Leon, he made his way toward the counter as well. Wait a minute, Suli said. What's the matter? It's not too late to turn back now. Leon's family business involves opening casinos in North America. In the art of gambling, there's no way we're going to stand a chance against him. 20 million is not a small amount to you, so don't risk losing it all because of a rash decision, Suli said. That's right, Xiao Luo. It wasn't easy for you to secure such a huge order all the time. It will be too late for you to cry and regret if you lose it all. Xianxia pitched in. Xianxia felt compelled to persuade Xiao Luo to back down. I know you're going against him because of Li, but there's really no need for you to do this, she said. Xiao Luo smiled cheerfully and retorted, It's all right. I'm just playing a little. Besides, there's no guarantee that I'm going to lose. How can you be this stubborn? Suli said. Her tone was resentful. She could not understand what Xiao Luo had to prove by gambling against an expert like Leon. There was no difference between doing this and just giving the money away. Xiao Luo did not say anything and continued to walk toward the counter to exchange the gambling chips. Xianxia looked at Suli and sighed. Forget it. Just let him be. This is a battle between two guys. We'll just stand by later, she said. Suli furrowed her eyebrows in worry and said, but if he loses 20 million to Leon, wouldn't that be? If there's anything I know about that man, it's that somehow or rather, he is always able to surprise us, Xianxia said with a smile. The room was brightly lit, and a relatively expensive-looking gambling table sat in the middle of it. There were wines and various beverages by the side. This was the private room that the casino provided for their customers. As soon as the door closed, all noise coming from the hall was immediately shut out. It was so quiet it seemed like an isolated world. The casino had also specially provided a dealer for this room. Poker. I'm sure Mr. Xiao knows how to play this, right? Leon asked Xiao Luo deliberately. He was obviously treating Xiao Luo like he was some country bumpkin. I think it's more commonly known as golden flower, if I'm not wrong, Xiao Luo said. Leon was a little surprised, but he just laughed and said, he. Mr. Xiao sure doesn't hide his true feelings. That's right. I'm sure that's how the Chinese people pronounce poker. But deep down, what he actually wanted to say was, you country bumpkin, how dare you even touch my Sabrina? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Then let's not talk anymore. Come on, Xiao Luo said, giving Leon a wry smile. Deal the cards. Leon gave a signal to the dealer, indicating that he could deal out the cards. The dealer nodded his head in response and took out a new pack of poker cards. He spread out the cards and duly showed it to the four of them. This was to prove that he hadn't tampered with any of the cards. After handing out 3 cards and another card face down, the dealer then explained the rules. The starting bet is 100,000, and each subsequent bet cannot be below 500,000. Mr. Leon, you have the biggest hand, please start first. Other than the 1 card facing down, everyone could see the other 3 cards on the table. Leon had an ace of spades, a 6 of spades, and a 6 of clubs. Suli, Xianxia, and Xiao Luo had smaller cards, so of course, Leon was the first to call. 1 million. Leon threw out gambling chips equivalent to the value of his bet, without much hesitation. Xiao Luo looked at all the cards he had, 7, 8, and 9, a mini-straight. As for Suli and Xianxia, there's no need to even look at their cards. For poker, besides looking at the cards, it was also testing how courageous and daring one was. This was where the skill of poker lay. I fold. Xianxia declared, closing her cards. Suli was about to bet, but Leon persuaded her otherwise. Sabrina, I don't have just a pair of 6. I have a pair of 6 and aces. Your cards are too small, so you better not bet. I'm doing this for you, he said. If I lose, then so be it. It's no big deal, Suli replied. She had her own opinion about her chances, so there was no way she would listen to what Leon had to say. She placed her bet of $1 million. Sabrina, are you trying to gang up on me along with your husband? Leon snickered before looking towards Xiao Luo and said, Mr. Xiao, it's your turn. Raise, 5 million. Xiao Luo pushed several stacks of gambling chips out to the middle. From 1 to 5 million, he had instantly raised the bet 5-fold. Although 5 million was hardly a dent to the other people sitting at the table, losing would definitely not feel good at all regardless of the sum. Leon, Suli, and Xianxia were all stunned. They immediately glanced at Xiao Luo's opened cards and wondered to themselves, does this guy have a straight? Otherwise, why in the world would he be so confident with raising the bet? Mr. Xiao seems to be really bold. It appears that you have a straight, Leon said. He was deliberately attempting to read the man and analyze any signs he could detect from his body language. Don't look at me, Leon. You won't be able to gain anything from it. Call or no call, just make your decision, Xiao Luo said. Call. Of course, I will call. Leon forced a smile and pushed $5 million worth of gambling chips out. He looked confident and put on a face that looked like he had already won. Ha ha ha, I bet you're trying to fool me, he said. It was time for Suli to make her call, and she looked at Xiao Luo. She just couldn't imagine where Xiao Luo got his confidence from. How did he have the guts to throw in 5 million without batting an eyelid? Li, this battle will be between both of them. We're better off just looking on from the side. Xianxia bent over and whispered into Suli's ear. Xiao Luo turned his head around and smiled at Suli. Listen to what she said and fold your cards, he said. Suli gave him a meaningful look and said, you better not be rash and do things without thinking, don't let your... Xiao Luo flashed her a smile. We've already been through this. Win or lose, no one knows, this is gambling. It's all about luck, he said. Suli could tell that Xiao Luo's mind was made up and realized that he was planning to go all out against Leon. All right then, I will fold. She decided to take Xianxia's cue and just be a bystander watching from the side. Now, that's being obedient, Xiao Luo said. Obedient? Suli's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. She thought, was this jerk trying to own me by treating me like Su Xiaobei? She was initially a little angry, but then, it felt quite touching at the same time. Mr. Xiao, it's your turn. Are you going to call or not? Leon was very agitated when he saw them flirting with one another in front of him. If they were now in the States, he swore he'd already have hired several wise guys to teach this brat a good lesson. This country bumpkin evidently did not know where he stood. All in. Xiao Luo leaned forward as he pushed all the stacks of gambling chips in front of him to the middle of the table. He smiled, looking very confident, and emanated an aura like a royal used to getting what he wanted. His confident smile never waned from the time they started the game. Gulp. The dealer's eyes widened in shock, and he had a hard time swallowing his saliva. Oh, my God, what are these people playing? It was simply too bold for a player to be throwing 20 million out just like that, and to think that he did so without any hesitation at all, he thought. But he didn't forget to do his job and promptly dealt out the last card to both players. Leon had an 8, and Xiao Luo got an 8 as well. Are you going to call or not? Leon started to hesitate a little. He tried his best to read the game by looking at Xiao Luo's expression, but all he saw was the same unreadable smile on his face. Leon couldn't figure anything out at all. He had a 2-pair hand of aces and 6s, and his 5th card was an 8, while Xiao Luo's opened card showed a pair of 8s, a 7 and 9. Leon knew that Xiao Luo couldn't have a straight in his hand, and to win, Xiao Luo needed to have an 8 in his face-down card. Only a 3 of a kind would beat Leon's 2 pairs. Mr. Xiao, your face-down card can't possibly be an 8. 3 8s have already been opened. The odds of you having the last 8 is very slim, Leon said. If you really want to find out, then throw all your money in, Xiao Luo replied. Then he turned to the staff in the private room and asking for a cup of water to drink. Su Li and Shen Qingyan stared at him without blinking their eyes. They were breaking out in a cold sweat on account of him. This was a bet where one could instantly lose 20 million. No matter how rich they were, losing 20 million so suddenly was never a good feeling. Leon took another look at his face-down card. It was indeed an ace, but he just couldn't figure out what Xiao Luo's face-down card was. Leon also considered that if he called and it really turned out to be an 8, he would lose in front of Su Li, and losing 20 million in just the first round would be very embarrassing. He chose to fold. Mr. Xiao, you win this round. Thank you. Xiao Luo put his hands around the large pile of gambling chips and pulled them in toward him. Sitting beside him, Su Li was very curious and couldn't help flipping over his face-down card. She screamed in shock, how is it a 10 of clubs? Leon almost vomited blood as soon as he saw the card. He was a veteran gambler, and yet he had allowed himself to be fooled by a guy like Xiao Luo. Shen Qingyan smiled a little and said, Xiao Luo, you're quite the poker player. You even managed to fool Mr. Leon with just a pair of 8s, although he had a double pair with aces. I didn't manage to get a good look at it. I really thought that the face-down card was an 8, Xiao Luo said, playing dumb and waving his hands innocently. Yeah, right, you didn't get a good look, indeed. Leon sneered. He almost shouted at Xiao Luo and felt that his pride was at stake here. He had lost 6 million, just like that. Looking at Xiao Luo now, his perception of the man had changed, and he no longer despised him. He would never have imagined that his guy had the kind of guts to play the bluff with so much at stake. Su. Xiao Luo was initially going to call her Ms. Su, but since he had a romantic rival right in front of him, he decided to address Su Li differently. Wife, CEO Shen, you guys can rest from here on. I'll finish this poker game with Mr. Leon, he said. Why, wife? Su Li was utterly shocked. Her face turned red like a bashful bride, and she felt her heart thump rapidly in her chest. Sure. We're not really interested in gambling anyway. In that case, we'll just watch the both of you gambling, Shen Qingyan responded. She understood what was going on between the two men, and it was best to stay out of the fray. Su Li didn't say anything, and it seemed like she had just accepted it. Still ringing in her ears, the term wife kept repeating itself over and over again against the rhythm of her thumping heart. Mr. Xiao, are you sure you want to play poker with me? Leon said with a playful smile. He had once won $1 billion in just one night, and his opponent was one of the most renowned gamblers in the whole of North America. He would be playing against a nameless guy that he would never have even heard of, but for Sabrina, it would feel like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. There was a glint in Xiao Luo's eyes. You don't have the guts, he taunted. Why would I not have the guts? Deal the cards. The dealer duly dealt out 5 cards to each of them, 4 were facing up, while the last card was facing down and hidden. It was interesting. By some coincidence, they both had cards that were remarkably similar to the previous round. Leon's 4 cards were 2 pairs of 7s and aces, while Xiao Luo had a pair of 8s, a 6 and a 7. Leon took a look at his face-down card and saw that it was an 8. If Xiao Luo's hand was going to be bigger than his, then his face-down card would have to be an 8 as well, to make a 3 of a kind. But of course, there were only 4 8s in a deck. 1 was in his hand, and 2 in his opponent's. This meant that the chances of the last 8 being in his opponent's hand were low. Bet, 5 million. Leon bellowed, pushing out several stacks of his gambling chips. Call. Xiao Luo followed with $5 million worth of gambling chips as well, and then added, and, I raise another 9 million. Crash. The air was thick with nervous emotions as Xiao Luo raised the bet, and several stacks of gambling chips fell over like skyscrapers. Leon's face looked dull and gloomy. He only exchanged 20 million, and he had already lost 6 million earlier on. He only had a total of 14 million left now, and with Xiao Luo's raise, the bet was now 14 million. He was obviously being forced by Xiao Luo to throw in everything he had. Leon stared at Xiao Luo with a casual smile on his face and said, Mr. Xiao, you should only use the same trick once. I'd be a fool to fall for it again. Do you really think I'm going to fall into the same trap twice? He then pushed out all the gambling chips he had into the pool. Is Xiao Luo going for the same bluff again? This guy really has the guts. Su Li and Shen Qingyan glanced anxiously at Xiao Luo. He was lucky enough to fool Leon in the previous round, but wasn't he just kidding himself if he tried it again? Leon was not that dumb and would undoubtedly not fall for the same trick twice. I have an ace and a pair of 7s. For you to beat me, your face-down card has to be an 8, Leon said. Then he eyed Xiao Luo confidently as he flipped his face-down card over and shouted, Show me your card. I refuse to believe that you have an 8. Xiao Luo shook his head and responded, Mr. Leon, the odds of the final 8 being in my possession might be very low, but it doesn't mean that it's entirely impossible. After saying that, he slowly turned over the face-down card that he had. And, there it was, he actually had an 8 of clubs. At the sight of Xiao Luo's face-down card, Leon's eyes opened wide in bewilderment. He could not believe what he saw and literally sprang up from his seat bolt upright. Su Li and Shen Qingyan were equally shocked by the looks of disbelief on their faces. How is this possible? Shen Qingyan muttered to herself as a wry smile formed on her face. She could never have imagined that Xiao Luo actually had the card and was not playing a bluff. An opponent who could effortlessly shift between being real and fake was always the toughest customer. Xiao Luo was just amazing, no matter what he did. Bam! Leon slammed the table, pointed at Xiao Luo, and shouted, Out with it, did you cheat? I can assure you that this gentleman here did not cheat, the dealer intervened. Are you a senior here? Who are you to guarantee he didn't cheat? Leon sneered. The dealer took out his certificate. Mister, you can insult me, but don't insult my professional ethics. I'm a gold-tier dealer. No one can cheat, and nothing escapes my eyes. You little sh*t, you better. Leon, if you're nothing but a sore loser, then I'll have my husband return you all that money. Annoyed, Suli bluntly delivered her scathing remarks to Leon. Leon suddenly laughed as he came to his sense and calmed down. Sabrina, are you mocking me on purpose here? It's just 20 million. This small amount of money is nothing to me at all, he said. Since I'm ready to gamble, then I'm ready to accept my losses as well. There's nothing more I can say. But in reality, he was fuming deep down. In just 10 minutes, he had already lost 20 million, and he had lost it to a nameless brat from some godforsaken countryside. If the people back in America were to find out, they would surely be laughing their asterisks off. Mr. Leon is wealthy enough. 20 million to him is insignificant and just small change. It's just like a strand of hair on a cow's back, am I right? Xiao Luo chimed in. Right. It's a small bet, just a small bet. A little bit of gambling is good for the spirits. Leon outwardly agreed with everything Xiao Luo said, but deep down, he was crying his pain, and it was a wonder that he was still able to say something like that. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled at Leon's response. Mr. Leon, you are really good at conversing in Mandarin. That being the case, why don't you raise your spirits a little bit more, he asked. We've only played 2 rounds. This is nothing at all. Let us continue. Leon handed his black card over to one of his subordinates and told him, go, exchange $100 million worth of chips for me. 100 million? Suli furrowed her eyebrows a little. 100 million was no longer just a little gambling. Was Leon trying to make Xiao Luo lose everything he had right here and now? When that thought occurred to her, Suli glared coldly at Leon. Mr. Leon, you said small gambling, but the amount that you're throwing in is becoming a lot bigger now, Xianxia teased. He. Nah, just small gambling. This is really just small gambling to me. Leon looked at Xiao Luo with a devious smile on his face and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm betting 100 million here, but at most, you would only have 45 million in your hands at most right now. You're still short of 55 million in order to have the same amount as me. I wonder if you have that much money with you. He was obviously mocking his opponent in the way he spoke. He wanted to show Xiao Luo and remind him of his position and where he stood, and that he had no right to be arrogant in his presence. I'll give you mine. Suli pushed all the gambling chips she had toward Xiao Luo. Shen Qingyan smiled when she saw Suli do that and said, since I've already exchanged so much, but I'm not playing, then I shall also lend you all of mine. I think highly of you. Saying that she handed all her gambling chips over to Xiao Luo. With their contributions, Xiao Luo now had a total of 80 million. Leon's face turned bluish-purple. He could accept Shen Qingyan helping Xiao Luo out, but he found it difficult to swallow when Suli actually sided with Xiao Luo as well. She was the goddess that was deep within his heart, and it hurt him deeply. He initially thought that the marriage between them was fake. To begin with, they were doing it for others to see, but looking at it now, Suli seemed to really like this piece of trash. He raised his voice on purpose and said, you're still short of 20 million. That's all right. I have that amount here with me. Xiao Luo handed his card over to one of the wait staff in the room and said, may I trouble you to go and exchange $20 million worth of chips for me? Yes, sir, the staff responded, nodding his head and bowing respectfully before he turned around and left. How come even I didn't know you had that much money? Suli said, staring at Xiao Luo suspiciously. Xiao Luo laughed and said, you've never asked me about it before. Suli repeated herself. So, where is it from? I earned it when I was in Jiangqing, Xiao Luo replied. Jiangqing? Suli was stunned and wondered to herself, why was he living in a shanty area, then if he was that rich? Xiao Luo, you're becoming more and more mysterious. Now I'm really curious to know what you did when you were in Jiangqing, Shen Qingyan said. From the first time she saw Xiao Luo, she knew something different about this guy. When he first met Yang Hongji and her, he was neither humble nor arrogant and was always calm and steady. This was not a trait many people out there had. If it wasn't because he had experienced many things in life, then it had to be because he was of equal status. But it was quite evident that it was most probably the former. She was really interested and curious to find out just what in the world Xiao Luo had been through in Jiangqing. Xiao Luo laughed a little, but didn't say anything else. Not too long after, his gambling chips were brought in. $100 million worth of gambling chips was sitting right in front of each player. They were neatly stacked, looking just like two pyramids. "Deal the cards," Leon said. He couldn't wait to win all of Xiao Luo's money and was steadily staring at Xiao Luo. The dealer raised both of his hands. "May the two players here, please place your bets first." Leon smiled broadly and winked. "Since I have 100 million, let's raise the bet a little bit. 1 million. "I don't think Mr. Xiao has any problem with that," he said. "It's up to you." Xiao Luo casually threw $1 million worth of chips out. "This piece of trash. I shall see how much longer you can act so cockily like this." Leon gritted his teeth and threw $1 million worth of gambling chips out as well. The dealer started giving out the cards. He dealt the first card face-down card to both of them, and then the second card. Leon had a 9 of diamonds, while Xiao Luo had an 8 of diamonds. According to the rules of poker, the one with the bigger card would start first. Leon took a look at his face-down card and realized that it was a 2 of clubs, and then with a smile that no one could read, he said, 5 million. As he said that, he threw $5 million worth of gambling chips out. "I'll call 5 million as well." Xiao Luo pushed out $5 million worth of chips, and then added, "I'll raise 95 million as well." "What?" Like a mountain, multiple stacks of gambling chips were pushed out without any hesitation at all. "What the f***ck?" The dealer and everyone watching in the room was stunned. This was the first time they were witnessing such an aggressive approach to gambling. The way he was playing this was unbelievably high risk. Leon twitched his lips. Xiao Luo's action had really shocked him for sure. Su Li and Shen Qingyan were in a stupor. Only 2 cards had been dealt, and Xiao Luo had the smaller face-up card. Where did this guy find the kind of courage to go all in like that? This was not only $1 or $2, it was 100 million. If he lost this, then 100 million would be gone just like that. As they watched anxiously, Su Li and Shen Qingyan couldn't help thinking that Xiao Luo was only pushing his luck and trying to gain a psychological edge against Leon. They remained silent and did not want to distract Xiao Luo in any way, so they just stood there and watched. "Just what kind of gambling style is this?" Leon asked, staring at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo laughed and said, "The kind of gambling style where you burn your bridge. We'll decide this in a single round. If you've never tried this before, then I shall let you have a taste of it." Leon clenched his fists tightly. 100 million was definitely something to him, especially since it was gambling. He would definitely not sleep in peace for a good 3 days and nights if he were to lose 100 million, just like this. As he took another look at his face-down card, he relaxed his clenched fists. It was a 2 of clubs. With a smile, he said, "Mr. Xiao, you are really daring. I'll let you have this round. I shall not call." After he said that, he folded his cards. The next round began, and the dealer gave each of them a face-down card. For the second card, Leon had a 7 of clubs, while Xiao Luo had a king of spades. As Xiao Luo had the bigger face-up card, the dealer raised his hand and said, "Mr. Xiao, you shall go first." "There's no need to say anything else, all in," Xiao Luo said. He once again pushed out the whole heap of gambling chips that were as tall as a mountain without any expression on his face. "What the f***ck?" The dealer and all the other staff in the room stared at Xiao Luo with their eyes opened wide. Just who in the world was this guy? Even the world's richest man wouldn't play like that. Only 2 cards had been dealt, and he was ready to throw money away so recklessly? Leon was perplexed. The psychological warfare that he took pride in had suffered a considerable blow. Xiao Luo was not giving him any chance to show himself at all, by forcing him to bet. He really wanted to go all out against Xiao Luo, but looking at his face-down card, a 3 of diamonds, he realized it couldn't get any smaller than that. There was no way he was bold enough to do this. "I'll let you have another round," he said, reluctantly folding his cards again. All the betting chips went to Xiao Luo, and the staff in the private room once again neatly stacked up all the gambling chips that Xiao Luo had. The trend continued for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way up to the 10th round. Xiao Luo, without even bothering to look at his face-down card, continued to push his entire pile of gambling chips out the middle. His stacks of chips had grown even higher, and his mountain of cash ever more imposing. And he repeated the same move every time. He would always open the bet right after the second card had been dealt. Sometimes, Leon would not even have the time to properly look at his face-down card before Xiao Luo made his bet. Leon was furious, and he could barely take it anymore. But unfortunately for Leon, right through all these rounds, the value of his 2 cards had been lower than Xiao Luo's, and he just couldn't get a pair, so he ended up folding all his cards in successive rounds. Frustrated, Leon laughed mockingly and said, "Mr. Xiao, are you trying to see who's luckier here? Are you just not afraid that in the end, your cards will end up being smaller than mine? If that's the case, then why don't you just call?" Xiao Luo retorted. Leon was stumped for words. All he felt was only frustration and depression. To think that he was a master gambler from North America, and yet here he was being treated roughshod by a nameless country bumpkin. It was simply too insulting. Su Li and Shen Qingyan also realized what Xiao Luo's aim was. Though it might be hard to believe, Xiao Luo had indeed completely thrown Leon right off his rhythm at the moment. When it came to playing poker, gamblers were competing with both luck and courage. After 10 rounds, Leon had already lost 10 million as he had to fold every single round. The 11th round began, and the dealer dealt out the cards. This time around, Xiao Luo once again pushed out his whole heap of gambling chips out as usual. Leon looked at Xiao Luo's card. He had an ace. Leon had a queen of hearts and proceeded to peek at his face-down card. It was a king of hearts. Thankfully, his cards were much better. There was a chance for a flush here, and there was also a possibility that he might get a straight flush. This round, he chose to call. It was unacceptable that a nameless guy like Xiao Luo could get away with such arrogance. Rattle. He pushed out the entire heap of gambling chips in front of him. This time around, he was found his confidence back, and it felt satisfying. "Looks like we'll decide the winner in this round." Leon roared. "Sure, but I have 110 million. "You're still short of a bit there," Xiao Luo reminded him. "You think you have that much more than me?" Leon handed his black card to his subordinate and said, "Go now. Go and exchange another 200 million. 200 million? Everyone in the room was stunned, especially the dealer and all the staff in the room. It was as if they were destined to be here today only to witness this shocking duel of cards. It was true that the more you compare yourself to others, the more you would be killing yourself, for they probably wouldn't be able to earn this much money even in 2 lifetimes. "Young master, this..." The subordinate was troubled. Adding the 120 million earlier on, the total now added up to 320 million. This was still a really huge sum of money, even if it was not in USD. "What's the problem here?" Leon said coldly. "The family is keeping a close watch on all the young masters. Now is the most crucial period. If young master Leon loses 300 million, the family will be very disappointed with you. Then, they most probably won't hand over the family business to you in the future, the subordinate explained, appealing for Leon to err towards caution. Although he spoke in English, everyone could understand what he just said. "You shut your mouth!" Leon bellowed and silenced his subordinate with a ferocious scowl on his face. "My words are orders. Just do as you're told. Otherwise, I'll have you disappear from this world for good," he snarled. "Yes." That subordinate trembled and no longer dared to say anything else. He quickly took the black card and went to exchange for more gambling chips. Leon turned around and faced Suli. He changed his expression and put on a smile on his face. "Sabrina, actually, I have absolutely no idea what he was saying," he said. "Leon, I think it's better to give up. We were schoolmates. I don't want this to end up in conflict, because of small things like this," Suli said, making a compelling point. "No, no, no. I've already said it before. This is just small gambling. It's good for the spirits. Even if I lose all my money, it will not affect the friendship between you and me, and all the more won't affect the partnership that we have already established," Leon replied. He was doing all he could to hold on. He had the advantage in this round, and there was no way he would give up and let Xiao Luo off that easily. Xiao Luo laughed and said, "Well said, Mr. Leon. A little bit of gambling is good for the spirits." He had already learned a secret gambling trick when he was in Jiangqing and had the ability to memorize all the cards in a poker deck. No matter how the dealer shuffled the cards earlier on, he never looked away from this deck of cards. He had perfectly memorized the cards order in this deck and already knew what card Leon had. Xiao Luo also knew what card he would be receiving next. It was as if he had X-ray eyes. He had already seen through it all and knew how this round was going to end. "Mr. Xiao, I've already asked my man to exchange 200 million, shouldn't you go and exchange a little bit more as well?" Leon said, insinuating with a cheeky smile on his face. "I'm not like you, Mr. Leon, I'm not that wealthy. I don't have that much money." What Xiao Luo just said was true. While Luo Workshop might have the money, and it was possible to transfer billions of dollars over, the amount of money he had from in his own savings wasn't a lot. Besides, he was also currently investing in the farm back at home. Suli took out her gold card without any hesitation and handed it over to the staff. "Please do exchange 200 million for me, thank you," she said. "All right, please give me a moment, ma'am." The staff took the card, turned around, and left. All of them recognized Suli, but there was a rule in this casino, and that was to pretend you didn't know who they were, even if that person was a national leader. Only people with money and status would come to this casino. Poor people would never come to an exclusive place like this. "What are you doing?" Xiao Luo stared at Suli blankly. Xiao Luo still could not consider themselves as husband and wife, yet this woman was so supportive of him right now, and it felt unreal. "I'm lending it to you. If you lose it, you will have to somehow or rather find a way to return it for the rest of your life," Suli said. She had an awkward look on her face. Shen Qingyan laughed and said, "What do you mean by return? You're one family, after all, what's yours is his as well. What kind of rubbish are you saying?" Suli rebuked her friend for those remarks, but after listening to what Shen Qingyan had said, her face started turning red. #****. OF****CK. Leon's lungs were about to explode. After holding back all this while he finally cursed using a slang word on the internet. It felt like he was being forced to consume a bowl of dog food, except that the dog food he ate belonged to the girl he liked. The taste of it was horribly wrong. Mr. Leon is indeed proficient in Mandarin Chinese. You can even apply our popular internet slang appropriately, impressive. Xiao Luo said, giving a thumbs up to Leon to provoke him. Leon was so outraged that his face turned blue, but he forced a smile and replied, "You are speaking too highly of me, for the cultural roots of Hua Nation are profound and fascinating. I am so mesmerized by them, it is such a waste that I wasn't born in this country. You can always consider migrating here. The Hua Nation would always welcome an outstanding talent like Mr. Leon with open arms, Xiao Luo said, still trying to get under his skin. With open arms? Oh, for God's sake. Leon was infuriated to the point that fumes of anger were steaming out of his body. He had prestigious social and financial status in the States and a significant influence on shaping their society. Even the election of the current president was determined through a relationship with his family. To ask him to migrate to Hua Nation was downright insulting. Did Xiao Luo think that he was that foolish? Leon hit back immediately and said to Suli, well, if Sabrina decides to divorce Mr. Xiao and marry me, I will gladly migrate to Hua Nation without any hesitation. Then you might as well keep staying in the States, Suli replied. Shen Qingyan chuckled. Mr. Leon is very humorous. How could Li and Mr. Xiao divorce when they already have a child, she said. Already have a child? Leon widened his eyes in disbelief. It struck him like a bolt from the blue. The goddess he admired had married another, and she even conceived a child. This was too much for him to accept. Then, the gambling chips they exchanged were brought in on 2 gigantic trolleys and were stacked before the 2 players, forming pyramids of impressive size. The 2 piles consisted of tokens of various denominations, 50,000, a million, and 5 million. Deal the cards. Leon yelled at the dealer. He had a dark scowl on his face and was clenching his teeth as he stared at Xiao Luo, clearly seething with anger. On the other hand, Xiao Luo was taking little sips from his teacup in a relaxed manner, ignoring Leon altogether. The dealer continued dealing out cards. Leon got a jack of hearts, while Xiao Luo got the ace of spade for the 3rd card. Then, Leon got 10 of hearts, while Xiao Luo got 3 of diamonds for the 4th card. What? Leon confidently pushed out all the chips stacked before him. It was a 2 million bet. He then stared at Xiao Luo and said, Mr. Xiao, are you raising? Leon had a sinister smile on his face and coupled with his ever-present scowl, and he wore a savage and terrifying expression. Combining the previous 100 million with this 200 million, he had now placed a total of 300 million on the bet. The atmosphere in the room was thick with anxiety and apprehension. Everyone, including the dealer, the casino staff, Suli, and Shen Qingyan, felt slightly breathless as they followed the game. Mr. Leon's pocket card should be King of Hearts, and if you get another 9 of hearts, you would have gathered a straight flush. Then, I wouldn't be able to match up to you even with 4 aces, Xiao Luo said. Leon couldn't help smiling. Good analysis, but it's all bullshit. I am asking if you dare to raise the bet, he responded. Xiao Luo smiled calmly and said, why not? After Xiao Luo finished speaking, he too pushed out the chips into the pool, and the stacks of tokens came crashing down like collapsing towers. Both Suli and Shen Qingyan were petrified as the probability of Xiao Luo getting 4 aces was very low. As for Leon, even if he didn't manage to get a straight flush, he would still beat Xiao Luo's 3 of a kind with any regular flush. With a quarter of the deck having the suite of hearts, Leon's probability of getting a flush was significantly higher. Logically speaking, Xiao Luo was in a relatively disadvantaged position this round. Seeing that Xiao Luo had called him on his bet, Leon felt a little insecure as 300 million was no small amount. His subordinate had already cautioned him that if he were to lose that sum, the higher-ups in his family would be extremely disappointed in him. It would undoubtedly prevent him from inheriting the enormous family estate consisting of properties and businesses. Leon stared at Xiao Luo coldly and said, well, Mr. Xiao, if you ever lose this 300 million, you probably would have to work your *SS off the rest of your life to repay the debt. Nah, it's just a little money. It's not a lot. Xiao Luo quipped. Both Suli and Shen Qingyan almost faint when they heard that. If 300 million was just a little, then what was considered a lot? Leon smiled mirthlessly as he thought to himself, keep boasting, you can keep bragging, and we shall see what happens when your bubble bursts. He then shouted at the dealer, cards. This was the last card, and it was as crucial as the pocket card. The dealer slid the players their cards across the table facing down. Leon covered the fifth card with another card and peeked as he slowly rubbed the cards together, exposing the bottom one. As he did so, beads of sweat were rolling down his forehead, and he did not even dare to breathe. When Leon saw that the exposed corner of the card, he knew it was a 7. His heart sank. But when he revealed the card further, he was somewhat elated as it turned out to be 7 of hearts. He let out a sigh of relief and flipped the card over slowly. Although it's not a straight flush, it's still a flush. It's more than enough to beat you. By the way, what's your last card? Why don't you flip it over? I'm afraid you won't like it. Having said that, Xiao Luo opened his card with a confident smile, and it was none other than Ace of Spades. He had now gathered 3 aces, and if his pocket card turned out to be the Ace of Diamonds, it would constitute a 4 of a kind, which was bigger than a flush. Leon was stressed out, suddenly feeling thirsty, and he broke into a cold sweat. He wondered how this B***starred could be so lucky to have landed 3 aces. If his pocket card was also an ace, then, no, it couldn't possibly be happening. There's no way a man could be that lucky to gather 4 aces at one go, for the probability was too low. No, he wouldn't have it. He flipped his pocket card over. To cover up the fear in his mind, he shouted, "Stop being dodgy, show your hand. I don't believe you have that ace." Both Su Li and Xianxia stared at Xiao Luo with trepidation as the moment had come to show his hand. If it were really Ace of Diamonds, then it would be Xiao Luo's victory. Otherwise, Leon would win in every other scenario. Although they were not the players, they felt more even nervous than anyone else. The probability of gathering 4 aces is indeed very low, but I stick to what I have said before, a low probability doesn't mean an impossibility. Xiao Luo seemed like he knew what the result would be, and he flipped the pocket card with high confidence. Lo and behold, it was the Ace of Diamonds. 4 of a kind, and it happens to be bigger than your flush. Good game, Mr. Leon, he said. Impossible, how is this even possible? Leon leaned back on the chair and looked utterly miserable, his eyes empty and forlorn. He gazed at Xiao Luo in disbelief like he was staring at a monster, and on his face, there was nothing but shock. Are you okay, Mr. Leon? Xianxia asked. Leon's face had turned a dreadful pale, and she wanted to make sure that he did not collapse on the spot. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, Ms. Demi, Leon responded. He looked down with his eyes reddened as he realized the magnitude of his loss. Xiao Luo felt very much at ease, and he did not forget to mock Leon for his predicament. Mr. Leon is indeed from an affluent house. A mere 300 million is like nothing to you. Yes, isn't this so recreational, Mr. Leon? Recreational? F***CKU $% Leon almost vomited blood from anger, for it had never crossed his mind that things would turn out this way. All he wanted to do was to win over Xiao Luo's savings, and give them to Su Li to fulfill his aim of belittling Xiao Luo and, at the same, elevating his own image to impress her. However, with the awkward situation he suddenly found himself in, he couldn't help spewing out a barrage of expletives at Xiao Luo to vent his anger. Xiao Luo exchanged the tokens into money and deposited them into his bank account again. Of course, he had returned the money he borrowed from Su Li and Xianxia. They did not want a single cent for interest, so his trip to the resort hotel had put an additional 300 million into his bank account. Mr. Leon, I appreciate your incomparable hospitality. On top of the sumptuous banquet, you even presented me with 300 million, and that really made me felt embarrassed. After leaving the casino, Xiao Luo patted on Leon's shoulder and smiled at him. Leon winced. F***ck, just give me back the money if you are really that embarrassed, he thought. No words could fully describe Leon's anger and frustration, and had Suli been not here, he would definitely have ordered his subordinates to beat the hell out of Xiao Luo. However, he could not afford to lose his image of being a good sport after losing all that money, so he just waved magnanimously and said, "Don't feel that way, Mr. Xiao Luo. I absolutely play by the rules, and 300 million is no different from $3 to me. It's not a big deal." Right. I have forgotten that Mr. Leon comes from an extremely affluent family. This is indeed a small sum of money, a little appetizer for entertainment's sake. Xiao Luo replied, sniggering gleefully. Ha ha ha. Shen Qingyan, just by his side, was very amused, and she broke out in laughter. Then she suddenly stopped as she realized that it was thoroughly inappropriate to laugh at that moment. When Leon heard the words "for entertainment's sake," he almost went nuts, for indeed, just for that sake, he had lost 300 million in a mere hour. It would not have mattered to him usually, but he was now in a crucial phase where his family was observing him closely, so to mess up at such a critical moment would mean that he had lost far more than 300 million. "Mr. Leon, if you ever want to be entertained again, please call on me," Xiao Luo said, feigning enthusiasm. "Inform you? Why, you son of AB*TCH. Leon gave Xiao Luo a smile and replied, "Okay, I surely would, Mr. Xiao Luo. Leon, if there's nothing else, we shall excuse ourselves. I will hire a professional to tabulate the documentation of Liu media and estimation of various budget into a detailed report for you," Suli said. She had no intention of talking to Leon about meaningless sweet-nothings here. "It's still early, Sabrina. I would still like to get acquainted with your husband," Leon said. "Mr. Xiao, there is a special practice in the culture of Hua Nation called Kung Fu. One could walk on the wall and fly over roofs with it, which is incredible." The people of Hua Nation had invented many Kung Fu styles based on animals, such as mantis boxing, snake boxing, tiger claw, and I have been mesmerized by Kung Fu for a long time. I would like to know if Mr. Xiao Luo had practiced any of them? Xiao Luo was slightly stunned, but he soon shook his head and replied, "Oh, not at all." He was pretty sure about Leon's purpose, but having won a whole 300 million from him, he really felt reluctant to beat this fool up. Kung Fu is the quintessence of Hua Nation, and Mr. Xiao Luo had never practiced it? "This is very unusual," Leon said, and he raised his voice disdainfully. Shen Qingyan chuckled. "Mr. Leon, maybe you have some misunderstanding towards Hua Nation because not everyone here practices Kung Fu," she said. Leon showed a disappointed face and expressed himself in no uncertain terms. "Oh? Really? It's such a shame that I thought I could spar with Mr. Xiao using Kung Fu," he said. "Mr. Xiao, you should really pick up Kung Fu. As Sabrina's husband, you should be in the position to see to her personal safety." As he spoke, he dashed towards Suli and carried her up, just like how a prince would carry a princess. Leon shook his head as he stared at Xiao Luo. "Look, this is what happens if you don't know Kung Fu. If someone attempts to harm Sabrina, you can't even retaliate but can only stand there helplessly," he sneered. "Leon, what are you doing? Put me down." Suli screamed. She was set off. Leon responded, "Don't be mad, Sabrina. I'm just pointing out to your husband a fact. As a man, he ought to be powerful, not a weakling and useless trash. Should an incident occur, how can he even protect himself, let alone protect you?" He put her down and took the opportunity to grope her buttocks in the process. "You." Suli was enraged and immediately tried to slap Leon's face. However, Leon was too quick for her and grabbed her hand before it reached his face. He winked and gave her a cunning smile. "Forgive me, Sabrina, I did not touch your buttocks on purpose," he said. Suli was so exasperated that she clenched her teeth hard, stared at him coldly, and said, "Is this the conduct of a gentleman? Sabrina, I really did not do it on purpose, I swear." Leon put on a sincere look and swore with his fingers raised, like a Boy Scout. Xiao Luo interjected and said, "I believe that Mr. Leon didn't do it on purpose." Leon was slightly surprised by Xiao Luo's response. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao Luo is right, so he understands me after all." "Of course I do, because you obviously did it intentionally," Xiao Luo retorted, staring at Leon coldly as any protective man would. He could never tolerate his wife being taken advantage of. Leon frowned and said, "What do you mean, Mr. Xiao Luo?" "It's nothing, by the way, about the kung fu thing, you wanted to spar, right?" Xiao Luo posed the question as he pulled Suli behind him. Leon nodded as he raised his brows and said, "Yeah, that's right, but you have never practiced it before, isn't it?" "That's correct, but I have practiced some form of mixed martial arts before," Xiao Luo said. He had not intended to give this fool another lesson, but he was really asking for it. Mixed martial arts? Leon was slightly shocked, but he soon broke into a deep smile. "I have practiced mixed martial arts too. Why don't we spar on the lawn?" Xiao Luo smiled back at him. "That would be a good idea," he replied. This smile in Leon's eyes looked like a jester's smirk before getting a good beating, but in Su Li's and Shen Qingyan's eyes, it was a rather eerie grin. They both knew that Xiao Luo was extremely good at fighting, and the memories of Bode Villa were etched in Su Li's mind forever. As for Shen Qingyan, she would never forget that after Xiao Luo had secured the deal with the maternity and child care center, he had barged into the room of her uncle, Shen Xingqing, and broke one of his arms. Thankfully, he was admitted to the hospital on time for treatment and saved his arm. This revealed to her Xiao Luo's dark side. This was one cruel dude who'd always stick to his word. "You guys are really sparring?" Shen Qingyan asked. This was Su Li's question too. She felt good that Xiao Luo was attempting to stand up for her, but what if he injured Leon grievously? It wasn't what she wanted to see. As the host, how can we disappoint our special guest? "Am I right, Mr. Leon?" Xiao Luo quipped, smiling broadly. "That's right, it's just a simple sparring session." It could be counted as a form of bilateral cultural exchange, Leon pitched in, fully agreeing with Xiao Luo. But inwardly, he was laughing mirthlessly. Such a dumbass. "You are literally setting yourself up for your own demise," he thought to himself. Suli reminded Xiao Luo, "Since you have made up your mind, then don't overdo it. Don't forget, he is our business partner, after all." Leon actually misunderstood that it was for him, so he laughed and said confidently, "Rest assured, Sabrina. I won't hurt your husband." He then yelled at his subordinate, "Go to the car right now and get my boxing gloves." "Roger that." The subordinate turned around and sprinted toward the direction where Leon had parked the car. It did not take too long before the subordinate returned with 2 pairs of red boxing gloves. Leon continued to explain to Suli, "These boxing gloves are 284 grams each, and with their protective padding, Mr. Xiao will never get hurt. So, you can totally rest assured, Sabrina." Suli did not clarify to Leon that her words were meant for Xiao Luo and decided against saying any more. Xiao Luo smirked. "But, if we are sparring with mixed martial arts, we can't possibly avoid the occurrence of accidents. If we do hurt each other accidentally in the process, this is perfectly reasonable. Am I right, Mr. Leon?" Leon was stunned but reacted immediately with laughter and said, "That's absolutely right, Mr. Xiao is indeed a professional. Punches and kicks do not care about feelings, and nobody could promise that the sparring would not cause any casualty." However, he was actually swearing in his heart, "You dumb ass, I was still trying to find an excuse to put Sabrina's mind at ease before I break your limbs." It seems like I don't have to find one now. Your explanation was perfectly reasonable. As he thought about it, he laughed even louder. Xiao Luo did not say anything but simply put on the boxing gloves he was given by Leon's subordinate. They both moved over to the lawn beside after putting on the boxing gloves. Xianxia smiled with her eyes squinted. Li, how long do you think Mr. Leon can last in Xiao Luo's hands? I don't know, but I hope he would not overdo it. Su Li bit her lips. Although Leon was pretty rude, it was not to the point of being unforgivable. All he needed was a lesson, and there was no need for extreme measures. I wouldn't bet on it. After seeing Leon taking advantage of you, Xiao Luo is obviously mad, which is a terrible thing, Xianxia said. Then she pouted her lips as she pondered further and said, let's observe a silence tribute for Leon for 3 seconds. Mad? Would he really be mad because she was taken advantage of? Su Li was shocked. Xiao Luo stood opposite Leon at a distance of 3 meters. The latter took off his coat and threw it to his subordinate. He also unbuttoned his shirt's first button and exposed a little of his hairy chest. He rolled up his sleeves and showed his muscular arms, looking very intimidating with his tall figure of some 1.8 meters. As he went into an attacking stance, it made him look even more formidably aggressive. As compared to him, Xiao Luo was a little shorter, by 2 centimeters, he was also not as ripped and jacked. Putting them together only made Xiao Luo look weak, and those who were unfamiliar with Xiao Luo would think that Xiao Luo was overrating his own abilities. It was the case of a mayfly trying to shake a tree up. Are you ready, Mr. Xiao Luo? Leon smiled coldly, and his eyes resembled a beast that had set its sights on its prey. Xiao Luo smiled. We can start any time, he replied. With that? Leon looked confused as he stared at Xiao Luo, who was in neither defending nor attacking stance. It was weird to him that Xiao Luo did not get himself into an appropriately defensive posture. Yeah, what's wrong? Xiao Luo scratched his chest with the boxing glove he put on. Nothing at all, hee. Leon smiled coldly, and his whole face tensed up and twisted into a scowl the next second, exploding forward after compressing his entire energy into one point. He let out a deafening roar and shot out like a sharp arrow towards Xiao Luo's direction. He dashed swiftly and closed the gap within 3 steps. His left foot stomped on the ground and shook the entire lawn, as the sudden change from a completely static position to a sudden explosive start brought about an unimaginable force on impact. He started spinning with his left leg as support, his right leg was swinging and using the powerful inertia, aimed at Xiao Luo's head. It was as hard as a tiger's strike, strong enough to part the sea and move the mountain. Both Su Li and Xianxia were slightly stunned as they finally understood why Leon was so confident to spar with Xiao Luo. He undoubtedly would not have many rivals in Shanghai City from the explosive impact and stance he displayed. A simple low kick had produced a world-ending momentum. However, Xiao Luo only leaned back at a certain angle and dodged it effortlessly. Leon's foot had swept near above his face, and the kick even sent his fringes flying. Leon was a little surprised, but his leg merely stayed for a moment after the initial kick had failed. He rushed up to attack with his fists immediately. His punches were extremely fast, like a hailstorm. He had performed uppercuts in all directions in a short amount of time. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were or how fast his punches went, Xiao Luo could still dodge his attacks effortlessly. All he did was tilting his head, shifting his body, leaning back, or turning aside. He could quickly avoid Leon's huge fist with simple yet straightforward moves every single time. Leon's 2 subordinates were no rookies. They had sensed accurately that Xiao Luo was skillful. Their master had gone all out unleashing out powerful strikes at the expense of recovery time, but it still could not harm Xiao Luo a single bit. This was definitely problematic, for they were mistaken about Xiao Luo. This man, Xiao Luo, was a terribly powerful fighter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leon was getting faster and faster, and his fists were leaving explosive sounds. None of the strikes were able to land on Xiao Luo's body, and they all ended up swishing through thin air, no matter how powerful they were. This had made him feel more agitated and apprehensive. Do you only know how to F***king dodge? He roared desperately and kicked at Xiao Luo's chest. Xiao Luo guarded his chest with both of his arms, and the kick landed right at the center of his crossed arms. He merely backed off for a step and regained his balance. On the other hand, Leon lost his balance and stumbled backward for a few steps, even though he initiated the attack. He stumbled back after he lashed out the kick, as a strong recoil hit him along his striking leg. They both faced off at a distance of 5 meters. Xiao Luo was still as calm as ever, whereas Leon was panting heavily after rounds and rounds of ineffective attacks, and he was sweating profusely. They are indeed not in the same league. Xianxia was amazed as she could tell that Xiao Luo was toying with Leon, but Leon had already given all he had. To his disbelief, he still could not even touch Xiao Luo's body once. Suli did not speak, but stared at the man who stood up tall and straight like a pine tree on the lawn. Since the event at Bode Villa, she felt that this man was tremendously powerful, but she still could not figure out the source of his strength. At this moment, both of Leon's subordinates took the opportunity to approach Leon. "Master, let's call it a day. You are no match for him. He's a powerful opponent." Both of them tried to convince Leon with all sincerity. Being his bodyguards, they were confident about their judgment, and they could see that this man called Xiao Luo was the dominant fighter. "Get the F***ck out. I'll destroy you too if you guys stay here." Leon's rage had totally lost his composure. He pushed off the two subordinates and roared at Xiao Luo, "Mr. Xiao, what do you want to prove by just dodging? Are you mimicking a tortoise? Come at me, fight with me, unless you want to be called a son of AB***tch. One move, I just need one move to knock you out." Xiao Luo retorted, smiling. Leon was infuriated and started thrashing on his chest like a gorilla. He bellowed, "Come, show me how you do it. If you can't, get the F***ck away from Sabrina." When Leon took advantage of Suli and groped her, Xiao Luo had already decided that the matter would not end mildly. His expression suddenly turned cold, and he started to charge at Leon with a fierce cry. Leon had to focus hard as a terrifying aura emanated from Xiao Luo, and he resembled an uncaged beast that was now thirsting for blood and eager for a good fight. His charge was as powerful as a tiger and as fast as a cheetah, and Leon was a shivering prey unable to flee. Whoosh! Xiao Luo threw his right fist out with immense power, and as he did so, the 284-gram boxing glove could not handle the force of the punch and started ripping from the middle, exposing Xiao Luo's fist. The opening resembled a cut that was slashed by a wind blade. "Young master, dodge." Leon's subordinates were in anxiety and frightened for Leon as they could tell that the power of this punch was absolutely devastating. They could detect Xiao Luo's intent to cause maximum harm. "Die." Xiao Luo had an evil smirk on his face. As Leon dared to blatantly take advantage of Suli in his presence, that also meant that he had knocked on the door to hell. Leon turned pale with fright, and his eyes were getting wider as Xiao Luo's fist became larger and larger as it honed in toward him. He could barely react to it and took the incoming blow on his chest. Pow! A thick gush of blood exploded from his mouth, along with a cracking sound as his ribcage fractured. Leon flew back like a broken kite for several meters, leaving a trailing red arc in the air as he vomited blood. Both Suli and Xianxia shivered as if they had been electrocuted. They watched the ongoing fight in trepidation as the worst-case scenario they had earlier imagined was now happening. Once again, Xiao Luo had overdone it, and this could only bring about unnecessary trouble. The two subordinates rushed over to Leon to check him. After a quick inspection, they both stood up and yelled angrily at Xiao Luo, "Dude, were you intending to kill him? As I said previously, injuries are bound to happen in any sparring contest. Could it be that your young master is a sore loser?" Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly as he removed the torn boxing gloves. His punch had shattered Leon's ribcage, which pushed against his heart. Leon would remain unconscious for a while, but if he was not treated in time, that would be life-threatening. "You're asking for it." One of the subordinates dashed up and threw a punch at Xiao Luo, intending to teach him a lesson. Although his blow was powerful, Xiao Luo remained where he was without moving an inch and ignored it. Boom! This subordinate's punch landed forcefully on Xiao Luo's chest, but it did not send Xiao Luo flying away. Instead, he was thrown back by an incredibly strong recoil force the moment he struck Xiao Luo. Crack! The subordinate's arm broke immediately, and he let out a nerve-wracking scream as he stumbled back. He finally fell and sat on the ground, holding his broken arm. He stared nervously at Xiao Luo, who was still smiling at him. All he could think at that moment was, what kind of monster is this man? Is his body made of steel? Do you want to spar with me as well? Xiao Luo asked mockingly. The man could not help but shiver as Xiao Luo had frightened him from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself how formidable the people of this nation were, and neither he nor colleagues had expected the presence of such a powerful being. The Kennedy family would not let you off so easily. His last resort was to use the Kennedy family name as a threat since he dared not spar with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo reacted to the threat with a calm smile as he did not care about it. He would even beat up an emperor should he come, let alone a mere family from their nation. Cough, cough. A painful rasp was heard from behind the subordinate, and it was Leon. He had regained consciousness and was starting to vomit dark-colored blood as he panted heavily. Xiao Luo frowned deeply as he could not figure out how Leon could even get up. He then stepped toward Leon, but Su Li was faster and quickly grabbed his hand. For a moment, their eyes met. "That's enough. You've done enough already," Su Li chided, eyeing him with a concerned look. "Stop it, Xiao Luo. Leon is indeed a jerk, but he has been punished enough," Shen Qingyan said. She joined Su Li in an effort to stop him. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "Well, fine." He then glanced at Su Li nonchalantly and added, "I'm not the one who got groped anyway." Su Li blushed again and let go of Xiao Luo as she stared at him angrily. They both walked towards Leon, and he immediately felt terrified. There was nothing but fear in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Luo. "Mr. Leon, so you had a bulletproof vest on you. Seems like it's a top-class quality vest, too." Xiao Luo was suddenly relieved when he found out that Leon was wearing a layer of protective black innerwear underneath his shirt, which absorbed most of the impact. He still managed to break one of Leon's ribs, but it would not be life-threatening. I am a candidate who could inherit the entire property and business of the Kennedy family, so my personal safety is of utmost importance," Leon explained with much difficulty as he tried to endure the pain in his chest. "Sounds about right. Your country allows its citizen to own guns legally. If someone plots to harm you, it makes sense to wear a bulletproof vest when you're out," Xiao Luo said. "Yeah, that's right." Leon showed a hideous smile that looked worse than a crying face. It was an utter humiliation to be so servile after getting beaten up. "That's enough then. Mr. Leon, go to the hospital at once, and don't die." Xiao Luo decided to let him go since he was quite lucky. Leon's two subordinates were very grateful, and they escorted Leon away from the scene as quickly as possible. When they were leaving, Leon cried, and he had been so unlucky today. On top of losing 300 million, he was thoroughly beaten up and could not even afford to be mad about it. He had never experienced such a humiliating day ever in his entire life. At that moment, all he was thinking about was to get out of Hua Nation as soon as possible, and he had no intention to date Suli anymore. Did Mr. Leon cry? Xuanhuan heard a faint cry and asked, curiously. It's better to let it out. He has gone through a lot today. Xiao Luo said, then he flashed an innocent smile. Suli stared at him angrily as she felt he was the primary cause of this entire farce, but was suddenly acting innocent. Boom. A clap of thunder rumbled as dark clouds formed over the sky, indicating that it would soon rain heavily. Xiao Luo looked up and said, "It's gonna rain soon. Seems it'll be a heavy downpour." Xuanhuan opined. "Stop wasting time and let's go back now," Suli said. Just as Xiao Luo drove Xuanhuan's Jaguar out of North Hengshan Resort Hotel, it started to rain heavily. It was a heavy downpour, and although it was no gale, the sheer magnitude of the rain was still challenging. The rain caused a veil of white mist to form, and that made driving hazardous. "Drive slower, and be careful," Suli reminded. The visibility in such a heavy downpour was terrible, and the road slippery. No one could afford to be careless even when they were excellent drivers. Xiao Luo slowed down and activated the windscreen wipers, but visibility was still low. He could only drive at 30 miles per hour, which felt like a snail's pace for a car such as this. But for the sake of everyone's safety, that could not be helped. And since nobody was in a rush, there was no need for speeding. Boom. 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 There was a frightening peal of thunder, and lightning flashed incessantly, lighting up the sky. A rolling sea of threatening dark clouds churned like a raging tsunami, as flashes of lightning streaked from within, making them appear to glow angrily. It only took a moment for a heavy downpour to make the entire Shanghai city's temperature drop. The neon lights in this stormy weather looked fuzzy and made the whole city seem rather hazy. The city streets were still bustling with people and cars, and the city looked lively and busy. There were many pedestrians without umbrellas hiding under any building they could find shelter in. But those who had raincoats or umbrellas chose to brave through the storm. However, the cars had slowed down on the road due to safety concerns and to avoid potential accidents with other vehicles and pedestrians. Can you stop being so barbaric in the future? We can settle all these things through a proper legal procedure. Violence cannot be the answer to every problem. Suli tried to convince Xiao Luo in the car for this was the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with. She really disliked his usual way of solving a problem using the most extreme means he could. No sane woman in the world would prefer a man with a predisposition toward violence. "Miss Su, I admire your magnanimity even though you were taken advantage of." "It was amazing that you could remain so calm and unaffected," Xiao Luo responded, keeping his eyes on the road. "You." Suli was offended and frustrated that Xiao Luo chose not to even consider her words at all. He didn't get, it was not about her being taken advantage of. Seriously? What did he mean by unaffected? She felt hurt as this man could never get what she meant, even once. "Alright, you two are like Tom and Jerry, you guys clearly are fond of each other, but you're just stubborn as hell. As an outsider, I have a fair and objective comment to make. None of you guys are willing to take the initiative to break the deadlock. You two would have lived together a long time ago, had either of you chosen to do that. Instead, you're living in your apartment separately." Xuanhuan chuckled as she finally understood the situation now. "Suli, you always complain to me about how Xiao Luo does not have a successful career, and you see him as a total loser. This could be interpreted from another perspective, that you was very concerned about Xiao Luo," she said, "and, Xiao Luo, as for today's little sparring session with Leon, you would not have done that if you did not have a thing for Suli as you're essentially a gentle person. To make things clear, your feelings for each other are mutual." She used to look down on Xiao Luo, but she found him quite charming after some time of hanging out with him. She did find him quite charming, actually. Who wants to stay together? Both Xiao Luo and Suli responded simultaneously as if they had been practicing it together. They stared at each other and then looked away immediately. Suli was blushing while Xiao Luo was expressionless. TSK. You can keep denying it. I'll see how long can you guys live in denial. If you guys ever decided to live together someday, text me, and I'll take Su Xiaobei with me. So you guys can have a sweet and hot honeymoon to yourselves. Shen Qingyan said, smiling cheekily. What nonsense are you talking about? Suli vehemently denied any such thing. She stared out of the window into the night sky, trying to calm herself down. She stole a fleeting glance at Xiao Luo as she thought, if only this man were not so barbaric and had a successful career, it would be so wonderful. He was the man who made her heart flutter, and she had already set her mind on living with him for the rest of her life, for now, at least. Xiao Luo suddenly decided to take the attention off himself, and said in jest, President Shen, I think you would make a perfect match for a friend of mine. If there's ever an opportunity, I would like to introduce him to you. Oh? So, now you're trying to matchmake your boss? Fine, I don't have a high standard, but he cannot be less handsome and shorter than you. Most importantly, he needs to give me that special feeling of connection. That's all, and I don't care if he's rich, as I already am, Shen Qingyan replied, playing with her long hair. Cough, cough. Xiao Luo choked. He had intended to refer Zhang Dashan, since he was unable to date Huang Ruoren. A woman like Shen Qingyan was every man's dream, and it would be a nice thing to matchmake them. However, Shen Qingyan's selection criteria had totally discouraged him. Well, you've got to see him for yourself, he said. Shen Qingyan smiled as she was obviously uninterested and placed little faith in such arrangements. Beep. 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 The tiny car behind them was honking incessantly and flashing its headlight to force Xiao Luo out of its way. Is that dude blind or sick? Can't he see that we can't give way? Shen Qingyan hissed, and she was pissed. Don't bother, the driver probably has road rage syndrome. Suli said. Road rage syndrome? Xiao Luo smiled as this was his first time hearing such a term, but it was very apt, nonetheless. He continued to drive at their current speed. He turned on the car's music app to shield their ears from the honking from behind them. When the music played, it turned out to be one of Su Li's greatest hits, Twice Blooms the Flower. Two kinds of life, like a wilting flower, reminiscing the memories of blooming, many moons ago, awaiting here in patience, to let time returns, with eyes full of petals. The song was soothing, and the lyrics were beautiful. It sounded like a song that could purify one's soul. Both Xiao Luo and Shen Qingyan were mesmerized by the singing. Li, let me ask you a question. What does it feel like to listen to your own song? Shen Qingyan asked. Lame. Su Li's answer was short and straightforward. She had actually become popular because of this song in the past. Of course, her focus now on the film industry and not music. She had not sung for a really long time. Then, the car from behind them suddenly caught up but did not overtake them. Instead, it ran alongside them. The window on the far side of the driver's seat was wound down, and a weird-looking man with ear studs yelled, What the F***ck, you F***king donkey, don't you know how to drive? We've been honking a gazillion times, are you deaf? I would kick your ass if I wasn't in a rush, F***cku. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the bottom of his seat and threw it at the window of the Jaguar. That man even put up a middle finger as he let out a barrage of expletives, then wound up his window. Immediately, he sped up and overtook them. Both Su Li and Shen Qingyan were shocked as they did not expect to run into such a gangster. It was impossible to give way as there was clearly no extra room for them to give way. What kind of jerk is this? How rude can he be? Xianxia hissed. She was furious as those people now spoiled her mood. Tighten your seatbelts. Xiao Luo did not break a sweat, and he only said it once as he looked at them through the rearview mirror. Both Su Li and Xianxia grabbed the handrail unconsciously as they knew very well what Xiao Luo intended to do. Xiao Luo stepped on the accelerator pedal hard. The Jaguar started to charge forward like a beast, overtaking one car after another and finally catching up to the Audi when they came to the gigantic bridge between the river. He then slammed the accelerator pedal entirely and overtook the car like a fire arrow before he braked in front of the Audi, preventing it from moving anywhere. Is there an umbrella in the car? Xiao Luo turned his head to ask Xianxia, seated in the back seat. It was common practice for car owners to leave an umbrella in the car in case of unexpected bad weather. Yeah, in the glove compartment, Xianxia replied. She glanced towards the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat. Xiao Luo immediately opened the glove box. There was an umbrella there, but its edges were lined with lace, and it was pink lace, at that. He furrowed his eyebrows. Never mind. Xiao Luo got out of the car shortly after he spoke. The rain poured down relentlessly, and he was immediately soaked from head to toe the moment he stepped out. At the same time, 4 young men descended from the black Audi sedan that had been tailing them. They looked like hooligans, grimacing with unfriendly scowls on their faces. D*MNU, B** starred. Are you looking to die? F***ck him, let's beat the hell out of that guy. The 4 young men drew strength from their numbers and charged towards Xiao Luo. One of them, the one who yelled at Xiao Luo, was swaggering as he led his men from the front. Xiao Luo preempted his attack, and without any warning, sent him flying a few meters back with just one kick. The young man clutched his stomach as he threw up everything he ate for dinner, groaning as he lay on the road in unimaginable pain. The other 3 men were shocked, and they held back for a beat. Suddenly, they rushed at Xiao Luo with fierce roars. Xiao Luo huffed lightly. He landed a clean and accurate right hook on the face of a silver-haired young man. It sent flying the young man with a pathetic scream and left him with a row of bloody front teeth. The young man reeled back and crashed heavily on the wet ground. He landed into a large puddle of rainwater with a splash, kicking up sprays of water a meter high. There were now 2 of them left, and they were so terrified that they froze, suddenly unsure of themselves. When Xiao Luo turned and glared at them, they nervously pulled out their switchblades and exchanged glances, before they charged wildly toward Xiao Luo at the same time. Xiao Luo laughed with a sneer and stepped forward to meet them head-on. He weaved between the 2 of them and spread out both arms like 2 metal rods, and struck at their chests. There were but 2 dull thuds before the 2 young men spat out thick blood, and they found themselves sailing back in the air as if struck by a speeding sports car. It had barely been a minute, and the 4 young men had already been dispatched and lying sprawled on the ground. Su Li and Xianxia were shocked as they took in the scene. This was too brutal, too barbaric. Had it not been for the fact that they had seen all of this with their own eyes, it would be too difficult for them to imagine that someone like Xiao Luo, who did not seem imposing or menacing in the least, had such terrifying moves up his sleeves. Xiao Luo raked his gaze over the 4 people who were writhing on the ground and crying pathetically. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. Then, he walked over to the front section of the black sedan. Crack! It was like his left arm was a machine. He effortlessly smashed the front window and then snatched the car key from the ignition. In debonair fashion, Xiao Luo turned around and strode over to the Jaguar. As he did so, he tossed the car key off the bridge. A river of raging waters ran beneath the bridge, but not a single one of the 4 men dared make a sound. They were lying on the road and groaning miserably. It was clear that they had messed up here today. When Xiao Luo got back in the driver's seat, he brushed his wet hair with a hand. He looked at Suli indifferently through the rearview mirror and said, "You say that I'm barbaric and violent. Well, I guess you're right. That's exactly the kind of person I am. If I were to consider this some illness, then I think I'm already at death's door, and there's no hope left for me." There was a deeper meaning behind his words, and his message was, "Think as you wish." Xiao Luo had no plans of changing, that was for sure. After he said that, he stepped on the gas without waiting for Suli to respond, speeding through the bridge and getting them to the other side of the river. Suli bit into her scarlet lips. In a scarcely audible voice, she hissed, "Barbarian." Although Shen Qingyan thought that Xiao Luo was excessively barbaric and violent, she was, on the other hand, much comforted by his ability to protect them. "You've gone too far this time, Xiao Luo. On top of beating them to a pulp, you also threw their car keys into the river. I think they'll remember this encounter for as long as they live," she said. "Some people need to be taught a lesson before they see reason," Xiao Luo replied. "Why does it feel like you're hinting at something?" Shen Qingyan quipped, glancing at Suli, who was sitting beside her. Suli glared at Shen Qingyan. "What are you looking at? Leave me out of your conversation." She was, in fact, lashing out at Xiao Luo. By the time they made their way back to Crescent Bay, it was already 10 in the evening. Not only did it seem like the rain would not be stopping anytime soon, but it appeared to be getting heavier. More puddles were forming on the ground, and when the raindrops hit them, the bubbles that were formed seemed to light up like tiny bulbs. "Huh, why is there someone standing there in the rain? It looks like a girl?" Shen Qingyan exclaimed. Xiao Luo followed the direction of her gaze. Indeed, he saw a girl curled up, folding her arms around her chest. She sat unmoving in the pouring rain by the streetside next to the main gate leading to Crescent Bay, with her head lowered. Although she was some distance away from the car, she seemed familiar to him at first glance. Gu Qianxue? He took a harder look, and he was about 80% sure that it was her. Not everybody had that simple yet elegant air about them. Xiao Luo immediately pushed open the door and bounded over. "Gu Qianxue?" He stood in front of the girl and called out to her. When she heard him, the girl immediately raised her head. She had a beautiful face with a cold demeanor, giving her an aloofness that made it difficult for anyone to approach her. She had a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes and glowing pale skin. Who could it be if not Gu Qianxue? She was as naive as a blank sheet of paper. "I've been waiting for you, Xiao Luo." Gu Qianxue stood up. She was drenched from head to toe. Her face seemed unusually pale, and her hair was soaking wet as well, with some strands clinging to her face. At the sight of Xiao Luo, the coldness in her eyes vanished, replaced by warmth and glee. "Since you know I live here, why didn't you just let yourself in? Why did you have to wait here in the rain?" Xiao Luo said. There was a trace of an uneasy smile on Gu Qianxue's face. They wouldn't let me in. So I had no other option but to wait here by the gate for you," she said. Xiao Luo really could not understand why the girl was so foolish. "Your older sister is so smart, so how are you this dumb? Don't you know to find shelter when it's pouring like this?" "That's all right, my body's real tough. A little rain like this can't hurt me," Gu Qianxue responded, shaking her head. Xiao Luo was shocked. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If your dad knew the kind of situation you were in, he'd probably call me out for a cup of tea in the middle of the night," he said. Gu Qianxue laughed sweetly. "Xiao Luo, it's great that I managed to find you." As soon as the words left her mouth, her eyes fluttered slightly, and she collapsed in a heap. Xiao Luo jumped in shock, instantly helping her up. "Gu Qianxue, Gu Qianxue," he called her name several times, but she did not respond. He put his hand on her forehead, and he blanched. What was all that nonsense about having a strong body? You're burning up, he muttered. He gathered the foolish girl into his arms and sprinted into Crescent Bay. There was some medicine to treat fevers and flu in his apartment, and he had to treat her immediately. In the Jaguar, Su Li and Shen Qingyan sat frozen in shocked silence. It was Shen Qingyan who came back to her senses first. Li, they seem to know each other. The girl seems rather innocent, probably in her early 20s. The girls that Xiao Luo are acquainted with are all so pretty. Is this what it means to be blessed? She said. There was a conflicted expression on Su Li's face when she heard those words. She was a woman, and her sixth sense told her that the girl was her love rival. Shen Qingyan drove the car into the underground car park. The rain was pouring down in sheets that night, so obviously she was not going back to her own home. She would stay in Su Li's apartment. When they returned to the apartment, they ran into Xiao Luo, who was just coming out of his own unit. President Shen, Miss Su. Could I trouble you both with something? Xiao Luo asked, looking a little anxious. You need us to help change the young lady's clothes? Shen Qingyan probed. Xiao Luo nodded. Yes. Huh. You're quite the honest guy, aren't you? This is such a good opportunity for you to take advantage of her, and yet you're letting it pass. There was a hint of approval in Shen Qingyan's gaze. She immediately shook her head. I can't help you with this. Call an ambulance and have her sent to the hospital. She was looking at it from Su Li's perspective. This was a love rival that had appeared out of the blue, and if she were Su Li, she would definitely be feeling terrible. It was already taking a tremendous amount of effort for her to not fly into a rage, let alone help the other girl. Xiao Luo frowned. It's just a mild cold. There's no need to send her to the hospital. She'll be fine once she takes some medicine for the fever. Shen Qingyan was growing anxious on his behalf. Why don't you understand, Xiao Luo? Does this seem like a problem that can be solved with flu medicine? She couldn't help thinking to herself, his relationship with Li was finally progressing somewhere, and now something like this had to happen. Did he want their relationship to be doomed? Su Li looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Who is she? She asked. She had been quiet the entire time until now. Xiao Luo immediately blurted, We're just friends. He and Gu Qianxue were obviously friends. Although men's very nature would urge him to think fondly of such an innocent girl, that was about as far as he would go. In his eyes, Gu Qianxue was no more than a little brat who needed guidance. Just friends? Su Li questioned a second time. Yeah. We met in Jiangqing. Xiao Luo replied. Su Li sensed his candor and did not continue questioning him. There was a contemplative look in her eyes as she cast him a final glance, and then she walked into her apartment. At the same time, she glanced at Shen Qingyan and said, Qingyan, please go to my room and get her a set of clean clothes from the closet. Yours? Shen Qingyan asked, shocked. She thought, was she really going to be this magnanimous? Of course. She's more or less my size, so my clothes should fit her. Su Li turned around and said, Oh, right, get a few bath towels and washed clothes as well. There are new ones in the closet. All right. Shen Qingyan heaved a sigh. If the person involved wants to pretend nothing was wrong, who was she, an outsider to get involved? Drying Gu Qianxue's hair, feeding her flu medicine, and changing her into a set of clean clothes, Su Li did all of this. After doing all of that, she returned to her own apartment without another word. Naturally, Shen Qingyan would not stay in Xiao Luo's apartment, so she left with Su Li. Li, are you just going to remain this calm? The girl came all the way from Jiangqing, so she's obviously thinking of him differently, even if he doesn't think of her that way. Now that they are both confined in the same space, they're just like dry wood and a raging fire. It's really dangerous that both of them are together, Shen Qingyan said to Su Li, who was sitting on the sofa opposite her, quietly reading a book. Shen Qingyan just could not stay calm. I trust him, Su Li said without lifting her head from the book. If he really crosses the line, I'll dissolve our marriage and return him his freedom, she said. Huh. Shen Qingyan was quite shocked by that response, but she responded with a laugh. If you really think like this, then it puts my heart at ease, but I know for certain that you don't, she said. Perhaps both of you shared a strange moment when you went to collect the certificate, but you can't fool me any longer. You've fallen in love with him. Su Li froze when she heard those words, and her gaze got out of focus momentarily. Seeing Su Li's reaction, Shen Qingyan brushed the matter off with a wave of her hand and said, "Forget it, I'll stop talking. Talking too much is only going to make me seem like a gossiper. I'm going to shower. I need to check my phone later to see if there are any documents the company needs me to sign." After speaking, she headed up to the shower. Xiao Luo placed a hot towel on Gu Qianshua's forehead. She had taken the flu medicine, and as she was trained in the martial arts, her body recovered after half an hour or so, and she awoke. "Xiao Luo," she called out. "You're awake. Don't stand in the rain like that next time. You're a lady, and your body isn't made of steel," Xiao Luo chided her. His tone was not unlike that of a family elder. "But, Mount Tianshan's much colder than this place, and I've never once fallen sick from the rain there," Gu Qianxua replied. Xiao Luo said, "Then it seems that your body has grown weak from being in a bustling city for too long." Gu Qianxua thought about it rather seriously for a beat, and replied, I guess that must be it." "Drink up," Xiao Luo said, handing a cup of hot tea over to her. Gu Qianxua reached out for the cup and took a sip, and then looked out the window. "It's raining really heavily," she exclaimed. "It is, and it doesn't seem like the rain will stop any time soon. It's a good thing I returned tonight. Otherwise..." Xiao Luo did not continue speaking. Had the foolish little girl actually stayed out there in the rain for an entire night, there was no way Gu Zhongguo would forgive him. Even that despicable Gu Qianlin would probably make her way over to Xiaohai all the way from Jiangqing just to give him grief. "Xiao Luo, I'm hungry," Gu Qianxua cried, lifting her head, staring up at him. An image suddenly formed in his head. It was the memory of the little girl who had lost her way, and when he found her sitting alone in front of a large building. At that time, she had said something similar to him. "Hold on, let me make you something." Xiao Luo stood up and decided to head over to Su Li's apartment. He had no kitchen utensils here and no food, so there was no way he could cook in his own apartment. But at this moment, Gu Qianxua tugged at her clothes. "What's wrong?" Xiao Luo said as he turned around and smiled. Gu Qianxua looked miserable. "Don't leave me alone," she said. Gu Qianxua did not tell Xiao Luo how much she had endured when she went against Gu Qianlin's wishes and headed to Xiaohai all by herself, much less the fact that she had run into a lot of trouble. She had gotten her phone and purse stolen, and by the time she reached Crescent Bay, she had been so hungry she was on the verge of collapse. She did not have a single cent on her, and she did not know what she would have done if Xiao Luo had not appeared. This was the main reason she wanted to wait by the main gate. Despite the rain, she couldn't afford to miss him when he returned. "I'm just going to the apartment opposite to make something for you. I won't leave you." Xiao Luo gently pried her hand off his shirt. And then he turned to leave. He walked into Su Li's apartment and found her sitting on the sofa, quietly and elegantly reading a book. Xiao Luo walked over to her. "Thank you for earlier," he said. Su Li responded. She seemed unaffected by the entire matter. "Her name is Gu Qianxua, and she's a rather close friend of mine from Jiangqing, but I can promise you," Xiao Luo tailed off before finishing his sentence, but his message was evident. He did not know why he felt like this, suddenly worried that Su Li might misunderstand. "You don't have to explain this to me. Don't forget, we're married, but only in name," Su Li cut him off. She was intentionally riling him up in a desperate attempt to see him fly off the handle and make clear that their relationship was more than a contract. She even wanted to see him fiercely declare that she was his, and his alone. A contract? So their relationship was nothing but a contract? Xiao Luo laughed sardonically. It seems like he had been too invested in his role as a husband that he had forgotten this woman saw him as nothing more than a backup plan. He was quickly reminded that their marriage would immediately come to an end when she met a suitable man. I know, he replied and then headed straight in the direction of the kitchen. Suli was understandably glum. She had really expected the man to show a little more emotional response, even rage would have put her more at ease. But his lack of emotion only made her think that he did not care about their marriage at all. She heaved a sigh, then asked, "What are you doing here?" "She's hungry, so I came over to make her something." Xiao Luo had already started busying himself in the kitchen. Suli put aside the unease in her heart. Her face devoid of expression, she said, "I'm hungry, too, so please make me something as well." "Thanks." She immediately turned her attention back to the book after she spoke, as if she did not need Xiao Luo's response. Xiao Luo shook his head, helpless. It was no trouble making an extra set, actually. Plus, he was using her kitchen and her ingredients, so making it for her was the right thing to do. Her larder was packed with foodstuff, there was every sort of meat and vegetable one could think of, all thanks to the hard work that Aunt Li had put in. He made Xianxia steak and a sunny side up. For Suli, he prepared some bananas, oatmeal, blueberries, kiwi. He had explicitly composed the meals according to their tastes. After all, the former loved meat, while the latter paid more attention to maintaining her figure. On top of that, the mix of fruits he had prepared for Suli was also a combination he had frequently seen Aunt Li prepare, so he had naturally memorized it as time passed. "Why is mine a kiwi banana smoothie?" Suli put down her book and looked at the supper in front of her eyes. "Isn't this what you like?" Xiao Luo raised a brow. "Would you like this steak instead?" "I don't remember you liking meat." "He actually knows what I like to eat." Suli felt her heart jump, but she could not let her emotions show so blatantly. "Who said I liked this?" "I like taro paste," she said. "Then I'm very sorry, but I guess you're going to have to make do with this." Xiao Luo left after saying that. He did not want to keep Xianxia waiting for too long. She had been quite moved at first, but Xiao Luo's actions left her speechless, and she was so infuriated that she was no longer hungry. "Huh, a kiwi banana smoothie? Who made this, was it Xiao Luo?" Xianxia said. She had just come down after taking a shower and had already changed into Suli's pajamas. The moment she saw the supper on the table, her eyes started gleaming. "What makes you think I wasn't the one who made it?" Suli asked sharply. Xianxia laughed. "Li, you're pretty much an idiot when it comes to cooking." "You sure you're not joking with me?" she said. Suli wasn't in the mood for conversation. She bit her ruby red lips and went back to reading her book again. "Are you drinking it?" "I'll drink it if you don't." Xianxia was a little peckish. "You have it." "I don't want it." Suli glared at her. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. She scooped up a spoonful. "Wow, this is pretty good." "Xiao Luo's not too bad a cook, this is better than the stuff your nanny makes." "It seems like I have him in the wrong place. He shouldn't be in sales, he should be in the kitchen in the company cafeteria," she gushed. "You're using my man as a mess cook? Are you looking to get hooped?" Suli picked up the cushion on the sofa and hurled it towards Xianxia. Xiao Luo remembered that Xianxia loved eating meat, but he had forgotten that her appetite was much bigger than the average girl. So after a serving of steak, he returned to Suli's apartment. There was mutton, pork, and chicken, he braised a serving of each. Xiao Luo felt somewhat awkward when he saw how Su Li and Shen Qingyan were looking at him, so he explained to them that he was hungry. Is that enough? Xiao Luo asked Gu Qianxue, eyeing the empty plates beside her that had stacked up quite a bit. Gu Qianxue took a piece of tissue paper, dabbing away the grease around her lips. Xiao Luo heaved a sigh of relief. He cleared his throat lightly and asked, "You said that you were doing all right in Jiangqing, so why did you suddenly come over to Shanghai? It's a dangerous world out there. At least you have your sister to look out for you back in Jiangqing. I don't think it's a smart move for you to head out here to Shanghai." "I can look out for myself," Gu Qianxue said, "besides, you can look out for me too. It's not like you don't know I'm nothing more than a maniacal murderer whose hands are stained with blood." Gu Qianxue shook her head. "No, you're not." "Is that so?" Xiao Luo was relieved. He knew that, if word about what he had done in Jiangqing were to get out, there would only be one response from society, and that would be a crusade against him. They would eliminate such an evil murderer like him. In all honesty, he did not really care about what other people thought about him. Everything was all right as long as his conscience was clear. After a moment of silence, he asked, "So why did you come looking for me?" At this moment, Gu Qianxue could not give him a straight answer. There was no particular reason why she was looking for Xiao Luo, only that she had missed him. Xiao Luo saw through Gu Qianxue, and it was easy to know what she was thinking. She hid nothing, any and every emotion she felt was clearly written on her face. She was not like Su Li, who he could not understand at all. "If the skies clear up tomorrow, I'll bring you around the famous landmarks of Shanghai." "Okay, I'd like that." That made Gu Qianxue happy, and she smiled a little. "Oh right, how many days off did you request from the central police station?" Xiao Luo asked. Gu Qianxue shook her head. "I didn't." "You didn't? So, you snuck out, then?" Xiao Luo sucked in a breath. "Yeah," Gu Qianxue replied, nodding like a little girl who had just made a mistake. Xiao Luo hurriedly handed his phone over to her. "Call your sister right now and tell her you're in Shanghai. Otherwise, she'll tear through the whole of Jiangqing." He obviously did not care whether Gu Qianlin was worried or not. He was more afraid that Gu Qianxue might be investigated as a missing person case. Should that happen, wouldn't there be a likelihood he'd be suspected of being a criminal who had abducted a naive girl who did not know better? Okay. Gu Qianxue thought about it for a while, and then took the phone and dialed Gu Qianlin's number. After a few beats, Xiao Luo could hear Gu Qianlin's hysterical voice screaming through his phone. She was most likely reprimanding Gu Qianxue for leaving without a word and making them worry. "Xiao Luo, my sister wants to talk to you." After the ferocious dressing down from Gu Qianlin, Gu Qianxue silently handed the phone to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo knew better than to avoid Gu Qianlin, so he plucked his courage and took the phone. "Officer Gu, what can I help you with?" "Xiao Luo, I don't care what kind of potion you've drugged my sister with to make her so head over heels for you, but you're absolutely forbidden from taking advantage of her or bullying her. Otherwise, I'll make you pay, to hell with my status as a police officer." Gu Qianlin screamed. She was very protective over her younger sister, and she wouldn't be able to accept it if a murderous demon like Xiao Luo ruined her younger sister's virtues. She would surely go insane. The one thing Xiao Luo hated the most was being threatened, especially by a woman. To begin with, he already had a great dislike for this woman, and now this verbal assault was just making it worse. Irked, Xiao Luo got up and walked to the balcony to get out of earshot. When he got there, he suddenly laughed into the phone and said, "It's been a while since I last saw you, Officer Gu. It seems you haven't changed one bit, you're still as charming as ever. Whether or not I've changed isn't any of your business. I'm warning you to leave my younger sister alone, do you hear me?" Gu Qianlin screamed. I'm not going to leave her alone just because you tell me to. Wouldn't it be an insult to my manhood if I just do as you say? Just so you know, we'll be having a shower later, then we'll probably not put our clothes on when we go to bed. Yes, she'll spend the night with me, Xiao Luo said with a cruel smile. ****, I dare you to do that? Gu Qianlin threatened. I don't even have any qualms about killing. Do you think I wouldn't have the guts to bed a woman? Xiao Luo retorted. Over the phone, all that could be heard was Gu Qianlin's heaving and puffing. She was outraged and about to explode. But, she couldn't think of anything to say. This was precisely the outcome Xiao Luo had hoped for, and he still didn't let up. He laughed and said, your younger sister is much more feminine than you are. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Having formed a nasty mental picture in Gu Qianlin's mind, Xiao Luo immediately put the phone down without giving Gu Qianlin a chance to say anything. Shallow as it may seem, it still made him feel so much better afterward. He was quite sure that he had gotten under her skin and hoped that she wouldn't be able to sit still. Ideally, she would not be able to even get a wink tonight. When he turned around, he was shocked to find Gu Xianxia standing right behind him. Her face was slightly red with embarrassment. Xiao Luo, you were deliberately trying to make my sister angry, right? She said. Oh, did she hear all the things that he had just said? Xiao Luo's face turned lobster red. He had only said those things to Gu Qianlin to rile her, but now Gu Qianxia had heard all of it. This had suddenly become terribly awkward. He coughed in embarrassment and tried to calm himself down. Yes, you don't have to worry about a thing. I won't do anything to you, he said. Gu Qianxia shook her head and said, I wasn't worried about that. That's good. It's getting late, you should rest early. You can sleep in the bedroom, I'll sleep outside, just call me if anything happens, Xiao Luo responded, quickly changing the subject. All right. Gu Qianxia said, nodding her head. It rained the entire night without respite, but the next day the sky cleared up. It turned out to be a sunny day, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Gu Qianxia had recovered well and felt a lot better now, especially after having a good night's rest. She had woken up very early and was already all dressed by 6 in the morning. She was naturally wearing Su Li's clothes, and they fit her like a glove. Xiao Luo's plan was to accompany her and bring her on tour around Shanghai City before sending her home later. He still had many things to do and couldn't be by her side every single day. Besides, it was already kind of weird that they were living together. Xiao Luo, let's head out now, Gu Qianxia said. She was excited to go out and have some fun and seemed to be really looking forward to it. Xiao Luo nodded his head. After recalling what Su Li had said about their contractual relationship last night, he dropped the idea of informing her and headed out with Gu Qianxia. Stand right there. As soon as they arrived on the ground floor of Crescent Bay Hotel, a booming voice called out. From the sofa in the lobby, a man who looked like he was in his mid-30s stood up and walked toward Xiao Luo at a brisk pace. The man had a strong military bearing, and it caused Xiao Luo to furrow his eyebrows. Is there a problem here? He asked. Let me introduce myself. I'm the commander of the Shanghai military region, Xuanhuan. I have heard that you're strong and skillful, and I'm here to enlist you on behalf of the country, he said. Commander of the Shanghai military region? Xiao Luo gave the man a critical once-over. Then he noticed 2 rows of soldiers in military fatigues filing in purposefully. Clasping onto their assault rifles, their faces looked grim but not angry. Still, their appearance intimidated the staff of Crescent Bay Hotel. Suddenly, a familiar-looking man wearing glasses walked in behind the troops. Xiao Luo immediately recognized that he was the very guy who was known as the #1 paparazzi in Shanghai, Shuwei. The arm that Xiao Luo had broken the other night was now in a cast and slung across his chest. Xiao Luo immediately realized what was going on here. Xiao Luo glared at the commander. "What's the relationship between you and him?" he asked. Shui Yu's eyes glowered, and he replied, "He's my brother." "Oh, so that's how it's going to be," Xiao Luo said. He gave the man a mocking smile and said, "As a commander, you should be around the rank of senior colonel, correct? You should be about 34 this year. To already achieve the rank of senior colonel when you're only 34, I bet you climbed your way up through some family connections? Have you ever attended military school? You don't even know how to sit or stand properly, so it seems to me like you got in through the back door. You be ****, so cocky when you're about to die. Is your brain filled with nothing but ****? Shui snarled. Shui Yu raised his hand, signaling his brother not to say anything. He stared at Xiao Luo with glowering eyes and scowled. "You want to know something? You're the first person who has the guts to speak to me like that. You're also the first person who has the guts to talk to Xiao Luo like that," Xianxia said, suddenly joining the fray. What an innocent and beautiful-looking young girl. Shui Wei's anger-filled eyes glinted when he saw Xianxia. "Just you wait, you little girl, once I get rid of this Xiao Luo, I'm going to come and conquer you," he thought to himself. "Why are you looking at me? Look at me again, and I will gouge your eyeballs out." Xianxia hated the lewd look in Shui Wei's eyes. She was definitely not the kind of girl who shied away meekly. "Ha ha ha." Shui Yu laughed crudely and said, "I see, so you're a savage horse. My younger brother loves savage horses, because it's going to be so much more enjoyable to ride on one." Hearing the commander speak in such a salacious manner, a cold light gleamed in Xiao Luo's eyes. He discreetly scanned his surroundings and analyzed the situation. He took note that there were 2 platoons of armed soldiers, and they were undoubtedly carrying live ammunition. He decided to hold back as this was not a suitable place for him to take action now. Xianxia might be innocent, but it was not like she didn't understand what was happening, and her face turned red in anger. As long as Xiao Luo gave her some sort of signal, she would make sure she beat these bunch of people up. Shui Yu looked at Xiao Luo once again and said, "Let's go, I'm representing the country, and I'm here to recruit you." The commander spoke in a casual tone that sounded like there was only one path that Xiao Luo could take. As long as he recruited Xiao Luo, he could make life difficult for him at any given moment. The commander had been through thick and thin with Shui Wei since they were kids and were really close to one another. Since Shui Wei was assaulted so severely, he swore that he would make the other person pay a hefty price for it. "Can I refuse?" Xiao Luo asked, looking at the commander without any defiance. There was no need for him to show anger towards someone who was about to die. As if he just heard a joke, Shui Yu laughed like a madman and said, "What do you think?" Shui Wei was incensed. "Be ****, to be so cocky, just because you're a little capable. You must be the husband of that slutty Suli. You can't fool me. I've already told you, I'm not someone you should mess around with. You better move while you still can. Otherwise, we'll just drag you along," he said, and gloated, "The moment my brother gives the order, that slut Suli upstairs right now will be thrown off the building. It'll be in the headlines tomorrow, and the public will read that the national goddess Suli had committed suicide after jumping off the building due to depression, ha ha ha." Evidently, someone had already entered Suli's apartment and was in control of Suli right now. Xiao Luo read between the lines and understood this from Shui Wei's words. He slowly clenched his fist tightly, and a murderous intent formed from this provocation. Xiao Luo contained his urge to murder these people outright by complying with the commander's demand for the time being. "All right, I'll go with you," he snarled. "A wise man submits to their fate, I look up to people like you." Shui Yu sniggered and said, "Tie him up for me." "How dare you?" Xianxia could no longer hold it in. The anger in her body was about to explode. Xiao Luo checked her aggression. It's all right, I'll go with them. Please go and have a look at the apartment just opposite of mine. If you happen to see anything dirty, get rid of it for me, he said. Of course, he meant for her to make sure that Suli was safe first. Yes, come back quickly and bring me out to have fun, Xianxia said, understanding his intentions. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan were not expecting Xianxia to be a martial arts expert and were naturally unaware of the threat she posed. At that moment, all they did was laugh at how innocent she was. To think that she even thought that Xiao Luo would be coming back. But what they didn't know was that they were getting closer and closer toward their own deaths. Xiao Luo's hands were tied behind his back, and they brought him into a 6-seater military vehicle. 2 fully armed soldiers were in the back guarding him, along with Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. I've always respected soldiers because they're a group of people who contribute without asking for anything in return, and they silently protect this country and its citizens. But you guys are the black sheep of the military, Xiao Luo said. The faces of the 2 soldiers beside him changed a little. They knew what they were doing, and all the more understood what their commander Xuanhuan's motive was. There was nothing to be proud of having mobilized a fully armed platoon just to deal with a mere citizen, as well as taking his girl as a hostage. It was just despicable and shameless. But as soldiers themselves, they didn't have a choice either, as following orders was something they had to do. Xuanhuan, who was sitting in the middle, immediately got up. He gave Xiao Luo a good slap across his face. Slap. It stung. Xuanhuan glared at Xiao Luo and said, "Brat, when you're with me, you better remember, if I do not allow you to say anything, then you better keep your mouth shut." He then glanced at Xuanhuan, feeling good about himself. "Brother, what kind of dog **t is this? Are you sure he was the one who broke your arm? Why did he turn into a dog all of a sudden?" he mocked. Xuanhuan giggled. "No matter how cocky or arrogant he is, he won't have the guts to jump and hop around in front of you, brother," he said. Xiao Luo sneered in his heart. He closed his eyes and tried his best to suppress the urge to kill them where they sat. There were another 2 vehicles behind their military truck. They headed directly toward the Shanghai Military Region headquarters located in the suburbs. Soon, they were passing through Wild Wolf Mountain. The road was narrow with the mountain wall on one side and on the cliff on the other. The route was sure to make any newbie driver tremble in fear. Xuanhuan handed a piece of paper to Xiao Luo and said, "Sign your name here. You will then be inducted into the military system and shall become a glorious soldier from then on." After listening to the word glorious, the faces of the 2 soldiers who were sitting beside Xiao Luo turned a little red. Xiao Luo kept his eyes closed and ignored him. He couldn't be bothered to answer a guy who was going to die soon. Suddenly, the handphone inside his pocket started ringing. He opened his eyes, turned his head toward one of the soldiers beside him, and said, "Please help me pick up the phone." The soldier hesitated a little, and although he was within Xuanhuan's sight, he still took out the handphone from Xiao Luo's pocket nonetheless and went ahead to receive the call. "Xiao Luo, where are you right now?" Suli's anxious voice could be heard coming from the handphone. "I'm inside a military vehicle right now." Xiao Luo took a look at the documents that Xuanhuan handed over. He laughed playfully and said, "Seems like they're trying to recruit me into the military. You try to hold them off for now. I'll think of something and come save you. What these people are doing is kidnap. I'll be sure they send you back in one piece," Suli said. "You don't have to do that. I'll be back in just a bit." "Right, I'm guessing Xianxia must have taken care of the hooligans who barged their way into your apartment?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yeah, she's already dealt with them," Suli replied. A smirk could be seen coming from the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth. A murderous intent started exuding from his body. "That's great." The next second, the rope that bound him burst apart, and he was suddenly free. The two soldiers right beside him were shocked. With just his brute strength alone, he had managed to rip the core rope that would easily keep two adult men restrained. What kind of monster was this? Xueyuze and Xuewei were equally shocked as well. They refused to believe what they had just witnessed. It's my turn. Xiao Luo sneered. He was like a devil that had broken free from his shackles. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. The two brothers, Xueyuze and Xuewei, didn't even have the time to react as Xiao Luo grabbed them by their necks. His 5 fingers were so strong that they felt like steel pliers. He held tightly onto their trachea and esophagus. Forget screaming, even breathing became difficult all of a sudden. Their faces turned red immediately, like a pig's liver. The driver was surprised and stepped on the brakes immediately. At the same time, he shouted into the walkie-talkie that was equipped inside the vehicle, "There's a problem here, there's a problem here, the target has broken free, he's grabbing the commander's neck and choking him now." The two soldiers who were beside Xiao Luo were about to take action. "Don't forget your commander is in my hands now, just a light pinch, and he is going to die," Xiao Luo warned, giving the soldiers a grim smile. The two of them were stunned, and in that moment of hesitation, Xiao Luo let go of Xueyuze and Xuewei's neck. He decided to take care of those two soldiers, before he had some fun with Xueyuze and Xuewei later. Thump. Thump. He smacked their shoulders with open-handed strikes that hit them like a blunt knife, and the two soldiers fainted immediately. Xiao Luo decided not to kill them since both of them didn't really do anything too cruel. The driver was so scared that he had already opened the door and ran out of the truck. The soldiers in the other two vehicles behind seemed to be aware of what was going on. A troop of soldiers got out of those vehicles and pointed their assault rifles at Xiao Luo. "Let go of our commander. Otherwise, we're going to shoot," the soldier at the front shouted with a loud and clear voice. Xiao Luo looked at Xueyuze and Xuewei, who were both coughing violently. He opened the door and strolled out of the vehicle. Just when Xueyuze thought he would surrender himself, Xiao Luo surprisingly charged toward his platoon like a cheetah. The soldier right in front was shocked. The murderous aura coming from Xiao Luo's body indicated that danger was imminent. He screamed and shouted loudly, "Open fire, shoot and kill this guy." Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, sparks were flying in all directions. Bullets were all over the place, and like flame moths, a countless number of shots scattered in the path of Xiao Luo as if he was inside a zone of shells. "Just die. I was worried I wouldn't have the chance to kill you. But not anymore. Attacking the commander who tried to recruit you on behalf of the country, this crime alone is enough for you to die, ha ha ha," Xueyuze held derisively and started laughing. Xuewei said, "That fool, he actually walked right into those bullets. Brother, thank you for your help. We're brothers. Whoever has the guts to bully you is just courting death," Xueyuze said, his eyes gleaming with pride. The gunshots stopped after a couple of seconds. Xueyuze and Xuewei got out of the vehicle and was sure that no matter how capable Xiao Luo was, he would surely be dead this time. His body was going to be riddled with holes like a honeycomb, thanks to the hail of bullets. But they were dumbfounded as soon as they got out of the vehicle to take a look. All the soldiers were lying sprawled on the ground, not a single one was on his feet. "Huh?" the two brothers gasped. This was a platoon of soldiers, and they were armed with assault rifles. How was it possible that all of them were lying on the ground? What in the world happened here? Xiao Luo was the only guy standing, and Xueyuze was staring at his back, dumbfounded. He mumbled to himself in trepidation, and his face was pale with fear. Cold sweat started dripping like spring water, for he realized a problem here. This guy was an extremely terrifying person. "Commander Xue, are you still thinking of recruiting me?" Xueyuze suddenly heard a voice right next to his ear, and a hand was resting on his shoulder. He took a good look, and it was Xiao Luo. He was standing beside Xuanhuan, and he somehow got there without making a single sound at all. Oh, God, how was this possible? He looked at the spot where Xiao Luo was just moments ago, and took another look at Xiao Luo, who was standing right beside him now. His face turned pale. Xuanhuan was so scared he was already sitting on the ground, and he looked at Xiao Luo with trembling eyes. Why you? What kind of sorcery are you using? Xuanhuan was horrified. Only moments ago, the guy who was standing in front of him suddenly appeared next to him in a flash. Did he teleport himself across more than 10 meters? He was like a scary phantom, and just like that, all the knowledge and understanding that he had of this world turned topsy-turvy. Commander Zhua, did you have a lot of fun hitting me earlier? Xiao Luo mocked in a chilling tone. Instantly his hand went up, and he delivered a scathing slap across Xuanhuan's face. Slap. The blow was enough to knock out one of Xuanhuan's teeth, causing blood to splatter from his mouth. The force of the slap made him rotate half a turn before he slumped to the ground in a heap. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Xuanhuan let out a scream. Despite the distress, he kept his chin up, trying to maintain some semblance of pride and authority as a commander. I'll make sure you pay for what you have done today, and I'll make sure you, he growled. Have you heard of the Ministry of State Security? Xiao Luo cut him off immediately. His fierce, cold eyes looked as if he were staring at someone as good as dead. Ministry of State Security, did he mean the NSA? Xuanhuan's eyes opened wide. How could he not have heard of this special department? He heard that everyone in there was exceptionally competent and that they possessed the country's best fighters. Forget the police, even those in the military were only second to the NSA. A horrified expression washed over Xuanhuan's face. You are from the NSA? He asked, trembling. What do you think? Xiao Luo replied. A sinister-looking smirk was forming from the corner of his mouth. Huh? Xuanhuan gasped in shock and had a hard time swallowing his saliva. He turned around and glared at his younger brother, Xuanhuan, with accusing eyes. You sure have landed me in deep trouble this time around. Bloody hell, I've just landed myself in a hornet's nest, he thought. He quickly put on a nervous smile and said, Brother, you're one of us. It doesn't matter if it's the NSA or the Shanghai Military Region Command. We're both under central jurisdiction, so we're all part of the same organization. It seems like I'd failed to realize that we're part of the same family, but yet we didn't recognize one another, that's all. Ha ha. His put-on laughter was awkward, and Xiao Luo continued to eye him indifferently with no expression on his face. The same family? Xiao Luo sneered, you sure are good at pulling strings. No wonder you hold this rank at such a young age. But I'm sorry to say this, both of you will have to die today. It had been quite a while since he had the urge to kill someone, but that didn't mean he couldn't kill them. Both Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan had made a couple of unforgivable mistakes. The first was to threaten him using Suli as the leverage, and the second was to have given him a slap across his face. He turned around to face Xuanhuan and instantly threw him a sidekick. It was like a strong wind blowing up a bunch of leaves and as fast as lightning. Pow! Xuanhuan was blown away, flying in the air like he got hit by a running train. His stomach started to churn, and he was suddenly unable to control his bowels. Xuanhuan screamed in agony as he sailed in the air for a distance, his mind disoriented and wondering where he was. And when he looked down, Xuanhuan was shocked, overcome with a fear he'd never felt before, for he was heading over the edge of a bottomless cliff. Oh no, it's over! Those words flashed in his head. There was a desperate scream as he fell beyond the cliff's edge, his anguished cry trailing off until a sickening thud ended it some 3 to 4 seconds later. It was hard granite at the bottom of the cliff, and there was no need for second guesses. Xuanhuan was now a bloody heap of flesh and bones. Even though they were brothers, in the face of death and the bad fortune of encountering a terrifying killer like Xiao Luo, Xuanhuan cowered in fear. "I think I'm doing you both a great favor by making this place your grave," Xiao Luo said. He sighed as he lifted his head and looked at the surrounding scenery of Wild Wolf Mountain. "You can't kill me. I'm the commander of this entire military region. You don't have the right to do this just because you're from the NSA. If you even touch me, the authorities will punish you." Xiao Luo was glowering with murderous intent, and it caused Xuanhuan's body to tremble in fear. He no longer felt the stinging pain in his swollen face. Xiao Luo raised his hand, and as he stretched out his 5 fingers, an assault rifle instantly came flying into his hand. He swiveled around and took aim. Xuanhuan barely had time to react before Xiao Luo pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. The assault rifle was on automatic mode and spat out a continuous barrage of shots. Xiao Luo emptied the entire clip, and when the shooting stopped, what was left of Xuanhuan was only a pile of mashed-up meat. It was impossible to even differentiate between flesh and bone anymore. Looking at what remained of Xuanhuan's body, now strewn in little pieces, Xiao Luo took a deep breath. Without any expression on his face, he said, "I've already killed you, but so what?" Just like kicking a can, he went over and kicked the heap of flesh and bones off the cliff. It had become the burial place of the Zhuo brothers. After finishing the job, Xiao Luo took out his handphone and dialed Ji Xiying's number, explaining the entire situation that had taken place. "Mr. Xiao Luo, I'll report it to the superiors and send people there to clean things up. Investigating corrupt senior officials is one of the NSA's core roles, ensuring the country's safety. Xuanhuan has already been on our blacklist for quite a while. He has used his authority, embezzled military funds, and privately got a gun license for his younger brother, Xuanhuan. The reason why we never took action before this was because of the people he had behind his back, but since Mr. Xiao Luo has already taken care of him, it's about time we take care of his backers as well," Ji Xiying said. "The people behind his back?" Xiao Luo said suspiciously, "Is it a senior official?" "Yes, it's the Bai family, from Jingqing. He's the son-in-law of the Bai family. There's a national deputy officer from the Bai family standing on an equal footing as our director." "That strong an influence?" "Yes, but you don't have to worry about anything, Mr. Xiao Luo. Our director will negotiate with the Bai family. I believe with all the notorious things that Xuanhuan has done, the Bai family will prefer to stay on good terms with us." "All right, understood." Xiao Luo nodded his head. He finally understood why Xuanhuan was able to get promoted so quickly and why Xuanhuan could freely go about exposing the private lives of so many celebrities without any repercussions. Nobody would dare offend them on account of his backing from the Bai family. "Right, please let the director know that his younger daughter is in Shanghai now, and she's with me." "Got it," Ji Xiying replied. Xiao Luo realized that the conversation he was having with her sounded rather emotions. "Is something wrong with you? I'm doing my job as a liaison. Why does Mr. Xiao Luo ask me such a question?" Ji Xiying said. She sounded frigid. In fact, she was like a total stranger. Xiao Luo was not a clueless person, and he knew the root of the problem. "I think we need to have a good talk. I'll go and find you when I have the time," he said. Ji Xiying kept quiet for a while, and after what felt like half a day, she replied with one word, "Okay." Then she put down the phone. Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and was feeling a little bit distressed. He was having mixed feelings about how he felt about Ji Xiying. "Xiao Luo, how should we deal with both of them?" Gu Qianxue asked the moment he stepped into Su Li's apartment in Crescent Bay. Xuanhuan had sent 2 of his soldiers, but Gu Qianxue had already knocked them out cold and dumped them into a corner. Su Li and Shen Qingyan were pretty shocked. Neither could have imagined that the petite and cute-looking Gu Qianxue could deal with two muscular-looking men that quickly. On top of that, she was incredibly powerful, and with each hand, she threw the two burly men and sent them crashing into the corner. If they had not witnessed it in person, they would have never believed that she could do that. "I'll just throw them outside later," Xiao Luo said with a smile on his face. Gu Qianxue had never disappointed him. Back in Jiangqing, she had been responsible for the safety of his younger sister and brother-in-law. "Are you injured?" Su Li asked. She looked at Xiao Luo with caring eyes. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, "No, I'm fine." Su Li asked again, "Was it Shuwei?" "Yup, but I've settled the problem, so you don't have to worry about a thing anymore," Xiao Luo said with a smile. Xiao Luo dumped the two soldiers who had broken into Su Li's apartment by the road just outside Crescent Bay. Other than Zhui Yuze and Shu Wei, he had not killed any of the soldiers who came along with them. Later, Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxue headed out to the city as he promised that he'd show her the sights. The main attractions in Shanghai were the Old City Wall, the Glass Path, and an amusement park, among many other popular sites. The county town also had a couple of scenic spots that were rated for 5 stars. Xiao Luo spent the next 3 days accompanying Gu Qianxue and bringing her around to have fun. She learned how to use a handphone to capture pictures, and in many of the places that she thought were beautiful, she made sure to take a picture with Xiao Luo as a memento. Gu Qianxue tried many different poses when taking selfies. In some, she pouted her lips, while in others, she pulled multiple ugly faces or flashing her white teeth. She made sure to take them all regardless of whether they looked elegant or silly. She snapped roughly 500 pictures of her and Xiao Luo on her handphone in just 3 days. "Xiao Luo, why do you put on the same expression in every single picture?" Gu Qianxue asked, puzzled after looking through all the pictures in her gallery. Next to her, Xiao Luo looked like a part of the background and had the same unchanging look in every single shot. Xiao Luo laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm not too sure about how I should look when taking pictures. There will always be people like that in this world who are uncomfortable taking pictures. They will always have the same expression and look on their faces in every single shot, and Xiao Luo was one of them. Let me teach you." Gu Qianxue set up the selfie stick. She made a scissor gesture with her hand, pouted her lips, which made her look all cute and cheeky. Mostly because she had a cold-looking expression. To begin with, she looked even prettier after putting on this expression for this picture. Xiao Luo couldn't help chuckling and said, "Are you sure you want me to put on this kind of expression?" Gu Qianxue nodded her head and said, "Yes." "Where did you learn it from?" Xiao Luo was dumbfounded. "There are many girls on the internet who take pictures like this. I thought they all looked pretty good," Gu Qianxue said matter-of-factly. "Looks like society is a dying vessel, and it's slowly painting colors on the youth. You used to be just a piece of white paper." Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows a little. Since he was out to have fun, then he might as well just do as she said, he thought. He looked around to ensure that there were not too many people about before pouting his lips like Gu Qianxue did and displayed the scissor hand gesture. PFT. This time around, Gu Qianxue laughed. Her eyes were shaped like crescent moons, and she covered her mouth as she laughed. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and take the picture!" Xiao Luo cried, rushing her. He didn't want to stay in this pose for too long, that was for sure. Gu Qianxue shook her head and had a mischievous smile on her face. "I was just teasing you. This expression is obviously not suitable for you, but you look pretty cute in this expression nonetheless," she said. Xiao Luo felt embarrassed all of a sudden. It was as if the autumn gale had just swept away the fallen leaves. He had tried his best to learn and put on this expression, but it turned out that she was just teasing him. He used his fingers, flicked Gu Qianxue's forehead, and said, "This is a small punishment for you." My master would punish me just like that whenever I made a mistake, Xianxia said. Your master would flick your forehead too? Xiao Luo thought this sounded a little weird, and in his head, he pictured an eccentric and dirty old man. Xianxia nodded her head, my master's forehead flick is much stronger than yours. It hurts a lot. Maybe your master loves you a lot. Xiao Luo came up with an excuse for the Tianshan old man. It's true that master really loves me. When we used to take the hot spring baths back at the top of Tianshan, master would frequently transfer internal energy over to me, Xianxia said, reminiscing the days that she used to spend at Tianshan. What? Taking a hot spring bath together? Xiao Luo was no longer sure about this anymore. A dirty old man and a youthful girl taking a hot spring bath together, are you sure that was her master and not a sly old beast? He asked, does your father or sister know about the fact that you used to take hot spring baths with your master? Nope, they don't know about it, Xianxia said. I think it's better for you to let them know about it. Why? Because I think it's extremely inappropriate for you and your master to be taking hot spring baths together. Just think about it, both of you are naked. Have you never ever felt embarrassed or shy about it at all? A little bit in the beginning, but afterward it was fine, Xianxia answered truthfully. Xiao Luo was having a headache now. This just sounded really ridiculous to him. He made up his mind and has decided that he was going to tell Xuanhuan about this. The Tianshan old man was obviously nothing more than an old pervert. My master really loves putting on red makeup as well, although she's already 72 years old, yet age has never left its mark on her face and she doesn't look her age at all. She looks really good whenever she puts on the red makeup, Xianxia said, recalling the makeup her master used to put on her face. Putting on red makeup? Xiao Luo's head is finally clear now, and he asked, is your master a man or a woman? After hearing that, Xianxia glared angrily at Xiao Luo as if looking at an idiot, and she said, of course, she's a woman. The Tianshan old man is a woman? Xiao Luo was shocked. I've never said my master is a man, Xianxia said, pouting her lips. My mistake, I was the one who overthought this matter. Xiao Luo scratched his head and had an awkward smile on his face. He was the one who initially thought that the Tianshan old man was a male. No wonder Xuanhuan was not even worried about leaving his beautiful younger daughter at Tianshan and never bothered to ask if they took hot spring baths together. My master said that the hot spring at the top of Tianshan was formed naturally. Taking a bath there frequently is good for the body. Xiao Luo, when will you have the time? I can bring you to Tianshan and you can take the hot spring bath there. Xianxia looked at Xiao Luo and said this, with a sweet voice. Was this last not taking any precautions against him at all? Xiao Luo couldn't explain what he was feeling right now. He was not worthy of the excellent treatment that he was receiving from this graceful young girl. Has your master ever taught you that you should maintain a distance when you're with a guy? She did. Xianxia nodded her head and then said, but you're not the same. Xiao Luo smiled bitterly. He was already troubled enough by the fact that he was caught between Su Li and Ji Xiying. Now there was this lass as well. It felt like if he didn't handle this correctly, his entire world would crumble in front of him. Hello, beautiful young lady, can you take a picture of me and my wife? At that moment, a polite voice interrupted his thoughts. It was a man in a blue shirt and black trousers. The first impression that this man gave off was that he was clean, neat, and bright. He was asking Xianxia for her help and was holding on to an Apple phone. Xianxia looked at Xiao Luo, seeking Xiao Luo's opinion. It's fine, you're just taking a picture for him, that's fine, Xiao Luo said. All right. Xianxia then took the phone and agreed to take the picture for them. Thank you. The man smiled and turned around to walk towards his wife. His wife was standing in front of a huge wood carving. After seeing him walking towards her, she hugged his arm lovingly, and affectionately leaned her head on his shoulder. Her long black hair draped over his shoulder. Her white skin was as smooth as an egg that just had its shell peeled off. Her large eyes blinked as if they could speak, accentuating her small red lips and fair skin. Her figure was beautiful, her waist was slim, and she carried herself with an aura of elegance. After looking at the man's wife, Xiao Luo's head felt like it had just exploded. He was in a daze of a sudden. Because that wasn't just any random girl. It was the girl who left a deep scar in his heart that he would never erase. She was Sunyu. Just when he thought that he'd never meet that certain someone ever again, she suddenly appeared right in front of him and caught him completely off guard. Xiao Luo was stunned and rooted to the spot. He could not believe what he was seeing and stared at the loving couple standing right in front of the wood carving. The husband was a good-looking man, and his wife was, undoubtedly, as beautiful as a blooming flower. The man's right hand and Sunyu's left hand were intertwined, and she affectionately leaned her head against the man's shoulder, smiling as they looked into the camera. What was she doing here? Was she already married? Those two questions popped up in Xiao Luo's head all of a sudden. He looked at Sunyu, a little fuller than before, which made her look much prettier now. For a moment, Xiao Luo couldn't come to his senses. Gu Qianxue took the picture for them really quickly, and then they both walked over to look at the shot she just took and seemed quite excited. Wow, it's very well taken, Sunyu said, smiling as she looked at the picture on the phone. She tucked her hair behind her ears. The man was also delighted with the picture. He looked at Gu Qianxue and said, "Thank you, Mississippi." Without any expressions on her face, Gu Qianxue replied with an and walked back toward Xiao Luo after returning the phone to the man. "Darling, let's go there. I think the view over there is even better than the view here," Sunyu said, pointing in the direction she meant a distance way. "Sure, whatever you say. This is our honeymoon, no matter where you want to go, I'll go with you," the man said, looking at her with much affection. Sunyu, with a blissful smile on her face, grabbed onto the man's shoulder and said, "Yunfeng, you're the best." The two of them walked past Xiao Luo, and out of courtesy, the man nodded his head as he walked past. Sunyu's eyes stayed on Xiao Luo for a little longer, and even after some distance, she kept turning around and looking back repeatedly after each step. "What's the matter, darling?" The man could tell something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. "Yunfeng, I have no idea why, but that guy looks really familiar for some reason. It's like I have met him somewhere before," Sunyu said. The man looked at Xiao Luo again, patted her shoulder, smiled, and said, "Maybe this is not the first time and we've met them at some other attraction spot before. It was just that we didn't think too much about it then, so that's why you think he looks familiar to you." "No, it feels like he's a very familiar person, but yet he feels very distant at the same time. I frequently dream about someone, but in my dreams, I just can't get a good look at his face. I have a very strong hunch that he's the guy that I frequently dream about," Sunyu said. "He was so familiar that it really felt weird. I feel you must be imagining things. Don't think too much. We're on our honeymoon, it's more important to have fun and be happy. Just put away all these negative feelings for now, alright?" the man said, comforting her. Sunyu nodded her head. "Alright, I'll listen to you. Let's go, we'll head over there." The man held her hands intimately. Xiao Luo watched the couple walk further and further away until they completely disappeared from his view. He then turned around and put on a genuine smile on his face. Sunyu had gained a new lease of life and received the happiness that she really deserved. He was sincerely happy for her. "The look in your eyes is really weird," Gu Qianxue said, looking curiously at Xiao Luo with her huge eyes. Xiao Luo smiled a little and said, "Do you still remember that I used to tell you about this girl? The one who jumped off from a 10-story building? The girl who chose to end her life?" Gu Qianxue said, furrowing her eyebrows. Yes. I've met her again, but she no longer remembers who I am. She has completely forgotten all the things that happened back in Jiangqing and is now living a new life. She has finally found the happiness that she truly deserves, Xiao Luo said, smiling. Gu Qianxia didn't say anything. She was a little surprised, and she looked toward the direction of the couple. Gu Qianxia would never have imagined that the girl that Xiao Luo had told her about would suddenly appear standing right in front of him, well and alive. Let's go, it's time we head back. Your sister is here to pick you up, Xiao Luo said, heaving a sigh. It was already around 8 p.m. when they drove from the county town scenic spot back to Crescent Bay at Xiaohai. A black SUV was already at the entrance of Crescent Bay. The car door opened as soon as they saw Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxia stomped over. Gu Qianlin, in a black-colored t-shirt, denim cropped pants, and a pair of police boots, walked over aggressively, and she was fuming mad. B*****. She scowled at Xiao Luo and gritted her teeth. She clenched her fist and immediately threw a punch at Xiao Luo's face. Xiao Luo opened his palm and stopped it without much bother. Officer Gu, what are you trying to do? He cried. What am I trying to do? Gu Qianlin laughed despite her anger and said, where did you abduct my younger sister to this past couple of days? Please mind the words you use. I don't think the word abduct is appropriate here. Xiao Luo hated this woman to the core. If it wasn't because of the fact that she was Gu Qianxia's sister, he would have already taught her a lesson just from the mere act of her clenching her fist and trying to punch him. Sister, I was the one who requested Xiao Luo to bring me around for some sightseeing, Gu Qianxia said, coming to his defense. Gu Qianlin used all her strength and pushed Xiao Luo's hand away. How many times do I have to remind you, this guy is not the same as us. He's a murderer. Do you not understand that people are easily influenced by their surroundings and the people they hang out with? She screamed. Besides, you're a girl. Coming here from thousands of miles away and living in the same apartment with another guy, are you not worried that he might take advantage of you? Why are you so foolish and stupid? Gu Qianxia didn't say a single thing and kept her head down. Although she might be more skillful than Gu Qianlin, her older sister was a very important person in her life. She was like a mom to Gu Qianxia, and she always listened to whatever her sister said. Since you already know that I'm a murderer, then you better watch what you do when you're in front of me. Are you not afraid that I'll kill you? Xiao Luo sneered, glaring at her coldly. Gu Qianlin could feel a sense of chill running down her spine. Was she really not afraid of Xiao Luo? No, she was terrified. She would never forget the scene at the underground parking lot where Xiao Luo murdered the hospital director right in front of her. It was cruel and bloody, so much so that even when she thought about it now, she could still remember it vividly as if it had just happened yesterday. This is between me and my younger sister, it has nothing to do with you, she said. Gu Qianlin, you better stop talking to me with that kind of tone. I'm only tolerating you because of Gu Qianxia, so you better stop flaunting that kind of attitude in front of me from now onwards. Don't show me the kind of face that you'd show to your subordinates. It pisses me off when I see that. I'll make sure you regret it, Xiao Luo warned her. You. Gu Qianlin was furious, but dared not say anything else. Hey, don't be arrogant. I've been a policeman in Shanghai for so many years, but never have I met a gangster that can be as arrogant as you. Suddenly, another person got out of the black SUV. It was a man. He was really tall, about 1.8 meters, and had a muscular body as well. The man swaggered over and said, Officer Gu, there shouldn't be any problem with arresting this guy here just from the fact that he was threatening and intimidating a police officer, right? As if he was looking at an idiot, Xiao Luo stared at him and asked, Who are you? You're not qualified to know who I am, but just based on the fact that you were threatening and intimidating a police officer, I have the right to arrest you. The muscular man said with a smile, and then skillfully restrained Xiao Luo's hands together with a handcuff. "Brat, you're under arrested, I'll need you to come back with us." Xiao Luo was stunned, then smiled at Gu Qianlin and said, "Officer Gu, are you sure he's not as incompetent as he looks?" "Did he just say that I was incompetent?" The muscular man felt very offended, for he was the criminal investigation team leader in Shanghai Police Headquarters. He had graduated from the same police academy as Gu Qianlin, and that was why she called him to assist her. She was unfamiliar with Shanghai City and needed a local guide. Although he had been married for some time and did not have any inappropriate thoughts towards Gu Qianlin, he still tried harder than usual to impress her. He wanted to let her know that he was somebody in Shanghai with reputation and power. But he was irked that this young man he had just apprehended did not feel threatened or remorseful, and even spoke to him with such arrogance, despite knowing that he was the police. It was simply intolerable for a distinguished officer like him. Furiously, the muscular man grabbed Xiao Luo's collar with a powerful grip that almost lifted him off the ground. "What the hell are you talking about, boy? Do you think that I am someone you can joke around with? You're asking for a good beating," he yelled. Xiao Luo stared at him coldly and said, "Let go." The muscular man had now gotten even more provoked and started to laugh. "I have seen countless arrogant and fearless jerks the likes of you before, but you, boy, are surely the most, arg." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tremendous impact on his chest that caused him to react with a painful howl. His whole body flew back for a few meters and crashed hard into the back of Gu Qianlin's black SUV, before he slumped to the ground. In shock, Xiao Luo stared at Gu Qianxia by his side, still in her boxing pose, and raised his brows. Quickly recovering from her initial shock, Gu Qianlin shouted angrily at Gu Qianxia, "What are you doing? Who told you to throw that punch?" Then Gu Qianlin hurriedly ran over to help the muscular man up. Gu Qianxia's expression remained the same throughout, and she shrieked reply, "Nobody told him to be rude to Xiao Luo, too. You." Gu Qianlin was so exasperated that she clenched her teeth. "You are too obsessed with him," she cried. The muscular man was coughing nonstop now, and he stared at Gu Qianxia in great shock and was thoroughly embarrassed now. Had he not experienced it personally, he would not have believed such a soft-looking girl could send him flying with just one punch. The kind of terrible power and impact she had delivered even shook his internal organs and made him felt the pain and breathlessness in his chest. "Sis, you won't ever understand. Xiao Luo is very important to me," Gu Qianxia replied, frowning as she looked at her sister. "What do you understand? There's a ton of women around him, and you are not his only one. You are throwing yourself at him, but he may not reciprocate your feelings. You don't know anything about men, so how do you know that you will not get hurt if you insist on pursuing this crazy obsession of yours? I am your sister, and I am doing everything for your own good. Why can't you understand that?" Gu Qianlin shouted as her emotions got the better of her. "I am well aware of my own actions, and I also know that Xiao Luo has many other women around him." Gu Qianxia looked at Xiao Luo with calm eyes and said, "But I don't care. I like to be with him, and I would always be happy as long as I can see him. For me, that is enough." "What? Oh, you're beyond help, really beyond help," Gu Qianlin cried. She shook her head in frustration and sadness as she had been trying very hard to suppress Gu Qianxia's feelings for Xiao Luo, but the harder she tried, the stronger those emotions grew. It came to a point where Gu Qianxia couldn't bear it any longer and actually came to Shanghai to look for Xiao Luo without even telling Gu Qianlin at all. As far as Gu Qianlin was concerned, this was her only sister, and she had fallen to a murderous devil. She found it ironic that God had chosen to deal with them an unfair hand for all her efforts to protect her younger sister, and she could not accept it. Xiao Luo felt really confused as he thought that Gu Qianxia only saw him as a brother, but looking at how things were unfolding, he was shocked. He did not want to hurt this innocent girl, but he knew he had to disappoint her like he did Chuyu. Snap. He merely applied some force to break the handcuffs that were restricting his hands. How could that be possible? Seeing that happened, the muscular man was utterly shocked and stared in disbelief. He thought, who the F***ck are these people? A young girl could send himself flying with one punch, and a man just the handcuffs in two. Are they monsters? When he recalled grabbing Xiao Luo by his collar, he broke into a sudden cold sweat. Xiao Luo faced Gu Qianxue. Qianxue, I have always thought of you as my little sister, just like how I think of Rui. Besides that, he said, then showed his wedding ring to Gu Qianxue. I am married, and you have also seen my wife. She even gave you this set of clothes. Gu Qianlin was stunned as she did not expect that Xiao Luo would say this, so her impression of Xiao Luo improved a little. However, Gu Qianxue did not react to his words at all and just stared at him innocently. It seemed like she was waiting for Xiao Luo to finish speaking. Do you understand what I am saying? Xiao Luo asked. Gu Qianxue nodded. Yup, I got it, she said. Xiao Luo sighed in relief and thought that this girl was pretty tenacious, for she did not break down from the pain of rejection. That's great. There are many outstanding boys in the world, and you can find them effortlessly, he said. Xiao Luo, let's get married too. Before he finished his words, Gu Qianxue came up, and she brought her face really close to Xiao Luo's, no less than 10 centimeters away. Xiao Luo was as surprised as Gu Qianlin, and even the muscular man gasped as Gu Qianxue's remarks were unthinkable. Somehow, Gu Qianxue never failed to come up with the most ridiculous ideas that could catch people off guard. Huh? What are you talking about? I am married, so how can I marry you again? Xiao Luo responded. Why not? If you can marry other women, why can't you marry me? Xiao Luo was so exasperated that he gave her a knock on her head and chided her. Did you spend your time in Jiangqing idling away? Do you know that the marriage norm in our country is monogamous? Inwardly, he was quite amused by this girl. Oh? Gu Qianxue replied, completely unaware of that. Alright, go back with your sister. Since you are a police officer, read more, if not, you will really make a fool of yourself, Xiao Luo said. Gu Qianxue responded, Xiao Luo, I will apply to be moved here so I can see you every day. Xiao Luo sighed and said, what a big blockhead. Huh? Gu Qianxue reacted calmly like how she usually would to Xiao Luo. Suddenly, she dashed into Xiao Luo's arms, which surprised him, and hugged him tightly. Gu Qianlin widened her eyes and stared at them in disbelief. Why? Why do you have to choose him? Xiao Luo patted Gu Qianxue's back and said, Are you done? No. Gu Qianxue nuzzled her head further deeper into Xiao Luo's chest and closed her eyes. She hugged him even tighter now, as she had always wanted to hug him. Now that she was about to leave, she could no longer control the desire to give Xiao Luo a huge hug. Xiao Luo was left speechless. Gu Qianxue finally left, and that gave Xiao Luo some relief. However, he also felt an emptiness within and found it hard to describe how he was feeling at the moment. He seemed to enjoy Gu Qianxue's hug, and he had to admit that, sometimes, he did come across as quite a Casanova. When he was back to the Crescent Bay condominium, Xiao Luo received 2 calls. The first call was from Qiu Yuanjia, and he said that his informant had reported to him that there will be an unprecedented large-scale operation by the MLM company in Shanghai City. The funds they expected to generate were 300 million, and the venue of the event would be at the trade building's main hall. This was the perfect chance to destroy the MLM company in Shanghai City once and for all. The second phone call was from Zhang Dashan. Luo Workshop would be opening in Shanghai City in some 20 days' time, and he had called to catch up with Xiao Luo and seek advice. The business in Jiangqing has been improving steadily and is stable. After your side kicks off operations, I'll fly over to manage the company with you at Shanghai, Xianxia said. Xiao Luo poured himself a cup of hot tea and sat on the sofa. You should have come a long time ago. I want to introduce you to a woman, he said. Save it, I don't plan to marry anyone else, besides Ruren. If I really cannot date her, I would rather spend the rest of my life with my right hand, Zhang Dashan replied. Bullshit. Xiao Luo took a sip of the hot tea and asked, by the way, how are Feng Wuheng and the rest? As you suggested, they have signed themselves up for the factory management classes, and have been upgrading their skills and are progressing well. Now, their public speaking skills have been polished and refined, and they even sound quite intellectual, Zhang Dashan said. When they are in high spirits, they even come up with a few English phrases. They would always show off to me, and damn it, it really drives me crazy. But thinking that I couldn't face them all at once, I decided to swallow my unhappiness and continue to put up with them. Let them come to Shanghai after they are done with the learning. I am going to let them take over the factory here. Xiao Luo saw Feng Wuheng and the rest as his own brothers. Since they decided to follow him and he was really close to them, he would not mistreat them for sure. Sure. Zhang Dashan then expressed his most profound views and said, damn it, I have come to realize that studying is still quite useful after all, just like the 5 of them, or the prostitutes offering their bodies for service. Those who only had middle school and high school education, they could at most earn $100 per customer. If they have at least a university degree, then their prices would skyrocket. It would cost $500 to pick them and minimally $2,000 to buy their nights. Studying is such a useful skill. You went to them again? Xiao Luo asked, rolling his eyes. F***ck, can you be more civilized in your choice of words? They are my escort. Do you even know what is an escort? It means that she can accompany me for my emotional and physical needs. On top of that, this is a normal matter of bodily needs. What is so surprising? Zhang Dashan retorted. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, you better cut down on the number of times you patronize the escorts. If you ever contract any disease, then you are doomed for life. Fine, as you wish. Look at you, aren't you quite fluent with the term escort now, instead of prostitutes, ha ha ha. F***ck off. Xiao Luo ended the call. Xiao Luo went to the trade building in the afternoon the following day. Xuanhuan and his teammates had been waiting for him for some time, and he briefed Xiao Luo on the plan. This operation is a joint initiative with different departments such as the Provincial Public Security Bureau and the Trade and Commerce Bureau. All the MLM guys are present in the hall, and there are already more than 3,000 members from all around the country in there with them. These are the middle-tier members, and are mostly retired or laid-off middle-age or elderly victims. They have some savings but are unwilling to fall back and be a burden to society. Anyway, that's what the MLM company told them as part of their brainwashing process. Each of them planned to invest 100,000 and the MLM speaker will be brainwashing them for the last time. These people here are the officers who will arrest the people inside, right? Xiao Luo glanced at the countless undercover police officers who had surrounded the trade building. These people looked very sharp and alert, and it wouldn't have been too difficult to guess their identities even when they were in plain clothes. Yep, this is a perfect opportunity to get rid of the entire MLM network in Shanghai City. Nobody here is going to let this slip by easily. Xuanhuan said. Have you found out who the fog is? Xiao Luo asked. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, about this, nope. But I am sure that the people inside will know, so we just have to interrogate them one by one. That's probably the only way. Xiao Luo had quite some respect for the fog as he could execute such a large-scale MLM event without even showing himself at all. He was indeed a genius. The MLM company was not aware that it was being surrounded by the government departments. Both Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan had attended the gathering as ordinary civilians, so the MLM staff did not detect anything suspicious. Instead, they had very passionate smiles on their faces when greeting them. They promoted and built the image of the speaker as a successful world-class public figure and even photoshopped him with the leaders of various countries for authenticity. There are 26 MLM people who are involved in this scam here, and they are all at managerial levels. If we can arrest them, we will be able to trace their downlines and arrest every one of them. After today, there will not be any more MLM personnel in Shanghai City, Xuanhuan said to Xiao Luo with high confidence. Hopefully. Xiao Luo found a spot to sit down. At this time, a group of men in suits emerged from backstage to the podium. Allow me to introduce everyone to this very special man. Here he is, Mr. Guan, the managing director in charge of the Southeast Asia branch of the Atlantic Business Investment Group. Now, we are honored to have Mr. Guan to give us a few words, and you can ask him any questions that you have. He is the expert of this industry when it comes to investments. The master of ceremony made the introduction to the 3,000 people in the hall. Some applauses were heard, but they were not too enthusiastic. It could be due to Mr. Guan, who looked relatively young, making the audience feeling unconvinced. After all, there were many stories about self-made millionaires these days, so it was difficult to tell if these people were telling the truth or not. Some people had already started to question if they have been scammed. As for Xiao Luo, he was utterly shocked because Mr. Guan was none other than his old classmate, Guan Tong. He donned in a suit and wore a tie, looking very sharp like a genuinely successful member of society. What's he doing here? Xiao Luo questioned. Mr. Xiao, do you know him? Xuanhuan was caught off guard. Xiao Luo nodded. I do, he said. Xuanhuan looked around briefly, and after ensuring that nobody was looking at them, he whispered into Xiao Luo's ears, actually, he is our informant. He started the anti-MLM operations 8 years ago. He told us that his parents had divorced because of MLM activities, so he hated them very much. He even gave up the opportunity to attend a university and became our informant directly. He had infiltrated into the core of the MLM company successfully and had become their star speaker, which enabled him to provide information for our every operation. Xiao Luo was thoroughly stunned. Was this the same Guan Tong, who once claimed that he was only interested in talents instead of education, who started this anti-MLM operation 8 years ago? He actually managed to rise up his ranks, to become the company's star speaker and provide insiders information and evidence to the police. This was totally out of his expectation. No wonder Guan Tong could acquire the news of Guoqinghe getting jailed so quickly. And it was also how he knew that Zhao Mingqi was manipulated by Guoqinghe. This was the actual reason how he knew. Guan Tong was the police's informant, the star speaker of the MLM company. This dude is really good at disguising. Xiao Luo muttered as he stared at Guan Tong in bewilderment. He was on stage and looking successful and energetic at the podium. Xiao Luo could only smile to himself. Since you have already known that these guys are all MLM members, why don't you arrest them at once? Xiao Luo asked. Xuanhuan said with a wry smile, it is true that MLM an illegal activity, but it is unique since the victims who had been indoctrinated do not realize that they are being cheated. Instead, they think that we prevent them from getting rich, so it is impossible to expect them to accuse the MLM members independently. The only way to implicate them is to catch them in the act and seize any compelling evidence we find. And the evidence you're referring to is the defrauding money? Xiao Luo asked. Xuanhuan nodded and replied, right. But the Gold Star lecturer who is convincing them to invest is also your informer. Can't this sort of illicit money be used to charge them legally? Xiao Luo said wonderingly. Yes, the materials that the informer was provided with for his lectures were provided by the MLM members. So the informer, who is also a witness, can appear in court to accuse those MLM members, along with the huge illicit money. so that's enough to convict them. Xiao Luo stopped saying anything else and cast his eyes over the platform. Guan Tong, who was holding a microphone, acted like he disdained to be there. "Don't listen to their babbling, everyone," he said, referring to the MLM master of ceremony who introduced him to the public. "There are a lot of exaggerated descriptions of the stories you have heard about me. The marketing pitch is one thing, but the reality is quite another. Just like advertising, the selling point is the most crucial." Interesting. Xiao Luo was a little surprised. The audience here was doubtful about Guan Tong at the beginning. Still, when that statement was uttered, he naturally broke down any emotional barriers and made them feel much warmer, which brought their relationship to the next level. "It is simply ridiculous to make 10 million in 6 months unless we are the children of power and wealth, holding a strong network of venture capital connections. But then again, if you guys are the children of power and wealth, there's no need for all of you to come here and invest in what I'm selling you, right?" The audience burst into laughter since they thought that his words were both funny and also trustworthy. They warmed further toward Guan Tong, and he now had them exactly where he wanted. Guan Tong continued and said, "To be honest, the most important thing for all of you to take note of, all business activities are inherently risky. It is said in business that same industry, different profits. In the same kind of business, while someone can make a lot of money, somebody else can also lose the shirt off his back. It is actually a reality that none of us can ignore, so when we are going to invest in a particular industry, we must have the ability to identify the risks." His tone was firm and serious, and his words were convincing. The more than 3,000 people in the audience immediately perked up. They felt that this guy, Mr. Guan, was trustworthy since he was unlike others who would vow that they'd definitely make a lot of money. Instead, he clearly mentioned the potential risks involved, and it was more like a sharing of experience with everyone, allowing them to feel his sincerity. Secondly, you have to consider your own abilities when making a particular investment. In other words, you have to assess your own knowledge and skills. Do not try to do more than you can. You should be concerned about these two things. The first is whether the investment is safe enough, and the second is whether you can make money. About the security of investment, as I just said earlier, any investment will involve an element of risk. However, risks and opportunities in the market exist simultaneously. So can we earn money? The answer is, of course. But 10 million would be too much. Earning millions is still possible. However, that depends on one prerequisite, and that's what connections you have. After several years of expansion, my network comprises of people ranging from foreign presidents to the owner of a shopping mall in a small town in our country, allowing me to access people on different levels easily. And that's the reason why I can achieve such success today. But, in my opinion, some of you are not suitable to invest in my project. Even if you do, you won't make any money at all, because your connections don't work." When Guan Tong's words came out, the crowd in the venue were looking at each other with judging eyes, as if they were trying to ascertain who didn't have the qualifications, or in other words, they were wondering if they're qualified enough. But after looking around, they still failed to find the answer, which made them a little uneasy, since none of them wanted to be the one who didn't have the qualifications. Xiao Luo was amazed. Guan Tong has been saying that he wanted to be a talented person for years, and now Xiao Luo thought this guy already was. The statements he made were full of traps. In the beginning, he bonded with the audience, telling everyone the truth to gain everyone's trust. And then he stated that the investment project was profitable, but not as much as 10 million as they claimed before. Instead, he lowered the standard to mere millions, which strengthened his credibility again. Finally, he judged everyone on whether they were qualified or not, which stirred something in their subconscious and convinced them that they were well connected and qualified to invest. He worked on the audience step by step, deepening and solidifying the determination of over the 3,000 who were present to invest. If Xiao Yuanjia hadn't told him that Guantong was their informant, he would have believed that the guy was a real gold medal lecturer in MLM. Time and tide wait for no man. Seize the opportunity. Take the initiative. Take preemptive steps to make opportunities. We'll make money together and be successful together. After half an hour of speeches, the whole audience got very excited. Guantong stimulated the greed, desire, and ambition of more than 3,000 people eager to earn money. With fists high over their heads, they kept chanting slogans with him, rhythmically and massively. They have been completely indoctrinated. Even Xiao Luo admired him inwardly, let alone the whole audience, and he was convinced by Guantong's words. If he didn't know that it was actually an MLM activity in advance, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such an investment as well, if he had 100,000. Not only Guantong is an informant, but he is also an expert in indoctrinating. Fortunately, he's on the same side as the police. I can't even imagine how dire it will be if he is on the opposite. He has made more than 3,000 people mad like crazy in such a short time. Xiao Yuanjia said, both in admiration and relief. Exactly, Xiao Luo said, totally agreeing with him. When Guantong's speech ended, more than 3,000 people were scrambling to pay up and invest. Since the MLM members had POS devices, it was very convenient to settle payments online. Some people did not pay just 100,000, but 500,000 and even 1 million. These investors spent almost all of the money they had, believing that the more they invested, the more they'd get back. Looking at the audience scrambling to pay up, Xiao Luo and Xiao Yuanjia shook their heads and sighed. If the police hadn't gotten involved this time, over 3,000 people would have lost all the money they invested. And those who had invested all their money would possibly end up ruining their families. After all, money is not everything, but without money, one couldn't do anything. A lot of problems would be caused when there was a lack of it. Move in. At Xiao Yuanjia's command, the undercover officers positioned outside the hall rushed in. There was even a detachment of fully armed special forces participating in this operation, with the chief of bureau, Tianjinxing, overseeing the entire process personally. It was a joint operation by several government departments, including the Bureau of Public Security and Trade and Commerce Bureau. The MLM agents who were busy collecting the payments did not even have any time to react before they were all arrested within seconds, and all they heard the next moment was the clang of cold steel as they were restrained with handcuffs. A smile of satisfaction formed on Xiao Yuanjia's face as, one by one, the key personnel in the MLM companies were arrested. However, something didn't seem right, and thoughts started to form in Xiao Luo's mind, for Guantong's performance was simply too perfect. Although he was an undercover officer, he was also a core member of the MLM company. Therefore, his role as a lecturer was indispensable to the proliferation of MLM activities. On top of that, he had quit school 8 years ago to involve himself directly in the war against MLM. One could say that it was legendary, but also highly questionable at the same time. 8 years were undoubtedly more than enough for anyone to learn about an industry thoroughly. What if Guantong was involved in MLM activities under the guise of an undercover police officer? A sinister thought occurred to Xiao Luo. Could he be the mastermind behind the scene known as the fog? Xiao Luo was deeply troubled by his suspicion of Guantong being the fog, but the facts were all there. He was always in contact with MLM personnel, and the police would never be suspect him even if he was plotting against them. With his undercover identity, he also had access to police plans, and that would undoubtedly give him an advantage when he needed to plan his MLM activities. Suddenly, there was news of another shocking development. 400 million that had been collected from the 3,000 investors had already been transferred to an overseas account. The police tried to track the transfer of funds, but after a few rounds of laundering the money, they lost the money trail. The chances of tracking them down and retrieving the funds were bleak. What? Xiao Yuanjia was shocked, and the smile on his face vanished in a flash. A large sum of funds, some 400 million, had just been swiped under his watch, and that was unacceptable. Xiao Luo suddenly stood up and roared, "Where's the informant?" "To ensure his safety, I assigned someone to escort him when he left," Xuanhuan answered. "He should be equipped with recording equipment and detectaphone as your informant, right? Where's the tape of him after the lecture ended, and when he went backstage?" Xiao Luo asked. "In the car outside," a police officer beside Xuanhuan said. Xiao Luo immediately started to head outside. "Show me now." Several of the 3,000 victims went into hysteria and started crying and screaming when they realized their investments had been transferred to an unknown place. The police were handling them, and Xiao Luo avoided talking to them. He was only interested in getting the fog, and this MLM event finally gave him a lead on who the fog was. His old pal, Guantong, was the prime suspect. It did not take long for them to reach the minivan, where the police had their surveillance equipment. The video footage of Guantong returning backstage was crystal clear. His footsteps were audible, and Guantong seemed to have entered a location that looked like a financial office of some kind. Then, he started talking, and he appeared to be giving a brief to the people there. "All of you sit up straight. You can't face our customers with such a lousy attitude. Why did you guys throw your belongings around? Do you know that every action and detail of how you act and conduct yourselves reflect on our company? I want all of you to go and clean up your surrounding and then splash your faces with cold water in the washroom. You must keep your heads clear and spirits high at all times. These are the keys to success." The severe pep talk resulted in a dozen of the MLM personnel cleaning up all the rubbish in the bins and washing their faces with cold water without any objection. They then took out the POS machine and started to organize all the signed bills while Guantong supervised them calmly, as they began transferring the money through their computers. Of particular to Xiao Luo, he noted that the MLM personnel who returned all addressed him respectfully as Mr. Guan. Xiao Luo was very concerned as Guantong acted more like an MLM company's mastermind than an undercover police officer. He turned around and asked the policeman beside him, "Don't you think there's something wrong here?" The police shook his head. "That's nothing wrong. The informant was merely doing this to keep his cover. It's just a show." "A show?" Xiao Luo smiled mirthlessly and said, "Yes, he had certainly put a show, and just made 400 million vanish." "Huh." His words seemed to have removed the clutter in their minds, and they gasped in horror. The policemen suddenly looked horrified as they looked at each other. Xuanhuan rushed over urgently, and he looked worried. "Mr. Xiao, did you find out anything?" he asked. Xiao Luo could not be bothered to respond to him and grabbed him by his collar. "Where is Guantong's location now?" he scowled. Xuanhuan was shocked and said, "Mr. Xiao, what happened?" "That's none of your business. Just tell me, where is he now?" Xiao Luo bellowed. "He is on his way to Wild Wolf Mountain," Xuanhuan replied. "Wild Wolf Mountain? Why is he going to Wild Wolf Mountain?" I don't know, he said he was going for a ride." "What car did he take?" "What's the car plate?" "It's a black Volkswagen, and the car plate is Shanghai N0926. After getting that information, Xiao Luo jumped into his Trumpchi and sped towards Wild Wolf Mountain. Guantong was undoubtedly the prime suspect now, but there were still gaps in the overall picture that could not be explained. "Are you truly the fog?" Xiao Luo couldn't believe that Guantong had deceived him so easily. Had he not witnessed Guantong's brainwashing ability today and his familiarity with moving large sums of money, he would never have suspected Guantong. Was that guy hiding so much? Xiao Luo frowned as the black Trumpchi overtook yet another car as he rushed toward Wild Wolf Mountain. The forest around Wild Wolf Mountain was lush and dense, and there was only one meandering road that ran through it. One side of the road was the sheer cliff, while the other the rock face of the mountain wall. This road had terrified countless drivers and prevented them from using Wild Wolf Mountain. Thud. As Xiao Luo drove the Trumpchi and climbed the peak through the meandering road, a human-shaped object dropped in front of him. Indeed, it was human, and it fell from the elevated road about a dozen meters above him and landed right on the road ahead. Xiao Luo slammed on the emergency brakes and had a good look. It was a man, moaning and badly injured. He was in a smart suit, and he had a large body with an almost non-existent neck. He opened the car door and ran toward the man, kneeling to help him up, and was shocked. "Guantong," he cried. "Xiao Luo, you jerk, how could it be you?" Blood was oozing out from Guantong's mouth and nose, his limbs were broken, especially his right leg, as his bone had snapped and protruded through skin and flesh. It was a terrifying sight, and a pool of blood had soaked the ground around him. "Why did you fall from above?" Xiao Luo asked. "Someone pushed me, cough, you jerk, I am actually an undercover cop. I started 8 years ago and have been involved in anti-MLM operations ever since," Guantong spoke as he coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Luo's head went blank. How could this be? How could he have misjudged the situation? Was Guantong not the fog? He soon regained composure and said, "Stop talking. I am sending you to the hospital." "No, my friend, it's fine, I fell from such a great height, not even Jesus can save me now," Guantong smiled, showing his blood-stained teeth. Guantong had suffered comminuted fractures, injuries to every internal organ, and was bleeding severely internally. Although Xiao Luo was a gifted doctor, he could do nothing to heal Guantong. He forced himself to calm down and asked, "Who pushed you down?" "It's Xiao Yuanjia's people. They brought me here and claimed that there's a good view. These bastards ended up pushing me from above." Cough. Although Guantong was coughing copious amounts of blood and looking pale, he was still smiling at Xiao Luo and seemed fearless as he stood at death's door. "Xiao Yuanjia?" Xiao Luo was utterly shocked when he heard that name. Tears streamed down from Guantong's cheek, and he forced a wry smile. "F***ck, I finally got it now, he is the fog." He had always used his identity as the police to cover himself as he planned all the MLM activities behind the scene. I have fallen into his trap. He told me to transfer all the money to the police account. I doubt that account belongs to the police. Damn it, that goddamn son of a b***tch. As he finished speaking, the smile disappeared from his face and was replaced by a twisted grimace as he clenched his teeth in anger and agony. He grabbed Xiao Luo's arm and said, "Xiao Luo, do me a no, you must get him. Expose him to the police, they must find out Xiao Yuanjia's true identity. He is the fog, the mastermind behind all these MLM activities." His last words were hissed out in spite before another massive gush of blood streamed from his mouth and nose. He had finally lost consciousness and died in Xiao Luo's arms. However, his hands were still grabbing onto Xiao Luo's arm, and his fingers were dug deeply into Xiao Luo's flesh. "Guantong! Xiao Luo called out, but the body lying in his arms could no longer respond to him. He stared at Guantong's lifeless face and felt an emptiness. He felt that familiar wetness in his nostrils, and his eyes turned red. An old friend who was very close to him died in his arms, and it hurt that Xiao Luo had suspected him of being the mastermind behind the MLM scams. Xiao Luo was engulfed in an indescribable vortex of emotions. He felt sadness, remorse, anger. No words could accurately sum up Xiao Luo's feelings at that moment. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took his pocket out, and it was none other than Xiao Yuanjia. Xiao Yuanjia's voice came through in a clear voice. It was not the usual righteous and manly voice, but a cynical voice with mocking laughter. "Mr. Xiao, have you met your old friend, Guantong? Or, let me make a bold guess, he's turned into a cold corpse, right? He sneered. Xiao Luo's eyes were cold with fury. Xuanhuan, I promised that you would not make it past midnight, he cried. Xiao Luo uttered every word with murderous rage and vengeance. He looked forward to the moment that he could skin Xuanhuan alive. Ha ha, ha ha. Xuanhuan started laughing out loud as if he had heard a funny joke, then he snapped, do you think you can come back alive from Wild Wolf Mountain? As he spoke, Xiao Luo heard the roar of an engine and saw a car screeching down the road from above. Within moments, a black Volkswagen stopped before Xiao Luo at a distance of a dozen meters. Its car plate was Shanghai N0926. When the door opened, two middle-aged men with grim faces emerged from it. They emanated strong signals of killing intent, and each of them was armed with a black samurai sword. Do you remember a Tsuyanagi from the Star Cloud Kendo Gym? You've already had a taste of his god-slaying sword techniques, they aren't too bad, right? I am telling you that a Tsuyanagi is not even one of the top 30 swordsmen in the Asu family. As for the guys before you, they are amongst the top 10. Now, you can taste the fear of death. Ha ha, ha ha. Xuanhuan laughed insanely. After today, Guantong will become my scapegoat and will have to honor of being identified as Fog, the mastermind of the MLM activities. As for you, you will be recognized as a brave NSA warrior who risked his life, stopping Fog as he was about to escape from Wild Wolf Mountain. To guarantee the success of the mission, you sacrificed yourself and perished together with Fog. You will become a martyr, leaving your good name in the NSA memorial forever, ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Luo hung up. He pried Guantong's hand from his arm and stood up slowly. A breeze blew, and his fringe tussled lightly, then an overwhelming killing intent started to radiate outward from his body like a wildfire. His clear eyes turned into the eyes of a beast, bloodshot with madness, and he did not resemble a human anymore. All human emotions had left him, he had become bloodthirsty and murderous. The two middle-aged men were slightly stunned, and a shiver ran down their spines. They looked at each other and saw fear and confusion in the other's eyes. They braced themselves to go up against Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo strode out toward them slowly, and with every step, his killing intent became heightened and more overwhelming, like a hungry beast that had just awoken from a long slumber. One of the men tried to regain his composure and moved forward as he unsheathed his samurai sword, slashing at Xiao Luo fiercely. Slash. A 15-meter-long slash cut through the sky like a rainbow of light, directed at Xiao Luo like the sword of Damocles. The slashing of his sword blew a massive blast of energy on the road surface, and an invisible force raged toward Xiao Luo like a tsunami. It was the most potent manifestation of the god-slaying technique, Reijiki. By channeling their inner power through the samurai sword, the slash took the form of an invincible blade of light, and its strength could only be compared to divine punishment. A bus would be cleanly cut in half by the slash, let alone mortal flesh. However, as the slash was about to hit Xiao Luo, he activated his inner power, and a black and red barrier immediately formed to shield his entire body. Boom! The slash had met with the barrier, and a tremendous explosion resulted, sending shockwaves across the surrounding. The ground started to crumble, and even the tall mountain shook as countless rocks rolled off its side, causing a huge cloud of dust and sand to form. After the dust settled, Xiao Luo saw a visible rift gouged on the road with cracks extending like a spider's web. But Xiao Luo was unharmed and still walking toward them steadily. The middle-aged man who slashed at him was shocked and spoke in Japanese, impossible. His compatriot was equally stunned. That was the invincible god-slaying sword technique that had never once disappointed them. But this enemy did not even make an effort to retaliate and was only taking the body blows, yet he seemed unaffected. It was unbelievable. They looked at each other in their eyes and then shouted, "Kill!" Then, together they charged at Xiao Luo. They became one with their swords and struck at Xiao Luo like two bolts of lightning. Whoosh whoosh. They were as swift as the wind, and their swords were howling like a gale. The cold ray that flashed from their swords traveled the distance and stabbed at Xiao Luo's chest. Boom! The red barrier reappeared like an invisible force field around Xiao Luo and instantly stopped the samurai swords. The cold rays were neutralized by the force field and dissipated into thin air. Crack, 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 crack. The two middle-aged men were horrified as their swords cracked right before their eyes. Their samurai swords, made of hardened forged steel, shattered bit by bit, starting from their tips until it reached the hilt of their swords. They watched their swords shatter in absolute horror. The two middle-aged men had never experienced such unbelievable power before and were completely stunned by Xiao Luo. Suddenly, they both felt a chill on their chests, and before they could react, an excruciating pain emanated from their hearts and shot to their brains in a flash. The two men looked down and froze in horror. Their eyes widened, and pupils contracted. A giant hand had pierced into their chests, with all 5 fingers plunged deep into their bodies. Their hearts were literally in Xiao Luo's hands now. Their own bodies had been pierced through by a mere hand? How could that happen? The two middle-aged men became even more terrified when they stared into Xiao Luo's angry red eyes. He seemed to be looking right into their souls like a demon. Xiao Luo did not say a word before he ripped out their throbbing hearts. Blood was spurting out from their chests, and they screamed in agony, and thick blood streamed from their mouths. They were not entirely dead and could still see their pumping hearts in Xiao Luo's hands, still connected to their bodies through arteries and veins. What on earth is happening? They were actually looking at their own hearts. The two middle-aged men widened their eyes as blood oozed out from their mouths and noses. It was a horrific, gory nightmare. Was this man an actual demon? In the next second, Xiao Luo squeezed and crushed their hearts without any hesitation. Squish! Squish! Blood was spurting everywhere, and the two middle-aged men collapsed in their pool of blood straight with their eyes opened as they could never accept this outcome willingly. As the Isu family's top fighters, they were trashed and abused to death mercilessly by a nobody, which they could not believe still after their very last breath. Xiao Luo did not stop after killing these two. He walked up and stomped on each of them with 1 foot, and the two middle-aged men's heads exploded like how a watermelon disintegrating after being hammered by an 8-pound hammer. Blood and gray matter were splattered everywhere on the ground, causing the air to reek of blood like a busy abattoir. Xiao Luo glanced at his bloody hands, and his blood-red eyes regained a hint of composure, but he was still numbed with cold-killing intent. After Qiu Yuanjie ended the phone call with Xiao Luo, he could not sit still as the Isu family's 2 top fighters had not reported back, and he even lost contact with them. Could it be that they were defeated? That was impossible. No matter how good that Xiao something could fight, he would never match up with them. But if they did not lose to him, then what would happen? He could not get it and frowned deeper, walking back and forth in his office as he was feeling unexplainable anxiety. The door was opened, and the anti-MLM Special Operations team member, Luo Shuang, came in. She was not in a high spirit and reported to Qiu Yuanjie, "Leader, we have interrogated every section head of the MLM company, but there is nothing about the fog." The fog? Qiu Yuanjie gave it a good thought as he was the fog, so his priority now was to frame Guantong as the fog. He played the video, which featured Guantong managing the financial department according to his instructions previously. We're all fooled by this man. Guantong, who has been our informant, is the prime suspect. The 400 million was transferred by none other than him to overseas. He could be the fog we are trying to find. What? Luo Shuang was surprised. How could this be possible? He's our informant and has been helping us with the counter-MLM operations diligently. Qiu Yuanjie slammed the desk. That was his strategy to plant himself around us, so that we would never suspect him while he plans everything behind the scene. He's probably a double spy, and Mr. Xiao Luo obviously confirmed his identity as the fog, so he rushed out to catch him so furiously. Gasp. Luo Xuan gasped in awe as she was totally convinced by Xianxia after listening to his reasoning. Everyone they arrested was a small fry in the MLM company, and this operation was arranged by the fog on purpose. He intended to get rid of the old people and rebuild a new empire, exactly how the fog would usually do things. Quick, apply for Guantong's arrest warrant now, and we must not let him get his way. Xianxia said righteously. Roger. Luo Xuan left the room quickly to execute his order. After she left, Xianxia's face became twisted again. He looked out of the window at the evening sky and prayed piously in Japanese, "Hail, Emperor Hirohito." That was faith and loyalty in his eyes as they burned with a passion as he recited the name with sanctitude. As for Hirohito, he was the reigning emperor during the Japanese occupation of China. With video evidence, the director of the bureau, Tianjinxing, did not hesitate to put Guantong on the wanted list. Every police division in Shanghai had been notified, and they were on full alert to arrest Guantong. Under Xianxia's behind-the-scene influence and information conveyed to key personnel, the police soon narrowed their search to the area of Wild Wolf Mountain. However, all they found were 2 corpses with their hearts pulled out and heads squashed. It was already late, and the corpses had started to deteriorate and smell. Neither Guantong nor Xiao Luo could be seen anywhere. Xianxia felt even more stressed out as he felt that someone was watching him closely. The strong draft, blowing eerily across Wild Wolf Mountain, gave him goosebumps. What happened here? Who killed these 2? A beast? Luo Xuan cried. She was terrified as it was the first time she had witnessed such incredibly cruel deaths in her long experience as a police officer. It must be the MLM company, and it's possible that Mr. Xiao was taken by them too. Tianjinxing clenched his fist, and his eyes were filled with dread. Damn it, how should I explain to the NSA if Mr. Xiao was harmed, he said. Luo Xuan did not buy it as she had already recognized Xiao Luo's strength. He's a powerful man, he won't be caught by them for sure, she said. Beside them, Xianxia remained silent as he knew better than anyone what happened to those 2. Xiao Luo had killed 2 of the top fighters in the Asu family, and that made him a formidable enemy. There was no way he could be harmed. Whoosh. Suddenly, a samurai sword sliced through the night sky like a meteorite and streaked toward Xianxia at high speed like a bullet. Xianxia was not even able to react and had his shoulder pierced by the samurai sword. From the time he caught a glimpse of the sword, it took less than a second for it to reach his shoulder. Xianxia collapsed, screaming in pain, and blood was spurting out from his wound. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from a bush nearby and teleported before Xianxia in a flash like black lightning. It was Xiao Luo, who now had his foot on Xianxia's chest. Ah! He screamed in pain as Xiao Luo stomped down hard on his chest, causing more pain from his shoulder wound. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Xiao Luo, and the Special Forces troops pointed their weapons at him. They were not sure if he was a man or beast who was attacking Xianxia. Mr. Xiao? Tianjinxing was stunned. Wide-eyed, he stared at the spectral figure stepping on Xianxia's chest. He was a familiar yet strange man. The familiar part was that this man was definitely Xiao Luo, but the strange part was his unusual aura. Even though they were standing some distance away, he could still sense the bloodlust emanating from Xiao Luo. Director of the bureau, Tianjinxing, and every person there shivered uncontrollably as they stared at Xiao Luo in horror. He looked terrifying and was nothing like his usual self. All they saw now was a monster in front of them, and it looked like Xiao Luo was possessed by a demon. The chilling aura he was emanating was enough to make a person's soul freeze to death. Luo Shuang was deeply in love with Xuanhuan, and when she saw him getting stomped on the ground by Xiao Luo like that, her immediate reaction to yell at him, "Xiao Luo, what the hell are you doing? Let go of our group leader." Xiao Luo looked up and glanced at her coldly. He calmed himself and quelled his urge to kill Xuanhuan outright. Gradually, his eyes returned to normal, but they still looked menacing and cold. He pulled out the samurai sword from Xuanhuan's shoulder slowly, and it caused more blood to spurt out, as the man screamed in excruciating pain. He then pointed at Xuanhuan's forehead with the blood-stained tip of the samurai sword and said, "Xuanhuan is the fog." No emotions could be detected in his words, for Guantong's death had traumatized him immensely. As far as he was concerned, nobody could save Xuanhuan from his wrath today. What? Xuanhuan is the fog? This is a bad joke, right? Not a single soul believed Xiao Luo's words, as Xuanhuan was the group leader of their anti-MLM team. He was the main person in charge of Shanghai City's anti-MLM operations to a considerable extent, so the probability of him being the fog was as good as zero. Tianjinxing laughed mockingly and said, "Mr. Xiao, could there be a misunderstanding between you and Xuanhuan? How could he be the fog? I have witnessed his progress from just a nobody to what he has achieved today, every step of the way. On top of that, he leads almost the entire of Shanghai's anti-MLM operations, and has captured countless MLM operators. He even destroyed a few of their dens, so how could he be the fog?" Xuanhuan felt that his life was on the line and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the people around him now would be his most effective shield, and he needed to get their trust. With their support, he believed that Xiao Luo would not be able to do him harm. "Mr. Xiao, I understand completely about your eagerness to arrest the fog, but it does not make sense for you to frame me without any proof. That is very unfair to me." Xuanhuan fought the searing pain from his wound and quickly took advantage of his fellow officer's doubts. Luo Shuang was exasperated and finally lost her composure. She once again shouted at Xiao Luo, "You jerk, take your dirty foot off my group leader now. Have you gone nuts? How could you accuse him of being the fog?" The fog's true identity had been confirmed, and he was none other than our ex-informant, Guantong. He had already transferred the money out, and there is video evidence. "I am highly suspicious of your motive now for all that nonsense you have said. Are you with the fog?" "Humph." Xiao Luo sneered in disdain and remained silent. Then he suddenly brought the samurai sword in his hand down toward Xuanhuan's left arm like a lightning strike, piercing right through it like a nail into the ground. Xuanhuan screamed in agony as blood spurted out from the wound ceaselessly. Instantly, every undercover police and special forces member pointed their weapons at Xiao Luo with their fingers on the trigger. The situation became very tense, and it felt like they only needed the smallest excuse to start firing and turn this into a messy battle royale. "All of you stay put," Tianjinxing roared while waving his hand, as he still had high regard for the NSA. Since Xiao Luo belonged to that organization, he could never be with the fog, and his words were credible enough for him. They could not afford to act recklessly, considering the aftermath of hurting Xiao Luo to rescue Xuanhuan. That would be the worst scenario, and there was a likelihood that nobody could be saved. He stared at Xiao Luo thoughtfully and asked, "Mr. Xiao, do you have any proof that Yuanjia is the fog?" "All he has is bullsh *t. Since you have the courage to hurt our group leader, then you should have the courage to face death. Die." Luo Shuang could no longer contain her anger and had totally lost her composure. Seeing the man she admired for a long time being stomped to the ground and pierced with a sword right in her face, she did hesitate and shot at Xiao Luo angrily. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, and with a muzzle flash, the bullet flew at the speed of sound toward Xiao Luo. Tianjinxing was shocked, and unconsciously shouted, "Beware!" Xiao Luo pulled out the samurai sword at the same time Luo Shuang fired her shot. Nobody could catch his movement, but they only managed to see that he lifted the sword in front of his face in defense. Clang! Sparks flew off the samurai sword as the bullet crashed into its blade and ricocheted off, hitting on the mountain wall next to Xiao Luo, and left a thumb-sized hole in it. Huh? What? He actually blocked a bullet with a sword? Oh my gosh, how could this be possible? Everyone there was utterly shocked, and they stared at Xiao Luo as if he was some sort of monster. That was simply unbelievable, and no one could fathom how such an incident could happen. They had seen it in sci-fi or fantasy movies, but definitely not before their very eyes. How could it have happened? Every single one of them found it hard to even swallow their saliva. Tianjinxing was no different, even though he had known long before that the people in NSA were monsters, but still, this was too much for him. How could a man so casually deflect a bullet with a sword? Luo Shuang was equally stunned, but it did not take too long for her to react. She clenched her teeth and was going to fire the second shot. However, Xiao Luo would not let her have her way so readily. He vanished like a specter and dashed at her like a gust of wind, leaving only a shadow behind him. Luo Shuang could not even react in time before her gun was snatched away. Xiao Luo then elbowed her face heavily. Bam! She vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back like a broken kite, landing on the ground a few meters away as she vigorously coughing out more blood. Xiao Luo squeezed his fist tight, and the gun in his hand shattered to pieces, as easily as if he had crushed a piece of paper. This made everyone gasp in awe. Luo Shuang was suddenly scared out of her wits and widened her eyes to stare at Xiao Luo in fear. Xiao Luo was not in the mood to deal with her, so he turned around and walked back to Xianxia again, who was once again clearly scared silly. At this moment, nobody dared to utter a word, and they even tried to control their breathing to their best. Their eyes followed Xiao Luo's footsteps, and nothing could be heard in the entire space beside the rustling wind. Chief, help! Chief, help me please! Xianxia was pale as a sheet. He had always been proud of what he had done for the Hua nation, but all he felt today was endless fear. This Xiao Luo from NSA was worse than a demon. Tianjinxing wanted to say something, but Xiao Luo interrupted him coldly. The words were not for the director, but for Xianxia. Xianxia, explain your true identity and everything you had done in our country in detail. Now. The voice sounded to Xianxia like the temptation of a siren that had encroached into his consciousness. When he met Xiao Luo's sharp eyes, he went into a trance. His eyes lost their light, and it felt like his thoughts were being pried upon by some other. My real name is Asuyutaka, a member of the Asu family. 8 years ago, at the behest of the family, I acted as a Hua Nation citizen and became a policeman. And under the guise of this identity, I secretly planned and organized a series of MLM activities in Hua Nation. My codename is Fog. Xianxia's eyes were glazed, and he seemed to be mumbling to himself. He appeared to be admitting his guilt, but few people present understood what he was saying, as he was speaking fluent Japanese. But it was enough to shock Tianjinxing and several others, as everyone clearly knew that Xianxia's profile did not mention that he had studied Japanese, and the only competency in foreign languages that he declared was a little English. So the fact that such fluent Japanese was coming out of his mouth was undoubtedly enough to raise suspicions. Luo Shuang was lying on the ground, staring blankly with her trembling eyes. She suddenly felt so strange about the team leader who she had always adored. The other members from the anti-MLM Special Action Team were also shocked by what they saw and heard. They couldn't accept the fact that their team leader could actually speak such fluent Japanese, but from the bottom of their hearts, they had already believed most of what Xiao Luo had said. Xiao Luo looked on impassively and continued to ask, "Why did you choose Shanghai City to start the MLM activities?" It was because Shanghai City is the central city of Hua Nation, which always been a hub for communications between the continent's main economic and cultural centers. Carrying out MLM activities here would certainly impact the economy of Hua Nation, and that blow will spread to other regions as well. Xiao Yuanjia's eyes were unfocused, and he answered Xiao Luo's questions mechanically, like a puppet whose soul was being controlled. Is your Asu family on the right wing of the party? We don't belong to any side. What Asu family has only been loyal to is Emperor Hirohito, who regarded expelling the foreign invaders as his own duties. The mission that Emperor Hirohito failed to achieve, we will continue to accomplish on behalf of him, achieving dominion over Hua Nation. Despite being hypnotized, Xiao Yuanjia's voice was thick with hatred when it came to this issue, which was an ideology that was deeply rooted in his soul, and even had become his faith. Xiao Luo smiled coldly and then ended the hypnosis on him. Xiao Yuanjia soon woke up from his hypnotic state. He found that the people around him were strangely gazing at him. Even Luo Shuang, who adored him and was always on his side, was now staring at him in panic and with a sorrowful expression. Director, Xiao Yuanjia felt strange and couldn't remember what he had said, but one thing he could ensure was it must have been something terrible. With a heavy sigh of grief and in a tone of disbelief, Tianjinqing said, Xiao Yuanjia, you're Japanese? Of course, he's a Japanese. Xiao Luo answered on his behalf and looked around. Is there anyone here who understands Japanese? Translate what he just said. Everyone stared at each other in silence. It was evident that none of them understood Japanese. After all, learning English was the present trend, so those who learned Japanese were still the minority. I will. Luo Shang picked herself off the ground. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Can you? Xiao Luo slightly narrowed his eyes. Luo Shuang took a step forward and stared with a determined look. I've studied Japanese, so I understood all of what he just said, she said. Luo Shuang. Xiao Yuanjia called out her name, pinning all his hopes on her. He realized he must have said something terrible, even if it was in Japanese, so his only hope now rested on the chance that this woman would harbor him and see him through this crisis tonight. Luo Shuang's eyes went red. She could not believe that the man she so admired, and even worshipped, turned out to be the fog, the brain behind MLM activities. She couldn't accept that the man she looked up to, a hero of anti-MLM, turned out to be a foreign subversive who came intending to destroy the Hua Nation. He just said that his real name is Asuyutaka, and he also is a member of the Asu family. 8 years ago, he received this mission from his family. Luo Shuang translated what Xiao Yuanjia had said earlier, to everyone present. She still wore on her face that dull and dead look of one suffering from internal conflict. Everyone knew that she had a crush on Xiao Yuanjia, so her translation had to be trustworthy. When all Xiao Yuanjia's words were translated, the crowd looked at Xiao Yuanjia with hostility. It had now gone beyond merely MLM activities, but it involved their national security. It had been more than 70 years since Emperor Hirohito waged war on Hua Nation, but it was so appalling that there were still such fanatics existing who were attempting to destroy the Hua Nation. Any citizen of Hua Nation would hardly hold back their anger if they heard a plan to seize and hold dominion over the Hua Nation. Xiao Yuanjia went pale, and he trembled in fear. His eyes were filled with anxiety and desperation. He still couldn't believe that he had blurted out the whole truth. What happened? How the hell did it happen? Xiao Yuanjia, sorry, now I should call you Asuyutaka. You actually buried your identity well enough, and if it wasn't for Mr. Xiao, all of us would have believed that Guantong was the mastermind Fog. While you were arresting MLM members, you also organized new MLM activities and trained more MLM leaders without our knowledge. You are King Cancer, constantly harming our fellow countrymen in Hua Nation, Tianjinqing roared. Xiao Yuanjia realized that his cover had been blown now. He glared at Xiao Luo with deep hatred. What wicked witchcraft did you use? What King black magic did you just use on me? He screamed. Just your life will be more than enough. My old friend on the other side has been waiting for you for a long time now. Xiao Luo sneered at him. Then he stepped forward, and with a twirl of the samurai sword, he loped off Qiu Yuanjia's neck in a single stroke. Slice. Qiu Yuanjia's head separated cleanly from his body and rolled on the ground like a ball. The side of his head and neck were soaked in fresh blood. Although the people present had seen many bloody crime scenes before, it was the first time they had personally witnessed a living person being beheaded, and some of the female police officers screamed out in fear. Looking at Qiu Yuanjia's body, Luo Shuang widened her eyes in shock and said, "How could you kill him? Even if he is the fog, he should be judged by the law." Luo Shuang's statement lacked any conviction and came across weakly. She did nothing more than to mutter to herself rather than question Xiao Luo's actions. Without another word, Xiao Luo dropped the sword on the ground casually, then turned around and strode away into the distance. No one thought to stop him, as all of them were rooted to the spot in deep shock, quietly watching him leave until he disappeared from their sight. Director. The SWAT team captain whispered to Tianjinxing. Tianjinxing blinked and finally regained his consciousness. He turned his head around and stared at the captain. The SWAT team captain asked, "Sir, should we just let Xiao Luo leave? What can we do? Even if we decide not to let him go, can't you see that he can even stop a bullet?" Tianjinxing was still in a state of shock. This is now a national security issue and is under the jurisdiction of NSA. We're just assisting. Just report the real identity of Qiu Yuanjia, that he was Fog, the leader of MLM, and was shot dead because he resisted arrest. As for the specifics of the arrest, draw on your imagination.